it right now. Not planning because we want to go and get, you go to House of Assembly, they now approve and say, government, bring this over. No, we don't need that for now.
Right.
That's just my take on this.
Thank you very much. Now we have Dr. Moshood Abiola joining the conversation. Well, I would have thought he would be joining the next conversation, but let's get your thoughts on this one, Dr. Abiola. Let's get your thoughts on this. The recruitment of 20,000 to beef up to about 50,000, and the suggestion being made right here in the studio. Do you think it's something that can work? Do you think it's something that government should actually look into?
Yeah, thank you very much. I think the issue of police recruitment is coming at the right time. I must commend the boldness of Mr. President. Perhaps the issue of the spike in insecurity in the country, the incidences of kidnapping, abductions, being the one that necessitates this drastic and emergency approach that we have seen that Mr. President taking on the issue of police personnel guiding the IPPs. Fine, for me, if not for, except for some instances whereby perhaps it may be necessary, I don't see the reason why police should be attached permanently to VIPs in the society. There's no need for that, except highly exposed individual, perhaps because of their current job.
Oh, I guess we're having a network glitch, so we won't be able to. Can you hear us, Dr. Moshood?
Well, we obviously have a network problem there, and that has taken him off. But let's wrap up this conversation and let's dive into another conversation. Let's look at, well, still on insecurity, really. The president seems to be under fire, as the SDP has claimed. I hope they're not making this political. Well, SDP says big mistake, claims 11,000 VIP police escort pulled back to streets and will terrorize Nigerians on the streets. Well, that's we'll dive into this when we come back. It's an extension of the conversation. Join us again.
Glad to have you back. It's still VOP this morning. Nigeria's worsening insecurity has ignited fierce political debate, with Social Democratic Party SDP chieftain and former presidential candidate of the party, Prince Adewale Adebayo, declaring that Nigerians made a big mistake electing President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in 2023. Adebayo accused the government of losing control, citing rising kidnappings, bandit attacks, and economic hardship. He further argued that Tinubu's administration has failed across all sectors: security, economy, and governance, leaving ordinary citizens exposed to daily dangers. His criticism gained traction after reports that have even international voices, including a tweet from US President Donald Trump, pressured Tinubu to acknowledge Nigeria's deepening security crisis. In a dramatic move, the president also had to counter the criticism by ordering the withdrawal of over 11,000 police officers previously assigned to very important personnel, redeploying them to frontline policing. Inspector General of Police Kayode Beitokun confirmed the directive, stressing that the decision was aimed at strengthening community safety and restoring public confidence, while supporters hailed the move as a bold step to prioritize citizens over elites. Critics argued that it is a reactive measure that underscores the government's lack of foresight. We still have with us in the studio Barrister Asim Adams, a constitutional lawyer, a civil rights activist, as well as former spokesperson for Chief Beatrice and Peter Obi campaign organization, Labour Party in Rivers State. We have Honorable Chedrak Odugbai, who is the Youth Affairs, SA Youth Affairs to Godwin Obaseki, former governor of Edo State, and Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola is here in the capacity of a political and public affairs analyst, and Comrade Destiny Nabulele, the former executive chairman of the Southwest local government area, and also the former member of Edo State House of Assembly and former president of the Conference of Non-Governmental Organization, Congos in Nigeria. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. Let me start off with you, Dr. Wasiu Abiola, because you were trying to talk about this, the withdrawal of the 11,000 policemen and the redeployment of them to the front line. And here we're seeing a chieftain of the SDP accusing the present administration of not having any foresight on how to tackle issue of insecurity and economic hardship and every other thing that Nigerians are being bedeviled with at this point. Help us walk around it too, as you throw more light on the withdrawal of the 11,000 policemen.
It's in order. I support that. It's a right step in the right direction. Our police force, well-trained police force as they are, has no business guiding wives of politicians, musicians, girlfriend of any money misroad per individual to go and buy ugu or ewedu at Igbo market just because you can afford to pay 15,000 naira monthly daily as an allowance for the police. It's wrong. It's part of our system decay, and it's high time we avert this kind of trend. I want to see a situation whereby even after the government must have returned normalcy into the system because the urgent recall is occasioned by the spike in the insecurity in the country. For me, I would like to advocate and indulge the government not to send them back, even when the situation is returned to normalcy. There's no need for them going back there, except for individuals that are highly exposed, that are perhaps because of certain jobs they do for government, which
Dr. Wasiu, you made a very important point. Permit me to butt in at this moment. You said something that, look, even when normalcy is restored, you don't want them to go back. But I want us to walk back a bit. This is not the first time we are getting this kind of order. We have heard before, the moment a new IGP of police is appointed, he says, look, dismantle all roadblocks, VIPs, no more police escort and all of that. And 2-3 months down the line, we get back to normal. What are the measures you think that the president should put in place forcefully, as he has done now by saying, look, 11,000 plus have been withdrawn? What more should the president do? That is one question. Now, secondly, do you also think that withdrawing these policemen and putting them back to law and enforcement is going to help us fight insecurity? Especially at the backdrop of the fact that, look, even the Nigerian military, which is more sophisticated, we must admit, than the Nigerian police, have been overwhelmed, more like, by terrorists. What will be the need of putting policemen into all of this when they have, I mean, these people most times overpower the military? What is the essence of putting the policemen inside?
Yes, for me, if you actually have a close view of what is happening about deployment of security personnel to VIPs in the society, is a bazaar, is a business, it's like an auction. It is a quick money-making outlet for IG, for DIGs, for AIGs, and for the Commissioner of Police, and for the squadron, squadron commanders, for the MOPOs. These people, these leaders, these them, they make so much money from this posting. Let not be deceived. Postings are done on the basis of economy. It's an economic arrangement.
Okay, Dr. Wasiu, I get your drift. Now, my direct question is, how do we ensure we don't go back to where we are coming from? What measures should the president put in place to ensure that? Okay.
It's from Mr. President, and especially the minister, coming from the Minister of Police Affairs and the president himself, to perhaps put a circular out that directly caution the IG himself and the other relevant leaders, commanders, that this should not be reversed. With that, he does not want to see a situation whereby this will be reversed under any guise. Because I tell you, the IG, the Commissioner of Police, they will have so much excuses why these individuals should go back to their posting. Let me say this, it is not one way, it's two ways. Many of these individuals, many of these personnel, they themselves at times influence this posting. I'm talking from a point of knowledge. So they themselves instigate this posting by directly asking their bosses to post them to certain individuals.
Okay.
Because one, it gives them access to more money, make them to work less.
All right, Dr. Wasiu, point very well noted. Now, before we move over to the other guy, our guest from Benin Outstation, I'd like for you to talk briefly. I asked a question. What is the value of withdrawing police from VIPs? House of Reps members are already shouting, these bandits are going to kill us if you take away these policemen from us. Now, what is the value of taking out these policemen from VIPs and putting them in the war on terrorism, when we also understand that, look, these terrorists most times overpower military men that are more sophisticated than policemen? What's the value of it all?
No, I do not believe. For me, I do not believe that the insurgents are more sophisticated than Nigerian police force. I do not believe that. The highest you see with an insurgent carrying is AK-47. I tell you, Nigerian policemen have more than AK-47. They have ammunitions. They have arms. I can tell you that. The only what we should be talking about is the morale of this personnel to put this equipment into use. And now that we're having the numbers, 11,000 coming back to the police force is a good numbers. At least it will help to show up the area of lack in terms of personnel. But the personnel, the morale of this police should be looked into. We should have, Mr. President should devise a special package that will entice the police force personnel into
special package to
discharge their responsibility in the face of these hostile forces.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Wasiu. I appreciate your very incisive take on this. Now, let's go to Benin, where we still have Comrade Udubai. Comrade Udubai, I'd like for you to react to the issue in discussion now, which is 11,000 policemen withdrawn from the VIPs and put back to normal law and enforcement. What impact do you think that will make, in the war against terrorism? Okay, I'd like for you to unmute your mic so that we can get your audio feed.
Can you hear me now?
Beautiful, I can hear you. Go ahead, sir.
For me, all this we are doing is baby discussion. The barrister in the studio said they should go and bring pensioners who are crying day in, day out for their pension and service to fighting security. For me, it looks like a good idea, but in practice, it fails. It falls down. There are about 11,000 policemen deployed to VIPs across the states. What do? Let us go and get them and add it to the additional about 300,000 policemen. If those 11,000 join about 300,000 police, what numbers does that add up to? and we are trying to combat bandits that are less than 5,000 in number. The thing doesn't make sense. It looks good on paper, but it doesn't make sense in practice. If you compare the total amount of police force we have, add it to the Nigerian army, is that the 11,000 you want to move of VIPs that will now solve this problem? Is a poor solution, a very poor one, I must say. The Nigerian government have been compromised. The Nigerian army military have been compromised. Many of them are jihadists. They are sympathizers of the Boko Haram cause. They are sympathizers of jihadists. The president in himself, the vice president cannot say they do not know who these men are. They give them ransom, they pay them, they support them. They have them on their book. And as long as these people do not prevent them from winning 2027 election, they can keep them at peace. What the government can do, for me, no matter the number of you and Accra will say, the government should quickly go and rewrite the laws. Let it be possible for state police. The state police I'm referring to is not the disbandment of the Nigerian police force or perhaps take the police station. That one should exist as it is. Because as I know from experience I've had in Edo State, Nigerian police does not fight kidnappers. They don't fight bandits. If you report to them, they will never carry gun and follow you to the side. They will never enter the bush. What they do is two fighting. Somebody came to steal my property. A husband and wife protest. All those civil and legal matters. They should remain there between those ones. Let the state government have the backing of law to organize their own vigilante with the ability to bear weapons, serious arms, AK-47, RPG, and other weapons that will enable them to combat this kidnapping in their respective local governments. If the state is given that power and enabled by the local government to supervise these armed men, heavily armed men, who will man their defenses at the local government, it will be a thing of the past. Nigerian federal government should ban cattle grazing comprehensively. This is the only avenue that these Fulanis are using to maroon from bush to bush, moving from one local government to another. If cattle grazing is banned in totality, they will have to remain where they are and not be found down south. And I listened to what the barrister in your studio said. It was a bit irritating. Edo State is not in the northwest. Edo State, but yet in the whole of the 18 states in the south, Edo State is the most state under attack. Is a hotbed of insecurity because the government is doing this poorly. In Edo State, when the government came on board, Edo State government, not less than a month, suspended all the 18 local government chairmen, brought in cronies and surrogates. Yes. These surrogates are speaking today are not even giving local government allocation to build the security infrastructure that going on Obaseki.
All right then. All right, Comrade Shedrack Dubai, we appreciate your take on this matter. Like my colleague earlier said, look, we don't want to reduce this thing to a discussion about Edo State. We'll take up Edo State as a wholesome discussion some other time. We appreciate your presence. Now, let's come back to the studio here. Barrister Adam, before we move into the next topic of discussion, I would like to ask you the same question I asked them. What is the value of putting policemen into the war on terrorism, the war against terrorism, when it looks like, and I keep saying, that the military that is even more sophisticated than the police is already overwhelmed in the fight? What's the value?
You see, a lot of us, I think we misunderstand this situation. It is not just insurgency or banditry, terrorism that is part of insecurity. Armed robbery is part of insecurity. Because it does not happen more often in Lagos or any other place, does not mean it does not happen. So
no, but the focus is more on terrorism.
No, that is the issue. You're talking about insecurity. The problem we have today is insecurity in Nigeria.
With focus on terrorism, isn't
the
it?
Terrorists, whatever, is maybe a larger picture, but insecurity encompasses armed robbery, banditry. In Abuja, for instance, you saw that girl, your colleague, that died. She jumped from whatever. Those were not terrorists or bandits. They were armed robbers. So, why police, the 11,000 that has been recalled, we show up this whatever security situation in Nigeria is because of the fact that we will now have more of them to begin to patrol. I know that police cannot fight directly, bandits and terrorists. Why? By virtue of Section 214, the police is to talk about internal security.
Internal security. All right then.
Now, by virtue of Section 218, the Nigerian Armed Forces, encompassing the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, they are to protect the territorial integrity of Nigeria.
Okay.
Like what is happening right now.
All right, Barrister
It's an incursion. So it's the duty of the Nigerian, armed forces, that is army, navy, etc., to go after terrorists.
Right, thank you very much,
police.
Barrister Adams. We appreciate your very incisive take on this. Now we'll move into we are practically out of time. So
let's get to Benin, where we have Destiny and Abulele.
Okay.
Let's get his contribution as well. Okay.
As we try to get them in Destiny into the conversation, I would like for us to move into the next topic of discussion. Let's move away from insecurity politics and talk about the economy of Nigeria. Nigeria's economic boost, Dangote Refinery saves over 10 billion naira annually in forex. Join us again. We'll be right back.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us, and we do have limited time to do this, but let's talk about the economy now. Nigeria's economic lifeline may have found a new anchor in the Dangote Refinery, which officials say is saving the country over 10 billion naira or dollars annually in foreign exchange by cutting down fuel imports. The 650,000 barrels per day mega plant, hailed as Africa's largest, has already reduced Nigeria's dependence on foreign petroleum, slashing imports from Malta by nearly 60% in 2024. Industry leaders argue this is more than just an economic win. It's a geopolitical shift, positioning Nigeria as a regional energy hub while creating jobs and boosting GDP. Now, for ordinary Nigerians, the refinery's impact is visible at the pump, where recent price drops sparked relief, even if short-lived. But beneath the celebration lies controversy. Retailers and marketers warn that cheaper petrol prices may be unsustainable, pointing to fluctuating ex-depot rates and government policy reversals. But critics also question whether the refinery's dominance could create a monopoly, leaving consumers vulnerable to price shocks. While the refinery is praised as a national landmark, skeptics argue that Nigeria's energy salvation could morph into dependency on a single private enterprise. So we're back to this conversation around the Dangote Refinery becoming monopolizing the petroleum sector in Nigeria. And some will always argue that what is government doing? Government has refineries that has been moribund. But anyway, let's talk about, let's chime in on this one. I hope we have Dr. Wasiu Abiola with us. Dr. Wasiu. All right, so that's Comrade Destiny Anabulede. All right then. Well, we do have Shadrach Odubai with us from Benin. Well, Shadrach.
Yes.
Yes. Let's not talk about Edo State. Can we? Not talk about Edo State at this point. Let's talk about Dangote Refinery. Let's talk about, the oil and gas sector. Let's talk about the conversation around it becoming a monopoly and what Nigerians are expecting. Nigerians are expecting more from the Dangote Refinery, more from government. But even the refinery itself is saying, look, we don't even have crude to refine because the government of Nigeria has basically, sold its crude up front. But let's get your thoughts on this and then the fears and, how things can be done differently.
For me, I must congratulate and thank Dangote for this initiative. Many persons have said that Dangote is not a good businessman. He's a monopolist. He has strong monopolistic tendencies, and then the willingness to always want to dominate every industry to the detriment of the open market and the common man. But I strongly disagree because even the Nigerian government appears to be more monopolistic than Dangote, and the interests of the Nigerian government, which ordinarily ought to be in line with the interests of the people, over the years proven to be abortive and inconsequential. You see, this whole oil business, upstream, downstream structure for exportation, refinery, is just one huge business that is shrouded in secrecy. Where you have lots of political leaders and gladiators who have considered themselves as political overlords, principalities and powers in respective structures, and they have held Nigeria bound. Nigeria has about 4 refineries, none of them are functioning. We have about few other modular refineries. 2 was built in Edo State here, even though we are not talking about Edo. When those modular refineries asked for crude, you know what they said? The NPC said crude is too precious to be given to modularies. That is to say, they are interested in carrying our petroleum product, taking it abroad to refine, and then shipping back the refined product to sell to us in dollars. That will tell you this renter economy, this renter mentality, and Nigeria, being the giant of Africa, having survived so many years, still involves in enslaving its own people to its own God-given resources. The Nigerians cannot enjoy what God has given to them. It was subjected to, because some people just believe that it's their business and must continue to make money from it. This present administration, it's so sad that Bola Ahmed Tinubu that once thought, because I never supported campaign or voted for him, because I never saw him having the requisite capacity to make meaningful contributions. But for the fact that he was a Saturn, I haven't won. I thought, oh, this man for a long while, perhaps we'll see someone who they say is the Jagaban, is not under the control of any other political leader and master. He should be able to make strong decisions to at least put together destroy those cabals and those unions, those purposes who have had Nigeria sway under the jugular. What we saw was that he's simply rewriting the rules. What was bad became worse. The Secretary of Office is just shouted, first something gone. While we thought Nigeria will have a heat of relief, it became bad, it became exacerbated. We moved from bad to worse. It's a huge challenge for us because today Nigerians are not the ones bearing the bonds, bearing the body of all the inadequacies and irregularities of the Nigerian oil sector. All they do is to push the cost to the average Nigerian, and all of those things catered for. So for Dangote coming on, we saw the resistance that was being put in place by those unionists. They say, oh, you must have union. We're trying to hound Dangote from functioning. But we thank God that it's functioning today. We are seeing the MRS filling station across the Nigerian nation states in dispensing Dangote crude oil. And we are hoping that sooner or later it will at least challenge the market, because we saw some price crashes. He was able to play some price game with them, and though I was thinking that the price game will continue for long in order to glue them to submission. And then the forex is ending for Nigeria to stabilize the dollar to exchange rates, because we all know that the Nigerian federal government have become so irresponsible that they spend money in dollar. How can we have a Nigerian nation where we have our currency in naira, but yet they choose to spend the dollars simply because they want to identify with other European and American nations? For me, it's irritating. It's a mark of irresponsibility. But that's what we are. That's what the APC has given to us, even though we believe that the best thing that can happen to Nigeria in the next coming years is to the detriment of Bola Ahmed Tinubu and the end of APC.
Oh, that's what you wish for.
That's the best thing that will happen to Nigeria. Once APC is gone, when APC is gone, 95% of Nigeria problem will be gone. Why the problem comes to them?
Well, we'll have to wait for elections, and those are wishes. But thank you very much, Comrade Odubai. Thank you very much. Now let's go to Comrade Destiny and Abulele. A lot of comrades. You guys speak with a lot of anger. A lot of comrades come out of Edo State. Comrade Destiny and Abulele, thank you very much for rejoining the conversation. We understand that the network took you out. Now let's talk about refinery in Nigeria. Prices have been up and down. Now it's resting at 800 and something in some places. In some other places, it's about 910 naira per liter. And Dangote also has its 4,000 CNG trucks to distribute fuel across the nation. But some still have fears of the refinery monopolizing the sector in Nigeria. What are your thoughts on this one as we wrap up this conversation?
Yeah, Mr. Moses, let me again appreciate you for at least readmitting me into the discussion. You see, over time, we have becoming a nation that is solely, resting. Before the advent of oil or discovery of oil, we were one living, resting on agriculture. To cast our mind back to early 70s and all of that, the cocoa and the granite and whatever, the palm and all of that. As we speak very just now, we are not diversifying. That is a problem. See, for me, at times when the issue of refinery and all of that is being raised, I'm a little bit skeptical in commenting because I don't see any progress in it, with utmost humility. At any rate, at a point, they talked about this modular refinery at a time. I think I can still remember very vividly. I was still in the council there. There was this cry and this quest for let's have model. But as we speak very just now in this country, not even a singular modular refinery that is working. So we are not asking ourselves the basic fundamentals. So we are not asking ourselves. We cannot just rely on solely rest all our interests in one entity. It's a single person monopolizing the system. I'm not castigating him, but that is the system that he made, and the present administration that some of us thought that we were able to do SYC, taking it from where he met it and liberalize it.
Comrade.
Yes, sir.
Yes. Unfortunately, we are out of time. And talking about diversifying, I would have loved us to, continue on that path, because just the other day I was listening to some officials from the Malaysian embassy and officials from Malaysia talking about bringing palm nuts into Nigeria to help Nigerians, develop the palm industry. And I just shook my head. This is where we've gotten to. When Malaysia itself took palm nuts from Nigeria years back, and now they're bringing it back to help us develop our own economy. Interesting times we are living in Nigeria. But thank you very much. Unfortunately, we're out of this conversation, but we'd like for you to join us again as we go into the papers discussing issues on the cover pages of the dailies. We would like for you to join us again. Well, thank you very much, Destiny and Nabulele. Of course, he's former executive chairman of the Southwest Local Government Council, former member of Edo State House of Assembly, and former president of Conference of Non-Governmental Organization, Congress. He's also a political affairs commentator, human rights advocate, and yes, an activist as well. Well, thank you very much for your time and your contribution. We must say a very big thank you to Dr. Moshood Wasiu Abiola, who is a public affairs commentator, and also Asim Adams, Esquire, who is former spokesperson, Chief Beatrice Etubo, Peter Obi Campaign Organization, Labour Party, Rivers State 2023, and the man who has been speaking very passionately about Edo State and basically attacking the governor, Monday Okpebholo. I'm talking about Honorable Shadrach Odubai, SA Youth Affairs to former governor of Edo State, Godwin Obaseki. Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your time and your contribution on the program. Well, that's it on the show. I am Moses Humphrey. Join us again at 10 for Newspaper Review.
And I'm Fina Okechukwu. Enjoy your weekend and endeavor to be a patriotic citizen.
I am Chukwu Mokoro. See you again at 10 o'clock. Bye for now.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Well, thank you very much for joining us again. Now, this is Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey, and Chukwuma Okoro is here. Together, we'll be doing this. He will also be analyzing. And we have Dele Fanimo joining the conversation, public affairs commentator. And also, Barrister Asim Adams stays back as well. Barrister, thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
And I do hope the network will allow us go to Benin, where Comrade Destiny and Abilele is standing by. Well, thank you very much, Comrade Destiny, for staying back for this one as well.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All right, so let's dive into it. We have the papers and the conversation, of course, we are very familiar with. I would like to start off with, it's basically the story of insecurity. That's what we have in all the dailies. It makes cover page in most of the dailies. So we'll just touch on it and then delve into other issues. So these are the headlines here. Business Day has its big story, and it's Trump jolts Tinubu to act on insecurity as FG rolls out measures to contain attacks. Trump jolts Tinubu to act on insecurity as federal government rolls out measures to contain attacks. And then Safe Schools Project stalls. That was from Business Day, but from The Punch, Safe Schools Project stalls in 30 states as abductions rise. States fail to release co-funding. Senate begins probe of 145 billion naira Safe Schools Fund. Ododo confirms bandits' relocation to Kogi. Okay, and if you check out the cover page of this day newspaper as well, still on insecurity. In fact, they have more than one story on the cover page. It says, insecurity, Tinubu names Ribadu to lead US-Nigeria Joint Working Committee. Tuga, Tunji Ojo, Abubakar, General Oluyede Egbetokun also on the team. Tasks them on all agreements across sectors. Onayika urges Tinubu to equip current security operatives for better performance. PDP, Niger kidnapping, a sad development. And on top of that one, bandits kidnapped 7 mourners in Abuja, 24 others in Niger community, moved one to Senate, over 12,000 killed, 420 communities attacked in Plateau. House begins inquiry into insecurity in nation's capital. Faulty $460 million CCTV project. Faulty $460 million. How do you invest $460 million in CCTV project and say it is faulty? Interesting. The Guardian says armed attacks intensify as Tinubu okays US-Nigeria security plan. Now, these are the headlines, gentlemen. So basically, it's the story of insecurity. That's what Nigerians have been talking about for about 2 weeks now. About 2 weeks now. Now, you're fresh on the table. So let's start with you. Let's have you dish out first, Mr. Daily Fanimo.
Well, talking about those headlines, I'm particularly interested in where there is a joint committee on the fight against insecurity. You have the CDS, the NSA.
The NSA leading.
And some critical ministers, the Minister of Interior and all that. Well, it's a confirmation that there is likely to be a sort of collaborative effort between America and Nigeria on the fight against insecurity. And it's a welcome development, as I know. And maybe there will be pushback now that America is interested in this politically motivated and economic-induced insurgency across the country. And I was wondering last night when I was thinking about the whole thing. I said, why must we always be reactive? Can't we for once be proactive and get to the root of this matter and try to cage these people rather than allow them to strike before we start running after them? And I hope the new initiative would address that. Because these people, they don't just fly from heaven like UFOs to attack and retreat. They take off from certain parts of the country, particularly contiguous states, to a state where they are going to wreak this havoc. Why can't we use superior intelligence while they are planning? I've seen it happen elsewhere. At the stage of planning, forces will strike, dismantle them, and come to tell us later that this is why we struck. But here in Nigeria, we wait for criminals to commit crime before we start chasing them. And most times, with all the political shenanigans going on, we don't get to the root of the matter. Criminals are released. Those who didn't commit as much crime are punished. And so it's a kind of incentive for these criminals, wherever they are. They are so brazen, they are so daring, they want to attack at any point in time because they know that their own life is safe. And whereas the victims are the ones that bear the brunt. So that's why I said I'm interested in that particular. Let's see how far this is. For now, we don't need press releases from this effort. We don't need press conferences, international world conferences, or whatever they call it. We don't need it. We want to see action. We want to sleep with our 2 eyes closed wherever we are in this country. We want to travel interstate, intrastate, without that fear that anybody can just jump on the road with AK-47 and take everybody hostage into the forest and then begin to talk about ransom and whatever. Look at that venerable that was killed 3 days ago. After paying ransom, you killed him and just announced to his family that his decomposing body is somewhere that you go and pick. And the wife and the house help, they are still in captivity as we speak. And we have security around us in this country. It's so sad.
So sad indeed. Go ahead.
You know, what I want to say with due respect is that a lot of people just think that this problem started today. The issue of insecurity has become a cancer. A canker worm that has eaten deep into the fabrics of the nation called Nigeria. And we have failed to plan. That is the problem. These things did not just originate today, didn't start today. But because of the fact that we have not planned as a nation, I want to state with due respect that in 2015, one of the reasons Jonathan was taken out of government was similar situation. I don't know between his era and Tinubu's era, which one is worse. But I remember that 18 months to that general election, we had this cacophony of voices, dissident voices, insurgency, to the extent that the police headquarters in Abuja was bombed. This day, paper, newspaper, whatever was bombed. Chibok girls were, abducted. So many other things, like, clergies were abducted and murdered brutally. The same thing is replaying itself. It then means that if it has resurrected, more this time, there's a reason for that. What are the reasons? These are the things the government, has not been able to, tackle. And one of those things has to do with, number one, unemployment. Number two, it has to do with the fact that the Nigeria security apparatus and apparatchik, they are in limbo. They are not doing what they are supposed to do. These particular agencies ought to share intelligence, gather intelligence, share this intelligence among themselves to nip some of these things in the bud. But they never do none of these ones. The other one is this. If you look at the areas that have been ravaged mainly by this insurgency, banditry, and terrorism, you find that there's no government presence. It's difficult to find, areas that you tell me that Eruku, for instance, we have profiled Eruku, and we find that there's no government presence in that particular area. There's no security presence. People are just living on their own. There is no, protection. There's no security around them. And what do you expect? So they now become vulnerable. And that's why you see the terrorists and bandits, choose those vulnerable areas that lack, government protection or presence to begin to, create this their mayhem and create problem, for the insurgency. The other one is this. For a very long time, even during the Jonathan era, when this was, cascading and exacerbating, we suggested that to stem this so that there will be no future occurrence, that the Nigerian, government at that time or the constitution has to be tinkered with to introduce what they call community policing or even state police, as case may be. The reason why we were advocating for such was because of the fact that for every territory taken, there is a local government there. The bandits cannot operate on air. The bandits operate from a locality. Either they use it as their camp base or they use it as their launching a pad, as case may be. What have we done about it? We have not done anything about all those things. What we do, like my colleague here said, is we take reactive measures, not proactive measures. Let me tell Nigerians, if you think that insurgency and banditry, terrorism will end with this Tinubu government and maybe America collaborating without all these things we put in place, you are just kidding yourself. I believe that until and unless these things are put in place, then it cannot go down well with us. The last thing on my list is this, because it's something I have discussed before, that was during Jonathan time. Punitive measures. Now, how do you arrest, bandits, terrorists? Kabiru Sokoto, for instance. Wadume, for instance. These are people who are known to have killed, they have murdered. And even the court said so, as the case may be. You let them off the hook. If you make laws and there is no punitive measures, as the case may be, more of those people will rear their ugly heads. That is why you see now, Wadume is there, is a chief now. Look at Kabri Sokoto, moving up and down. So a new man and a new form, Tuji now came up. And that is what has emboldened them, because there are no punitive measures being taken against any of those that have been taken. I want to ask a question. If you gave Nnamdi Kanu life sentence or whatever the case may be, which of the terrorists that has been arrested has been punished and given life imprisonment or even death sentence, as the case may be? Why can't we make a law? What is the Senate waiting for? For instance, to say that if a bandit or a terrorist is caught, the family members of that particular bandit or terrorist that was arrested or caught will be eliminated. It may not be a very harsh law, because iron sharpened iron. Even if we have to apply the Nebuchadnezzar law and the eye for an eye kind of whatever to send this for now, I think Nigeria need to take drastic action. If you are petting the question, for all these things I've raised so far, if the government do not tackle the root cause of all these things, then we are joking as a country. It will not stop. That is why you see terrorists, for instance, are emboldened. Now they are even coming up. How can you tell me that a man like Sheikh Gumi is walking the street of Nigeria, breathing Nigerian freedom of free air, when he is openly supporting terrorists, when he has gone out to meet them and begin to say he knows their harder, that he has negotiated with them, and it's even openly advocating that the terrorists or bandits, whatever, should be considered and be given some incentives for them to go back and integrate to Nigeria. If it was a bishop that was making such scathing remarks and incendiary remarks, supporting IPOB, as case may be, I am telling you that by now the DSS and NIA would have been interviewing him or grilling him or interrogating him. So if the government does not take punitive measures against those perceived as those who are sponsoring, supporting terrorism and banditry, it will begin to come up. I have followed most of the people who have spoken on this matter of issue since 2015, about 10 years ago. They have been consistent supporting the issues of terrorism and those who perpetuate them on the guise of religious affiliation as case. And government has not done anything about it. A young man was arrested the other time that they said he wanted to go and negotiate with terrorists. And when he went there, monies were in exchange. DSS paraded him. Where is that? What is happening to the young man today? What is happening in Kaduna? The man is in Kaduna. What is happening to him? Has he been jailed? Has he been punished? Has he been executed by public spying squad? So if you don't take those kind of attention, what do you think that will happen? We are just petting it. If you like, you bring America. I support America to come in, but for 10 years period, they should stay in Nigeria. If they stay here and go back, at the end of the day, it will still be the same problem that we are going to be. They just come in here and create more problems, as the case may be. So, Nigerian government, especially the Tinubu government, it's not by saying 11,000 people, policemen to go and guard. Look at the root causes that I have listed, and those must be followed. I can release them, if you want to take them down, because we are here, to ventilate and advise government. That is my duty, as the case may be, as a citizen of Nigeria. I'm so, I'm not plausible when I see, killings. Reverend fathers being murdered in broad daylight. For me, it's chilling. I'm not in government, but I feel so sad and unhappy. And if I had the means, I would have been wearing my armor right now to go to the forest and maybe begin to, seek justice for people that have been slaughtered unjustly. It's so sad.
And we pray it doesn't come to that, individuals will just decide to go into the forest and start to, fight. Well, you want to react, or let's take reaction.
Let's go to
yes, before we come to you, let's take reaction from Comrade Destiny and Abolele. And I hear that Dr. Abiola Moshood has also joined the conversation. Thank you very much for joining. And Comrade Odubai, yes, I hear that you've also joined the conversation. It's a full house this morning. Well, Comrade Destiny and Abolele, let's take your reaction. If you want, I could go through the headlines very quickly again for you.
Mr. Humphrey and
Okay.
Okoro.
Now, while we wait for you to
I'm on.
put your mic. Okay. Well,
Can you hear
if you know, well, you may go ahead, please.
Okay. You see, let me appreciate my elders at the studio there. I think as a people, we try to confuse, being, busy to be productive, and at times we equally confuse that movement connotes productive. Otherwise, the madman on the street would have been far better than many of us that are still having their sanity. What am I trying to say? It is very straightforward. The bottom line of this whole thing is simple. For me, the issue of employing or recruiting 200,000 blah 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 is fantastic. But we all know that there are modern gadgets on how to counter crime and criminalities all over the world. You made mention of that, the issue of hundreds of millions that have been budgeted for CCTV cameras in our street or street lights. They are nowhere to be found, or perhaps it's faulty all over the world. I remember very vividly.
$460 million.
Beautiful.
Budgeted.
I remember very vividly when I went to
faulty at this time.
Yes, Mr. Humphrey. I remember very vividly when I visited my cousin in Holland. I was body trained to see a friend, which is little bit far from where he was. We entered the same train with his own governor. He told me, said, "Bro, look at this. This is my governor, without any security." It's because of the failed system. The system is failed, and the system we are currently occupying. It is a system laced with lies, and we are being economical with the truth. That is the gospel truth. Until we sit back and begin to tell ourselves the basic truth, we are not getting out of this quagmire. Conundrum. We are not getting out of it. We must endeavor to call a spade, no matter what it's called. I was a council chairman. I was at the time.
Okay.
You can go and verify. Go to my Ojon Southwest. I never used security police. At the time, my uncle called me and said, "Chairman, this is how the hire be done." I said, No. Even some person was saying, he don't want to pick up. And I said, "How much is it? Please, you can be giving it to the DPO." I was assigned. He was there. What asked Ojon Southwest? At times, I dropped myself to the office. I was called, "No, this is against blah 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 blah." I said, "What?" They said, "Because I'm not free." So it is the system. Our system, it is the way it's laced. And until we'll look at it and begin to cross the T's and dot the I's. If you like, employ 100,000, create state policing, and create local government, whatever, call it whatever name, will be rigmaroling. So for me, this morning, those that are at the end of affairs, they must be seen to be sincere.
All right.
They are not sincerity of purpose. My elders in the studio, they've said so many things. It was in this country not too long ago. A governor said before the kidnap that there was an intelligence report. And again, the army that was stationed there, who gave them the order to leave.
That's
as we speak very just, nobody has. No, they've not explained to Nigerians.
Who gave them the orders to leave?
Who gave them the orders? Who ordered them to leave? As we speak, no heads has been put on the gun. None. Nobody has been fired. And you want us, and we are here being economical with the truth. Again,
okay.
I'm coming, sir. Let me learn with this thought.
Go ahead.
Let me learn with this thought. All our security formations, with utmost humility, the DSS has now becoming the top wing of the APC government. The top wing, I am the one saying it. Because I'm talking from experience. All the security formations, they are in bed with contracts and money. They have abandoned their constitutional duty, their constitutional responsibility. And one of my elders in the truth said something just like that. There are some communities where you don't even have the president of the security agents or the president of government. It is true. What are we doing? And you can see the rest members and those in the Abuja, they already crying foul. If your hands are clean, what would you? I said, Destiny, or Ayenu and Nabuleli, when I was a council chairman, you can go and verify. Go and ask.
All right then. Thank you very much.
Let me land with this, sir. Few weeks after my resumption, or almost a month, few posts from my council, they kidnapped my secondary school classmates. Few from the council secretariat. I was just deterred. I met with the army commander in my state, with the police commissioner, director of BSA. They visited my local government on my own, not with the help of the governor. Can go and verify. They came and they granted me approved an army post. And throughout my tenure, go and verify again, there was no single kidnapping in my local government. I equipped the vigilante I met on ground. I bought vehicle, bought arms and ammunition. So if we have sincerity of purpose, if we want to live a life that our children and history will be remembered, so we must endeavor. Many of us are in bed with money. All we go into politics is to amass wealth, not the passion. The passion is not there.
That's what we see happening with our politicians, the kind of politicians we have in Nigeria right now. A lot of them just want to amass money for themselves. Dr. Moshood Abiola, I might just go through the headlines again for the benefit of you, because I understand you just joined the conversation, and also for the benefit of our viewers. Insecurity, Tinubu names Ribado to lead US-Nigeria Joint Working Committee. Tuga Tunji Ojo, Abubakar, General Oluyede Egbetokun also on the team. Task them on all agreements across sectors. Onayeko urges Tinubu to equip current security operatives for better performance. And also, we have PDP Niger kidnapping, a sad development. And this headline here, this one makes me chuckle, really. The rider to the headline, makes me chuckle, and I'm going to take it. It says, bandits kidnap 7 mourners in Abuja, 24 others in Niger community, moved Twank to Senate, over 12,000 killed, 420 communities attacked in Plateau. And then this House begins inquiry into insecurity in the nation's capital, talking about $460 million CCTV project. When will somebody answer for this? Is it when they leave office and then you start to work against the government in power? Then EFCC will come after you and ask you to answer questions, like we see now with former Governor Timipre Silva, where he's asked to answer questions for monies taken during his tenure. Oh well, Dr. Abiola Moshood, let's have your take on this one.
Well, it is sad that insecurity has now become the order of the day, kidnapping every time. It is quite funny. It's not something that is palatable to the hearing of all. And I want to see a situation whereby the government move away from being active to being futuristic and predicting crimes before they actually occur. And this CCTV camera is of interest to me because this was actually during the Jonathan era. The CCTV camera project started during the Jonathan era, and it was actually funded by a foreign loan, if I'm not mistaken. And up to date, that project has not seen the light of the day. What I'm aware is that some individuals in the government actually pocketed that money, and then they damn the consequence that nothing will happen to them. And up to date, nothing happens. Nothing happens. Now in Abuja anybody can do anything, believing that nobody is monitoring him or her, and it is sad. It is sad. So I want to see government making an inquiry to that. If as of rep as he opening an inquiry into it, fine and good. But lest I forget, my senior brother in the studio was talking about Gumi making incendiary comment, provocative comment, defending bandit, terrorists, and he's walking free. He's right. He's right. I like to see Gumi arrested and locked up for good. But the same thing have to apply to Peter Obi. There's no difference in what Peter Obi is doing with IPOP and what Gumi is doing with bandits and Boko Haram. These two people, what they have in common is that they defend their own terrorists. They defend their own terrorists. Why IPOB is busy killing monarchs, he's killing religious leaders, he's killing politicians, he's killing market people. They are imposing terror on the harmless people of Southeast, imposing Monday as no work day, a day that's supposed to be the most productive day of the week. You are forbidding people from coming out, and anyone that dare come out, you kill them, you burn them. And Peter Obi has the audacity to be defending this terrorist on national TV.
Do you understand that IPOB has dissociated itself? IPOB dissociated itself from the activities of those unknown gunmen. They've largely dissociated themselves from the activities of unknown gunmen. Those I
can give you a recent comment, a video made recently by Peter Obi, where he defend the activities of IPOB.
He made the video recently in detention.
I said we don't know.
No, I'm asking a question. He made the video while in detention?
I'm talking about Peter Obi defending the activities of IPOB.
Okay. All right then. Yeah, well. Comrade Dubai, let's have your contribution.
Okay. What is good for the kids is good for Ganda.
Sauce for the goose, sauce for Ganda.
Moshood is not sincere. It's not sincere with utmost humility.
I'm sorry, Comrade Destiny and Abelele. There are certain comments you don't need to respond to. This is one of such comments. Just let it stay. People understand what the truth of the matter is.
Thank you very much.
Now, the point is that all of us as Nigerians, we hold Nigeria, our nation, that duty to forbid evil. When you see something, you say something. Either it is a OPC in Southwest, either is a IPOB in the Southeast, either is banditry in the Northeast, either is terrorism, Boko Haram, bandits in the Northwest and Boko Haram in the Northeast. All of us, we must expose the criminals among us.
All right.
Take for example, many times we don't have the boldness to call out the bandits that we have in the Plateau and Benue. We all have, we have been living on the guise that it is all the banditry in the Middle Belt are carried out by the Fulani S-men. Are we aware that there are bandits, there are criminals among the thieves, there are bandits among the lanterns, among Ibirums, there are bandits among them? So are we interested in the sentiment of the security, or we're actually interested in solving the problem that is comforting us?
Well, Nigerians are talking about solving the problem. Nigerians are talking about solving the problem of insecurity. You're the one who is mentioning the different tribes involved in this. Because the conversation that Nigerians have been having.
Because each of these tribes, actually have bandits among them.
Dr. Moshood, a lot of Nigerians have been saying, let's deal with insecurity. And even though largely fingers have been pointed at the headers, the gun-wielding people. But you are the one who's mentioning other tribes in Nigeria.
My concern is that we should be focused on the solution. If we are focused on the solution, you must be
we're looking for a solution. That's exactly why we're having this conversation.
Is biased.
Analyze
your problem.
Okay.
With utmost humility. It's just bias.
That's his own opinion, Comrade Destiny. And
that is your own opinion.
He has a right to his opinion.
But I'm saying that our solution.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give others an opportunity to respond.
Analyzing
Dr. Moshood.
what our problems.
Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
I believe what Dr. Moshood has just said and exhibited. He got because my reaction was what created his reaction.
Okay.
Now, what I said was this, and I reiterate, that Gumi has been negotiating, and he said he is the spokesperson for the groups, bandits, etc. as the case. But we have seen it on visual. We've seen that happen. Now, juxtaposing your argument with that of IPOB, etc., IPOB, as you rightly know, they have not extended from the southern part of Nigeria to any other part, as opposed to the terrorists who are leaving Sokoto, leaving Borno, coming to Kwara, and even going as far as Port Harcourt, Rivers State. So the question we are asking is this: what exactly is their own motive? That of the IPOB, etc., as the case may be, we know they say secessionists. What exactly is the motive of this particular ISWAP, Boko Haram, and the rest of them? That is the question we are asking. Now, if you talk about P2B, say P2B never, supported IPOB. He has never come out to say, no, I've gone to discuss with, the ESN or IPOB people inside the forest like Sheikh Gumi did. So this is the difference, in my own opinion. So categorizing, P2B and lumping him alongside Sheikh Gumi, for me, is uncharitable. That is my own opinion. It's uncharitable. And I don't think that we need to go that low for us to now begin to put two of them on the same platter. For me, they are not on the same ground. I've listened to P2B, spoke on the issue concerning Nnamdi Kanu. He has been very objective about it. He has been very objective. He has never supported the killings, etc., that were perpetrated in the Southeast. And there's a mission. But the other one, I don't know exactly what they are doing. So I believe what should be done is let us be very objective in our analysis of what this is.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Barrister Adams. I would like to weigh in on the issue in the discussion, and it's about the insecurity in Nigeria. And I would like to talk about the U.S. I would like to talk about the committee, that has been set up to interface with the United States of America. We are a committee setting up nation. We are always setting up committees. I recall that when the water killings happened, the president managed to, after much pressure from the Nigerian people, managed to go to Plateau State, Benue or Plateau. I think it's Benue State. And
during the water crisis.
He went to Benue. He went to Benue, but he was unable to get to Yelwata. So when he was leaving, he now set up a committee to be headed by former governor of Benue State, who is the current secretary to the government of the Federation, George Akume. And up until now, we have not heard anything from that committee. We are a nation that is, we're always setting up committees. Don't be surprised at the Akume committee, after like 6 months, we set up another committee to review the work of that committee. Now, we have set up a body to interface with the United States of America. I align my thoughts with that of Barrister Adams until the underlying issues, until the fundamental issues are dealt with. America coming here might even, if they come with footprints, it might be a problem, because if you go back, you recall what happened in Afghanistan, what happened in Iraq and all of that, because the terrorists are also going to work against them. And let us also not lose sight of the fact that in all of this, there are foreigners, there are countries that are interested in establishing these terrorist footprints here in Nigeria. So they are going to keep sponsoring them. Don't lose sight of the fact that what is going on in Yemen, might also happen here. I'm telling you that there are foreign powers that are interested in destabilizing Nigeria. So in all of this, the government needs to be proactive. If we want to solve this problem, what it takes is political will. And I've been asking, how much is political will? Where do we buy this? From which market can we buy political will? Because it always comes in our discussions, political will, political will. Political will means doing what is right, not caring whose ox is God. When the president says, look, I have changed service chiefs, what mandate is he giving or does he give to the service chiefs? To go and rout out these people. And we hear that when the Nigerian army is overpowering these terrorists, we hear somebody give them order to pull back. Why? That is the lack of political will. Ceasefire. So if the president wants to demonstrate political will, he should get to the root of the matter. Nigerians want to know. Adams Oshomole was on the floor of the Senate. He said, Nigerians want to know who gave that order of pullback. That is what is called political will. And if we continue to pepper over all of this, my brother, we go nowhere. We can't make progress. We know everybody understands what is going on in Nigeria. So, until we start speaking truth to power, that is one time that we can solve this problem. We have the power, we have the resources. Pulling out 11,000 policemen from VIPs is not going to solve the problem. Are you going to deploy them to the forest or across the country? They are not even enough to go through the forest in the country. We have the military that is strong enough to rout out these terrorists. And until we have that political will to say, look, let us do what is right, we'll just be running a circle show.
All right, then. Thank you very much, Chukwuma Okoro, for your contribution there. Comrade Odubai, are you still with us? Okay, I think we should just, dive into another conversation now. We do hope the issue of insecurity will be dealt with in the coming days, and so we'll stop talking about it because we've spoken so much about the issue of insecurity in Nigeria. Let's see. Now, some of the headlines. Headline here. Reps votes on Constitution review on December 10. Let's check out the riders to that one. Probes $460 million worth Abuja CCTV. Okay, yes. So Reps votes on Constitution review December 10. Probes $460 million worth Abuja CCTV project. Now, to go a little deeper into this, I'd like the constitutional lawyer in our midst to react to this one. But let's go a little deeper into the story. Now, the House of Representatives may cast its votes on the ongoing review of the 1999 Constitution on December 10. That is 12 days away, about 12 days away. Now, the Deputy Speaker and Chairman of the House Committee on Constitution Review, Benjamin Kalu, made this announcement yesterday. Meanwhile, the ad hoc committee of the House has begun an investigation into the non-functionality of the $460 million worth closed-circuit television CCTV project intended to monitor activities in the Federal Capital Territory. And speaking during plenary, Kalu said the chamber was likely to dedicate 3 consecutive legislative days to conclude debate on the proposed amendment before taking a final position the following week. Barrister Asim Adams, Constitution review. What are the things you expect? Basically, what are your thoughts on this one? It's likely going to be December 10. So
that's what they said, and
some have said the Constitution is not a problem; it's the implementation of the laws in there.
That is what I believe. Making enactments without observance, makes no sense at all. When you have a constitution that people do not observe, even the executive arm of government, legislative arm of government, judicature, none of them observe, the tenets of the Constitution. Then what is the essence of making the law? Now, in my own opinion, what I feel is that for the review they want to do, it's not every minute of the day you come out and just want to go and review, Constitution. The last amendment that was done in the Constitution, what effect did it bring to good governance in Nigeria? I scarcely could find any reason why it was amended. Now, we look at some cardinal points that we needed, that one, which we have echoed. Number one is this, Section 2 sub 1, that talks about Nigeria not being indissoluble and indissolvable. Why can't we amend that particular section to say that we can have a referendum for us to sit down and talk again? Since the generality of Nigerians, or even 80 to 90% of Nigerians, have been talking about Nigeria being one indivisible entity? Is it possible? Is there any way we can renegotiate our coming together? That is a particular pivotal section I believe that they would have looked at. Number 2 is the issue of Section 10 of the 1999 Constitution. It talks about secularity of Nigeria. How can you say that Nigeria is a secular state, that no particular state can foist a religion on the other, but you now empower some to do what they call Sharia courts and the rest of them? Section 277, etc. Why should that be? Is that not in conflict, with that Section 10 as the case may be? Then we have looked at this cardinal point of Section 14 sub 2b that talks about security and welfare. But you look at that Section 14 sub 2b of the 1999 Constitution, it's not justiciable. We cannot even go to court and challenge. For instance, my own little state, Edo State, the governor is not doing well. I challenge the governor. Even through impeachment, yes, we can remove him. Why can't they amend it that if I go to court and I challenge the governor for non-performance, and the court now give a decision that, yes, truly, my governor is not performing, he has to exit the seat. Why can't I have such right to do? That is what we're saying. That is that chapter 2. You know what chapter 2 is what governance is all about. Chapter 2 of the 1999 Constitution is what governance is all about. Local government, state, federal. That chapter 2 is key, is pivotal to anybody that is taking over power to rule Nigeria as case may be. That is Section 14 sub 2, security and welfare. So if my governor or my president is not, giving me security, and majority of us now go to court and say, look, we are tired of what is happening here. The president will have to resign. Or we call the National Assembly to make sure that the president or the governor resign for his inability to secure us and provide for us welfare, as case may be. So we are saying that that particular chapter should be taken to chapter 4 of the 1999 Constitution so that it can be justiciable, as case may be. Then we now go to this revenue sharing formula 162 that has become debate. Why should the federal government, for this time, be possessing 55% of the common till, whatever comes in as the case may be, including VAT as the rest of all these things? Now making states beggars to now go to Abuja. For instance, Rivers State, Bayelsa, a Delta that produce or gives or supply about 86% resources to the federal ports. We still go to Abuja to begin to go and beg for money to develop their state. Whereas there's resources in their state that they can exploit, explore, and now maybe pay tax to the federal government as the case may be. Those areas should be looked at. We are looking at so many other things. Number 4 on my list is that Section 285, which is the 1999 Constitution, that talks about tribunal. That is election tribunal, a presidential election tribunal. Why is it that they cannot tinker with it and say for any election that has taken place in Nigeria, before any president should be sworn in, the president or the governor must have concluded all the cases going to the tribunal, and the Supreme Court, any other court, has taken final decision before anybody can be sworn in. It can be tinkered with. That can be done. Then we look at other areas. There are so many, but I found none of them in that particular thing. The other one I have, why is it that I gave birth to my kids in Lagos here? But when they say local government of origin, they go to Edo State, thousands of kilometers to go and get a letter of their local government of origin because that is where their father is from. Why is this so? Why is it that I cannot even contest election in Lagos if I'm popular? Why can't I contest election in Enugu State or Enugu if I'm popular? Why should it be that a child who was born and is 50 years old today and is a grown-up man, they say local government of origin, he has to go back to Edo. He has never been to Edo, but he was born in Shomolu local government area in Lagos here. So why should that be? These are questions should be asking. The other one we are talking about is the judicature, the judiciary. Why is it that, why can't they tinker with a situation where the Chief Justice of Nigeria, the appointment will be by the NJC, without input from the president and the legislature? If the president can be elected independently, the legislature can appoint their own speaker and senate president without input from the judicature. Why can't the judiciary appoint who is going to lead the judiciary? These are things to be looking at. The other one we're talking about is this about the marginalization? Why can't regionalism be reintroduced so that a region like Southeast, South can come together? Whatever they bring in there, they develop it for their own benefit or whatever, then send the other one to the center, so that the presidency will not be too powerful that will ride roughshod over us. The other last one, in my opinion, there are many. Section 306 will be amended.
I thought you said 4.
Yes, this
I didn't even know you had
the ninth one.
Section 306 will be amended. Not a president sitting in Abuja and suspend a governor in Rivers State or suspend a governor in a whatever because of a state of emergency. But it cannot declare state of emergency in Nigeria or northern Nigeria, where terrorists and bandits have ravaged or half of Nigeria, heading this way at their roughshod. Why should it be? So that is the area the NAS should look at. That the president, yes, you can declare state of emergency, but you cannot collapse an institution like the governorship position and the House of Assembly, because you were both elected. So these are things we have to look at. But I'm not sure they are in that particular list, as the case may be. So what is the Fakar bullet amendment they are doing on a daily basis? Is it a jamboree? Is it for you to begin to go there and begin to cocoon yourself while you are pepper souping and jollophing? Then you now tell us that next year again you want to amend the election. I don't understand. The Constitution. You want to amend Constitution again. So the three amendments we have done, what has it enhanced the governance, as case may be? I will rest my case here because I have so many of them. And there's so many, but I don't want to go. Let me give other people time to talk.
Time to talk? We don't have time anymore. The time is up.
I'm so sorry. I say it's an area that
yes, of course.
Obviously, I'm written on this, and they want. Anyway,
I didn't even know you had a list. I just thought you would just react to the question, but the list came out of almost nowhere. Well, this is where we have to drop.
Before you hang on,
I'm so sorry, please.
Barrister,
no, that's
the
okay.
peppering and jollophing.
Can
I add it to my lexicon?
I like it to your place.
Well, this is where we have to draw the curtain. We must appreciate everyone joined virtually. Comrade Dubai, Comrade Denabulele, Dr. Moshood Abiola, thank you very much, gentlemen. Daily Fanimo, thank you very much for your contribution here.
I'm also a comrade.
No, you're not a comrade. You're not a comrade. Barrister Asim Adams, thank you very much for your contribution. Chukuma Okoro, thank you as well for your contribution. And he makes a comeback later tonight at 6 p.m. on Political Lens.
Yes, and I'll be joined by Dr. Peter Anosike. We'll travel around Nigeria to bring you interesting stories. Join me then, it promises to be quite interesting.
All right, there you have it. And that's it on Newspaper Review. I am Moses Humphrey, wishing you a beautiful Friday. Bye for now.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
The way directors they queue us up, the way directors say they for behind scene, they tell us more stand by. If we stand up now, they will get knock us noted. I don't tell y'all. The kind of money I define, I'm not sure the federal government go fee give me. You see, I don't know the talk am. I define money maybe so I bless everybody, bless my mama, spoil my mama like soup when she can put. Now they try to do. But at the same time, I mean I try to check up on herself. I mean I do tests because not be every fever they come with malaria. People don't know. Imagine person never make a talk say. I don't take all calls. Why I go save your number? I don't know you. Me not live on. And see, maybe I want to thing now. Many Christians they want revival, but they don't want to pay the price. And that's it. Because now desperate prayer now God the year. 23 days to AFCON. When you do your maths, when you share count and you count and they go 1, 2, 3, 4. Nigeria and already Zambia they inside there. Many countries just sit inside for the AFCON team, but we don't know whether Nigeria will feel win this one. I say my greeting, I say Friday don't reach you. Good morning. And when they watch me, so the time don't reach for that Sports Republic show. And what would they do? Because as it be so, at the talk and say, see, Nigeria, I tell you, observe this country now. I'm not sure say the players aren't ready for that thing. Every year you need to try to put things right. Because before, I just say, before you make her, you try to put your hand for bad things. But now so the system you have to be. So we not support all those ones. But the Nations Cup where they come now, 23 days, now you remain so. Tomorrow now go be 22 days. Me now they do countdown for studio. Now all of all they countdown, they check out, they arrange our clothes. They ready say we want to know whether the Super Eagles go feel win this one. And now for Morocco. But now don't forget, say the last time we win AFCON now 2013, and some say now Nigeria be African champion. Me now they call it champion. Now if they call it champion, Nigeria not be champion for my side because now 3 times they don't win now. If Nigeria is champion, what you call all the Cameroon, all the Ghana people, all the Egypt. You know, they make sense like that. But my just shock one button and one thing. Again, one news what we see from Meteor's Day. You know, if you don't like this one, but more check on. We see AFCON officials, what they call referees. Now, me check on. What kind of coming and say this country? I don't tell you, we don't know where they go again. See, which way Nigeria now with the matter now? Super Eagles, they one side. But waiting, they use $200,000 to do. NFL president need to come in for me, explain to me. The meal can explain to everybody. Since it's not explain to everybody. Now, as I tell you now, official lists don't come out. AFCON referees, no Nigeria person inside. I they check whether I go see anything like other Yusuf, whether I go see Fanyi, whether I go see Ekweme, whether I go see other Manfred, I will see David, I not see any name, Hafiz, I not see. Ike Chukwu, I not see. Paul, I not see. Nigerian names not there. Ben Asian. David did for back, I not see him. Referee they do work for 44 years, no there. Now I'm going to call him. When I see them, see names that I get for this. Like see, if you are here in Nigeria, they make a bend like W. See their name and they make me they laugh. Guba Mustafa Algeria, Kamo Yusel Algeria. Okay, more value their name because their name be like say they fight for back. See this one, Ndawi Palike, Abdul Abdulu. See Algeria, Benin, Burundi, Cameroon, Chad, Congo, Cote d'Ivoire, Congo, Egypt, Nigeria not there. Now I come back say never finish for there. Now they go check enter assistant referee so. I can't find Nigeria and not see. What did the best people out and the South Tome and Principe there for there? I can't even see Chad. None of see. See. Even video match officials, Nigeria not there. Tomorrow now you're looking for faith. Tell me say Kizike Nigeria the giant of Africa for where for quarter for Mato. Nigeria, see. But can I confess more talking? The money when they give them, see, me not okay. NFF transparency in not there, accountability not there, trustworthy. I not they see anybody. I don't know if you trust anybody. I not see NFF people. Where did they use the money to do? If I give them, they say every day they see license. They go snap picture. They go say license this one, referee this. You get this one. You get wait then day. How they go take name? That's 19 years ago. Be the last time we see Nigeria person for inside AFCON team. Total Energies African Cup of Nations. CAF don't go on list now. Don't go bring list. Come on, Nigeria not there. Tomorrow now they say Nigeria. See, this country, the thing they do our football, it don't bear one side. I'm not just say our sports. I don't even know what will be the hope for tomorrow. Because they say they talk and say the children are the leaders of tomorrow. If they want lead, they go knock them and they go down. Children are the leaders of tomorrow. Not before here again. No. Because if the feel come out with lists, that means a CAF no respect Nigeria. Now, more live to respect. It means that Nigeria not get what it take to do there. Our facility no even sir. And almost they pay me. If I see names like Hafiz Paul, it go make sense. Hafiz Paul. Hafiz see something like Ikechukwu David. All this combination, Manfred and Backway. This name for makes I not see any Nigerian name. Even Nigeria female or the Fina in all day. This thing not clear. It not make sense. But more leave that one. African football, they good. Nigeria football, they bad for inside. We not they try. If you get chance, more you also try to do everything. Because me now, if you not give me chance, me will write letter again NFF, say I beg, waiting at the union money till they do. Waiting until the money they do. CAF award. Before go reach the first struggle. Now you don't go reach now, referee now, see names. Me not cannot come again. If you see one Nigeria there, me not know tell you true. One Nigeria person not there. Even one, CAF never say me the pity for see names. Babu, Abdelaziz, Dahedi Bede, Jayo, Kencha Mustafa, Ukundu Samuel, Issa Isi. See names and not see. Even if now one we don't manage, just put one small name, we not see. Even Benin Republic, they call Benin Republic, they did there. The one we call the surprise me, they bust my shack when they 2 seconds they reach again. I got surprised that they see Chad. CHAD, Chad, country, Chad, they for there. So it means that Chad don't get officiated. South Tome and Principe will get 10-0, they inside. I don't tire for Nigeria matter. Tomorrow now you open man. I tell you, I say this country, see, the way they go, I tell you, I say me, it go hard for me to see Nigerian politician or NFF person will be my role model. They're not there. Self-interest. What did they use money they do? Waiting. Okay, now we're not going to walk up now. Whenever you say they don't sack anybody, they never ban anybody. You see they inside. They will the rise. More the way one big clothes come out, NFF they respect you now. Then don't reach only so they talk on because you're not clear. You're not clear. If you clear, for tell you say clear. They say they try. See, if they do well, we'll talk say they don't do well. Because this kind of show now, you can't. This kind of show now, you don't finish your carry now. Just carry like this, go throw on for radio. Make them play. Make you go because this kind of they call evergreen talk. NFF, they're not they try. They're not they try. Because see, be it as it may, if now you go talk that one, you not get as you want to blame anybody if not be NFF. Tomorrow they say they are spending money on which referee be that one? Which one? You know, okay, you know, Sabi do 1 or 2 press, Sabi. You know, Sabi do is my slot. Why not your pick? Do is my slot. Call Patrice Musepe, make a runner for us. More you put some referee side, we not see. Assistant referee not reach us. Video, VAR self will not do. Tomorrow I'm a Nigerian. I pledge in Nigeria, my country, to be faithful, loyal, and honest. How you talk? See, these people not the lawyer. And they tell you, this is NFF. I never see any country that say their federation people get mind. I talked before now. Say, if you won't go watch all this, or you go see, they talk. Say, they will just call, say, yes, without due respect and integrity and diligence, I resign. You go sweet. The news go sell. It go make sense. You not do well, you resign. You not direct something where Manfred has to direct, Manfred do this, do Manfred press, not be direct and where. You go say, I will resign. You go say, I go resign. They did read African news, you blast and all that. You know, you resign. This is integrity. You say? Math not good. The Friday should not be here because you're going to talk as you come for your mind. Now, I know they're safe to go out. To go outside a problem. If not very if I don't laugh like this. Because if they pay me, your security not they safe. Me now, not be saying I won't go Meduguri. Wiki tourists won't sign me, I don't go. And I'll be there for TV, they talk. Now, make Saudi Arabia people now say, we want you to come and do this job in Saudi Arabia. If I not even come out, management go vex for me. They go notice for me. Bro, see, Nigeria not dey one side. Because I don't be Chukuma Okoro. I don't be Mr. Moses. Now big name, Mr. Moses, Fanny more. No. All I want to see, I not see me in Akiziki. They tell you, as it be, I know they talk politics. If I talk politics, every Tuesday they will carry me to go Abuja because my mouth not good. Say everywhere just stay bend. If you talk now, they say you too talk. You talk now, say, see what TNF they do us. Men are pity for us. Pity. I beg, not do my share story, I beg. And more wrong, come up for that one. More Gina, so kind for me. You say, come now. Mikel Obi don't come and say, yes. Me, I be Mikel. I win AFCON 2013. I won't get interest for Nigeria job. I don't know I will take play. We don't to see Mikel they talk for media. Mikel just get Obi one podcast. And Mikel don't talk, let it say, yes, me will be Mikel Obi. I'm not sure, say, I like as they do. May they give chance to people who say they know the job. May they come up for the job. May they give us chance. May they say, we went one. And that's why if you did they just say like this, the person. Not be say they'll give me the work now, go to carry my friends, they come. Because they don't know. Now my friends don't know the work now, carry come. Now so it's supposed to be backroom staff. Now we not get choice. If you ask me now, say may they give me care, I support them. Not be saying me care good though for that because we never see administrative matter. Because not be everybody play ball, nice I be do administrative job. When I go look at your coach do us for data. JJ Okocha, he too good. They know JJ Okocha. That time I go check on. You know if you carry on. Not be everybody there. Understand? Not say you play ball. Don't be say you. Understand? But you need to try. All the men now, all those men, all them love in Ghana. Now they look. Go Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia sporting director. Now Nigerian. Emmanuel be name. Go check on. Chelsea for my this thing. We go Monaco. Come back to Chelsea. Now Pekin along get here. They play ball. Nigerian. Walk up. Yes, 94. He did there. Not be starter. He did there. Shego Digbami is doing well. The rest of them. See, I don't want to talk. Wait, be careful. Wait. These are our referee people self. Me not even try the helping us. I'm not sure saying I even the helping myself. If they want help, say, I talk on. Not every fever they come with malaria. So what you do me? Sometimes the work of the devil. Sometimes you do yourself. Okay, now how did they know they enhance themselves? I don't want to say good. I want to be better tomorrow. They know they try me. They help themselves. They don't name like they don't name with the talk and I black the sweet. They don't name this one. But we just did the job. I would say they try to help ourselves. I mean, all that gets a kind of degree now. If the NFL not give us a kind of ticket, they not. I mean, then shift. I want to tell you this one. This Mikel story. If you not support Mikel, if you not seen it and say, how did they talk am? Who waited for back? I say those in the 17. Hi to the politics, black politics. You not follow the this thing. You. But going home, are you safe? I beg, I want to talk like this one and say, walk up on that 17. Portugal now win am. Not Dragon. Future Ronaldo is coming from Portugal. Who knows tomorrow? Nobody knows tomorrow. Not me saying, no, say tomorrow na Saturday. Oh. This show now for Friday with the do one. When we plan for TV, not go surprise radio, not surprise. Oh. That time will come be Saturday, but now that's what it be. World Cup champion now, Portugal. Me not carry for minutes. I'm going to celebrate them. I beg. Just me and come for me to celebrate them. Don't make for me to celebrate. We need to celebrate them. Celebrate Portugal because they don't win under 17 World Cup, and it makes sense because they beat Austria for final. You see, for every time any success that Portugal get, one black man go inside. I'm not be racist too. Me not ever use that word black because we know they are legend. They Eusebio. So we not seeing a full time. Who knows tomorrow? Sit down number 7 now. Who knows? He might be the future Ronaldo tomorrow. But they see all these boys, I go the best for this country. Thank God I'm not coming from Nigeria because I be Congo. Understand? See them. On 17, see boys. See them. They score, they celebrate. Nigeria on 17, how it be? My man no say, thank God for meeting the Congo man. Kizikembuku. Not my fault. Kizikembuku. Understand? Not call me Kizikembuku. I'm a Congolese. DR Congo. I'm proud of my country. Democratic Republic of Congo. I also Nigeria will come do so that tomorrow if you watch this video, come say I understand. Because everything not clear. Under 17, say it be. They don't win World Cup. Nigeria they done themselves. We don't know where we don't fair win, but you know they be like everything don't change. That's what they vex me. More just telling you one thing about your 6 days side. We see 17. Since when they watch ball, you don't see 17 red cards for one game before. We see it for Bolivia and for Chile. So for Bolivia, South American countryside, they play match, they fight, they play 2-2, they give 17 red cards. Not be done for Argentina and Netherlands for World Cup. Not be that one. No. 17 red cards. They don't go break record. Me now they wait. I want to know if you see punch. If you see punch, NFF, all these NPFL, they don't sabi fight now. If you see punch, first they come, even referee they give us for face. Footballer will not get strong, we'll go to fight last one punch and punch. See, coach, everybody fight. I said 17 red card in one match. Now bad record with that one. Where for the Chile and for Bolivia, and that thing now bad news. We now don't they wait now. More know I want to be whether they go do they'll give them banning and they'll find them. You can't check and never know. But Bolivia. Now, country, we be say we know say they like football. Violence in football. 17 red cards in one game for Bolivia. I see how many days for that side? All the barristers don't come out and see red card. Wait first. Wait first. You say red card 2-2. Wait oh. Even me when we present and now they see this 90 plus. Now 90 plus 11. This thing now they call Did You Know? Rio and Neuro. And they call with Santa Cruz. Now they play this one. Copa Pacena. Now in the corner. Come and collect your punch. 90 plus. They see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 17 red card. This referee go sell market to 17 red card for one match. How they take one? Wait, this ref said no, was getting award because if you give best red card 2 times, you're not gonna know. Thank God, say no for China, this thing happen. Because you give one person 4 times, this is a red card. They count as 17 red card. If you give team, okay, wait. For one team, wait. Decide where they wait, when I count and wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hopes I get 7 red cards. They don't collect 10. That be 17. Now, you blast in our foot in the give wait oh email wait oh all of the team will not get second 11 now if you play this match. Team any team will not get second team they not if you play this kind of match. Me no one call their name because the name where they give them supposed to collect red card. It should be Menacho, Suarez, Melga. The name be like fight. Now the news ready for Bolivia, so it's not good to talk. But when we show you now Europa match day 5 and Conference League match day 4 results. Results for Europe, match they play yesterday, go enter the Champions League match. More giving us some information where you see the information go make it. I don't know say yes, every lecture. You know, see for match day 5. When we start for Europa, more show you a table. Not be table, say we just see score. If you know say you miss those match yesterday, may you see result now. Now this. Take your time when you look on. If you don't look and finish, you tell me. You see, now the result be that. Understand? So now this one will be the result. Now the original result now be this one. Not be say photocopy you. Or you change and more give them conference. We do for conference. You want to see conference? See, this is a feast to sabi work. It will work. Oh. They don't. Who there? Who there? Now back with Alex. People they press something. See officiating once. When I see result everywhere green. David, give me signal. Who there? Signal me. Who there? David, your name. Who there? Because this thing, how they tell you, Conference League results. I'm more live. I'm more go loyalty. More go one man. They call him Nico Williams. I did verse for Nico. Me, I don't like that boy again. He's a big play ball. He carry here confront. He get star. He get future. He get talent. He's not a good player. But waiting make Nico Williams no one come on for Athletic Bilbao. Why? You dey play for club, maybe not small like that, but you say it's small. But I don't enter big battle, I don't know how it be. But you dey get big offer from football club Barcelona, you dey form them, get posed. Now you better for you sing that song for. You dey buga, you know kids down there before. Club they call you now, say come and take it like miracle service. You dey do yourself. You cannot distract me. Come and take it like miracle. You say no, you cannot distract me. Come and take it, you cannot distract me. Now look at Nico Williams. If cannot take that ball, will not day for Athletic Bilbao all in life. Opportunity say they come but once, not be all the time. Oh. See offer they come now, they do I'm loyal. I mean, more even look, more read what you talk first. See what the person they talk. See what they talk. He say on the decision, I say they talk. He say here I've grown. You grow, what could happen? Here I've grown as a person, as a player. He say representing this club and this city has made me understand the value of work. You mean, see, if not be seen on TV with the I'll tell you, then I will content, I'll for one cost you. They do family, humility. Go, yeah, your brother go there, then I go knock in yourself. Inaki Williams, Nico Williams. But now they call you, now run, carry your back, come out. If you nick at the phone, maybe hold on the run, they pursue, they go club, maybe they go help you. If you take win Ballon d'Or, I be one day with Elise Baba, they're not going to give you what you define. I see them for national team. See teammate, best friend that I see them. Lamine Yamal. I know they see Lamine now. Lamine is heading for the future. But you need to be careful. Make Esteban not go put some for a market. Understand? I joke at you, no compare them. But more your sharply reason now. Nico Williams is a good player. He get talent, he get footwork, he get pace, he get sense. He's a bit tight corner. He the bend boy enter one side. He play up on rooftop. Not the way they mad do. He they do things. He get magical moments. Go YouTube, type on Nico Williams, you go see movements. Not everybody get that kind of movement. Even children educate, they learn. I lie you, I joke. But truth of the matter, Nico Williams time don't reach. Where you your verse come off for Bilbao. Run go Barcelona, make you feel help yourself to achieve many things. When we can't talk about one man, maybe say they're on fire. Nothing they see player, I say you play match, carry ball, go as. Player the dodge, not before hat-trick ball. If you win ball, they don't have to create score goal. They don't give that ball out. They'll go sign a keeper for their ass. When they're old, they will see keeper. Now they call Kylian Mbappe on fire. More showing a team of the week for Champions League first. When I first see him. Then Mbappe, I don't know. My mind they tell me say, I don't know the sleep again. My mind tell me say Mbappe film Ballon d'Or. Vitinha they pursue him. But goals. The goal Mbappe is coming as the team of the week. Like I just see there. On the Kelele, on the Jimenez, on the Shoten, on the Kukureya. This one we say if you dribble, I will come back again. This Kukureya not the year word. Some say it be Jesus Christ. I say you don't see Jesus before. I beg, talk with you now. Understand? Then the Catalan come for one side. The one where Vitinha, because he get Declan Rice from midfield, one and they pay. Then Robert just do one side. This one they call line up. If you can't see Aubameyang na world-class striker. I don't talk him before. We don't celebrate 400 goals. Don't go like 403 goals now. Now you don't score. Then Mbappe, team of the week. If you think say your team, or if you say you know and pass, say who not supposed to do, maybe you let us know. Because all this one they call quality. If I don't try. As I see Vitinha, I say yes. Declan Rice, remember they don't make Declan Rice become perfect player. If they run ball, they move, they make move. If I check this team now, if I check her, I say yes. Leverkusen, not be clear they take beat Man City. Fleck and they show himself. Aubameyang don't old. That's just see make the lineup. Vitinha also see Vitinha they score, they come on headband, they roll and they go up like Cynthia. My younger sister already did BJ that time. I see her. Then Schrotten. I beg, you don't do. You don't do. More talk of them very bad. And it's slot. What's in the happen? The worst run since 71, I've been 73 years, 72. Liverpool. The worst run. You know, when saying that they do paper thing and they play game. So saying I win or draw. Over 2. Help me more, help me. With experience, tell me more of those things. You hear? Over 2 points. Win or draw. You say? Go. You play. I which one again? Over 2. We both have. Wait to over 9.5 corner. Now this is the way they talk this thing. I know how they do them. This one where they tell me for back. Not me. Go. You know, don't be sweet. Go. That both need to score. I tell you because if they play this things, how they tell us say PSV Eindhoven, where go away, go Anfield, go win match. But that one say go enter B, he play 2.5, he play 1.5, he play. But now worst results where and slot they get. Now children now they cry for Liverpool. They say he needs to go. One say, I want your club back. And the slot need to think twice. But that they talk now, Cotijo they talk now, Salah, all they talk, say we need to take responsibility. But coach just say yes. Say me will be coach, I don't take responsibility. And the responsibility will not take now, they talk say, you don't want anybody blame anybody. Say me not blame Liverpool, but I dey look that team. If you now ask me, now this thing I face for football, but they need to pick up. The time is now, not before 1 minute for Crusade, banner. See what Carragher they tell her now, he don't give a warning. He said it's hard to believe that sentence is being written. But Liverpool next 3 games are against West Ham, Sunderland, and Leeds. Anything fewer than 7 points will make an already unacceptable situation untenable. You understand? Now Jamie Carragher they talk so, and it's lots now. You need to find a way around these matches. Because on a very good day, I see what's strong now. 71 years, lose, win. You come back, they don't come back. Can't go lose, continue, lose again, win. Can't get 3 lose. And that 3 loss, when they lose like this, with a year 3-0, Nottingham Forest can't beat you now. How? When I see 3-0, 4-1. Now they call back and front. They don't get respect for Anfield again. Anfield don't go cast. So not even say Anfield is good though. Anfield is this one though. Anfield, CIB. Man City, if I give them 3-0, okay, we say yes. They will come back. They are all big teams. It's sweet. We dey celebrate them. That one come pass. Now Liverpool can go play for home. Just last week for years. So last 2 weeks. Now Nottingham Forest give them results. Now it never can finish for deal. Now they can go play for Champions League. Now they give them results, we say they don't believe. If you look the results, you're going to say it don't make sense, not they friendly. And it's bad like that. PSV Eindhoven, don't give them. Now, what you call the first one, it doesn't matter. Liverpool now don't concede 3 goals or more for last 3 games. I tell you now, who go good, go good. Who don't fine. Who don't make up now advert. We talk them every time. But more live and slot news, what you feel they do. As they give them advice, may you also try. Because if you ask me now, those players need to come alive. Players are there for that team, world-class players, they feel call like 4 at least. World-class players, if yes, if you pick them. If you pick Salah, if you pick Van Dijk, world-class. It's almost like world-class. I like them. It makes sense. Alisson Becker, world-class. That team. They don't say, I know Robertson, and the Robertson, world-class. They get world-class players for their team. I mean, McAllister. Why don't we work up? But Liverpool need to fine-tune this thing. They need to find a way around them. Maybe they find a way. Maybe they get a result now. Sunderland, now go fight. I don't know how they will get them. They go play Leeds United. They go still struggle. Me no, I just they observe. I just they observe. I just they watch. Maybe they look whether Liverpool go fit try. Maybe they make everything for make sense. Now only time you go take Stamara go call Papa name. But from that news to another one, I don't know what team. See. If you lose match, you don't lose. Now they show yourself. Which have we say Bayern Munich, what do you call that? Their coach, they say come and they tell us say, I talk and I say, we don't want to be best team for November. They cash you for Emirates, they bend you one side. But Joshua Kimmich, don't they talk many things now? Don't they explain the difference between Arsenal and PSG? Maybe they don't win them, but that statement, if you now read that. I'm not sure say today. So I'm going to read the statement. More read down. He say, I think PSG was the toughest. See, me not deal with me. What do you mean? Me they analyze them one by one. He say, I think this is the thing. You're the week. He say, he thinks that PSG now the toughest game they don't play, especially the way when they play. That's Luis Enrique. Me don't know what they talk for this one. Now, you're going to talk, Arsenal is completely different. I think about that you want to talk. Now, I say they rely on set pieces. It concerns you're not going to find your own style. They're going to say again, say they love to play the long balls. They love to fight for the second balls, advantage. You're going to say it was a completely different game. I'm not going to be different. Vitinha be like Declan Rice. This will be like confession. Now, you're going to say against PSG, it was more of a football game. This statement, Kimmich, they talk, I don't like him. I don't like him, I swear. I don't like him. Because you know if you don't put your mind to talk this kind of thing. No, it don't make sense. He said against PSG, it was more of a football. Say Arsenal come be set piece. He gonna say it was not so much about football. It's about the game management. Now coach style. See, wetin be game management. Coach wey pass coach. He press one or two things, he get results. You not fit clap for him. Because talk say it was more about the duels. Arsenal, we can use physicality. Bayern Munich now, they check Kimmich, and all the Goretzka, all the Pavlovich, all those boys, they say they know the year word. But to be Mendy, Eze, Declan Rice, all the guys never they fit, just to enter like 10 minutes to go. So I'm not sure say this thing where Joshua Kimmich the talk. For me, I don't know for you, I'm not sure say it makes sense. Because waiting make you don't lose match, say don't lose match. You need to go back now, go try. Find way we say I'll take get result. Not be say you they castigate, say not be PSG playing a ball. This PSG when they talk, so just not be there. So when I don't leave out the football they change. Madeke still show, Declan Rice still show. They playing and I say they not when I don't leave him, I beg. Just leave him. That small boy they call Carl, score goal. It isn't at the end of the world. I like him. Harry Kane play, no shots. 0 shot on target, 0 shot, he not score. See, Harry Kane get a record for Arsenal. For the INEC, he get a record. That's a 21 match. We don't score like 15 goals. Now, but that day, he not see shot on target, he not see shot play. The lock him. Who start match? Union Timber play for 2. When they call right side. For center, Saliba and Mascara. I think I heard the boss our Shakman in 2 seconds. We're not going to see in Capi for that one. In Capi, I play not that be the slim match. You can't play Maskelly for left back. Men are the yellow. Now, for that left back, Maskelly can't do there. Then midfield can be on the Declan Rice, Mendy and Eze. Saka for right. Just like where you come out from the other side. Up front, they not play Jokeres, but not they. They play Mikel Merino, where they be depth for front and for back. But if they look Bayern team, all them Upamecano, I see them. I see the parent. I say maybe they fit try. Jonathan Tan, new signing. Lay him at for 3 days also. I see them midfield. Kimi just see the throw pass. They play well. They're good. Harry Kane they withdraw. They give them jet, but not be that one with the fine. Our results. As Kimi play that long pass, Gnabry come cross that ball, come score. Come be 1-1. When they go as come back second half. Arsenal give them result. We say they need for Emirates. But more leave that one before we come out. More just saying one or two things. Again, when I say we must talk them now before we move, go that place. Mbappe. More talk Mbappe. Mbappe record now. More talk him. Because if you see small boy where they play ball, you must respect him. Not be small boy again. No. That 26 don't do like this. So if you cannot take now, if you play not win Ballon d'Or, boy, it not be like Mbappe not be like person go play. We say no get Ballon d'Or, he go hard. Mbappe now become the second Real Madrid player to score goals, 4 goals for single match. Ronaldo not ever done that before. But at the statement when he talk, I mean like, we work on humility. Mbappe don't make the pressure on me. Nobody all pressure and say, see, like no pressure on me. I go do my work. Don't worry. He said Ronaldo don't achieve many things. Me won't try achieve what Ronaldo don't do. Now if they watch Mbappe career, I mean I shake him. You know, confirm say Mbappe be like Ronaldo. Mbappe they do all those zigima, Bratching they dance. For PSG, now don't come wrong come for PSG, come go Madrid. Now again don't change. You know they find one dribble again, now go they find because goal don't take over the game. Exactly what Ronaldo do when they come up for Man U, enter Real Madrid. 9 goals in 5 matches, Ronaldo. See Mbappe doesn't do 9 goals in 5 matches. But with this one, you know they compare. He said, man, I don't leave Ronaldo, leave on my idol. I never even reach Ronaldo don't win Ballon d'Or 5 times. Me never even win 1. Me and just compare. Now made me like Lamine Yamal manage me. But people don't sleep now. All these small boys, they need to manage them. If you see Estaval for Chelsea, if you see Aspello, they carry on like Pekin. Because if you leave this small Pekin, it go fall astray now. So you need to watch them, they hold them tight. You're not going to lose guard. Now so they talk now. Mbappe now they watch himself, they go small. Now so we work on growth. You know, they grow. They go in now. You get to my mind tell me now, Mbappe go win Ballon d'Or. You know why? My mind they tell me say Mbappe go win Ballon d'Or. Some people don't like him, some people like him. But wait till me, I tell you now, say Kylian Mbappe, let me know, go win Ballon d'Or. We wait till they play now, they go to the cup, so you go not say, everything don't day from Mbappe. Because me and the talk, I say my pot of stew. See, if we want to talk about this Ballon d'Or, it's plenty. We can see like some talent we say we look up to. Now for Madrid, now if you want to compare Mbappe PR with Vinicius don't do one side. Vinicius they give Mbappe power, they score goal for Olympiacos Champions League, 4 goals, Carabao goals. Mbappe did not the year word. Lamine Yamal did not the year word. But now, if they talk as they be, Mbappe, Vitinha, all these ones quality day. Haaland did there. You see these ones, but at the shaker. Mbappe now goes for help and separate himself for all these ones. But if Vitinha continues to take the play, so then I forget him. Maybe you they play, consistent football, you they play. Because Ballon d'Or, this last year, the Vitinha there around, Mbappe not today. So anything can happen, and anybody feel win now. But this young class that we get now, we don't day, they feel change the game. But it go hard. Maybe we see children who go win match, win Ballon d'Or award like Ronaldo and Messi. We all leave those ones. Those ones, they all born the boy one side, all they one side, and you all know that self. Nobody, no dragon, leave them. Messi 8, Ronaldo 5, leave them. No go there. If you win 2, win 1, do Thanksgiving for sure. It makes sense. But you get what I want to do. We go tell you now about the best team and the best moment. But I don't reach up say we just sharply run go break. Maybe go meet Paul. Maybe Paul do 1 or 2 things for me. When we don't meet and finish, collect the canteen, we'll come back, we'll continue the show. Not there with us. But I'll not go with the con just more time. Paul!
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not going to the talk, please discuss.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number 1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
If you know say they call God, may you call God like say you need them desperately. You know how many people they pray, say they need God. I talk, I say my pot of stew, or I get many things for inside. Don't worry yourself. Soft take, we get envy, we get hate, we still get love inside. We get medical good health inside, but now good life, me define. Yes, more sharply run enter. The one we be say I want to tell you now. Now about best team at the moment. I don't know I want to talk, and people go say no. Say no, not me. Arsenal be the best team at the moment. Arsenal are the first for Premier League. Arsenal are the first for Champions League. Arsenal are the first for Europe. I see them. So I'm saying a lie. Saying that when they win Chelsea for Stamford Bridge on this weekend match, now we go no. But me, I tell you that not be so it be. But more just look into Arsenal team. More just sharply look into Arsenal team. Arsenal team, as it be, they don't get what they call depth. Now, many people they ask, what is the difference between these Arsenal boys and the last one? The difference now not only mentality. Now, the thing where we say the manager don't instill, Nico Jova they work, Ateta they work, everybody they work, set piece, they won't play corner, your hand will there for your head. And it sweet me as Arsenal take set piece, they score Bayern, because Bayern not believe. Enrique first talks about say Arsenal bad. Company talk and say Arsenal, not they give them chance. And the style where the man use to win the match, they different from Premier League. See, Premier League style different from Champions League. Now, if you say Arsenal not be best for the moment, when I remember say, this Arsenal, when I see so, the top Premier League, they top for Champions League, 15 points for Champions League. Premier League, the top now, they pursue them now. If they go try win this weekend, because Man City go play Leeds. So Arsenal, they take the game as they come with the moment. So if you ask me, I will tell you, don't be history we talk now. We talk about at the moment. The best club in the world, whether you like it or not, whether you take it, whether you agree or not agree, now Arsenal. Because they be first for, see, Premier League is one of the most competitive leagues. If no, me I tell you. Because you know if say they play for Arsenal, say, you don't go up your game. No, not be that one. Say now, the way they do their work, and the sign where the man don't get. Now, when I look at Arsenal team, more you do observing. For every side, they get like 2 players. For right back, they get Julian Timber, but why they watch and they play. For center half, they get Saliba, Mosquera, they watch and they play. For the other side, they get Gabriel Magalhaes, they don't get injury. He can't be the watch and they play. He never finish you. You can't go for their left back. You see Ricardo Calafiori, that another year word. If you kick your mouth, come out. My Kelly, the watch and when Ricardo enter that game, not the man they can enter again change. You see him? Now, you leave their back line and enter that midfield. The guys will be Mendy. If you Mendy, head like the warrior, no guard go say, I want play. Coach, please let me play. Before, the team say now changing. Now, you can't get all the guard. One on the play. With the person at one area. Alessandro Eze, come be Thanksgiving. Now, Eze there. So, more just every row pair, but we don't say when everybody complete. Eze go use that shift, go left. Other guard go take middle. If everybody did. Now, the team where they get, not be person mate. Now, when they see other guard, now you can't see other guard, now they can't get Declan Rice. If you not get stew, if you see rice, you feel cope. If you get stew, you feel hungry, but if you get rice, you get hope. Now, Declan Rice comes for that place. Now, that Declan Rice, the boss-to-boss way they make, now which everybody shake, you not get mate. Technically gifted, sounded player. Now they call Declan Rice. In power and everything, your day. Now that Shaka, when Shaka they play before you come out. Now they play. Now, so the men they come make Declan Rice a perfect and better player. So you want to change that now. When you see there for bench, now you go that left side and trust I know the year word. That one is just the humble. You just humble. You know they talk. You the bench. You know one come out to. Many clubs they come say trust I come. You say no. Now here we die here. You like us now. One day. Martinelli don't turn super sub overnight. Which they play. I've been at your carriage. See, they share him. Declan Rice, for all they do before for head, say, Odegaard Waneri, Declan Rice Merino, Zubimendi no guard, now be the signing. But when you get depth, you get option, if you translate any I want to do one. Your carriage different. I can have a just there. So, injury there, but they don't feel him. If you say Saka like the pain and say Saka say, coach, you got to let them do me. I want you to say, I might go for back, I might go drop him. Man, they can say, I come, tell you about that, enter, I go play. Arsenal get squad. Not beside the carry, they hype them. If your team they're on top, me go see hype them like that. So may they give Arsenal the credit when they deserve because they be number 1 in the world. But try put at the moment for back. We don't know how far it will take last because my friend tell me say the only time it will take Stammer go call Papa name. But lastly, analysis. When we talk Chelsea, Stamford Bridge against Arsenal. Wait till you think they go up for that match. More talk now. Side of rich. Now, two great coaches, Arteta and Maresca. No, man call from house. Maresca and Arteta gonna Arsenal they away. But again, one thing where these guys get Pep Guardiola philosophy. Guardiola be like Abraham. It's a company from your roots. Xabi Alonso from your roots. Arteta, Maresca, boys they come out now. Not they see Colo 3 now. Not they phone up and down like say, you phone the loss. Now so. Rangers, someone they work for Liverpool, that Pep Rangers say they work with them. You don't achieve everything for Liverpool. So Pep, they work with world-class people. I remember we check time. Some will come out. But I want to tell you, that match this weekend, and the big game, we say we expect. First and second. But if you ask me, I go tell you, Chelsea, where Chelsea they pursue us now, not be smart, you know. You see, this boys now, but because Arsenal get everything to lose. They know the intensity and the momentum of this game. Last Arsenal will get for this match now draw. But my mind they tell me Arsenal see, you get a team where they play well, where they struggle, where they win games they do. If it hard, but they could just find which anyway, just break in. Men are not take Chelsea play, but if Chelsea never pass ball, go back, they know the rest. They know that keeper be like assignment, advert. Now, Chelsea signings, they okay. They don't spend how many billion for, summer now. Todd Boehly and Clerc, they play, the team, they work, they pay. They don't see go where small boy, they score. 18 years, imagine. Small Chekele boy like this. 18 years, they score, keeper. This, see bad they do, see bad for ground. But they don't stop this small boy now, whenever starts to go school, 18 years, now a day. Now, so Chelsea get that, they get good coach. And Chelsea feel hot Arsenal. But, they don't say Arsenal, don't say they pursue that they come. And you know, say Man City go on win Leeds United for Etihad. Arsenal go on give their best. But if you now ask me as Kopama, we never know in fitness, we never know whether all the guys go start. So I want to read that and I want to know deal with us. I beg.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
VOP TV, now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the Media News and Voice of the People Television. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin.
Before we begin the news, kindly visit the website on www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. The headlines. IG says over 11,000 police officers withdrawn from VIPs.
Bola Ahmed faults security emergency, says corruption core issue.
Governors need statutory powers as chief security officers, PDP.
Sarah urges probe of governors' security votes used since 2015.
NAFDAC warns manufacturers against low-quality products.
SEC urges strong forensic capacity to achieve $1 trillion economy.
In business, FG seeks accurate data to boost livestock sector.
And in the world of sports, NTTF petitions ITTF over World Youth Champs visa.
In entertainment, TikTok to spotlight creators drive culture community. Now on the news and details. Following the recent presidential directive, the Inspector General of Police, Kayode Boytokun, has announced the withdrawal of 11,566 police personnel from very important persons, VIPs, in Nigeria. Boytokun told newsmen in Abuja at a meeting with senior police commanders that it is a strategic realignment aimed at strengthening frontline policing and protecting vulnerable communities across the country. He explained that their recall from VIP security duties was not driven by sentiment, but by the urgent need to channel manpower to areas where public safety demands are highest. According to him, the move aligns with the core mandate of the Nigeria Police Force, which is to protect citizens, communities, and public order. He added that the withdrawal would enable the police to expand manpower deployment for rural and township security, landscape population protection, intensified patrol, intelligence-led operation, and rapid response to emerging threats.
Still on measures to tackling the upsurge in banditry, the 2023 vice presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Yusuf Baba Ahmed, has faulted President Bola Tinubu's nationwide security emergency in focusing on massive recruitment into security agencies rather than addressing what he called entrenched corruption within the system. Baba Ahmed, who spoke during a local television program, argued that in focusing on more personnel recruitment, Tinubu's recent strategy missed the point by overlooking the core issues fueling banditry, kidnappings, and rural attacks. Faulting the directive on the recruitment of 20,000 police officers to strengthen counterterrorism and public safety efforts, Baba Ahmed said the emphasis on numbers was misguided. According to him, insecurity persists not because of manpower shortages, but the corruption within the security architecture and political interference that undermine operations and weakens institutions. He also faulted Tinubu's advisory to state governments to reconsider building boarding schools in promoting all poorly secure areas as dangerous and capable of stunting national growth and further emboldening criminals.
Meanwhile, the People's Democratic Party, PDP, has called on the National Assembly for full constitutional power to governors as their state's chief security officers to enable them respond effectively and efficiently to the escalating insecurity across the country. The PDP National Chairman, Kabiru Tanimu Turakai, made the call in Birnin Kebbi State during the party's National Working Committee's sympathy visit to Governor Nasser Idris over the recent abduction of government girls' comprehensive secondary school students. Highlighting the need to restructure the nation's security framework, he stressed that governors must be empowered to effectively discharge their roles as state chief security officers.
Still talking state governor security responsibilities, the Social Economic Rights and Accountability Project, SERAP, has urged President Bola Tinubu to probe state governors' use of security votes since 2015 May. Welcoming Tinubu's National Security Emergency Declaration, it noted, however, that it might not give the desired results until governors are made to account for how they spend their state security vote. Against this background, a statement by SERAP's Deputy Director, Kolawole Oluwadari, noted that in the face of the growing insecurity in several parts of the country, President Tinubu must exercise the political will and show leadership by urgently holding state governors to account. Citing a recent report by Transparency International, it noted that much of the funds appropriated as security votes, summing up to over 241.2 billion naira every year, are spent on political activities mismanaged or simply stolen. According to SERAP, probing state governors' security votes, spending, and ensuring accountability for the alleged embezzlement, misappropriation, or other diversion by state governors would enhance the implementation of the state security emergency.
In another development, the Association of Licensed Private Security Practitioners of Nigeria says that Nigeria is not ripe for private citizens bearing arms for self-protection. The interim chairman of the association's caretaker committee, retired Major General Elias Njoko, noted that the country is yet to recover from the menace of proliferation of small arms and light weapons. Speaking in Abuja, Njoko stated that those calling for licensing of arms for private individuals and citizens were merely speaking on the spur of the moment rather than a considered decision. Noting that the canvasser do not know the long-term implications, he further explained that even as licensed private security practitioners, they are not allowed to carry arms because a process has to be followed and the necessary conditions must be kept to.
Meanwhile, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the constitution of Nigeria's delegation to the United States-Nigeria Joint Working Group, with the National Security Advisor, Nuru Ribadu, to lead the Nigerian side. In a statement, presidential spokesperson Bayo Onanuga said Ribadu would be leading the team, which is supported by a multi-stakeholder team drawn from key security and policy institutions as part of efforts to collaboration in tackling security challenges in the country. Members include the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Yusuf Toga, Minister of Defense, Abubakar Badaru, Chief of Defense Staff, General Lufemi Oloyede, and the Director General of National Intelligence Agency, Mohammed, amongst others. According to the statement, Tinubu urged the team to work closely with their U.S. counterparts to ensure the seamless implementation of all agreed areas of cooperation.
Still in the news, former President Goodluck Jonathan arrived safely at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport in Abuja on Thursday after being airlifted following the military coup in Guinea-Bissau. Jonathan, who was in Guinea-Bissau as head of the West African Elders Forum Election Observation Mission, had arrived in the country ahead of the last Sunday's presidential and legislative elections, whose duty was still ongoing when the military announced a government takeover. Former President of Mozambique and head of the African Union Election Observation Mission, Philippe Nyusi, head of the ECOWAS Election Observation Mission, Isifu Kamara, and Jonathan had in a joint statement described the coup as a deliberate attempt to derail Guinea-Bissau's democratic process.
Moving on, President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency along with the Senate's call to review Nigeria's firearm laws has sparked mixed reaction across the country. Our correspondent in Benin City, Rhoda Johnny, reports that discussions reflects growing public concerns over safety and personal protection amid rising insecurity.
Reactions have continued to trail President Bola Tinubu's declaration of a nationwide security emergency, with residents in Edo State describing the measure as necessary in view of rising insecurity. They said the announcement should lead to concrete steps that improve safety in towns and communities. Residents note that the key expectations are stronger police presence, faster response to incidents, and initiatives capable of rebuilding public trust in security agencies.
The national state of emergency is long awaited. It's a step in the right direction. And they should take more steps. The state police is inevitable at this time. Creation of state police, so that they can provide a good administrative jurisdiction to manage policing and internal security affairs.
If the government is sincere to do so, it could be better than even requesting for foreign country. So the sincerity, it is what we Nigerians want. That due to the declaration of the state of emergency now, let's see actions, so that when we see action from the all parastatals of whether police or whatever, so let them come out and do their job, so that we, the commoners on the street, will be safe.
Men should say something, let them come out to do it. It's not only when you say something, it will be published on the paper, radio, and this. They will go and relax. No, things continue happening.
The Senate's separate call for a review of the nation's firearm laws to allow responsible citizens own guns has also sparked debate. Some residents believe regulated access could offer self-defense support, especially in areas with limited security patrols. Others insist that without strict checks, training and monitoring, easing gun access could heighten risks.
There should be total discouragement. No man should be allowed to carry firearms except you are totally screened, mentally in every area. That yes, you are well fit for games.
It's not good. The government should make some other suggestion, you understand, for us to train some other army, that is the army, not we serve, because we don't know how to carry gun. If you give me gun, I cannot make use of it.
If that will bring solution to what we are looking for, okay. But the gun they are going to own, is it the same thing as the one all these Boko Haram people are using? Because we see Boko Haram.
The development adds to ongoing discussions about how best to address insecurity across the country. In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
And in Lagos, residents are calling for stronger protection, faster government response, and an end to the surge in crime. Voice of the People TV's Matthew Muswada has more in this report.
Nigeria is once again confronting a surge in violent attacks, prompting President Bola Tinubu to declare a nationwide security emergency and order the army, police, and intelligence services to expand recruitment and deploy thousands of additional personnel across the country. The president also urged the National Assembly to begin the process of establishing state police, arguing that the rising pace and scale of kidnappings demand stronger and more decentralized security structures. However, several senators and members of the House of Representatives sharply criticized the federal government for negotiating with bandits responsible for recent abductions in Kwara and Kebbi states. In response, presidential spokesperson Bayo Ononuga defended the government's approach, insisting that no ransom was paid, while explaining that security agencies avoided direct confrontation with the bandits because the abducted victims were being used as human shields, making rescue operations too risky. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to hear what Nigerians think about the rising insecurity and the government's response.
Let me even start from individual, the masses. Whenever we see any suspect or any strange movement, we need to report the issue to the security officers. We are hearing that all those our leaders, they are the one that causes all this thing to fight for one position or the other. Within ourselves, our government, they need to do something.
I think it's a welcome development if we go for state policing. I think that should help us in terms of security. Let every governor be in charge of their states. Then if something happens, a governor cannot give authority to the commissioner of police. They want to first of all get instruction from above, their IG. So I think that's what he said I like. Let's get a state policing.
As individuals, there are things that we can actually do to stop the issue of insecurities. We need to always learn to watch each other's back. That's number one. And government itself really needs to tighten some loopholes within within Nigerian securities.
Now it's the right time for him to declare anything. They are just deceiving us, it's not proper. They are killing us up and down. Even now, they've now come to Kwara, so it's better they do something reasonable.
With the security emergency now in effect and calls for state police gaining momentum, all eyes remain on how the government will respond quickly and whether these new measures will curb kidnapping, banditry, and other insecurity crises ravaging the country. Matthew Ogunsuada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much, Matthew Ogunsuada, for that report. Away from that story, the National Environmental Standards and Regulations Enforcement Agency has shut down a quarry, Cornerstone, operated by Istanbul Quarry in Duse, Abuja, after flying rocks from a blast injured staff and students of Graceland High School and damaged school property. According to the agency assistant director, Press Nwamaka Ejiofor, the incident occurred while students were in their classrooms writing examinations. It further explained that a loud explosion ripped through the area, followed by flying rocks that smashed into school buildings, leaving 11 students and 2 staff members injured, with several shops in the vicinity also damaged. Swiftly shutting down the quarry's operation, NESREA Deputy Director Conservation Monitoring, Glory Ubo, described the blast as life-threatening and a clear violation of the National Environmental Quarry and Blast Operation Regulation 2013.
Moving on, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has tasked operators and manufacturers within the Kano Free Trade Zone, that's the FTZ, to strictly comply with safety, quality, and efficacy standards in food and drug production. Sounding the caution, the NAFDAC coordinator in Kano, Kazim Ibrahim, warned against the manufacture of substandard products and other sharp practices that could undermine Nigeria. Ibrahim, who spoke during an investor stakeholder meetings organized by the Kano FTZ, said the agency is currently rated maturity level 3 by the World Health Organization and cannot withstand unhealthy practices that could tamper with the hard-earned rating. He explained that the failure of standards in products manufactured in the zone or domestic consumptions or for export does not affect companies, but also undermines NAFDAC and Nigeria's credibility in global markets.
You're still watching the Media News and Voice of the People television. It's time for the Media News analysis. And joining us in the studio is Mr. Delifanimo, a seasoned reporter and also a political public affairs commentator. And we'll be joined virtually by another analyst who is a political and public affairs commentator as well as an aviation expert, Dr. Dayo Kayode. Good afternoon, Dr. Dayo Kayode, if you can hear me.
Good afternoon. How are you?
I'm good.
I
Good
can
to
hear
have you
you
on
loud
today's
and
Media News. All right, thank you so much. Good to have you here. Good afternoon, Mr. Delifanimo.
Good afternoon.
Good to have you on today's Media News. All right, we're not wasting much time. Let me start off with you, Mr. Delifanimo. The caution and the directive being pulled out by the NAFDAC coordinator in Kano State, Kasim Ibrahim, warning against manufacturing of substandard products and other sharp practices that could undermine Nigeria. He said that the reason for this call is not just for people to deter or stay away from producing substandard goods for consumption or for export, but for them not to find a way to reduce the rating they've already gotten from World Health Organization, which left Nigeria at maturity level 3. What do you have to say about this? The fact that today NAFDAC is still battling with manufacturers of substandard drugs and illicit drugs, and even those that will go as far as pushing out into the market expired goods too.
You see, it's a worrisome trend, and I'm looking at this beyond maintaining standards, regulations, and all that. But what about those who consume some of these substandard products and their fake products? You know how many deaths that had occurred as a result of this?
And that is as a result of having low earnings to want to get those substandard products.
You know one thing. I had a personal experience when I went in 2019 when I went to Bangladesh. And it was then I realized that most of these drugs are manufactured in Asia, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, around that axis. But they are manufactured for pharmaceutical companies in Europe and America. And when I got there with two of my friends, we went for the annual festival of commemorating the loss of over 3 million Bangladeshis during their struggle for independence from India. And when I got to the premises, one of them looked at me and he accosted me and said, "Are you from Nigeria?" I said, "Yes." He said, "Let me take you to the marketing manager." And I winked to my friend. I said, "Let's play along. After all, I'm a journalist. I want to find out what is going on." So we got to the marketing manager and he started asking me if I'm an importer, do I have a guarantee letter of credit and all that. I said, yes. I said, I just want to come and see what is going on before I retire to my hotel. I mentioned the hotel I was kept. And lo and behold, he was asking me, is it strictly for Nigerian exports? I said, yes. He said, what exactly are the things I want them to manufacture? Which means some other people had come earlier to give them specification of what they will manufacture that is different from the standard, global standard.
That means that each country have the standard of any produce that they are to send to them. Is that what that means now?
What that means is to show you how corrupt they are in even Bangladesh.
Okay.
That is not a peculiar thing to Nigeria. It shows how desperate they want to make money in Nigeria, in Bangladesh, and also collaborating with willing corrupt businessmen from Nigeria. So, at the end of the day, I got to realize that sometimes you could be taking 500 milligram antibiotics, and what is embedded is just 150 milligram.
There was a time.
And then you continue to swallow and swallow and swallow, and they will go back to laboratory. When you are tested, you will discover that those days of taking those particular drugs, you are not actually taking the right quantity. And antibiotics is so dangerous that the moment you don't take the right quantity, the system gets used to that average quantity, that ailment, the bacteria will now become resistant to that particular line of treatment.
There was a time the DG of NAFDAC suggested that death penalty, capital punishment.
As a matter of fact, I am in total support of death penalty because an armed robber cannot kill more than 10 before he's caught. But
I tell you, a fake drug trafficker can kill 500 in one day and will not be detected.
All right, then. Let's take this conversation to Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, I know you are very aware of this particular conversation that we're talking about. Interestingly, the NAFDAC has clearly made their position clear. But from your perspective, what other stricter measures can be put in place to deter these kind of unscrupulous elements amongst producers of these products? Some have said there should be some level of monthly blacklisting, but what are the stricter measures would you want NAFDAC to even give?
Yes, you see, this particular menace in our nation is beyond the interactive sessions between NAFDAC and the stakeholders. I mean, you can pick a cue from what my friend Dele Fanimo just said there, that his experience with the manufacturer in Bangladesh had shown that people have been going there. And when people go there to do that, do they use juju to bring it to Nigeria without passing through our borders? What I'm saying in essence is this. What we're experiencing as regards fake drugs being sold within Nigeria territory has to do with systemic breakdown. You were asking a question then. Let me tell you this. You will always have Nigerian spec, American spec, UK spec, and European spec. Okay? And all these specs, that is specifications, are being manufactured for them based on how the system works. They know that there is no American or UK businessman that will ever come to Bangladesh to do that. Aside from that person being arrested and jailed, you that also manufactured it in Bangladesh or wherever you are bringing it from will also be brought to book. So what I'm saying is, our system has been so rotten to the extent that anything goes. Even here, when they are being arrested and taken to court, what do you see? What is wrong with our judiciary too? We all know what is happening in the judiciary.
Dr. Dyer, is there the possibility? Dr. Dyer, is there the possibility? Is there the possibility? Sorry to butt in here, Doctor. Doctor, I don't know if you can hear me. Is there the possibility that this particular action by these people is fueled by the fact that they know that some Nigerians cannot afford to buy those medications at the exact price that they get it from, the very original ones that we're talking about? Thus, the reason why they have to go substandard.
Are you with me? It is not just the price. You know that I pivoted my submission on systemic breakdown.
All right.
If the system is not rotten, there is nobody that is, for instance, the NHIS, if it's working properly, if people are not embezzling the money, I mean, people will be able to afford this. Then there will be no point in bringing in substandard drugs. And that is why I said, before this menace can be curbed, we have to rejig our nation. Our system needs to be recalibrated so that everything will work. If people have access to NHIS the way it's being promoted, then people will be able to purchase such drugs no matter how much the money is. If our exchange rate system is working well, the exchange rate will not be affecting the prices of goods and services being brought into this country. If people are well paid, the salary structure is good enough, the way it's supposed to be. If labor itself have been fighting for sustainable minimum wage rather than the opaque minimum wage, if they have been asking for sustainable minimum living standard, then workers, people will have been able to have enough to purchase drugs for their good health. These are the issues that need to be tackled before this menace can be curbed within our socio-political environment.
All right, then, Doctor, thank you so very much for your submission there. Before we jump into another particular topic, Mr. Fanimo, how much of data transparency can we get in Nigeria? The public clearly wants, a clearer metrics on factory audits and all of those audits failure rates, clearer metrics. I'm talking about what the public wants. But how much of data transparency does Nigeria have to ascertain and determine these kind of persons within our society? Because Dr. did say it is a systemic failure. And of course, nobody wants to agree less on that particular statement.
You see, the funny thing about data convergence is that it's a very simple thing. You don't need rocket science to do data convergence. That has really helped some of these Western countries. For instance, up to today, if you want to get an international passport, you go through the same biometric process. The next day, if you apply for national ID card, you go through the same biometric data. Process. Then if you go for NIN, then you go for BVN, you do the same thing. You go for driver's license. So now you have you now have about 10 places where you have your biometrics. And if you go again, maybe 10 years after, you will not see it. So this has also helped those who are bent on committing crime in this country to get away with such crimes. For instance, they were talking about 20,000 recruits for the police. I can tell you, minimum of 1,000 criminals will find their way into that recruitment exercise undetected. And a criminal that would have to look for money to buy AK-47, now you are now handing him AK-47 with superior training.
And that also is as a result of this same data
failure. So, for instance, if you are convicted anywhere in Europe, America, Canada, the moment, even if that person is dead, the moment you just type that person's name, you see ex-convicts.
Is it lack of data collection, or are we seeing lack of political will to?
It's not about.
You know why I'm asking this? In one breath, the other time we learned that Boko Haram members were being allowed to join the military, and the military come up to say no, something like that is not happening. They denied it, and then today we learned through a member of House of Rep that even the terrorists and bandits that have been cursing Canadians and wanton killing in Nigeria have been budgeted for. So is it us not having data? Or is this some people who happen to find themselves in the corridors of power playing politics and getting, emotional and letting corruption still rule it?
You see, when you talk about political will, this is not supposed to be anything political at all. You understand? People assigned to do the job should do their job the way it should be done. Okay, now in spite of certificate forgery problem that the Interior Minister has, today people are singing his praises for timely acquisition of international passports anywhere in the world. Where you have to pay bribe anywhere in the world today, in less than 48 hours, you apply, you get your passport without even meeting anybody one-on-one. That's a leap. So if we do that in other spheres, look, let me tell you, there are some states today that have not automated their revenue collection. It was because those who are in charge are so neck deep in corruption.
I like the fact that you even brought this part of not having to bring out data of their finances, which is going to take us to the next conversation, particularly the fact that SERAP is urging for probe of security votes from governors since 2015. Let me take this conversation to Dr. Dyer. Dr. Dyer, what's your position about these particular conversation about probing security votes that are being collected by state governors? Again, a lot of persons have said, look, ask your governors questions. And as it stands, do you think if or should there be some major probe, particularly on security votes, we might be hearing things that Nigerians truly are not ready for?
Yes, I will continue from where Dele stops regarding data. And I want to corroborate his submission by saying, I think about 2 weeks ago, one guy was caught in France in a way whereby he was trying to collect the gratuity of his mother. He disguised as the mother, and while he was coming, he was driving. But meanwhile, those people had checked the records of the old woman, that the woman never obtained a driver's license while she was alive. And that's how that guy was caught. That is the work of data. Now, when you now bring it to the probe of the governor, whether they are using the security votes for what they are using, what they are supposed to use it for or not, do they have or can SERAP ask for that data whereby it will explain how these security votes have been spent in the past? No data. Because you now find out these are the monies these same governors have been using to give to those they call leaders to support their probably second term and all that. Now tell me, as a governor who is being given so amount of billion every month towards security.
241.2 billion naira every year.
Yes. What have they been using it for? Call the police on an emergency. That look at this, look at that. You hear them telling you they don't have fuel in their vehicle. When they are even supposed to come around, they'll be telling you they have not eaten today. So what is happening to our security votes? However, let me also tell you one of the impediments that the governors are also having. Imagine the postings of these policemen. You will post somebody who is from Maiduguri to come and be probably the DPO of a police station within a locality. This is a police officer, a very good police officer, who doesn't understand the language of the environment he was being posted to, who doesn't understand the culture, not the behavioral pattern of those people. I will give you an example. A particular DPO, the guy see my friend today, was posted to a particular place. I want to refrain from mentioning the place so that they won't go around and be gagging the guy up. You see, this guy, he understands the language that people speak, understands their culture, understands their behavioral pattern. Sometimes you will even see him sitting down among the locals. And then there was a day I accosted him. As an elder within the community then. I said, Mr. Man, you are doing this and that. Can you tell me why you are doing this? He said, Doctor, you won't understand. You know, this is our work. There are certain things they teach you in the class. Why there are certain things you have to also understand and teach yourself as a professional. He said he sits around them because he knows that these people will be saying some things that will be good for his work. And you will not believe it. You will not believe it. The crime rate in that particular area, locality, reduced from about 80% to not more than 50%.
Okay.
It caused some people, wait now, it caused some people that call themselves big names in that area. And because of that, it was reported and it was transferred. Can you imagine that? So these are part of the things we face that is causing insecurity. When you see your staff, okay, look at another issue. The Matawale, not accused of asking security agencies to release a non-court terrorist, saying that he is his brother. These are issues.
But he told the people of Nasser and the people of the states and Farah that if they are to work, make any move to end the issue of insecurity without him in picture, that it will be a waste of time. Now, as someone who has been the governor of that state for 2 terms, don't you think that he will do something in line with that? Let's also just suppose that with the call from the PDP at this point, calling for a full constitutional power to be given to governors, since they are the executive one, the number one person in the state, that they should have everything, be responsible effectively for them to help to curb the issue of insecurity in Nigeria, making them now not just the chief, security officer in paper, but giving them everything they need that will enable them to champion the end of insecurity in their states.
It is beyond that, my sister. It is beyond that. Let us look deeper. Insecurity in Nigeria as of today is laced with nothing other than corruption and political patronage.
All right, then. We're really
corruption and political patronage.
Really
to that extent.
Sorry, Dr. Dio. So we have to apologize for this because we're really pressed for time, and this is where.
Let us borrow some time.
we definitely would love to do that, but I mean, we cannot do that.
The bank is not functioning.
Other stories have to fly. Thank you so very much, Dr. Kayode, for always giving and lending your voice on the analysis segments of the midday news. Thank you so very much.
Thank you very much, my player.
Also want to say a big thank you to Mr. Dele Fanimo, seasoned reporter, and of course, a public and political affairs commentator and analyst. Thank you so very much. We'll take a quick break right now. When we return, more stories on the midday news will be up next. Please do stay with us.
Glad to have you back. Still the media news and voice of the people television. This report says that Lagos State has launched activities for World AIDS Day 2025 under this year's theme, Overcoming Disruption, Transforming the AIDS Response. The Lagos State AIDS Control Agency says the theme reflects challenges the state faced this year, which disrupted community HIV services. A correspondent here in Lagos has this report.
Briefing in Lagos, the Chief Executive Officer of the Lagos State AIDS Control Agency, Dr. Folakemi Animasha, said the global team calls for sustained political will, stronger international cooperation, and a human rights-based approach to end AIDS by 2030.
Many residents, particularly adolescents, key populations, and individuals in hard-to-reach areas experience delays in accessing services that are often a lifeline for early detection and care. These interruptions underscore a fundamental truth. The strength of an health response is measured not only by what happens within the clinic, but also by the reach, trust, and continuity of community engagement. When these connections falter, the opportunities for early diagnosis, timely treatment and prevention, education are reduced, and the most vulnerable populations feel the impact first.
She explained the HIV services in Lagos were affected earlier in the year when some community-based programs paused due to the US government's Stop Work Directive. The disruption slowed down testing, psychosocial support, and counseling in several communities. Adolescents, key populations, and residents in remote areas were the most impacted as community structures often serve as the first point to access to HIV care. Velasquez says community networks, peer educators, youth advocates, faith-based groups, and civil society organizations quickly adapted through door-to-door sensitization and novel testing. They restored outreach and linked newly diagnosed individuals to treatment.
As part of this year World AIDS Day agenda, Lagos State AIDS Control Agency has organized a series of activities designed not only to commemorate the day, but also to inspire, inform, and actively engage Lagosians in the HIV and AIDS response. Each event is carefully planned to foster awareness, early detection, and strengthen community resilience. HIV awareness and prevention efforts have been strengthened through religious leaders, market women, in-school platforms, and social media initiatives targeting the youth. The ongoing statewide HIV testing campaign remains the central activity of our commemoration. It ensures that residents across LGAs and LCDAs know their HIV status, support early diagnosis, facilitate timely linkage to care, and sustain treatment adherence. This campaign reaches communities where health and social support are most needed.
From January to September 2025, Lagos recorded an estimate of 160,000 residents living with HIV, out of which more than 147,000 are currently on antiretroviral therapy. Testing numbers, however, dropped sharply, with only 222,000 tests conducted, less than 30% of the previous year total. The state ongoing free testing campaign, launched on November 18, has already screened nearly 10,000 residents, recording a positivity rate of 2%. Women and young adults aged 20 to 35 have shown the highest turnout. As part of this year's World AIDS Day activities, Lagos has lined up a religious engagement, a novelty match, awareness work, empowerment programs, and a stakeholder symposium to deepen awareness and reduce stigma. From Alausa, I am Monica Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
Thank you so very much, Onyeka, for that particular report. Now, moving on to some business stories. The Minister of Livestock Development, Edie Maiha, said the federal government has launched a fresh drive to unify livestock data nationwide. Speaking in Abuja during a stakeholders validation workshop of the National Monitoring and Evaluation Framework, he stressed that Nigeria must move away from guesswork and fragmented records to unlock the full economic potential of the livestock economy.
In sports, the Nigeria Table Tennis Federation (NTTF) has petitioned the International Table Tennis Federation after players were denied entry visas to the ongoing 2025 World Youth Champions in Romania. Nigeria qualified for the tourney after winning the boys under-19 team event at the 2025 African Youth Championship in Lagos in July. In a letter by the NTTF President Adesoji Tayo, the Federation described the decision as a violation of the principles of international sportsmanship, inclusivity, and fair participation at ITTIF and its partners uphold.
And in the world of entertainment, TikTok has announced plans to use its December 6, 2025 Sub-Saharan African Awards to spotlight creators whose contents are helping to build stronger digital communities and opportunities across the region. The head of TikTok's content operations for Sub-Saharan Africa, Muniswa Sidwaba, said the awards is part of efforts to support and celebrate creators driving culture, conversation, and innovation. She explained that this year's edition will highlight positive storytelling, creator impact, and the growing role of digital platforms in empowering young creative entrepreneurs. According to Sibwaba, the annual awards will celebrate the continent's most inspiring and innovative creators using the platform to educate, entertain, and empower their communities.
And that is it on the Media News and Voice of the People television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all that social media platforms, we are at Vop TV Live. Up next on the schedule of Voice of the People TV is a spotlight show with Precious Agumanu. I am Fina Okechukwu.
And I am David Edwin. Good afternoon.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, My name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Ado Pikin.
Hi guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They say call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's VOP TV. Keep watching VOP TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me. My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide. Or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching VOP TV. Hey. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you now want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and they want to cut anything come on. At VOP TV.
Hello, my beautiful people. Welcome to the show Spotlight on VOP TV, your favorite hub, where we shine the light on creativity, culture, style, music, and purpose-driven people. And yes, I'm still your baby girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. So, today is a new day. Yes, to stay positive, inspired, and grounded. We're bringing you an exciting blend of plenty stories, gists, and talks. And yes, please don't leave us. Sit tight while we ride together. And we are going to talk about a lot of things today. I'm sure, see, today's gist is not, we have plenty things to talk about. So please don't go anywhere. Yes, first on our list, we're talking about recently held London concert at the Royal Festival Hall, Adekunle Gold shared a heart-melting moment with fans when his daughter Dija confidently walked on stage to introduce him. The young star charmed the audience as she greeted them warmly, thanked them for attending her father's show, and proudly announced, "I introduce to you my daddy Adekunle Gold," drawing loud cheers and emotional reaction from the crowd. So the moment quickly went viral, with fans and media describing it as one of the most memorable highlights of the night. Gija's poise and confidence were widely praised, adding a tender family-centered touch to an already electrifying performance from the Afropop singer. You need to see this baby. You need to see Adekunle's daughter, Adekunle Gold's daughter, because what is this? She with so much. She's so bold. She was outspoken. Like, you guys need to come and watch by. Let's see this video. You guys need to come and watch by daddy. Let's see this video. So special. Like, the way she said it, like, "I introduced to you my daddy," is the fact that she called the father the big fish. See, big fish for a reason. It's not like, you understand what I'm trying to say. See, it's how our celebrities nowadays, like our celebrities that have children already, are trying to, teach their children. If I say all of them don't they follow the line of their parents, you get what I'm trying to say. See, Whiskey picking that don't drop one song like that. So a lot of them celebrities where they are picking don't they grow, say they see some things where they see say they do, you understand. But this is actually beautiful, seeing Adekunle Gold's daughter do that on stage, and it's actually I couldn't stop laughing when I saw the video, because I was like, oh my god, a lot of people say, "Oh, my own risk," because what is not to know about this? It can't be like, say, "No, just we will get single, we'll never marry. No, we'll just do quick. We'll go." They They say Precious, you're a vain person. Please leave me to be vain in peace. All right. A lot of people don't come out, you know. A lot of people don't come out to talk plenty things about this. And a lot of people say, this is beautiful to see. Like, I want to have a baby girl. Not a baby boy. I want to have a baby girl because, see. All right, let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. Let's take some comments. All right, somebody said she's such a superstar. At that young age, you can get, you understand? So Lodi MEC said, not me actually clapping over here. Oh my God, because I just felt like when she don't already talk those things finished, I just felt like carrying her up, but then she's not close to me. But it's so adorable. Like, she was so beautiful to see, like, explain everything, and was like, I introduced to you my dad, Big Fish. So somebody said, my daddy, the big fish, did she stutter? Not be small. She was so confident saying that big fish. Don't be joke. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people came out to say things concerning Adekunle Gold's daughter. And yes, somebody said, what a beautiful entrance. Of course. Oh my God. She said, this is a show proud. All right, another person said, Auntie Simi, well done. Oh. Dija delivered the speech. She did marvelously well. Like, please, we should give her some flowers because she deserves it. So Dirty and Co-Fashion said, when you see international parents talk about age-appropriate dressing too. All right, that's cool. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy seeing Dija, perform for her dad too that night. And yes, somebody said, that's my baby. Yesterday was lit. I was proud to see Ajere introducing her daddy, Adekunle Gold, aka Big Fish, to the world. All our children shall make us proud. Amen. And all our children shall make us proud and fulfill their purpose on earth. Amen. Congratulations to Adekunle and Simi for being intentional parents. I'm proud of you guys. Yes. Seriously, see, I've said this thing a lot of times. It's good that as parents, we try to guide our children. Seeing this lady now, she's this young child. It's actually to see her, it's beautiful. Do you get what I'm trying to say? She's so bold speaking. She's so confident. So those kind of things, they really, and come to think of it, it be like saying not only me, I don't know whether another person they see this kind of thing, but then, the fathers and the daughters are always, they always have this, they work together, that kind of thing. They always have this likeness for each other. I don't know, but then the mothers and the sons always also have the same likeness. But it be like say, everybody will call the share parents for house. But it's all good. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are so happy to see Dija, talk about her dad on stage. And yes, somebody said, this is so beautiful. Yes. Another person said, I don't vex. Before Christmas, I won't born. You go do the right thing to go born now. You won't go carry person, just carry her like that, give her belly. Okay, calm down, no, be relaxing small. So Gifty of Life said that all of us go make this money for the family. Mommy, daddy, music artist, my own, make I just introduce in our life. No hard. It's all right. So Jane Davis said, beautiful and bold. Yes, it's actually beautiful and bold. Like, when I actually saw that, the way she just came out, spoke, she was so confident. And I'm like, oh my God, oh my ovaries. Father. All right, another person said, lovely kid. Of course, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, AY Comedian said, awesomeness. And another person said, my niece, you're so proud auntie you are. So another person said, the way Adekunle Gold shoulder go take her in. Yes, that's my daughter. Of course now. Who no go? When you see your daughter, when you see your child doing perfectly well, doing well, you're going to be, proud parents moments now. Your shoulder supposed high. No be talk. Your shoulder supposed high pass self. So you'll be like, you want to introduce your daughter. And that's my daughter. Yes, that's my daughter. All right, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more and more comments. And that girl, black girl, said, "Chai, oh my ovaries, my womb, you get it, my stomach, my eggs, my everything, chai." You get that kind of feeling when you don't see pikin wey dey do well. You just be like, say, as if we be single person now, you just dey do like say make you just go marry. You understand? Born pikin, born fine baby girl, fine baby boy, wey go, you understand, wey go just represent you, be like, that's my son, yeah, that's my daughter. Because they say like father like son, like mother like daughter. Now that time when that kind of thing dey work. But if your pikin no dey do well, you no go even say like daughter like mother like daughter. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. We have a lot of people coming out to say, oh my God, she's actually beautiful on stage. And yes, Eric Lawrence said, now another Simi them born, so no be lie, because the girl is so beautiful and doing beautiful things. And yes, another person said the only time she allowed to call her daddy by his first name. Oh, and yes, another person said too cute for words. Cindy Obianuju said how she allowed the cheering from the crowd calm down before next speech. She's super smart. Of course, she can't just rush it now. You can't be like she said she did cram work, but she didn't. She's speaking so confidently. And yes, another person said GGSM. Okay. Another person said Ijinla no dey born small fish at all. Oh, big fish they born big. If they born in type. You know they born another thing. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Yes. Another person said make una go marry born. Oga, you can't dey pursue us waiting. Don't rub it on our face. We know that we are going to single people, and I know I'm speaking for you, we are going to marry. Don't mind what they are. Don't let anybody pressure you. Our own time will come. All right, you say make una go marry. Una they do big girls and big boys on social media. Hope una they see and they good. Why? All right. So, and Whiskey Boy too. Yes, I talked about that. And both of them are now superstars. Sister, brother, make una go marry and born. Thanks. But not be by force to marry. If you don't want to stay married, if you stay day. But you know go they shout out when you see other people picking. I just say make I tell you. All right. Menarobic Signature said I started hosting shows at my daddy's event since I was 5 years. Love it. Do you get what she's trying to say? At that young age, you don't already become superstar. Imagine when you don't already grow. Everybody go declare road for you. Come on. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. Let's take more comments and see what people have come out to say. And another person said the only time she's allowed to call her daddy by the first name. Yeah. So another person said, we have a lot of comments. A lot of people don't come out to say, you know, when you train your child well, you are going to be proud to see your child doing well, doing good. Like say all those things where you don't teach them, even when this kind of school where you put your pikin, all the things where they don't teach them, they do all those kind of things, and you'll be a proud father, you'll be a proud mother. When you pet your pikin, you not treat the child, you not teach the child the right things he or she's supposed to know. You do anyhow. Definitely when your child grow up, the same thing where you take as you take the carry him, so you go give you back. All right. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this, and yes, that's it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. So comedian Alibaba recounts near-death experience after boarding a particular airline he was warned against. See, I want to talk about planes. This period where December don't reach. I don't want to generalize this basically for only planes or whatever, but I just want to say this generally for both people going on the road, both people traveling by air. See, this time, make everybody just be careful. That's just the truth. December don't reach. Everybody, things don't happen, but just stay careful. You're going by road, you're traveling by air, by water, whatever way you're traveling, but stay careful. Always pray to your God. Know as you want to take waka. Know the kind of vehicle they enter, because a lot of things don't happen. So this time, now to just advise una say make una dey careful. Yes, this time December don't reach, so just stay careful. And trust me, a lot of things don't happen. They even happen only on the road. If you say, oh, make I just take on the road, nothing go happen, nothing shele. Even the air where people they travel safe, things they still happen. All right, let's see this tweet actually of what Alibaba has actually come out to say. Let's see. And yes, he said, terminated the takeoff flight from Abuja to Lagos this evening. I should have known the airline had an issue when I told someone that I was on the flight. He said, ha, now them you fly, then landing gear. Their landing gear, they one kind. Now, another person said, I jumped to their defense. And he said, no, it's a new aircraft, no problem. Hard time is the flight. I said it's 4 p.m. So the guy who got the ticket corrected me. Oga, boarding now 4 p.m. Now 4:30 p.m. be the flight. All right. Another person said, he said, I went up to board, watched a bit of the match in the lounge. I wasn't feeling it. I need the viewing center energy. So yes, was playing next. I calculated the flight time. I would be airborne when the match starts. So let's take, yeah, he was talking about how he actually boarded a particular plane. And yes, he said, housekeeping done, time to take off, phones off, announcements done, we started taxiing, was ready for a 40 minutes snooze. The pilot flattened the throttle, and just as the front wheels were getting off the ground, the pilot made an announcement, reduced speed, and landed with her third. My heart skipped. Oh boy, I hardly flinched, but what scared me was the announcement. Pilot said plane was okay. It was just the front landing gear that had the problem. So pilot said was okay. Plane was okay. That's what he said. And he just talked about a lot of things. So he answered, I was happy that we are all safe. I thought about a lot of things, my kids, my wife, my parents, my siblings, my goals, and I said to myself, so that's how it would have ended. I sank into the lounge seat and consoled myself with the Arsenal match. We were up by 3 goals. So see, like I said this, he was actually scared that he boarded this particular plane, and landing was an issue and the rest of them. But that time, your mind go don't fly. So it's a lot. This period, you guys get careful. It's not even because of him. I was saying basically for the plane, you flying on air or anything. Land people where they inside, buses and the rest of them, they see things too. So we just guys this careful this period. Very, very careful. All right, a lot of people don't come out to actually state their own experience of waiting happened to Alibaba. So yes, let's take some comments of what people have actually come out to say. Yes, Uzo said, thank God for life, Baba. But your story long ago. So tell you even explained how you watched 2 matches. You reached hotel now, like you get. Another person said, Airpeace did a strong thing. April 2022, they gave us jets that nearly killed us. Anything jet in Nigeria, just avoid it. Is well. All right, another person said, I beg Nigerian government, fix your airline. No. People cannot travel by road anymore. It's actually true. Yes, another person said, a flight can be full even with empty seats if weight and balance limits are reached on smaller jets like the CR7. Passengers' weight, baggages, cargo, and required fuel can exceed safe takeoff limits to stay within regulations. I believe this airline blocked seats or denied boarding despite visible emptiness. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say their own, experience based on, flying and also traveling by road. So it's a call up for everybody that if you're traveling by the road, traveling by the plane, you just have to be very careful. Be watchful, the kind of planes you go into, the kind of jets you go into, the kind of cars you go into. Even if you're using your personal car or you're using your personal vehicle, it's also good that you are careful too because of the roads. A lot of things are happening. Yes, and December don't they reach. You get what I'm trying to say? So let's take more comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And yes, somebody said it is a new girl. All right. Getamana said, thank God for the lives of the passengers. And Puritic Soul said, you must be a writer. And another person said, jet means they are tired to fly, so don't use it again. Okay. So Danny Okay said, this is exactly why lack of maintenance culture destroys life. I fly Airpeace or Ibom Air, no matter what. Your life is more important than any business meeting. All right. Small Malo said, Max Air now Molware too. It's all right. Let's take more comments. And someone said, at rotation speed, if the aircraft didn't take off, everyone would be dead. Runway isn't long enough for the described abort airplanes. Don't just stop like that. Okay. All right. Thank God, if it will not land, it will not take off in Jesus' name. In Jesus' matchless name. Amen. All right. No, say life is sweet. All right. Another person said, use overland airline to Akure, and I bet you will scream. David Sonia said, same with Enugu Air. All right. Dikachi Owo said, go past Green F Africa as well. A lot of people don't come out to explain their own side of their experience of waiting they don't see when, flying both by road, flying by, going by the road, traveling by road, and flying by the air, and flying on earth. So it's actually something you need to be very careful for. Yeah, because this life is sweet. When you never do waiting, God don't tell you to come to do. They carry your hand for heart. All right, we get so many comments. Let's take more comments before we move to the next story. And yes, somebody said, we have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. And somebody said, it happens. You should give credit to the pilot for canceling the flight. And Idan said, somebody should read and explain. So Vicky 20 said, they joke with people lives as well. As soon as X-Jet collaborated with Enugu Air, problems from nowhere. Another person said, even to land safely for Nigeria now, wahala is well. Is well. We have a lot of comments. Let's take more and more comments. All right. Another person said, very nonsense airline. I booked a flight from Lagos to Abuja yesterday for 2:45 p.m. It was rescheduled for 4:40 p.m. Then 6 p.m. kept us till 7:30 p.m. in Lagos before leaving. Or more. The only come to think of it is how this, when you've booked your flight and how they, spend more time, flight where it's supposed to be this time, they fly by this time. It's a lot. I think aircraft a lot of people should just do this thing, fix this whole thing, because it's a lot. Talking about, fixing the planes, some maintenance that has to be done. It has to be done. Just, I don't know, but then, even people where they travel for road, it's still a lot of things too. They have to check vehicles, have to be sure that the fuel is intact, the tires are okay, everything is intact before you even drive. They check if the driver they okay, because a lot of things they do happen now. Even drivers say if you go down, drink, finish, can't enter inside motor, say at the takeoff. Why? These things now they cause, but basically the things that causes accidents on roads and the rest of them. If it not only sorry now when I go talk, I tell you, it's serious. So we gotta stay careful this period. It's just the truth. We should be careful. It's a lot of things that people don't look at. But we have to be very careful. If you are traveling by the road, if you're flying, if you're going by the water, or you're traveling by sea, anyhow way they take travel, but shall be careful. That's just it. And yes, that takes us to our next gist. And we are talking about popular TikToker Candy Teddy Praise Wogu has reportedly been arrested by the NDLEA in Benin City for allegedly producing and selling drug-laced brownies. According to the agency, officers recovered several plates of the infused brownies during the operation and also arrested another suspect linked to the case. So along with the quantities of cannabis-related substance. So the NDLEA says the arrest highlights the growing trend of using social media to promote or distribute illegal drugs. Investigations are still ongoing, and the agency notes that more details will be released as the case develops. See, I don't know, this period, a lot of young ones are doing things that are more scary. Do you get what I'm trying to say? young babe like this now, you don't dey carry things wey illegal things. Why? It's a lot. If your parents, your mama, your papa now see you now, this is it's a disgrace. Big one. I'm telling you, it's a lot. Now, a lot of people don't come out to say things concerning because they say, she's 19 years, she's this year, but she's a young person. For someone at this age to be selling drug-laced brownies. People were supposed they go school, learn, study, do plenty things with your life. Now, so they sell, oh Jesus. It's actually painful seeing this. Painful seeing this kind of thing. So let's see what people have actually come out to say. A lot of people don't come out to say, now wow, this kind of picking self, you gonna do this kind of thing. Is well. All right. Ayomide Joy said now her friends set her up. How you take no say now her friends now set her up? Hey, God, I beg you. All right. Another person said 19K. I thought she was 10. They see the video at Gold Naturals. That person looked like 10 years old for your eye. All right. Laura Chimezie said all this wouldn't have happened if she was a bit reserved. This girl is too loud. I saw, but Pele, sorry, our 19 years old baker. It's actually, even if you want to just do this, you're doing this skill for yourself. Yes, you bake well. And for people to actually eat and come, because those foods that they consume, and you now put drugs inside it. So that what will happen when they eat it? Hey, God, I beg you. All right. Another person said, no be every market then they advertise is well. All right. Don't be smart, no be every market then they advertise. All right. Another person said, I feel for the mom, fa. Yes, seriously. That's what I said. I said, if the mother see this kind of thing, it's painful. Other people, they want their pikin, may they do well, may their pikin be better people, do better things, actually do good things. But no, your pikin they sell drug list brownies. To who do you want to? And come to think of it, some parents actually they support what their pikin they do. I'm telling you, some parents actually support what their children are doing. Bad things where their children they do, they support them. But it's bad. Even the Bible say train up your child in the way it should go. But no, when I know they do that one, now when they do the one way, is well with you people. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are saying things concerning this. And somebody said, was she arrested from choir practice? Why you won't bring choir practice into this thing now, my brother? Is well with you. All right, 30 BG Gangster said, no be this girl where her papa na landlord. God, I beg you. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually coming out to say things concerning this, what she has done. Unless another person said, illiterate is disease. She used her head, post them online. Maybe she don't already bake the thing finish. She can't use her hand. Post her. Say make people see what she bake. She's actually bold to do that. All right, another person said, this same girl again. No be she the woman go collect back car where her husband buy for her. Is well. All right, Eva Tech said, Una don't finally set her up. I don't feel she was actually set up. Because you get what I'm trying to say. I don't want to set them up. You bake, wait till you bake finish, still carry and come outside the show people. It's actually painful seeing your child, child where you supposed to feel, say, okay, I want my child, I feel my child will do this. And you'll be proud, and you'll be a proud moment, proud mother and proud father. As Adekule Gold picking day now, you see when you go to smile, they say, see my child. But no, it's painful. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, another person said, now every time this one they enter problem, always jumping from frying pan to fire. It costs nothing to have composure. Is well. Great guy said, fair for social media, come black anyhow for real life. Why you can't they look the picture like that, my guy? All right, Nancy Opera said 19 years. She's actually young if you look at her very well. Yes. So Portion said, where they don't sell brandies, go prison. Oh my God, please. In my own advice is that say no to drugs. I don't know what you will gain in all these things. Yes. I don't know what that they gain. If you drink, if you smoke finish, you do all these things finish, you'll still come. Some people don't they tell me, say, I do those things just to forget about my problems. Oh God, forget problem. Problem go still come back again. After doing that thing at that moment, the next day the problem no go continue. You go continue now with that particular thing you're doing at that moment. Take off the problem that you are wishing to forget. Please wake up from that slumber, my brother, my sister. Say no to drugs. It's not good. I don't know how you will feel, but then those people selling it and patronizing it, both the people the way they patronize, both the people where they make them, no one stop. They carry go anywhere. Yes, let's take more and more comments. A lot of people don't come out to say things concerning this. Let's take more and more comments. And yes, another person said someone snitched. Not be someone snitched. Even if someone snitched, he still come out wetin she dey make. Is well. All right, another person said, I believe a jealous friend snitched on her. Okay, so another person said the bandits smoked weed too and used a lot of illegal substances. Why are they not in custody yet? And they catch them small now. What do you expect? All right, another person said 19 years old baker we don't offend plenty people. So is well. All right, another person said illicit substance such as normal now. Baby, normal. So another person said, so una no fit put a little filter for her mugshot. They talk say they carry person go prison. Use them, don't arrest person. Use them. They talk say they carry. Why are you so concerned about the pictures? All right. Another person said you all are too free on this social media space. You post everything just to trend. As they arrest you now, they no arrest your fans. Your fans join is well. The truth is that people should stay out of drugs. It will not pay you anything. It will not even give you a good. See, just imagine this thing. As a mother now, if I even see this kind of thing, like I'll be now just disown this person. I will just disown you. But then, it's well. It's well. All right, we'll take a short break, and when we come back, we have other juicy gist to talk about. Please don't go anywhere. Stay tuned.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chart. Don't be killed.
Yes, hello, beautiful people. Welcome back to the show Spotlight. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. I know you are enjoying yourself, and yes, because I am also enjoying myself. And we've been talking about a lot of things. Yes, a young girl that was arrested because she actually sold drug-laced brownies, cakes and all those plenty things. And it's actually not this bad, to see your child into such things. So yes, that takes us to our next gist, because we've been talking about a lot of things. And yes, our next gist has to talk about Paystack has officially dismissed its co-founder and chief technology officer, Ezra Olubi, following a wave of resurfaced allegations and public controversy. The company reportedly terminated Olubi on November 2025, citing significant negative reputational damage linked to old tweets from 2009 to 2013 that went viral earlier in the month. So the allegations prompted Spacetac to first suspend him pending on internal investigation, but Olubi says he was fired before the inquiry was concluded. And without being given the opportunity to defend himself, sources indicate that Spacetac leadership viewed the online backlash as a serious threat to the company's brand integrity, prompting a swift decision to sever ties. So Olubi, however, disputes the fairness and transparency of the process, claiming that Spacetac violated its own internal procedures by terminating him, prematurely and without due hearing. His legal team is currently reviewing the circumstances surrounding this dismissal, raising questions about whether the company acted out of procedural necessity or public pressure. So the controversy continues to unfold as industry observers watch for legal action and official statements from both sides. So they don't talk, and finally, Ezra, they don't, sack Ezra. So they don't fire Ezra. But wait first, those tweets, even with this thing that he's saying that they did not ask him, they did not do this, those tweets not be him writer. Because all those things are weird. You get what I'm trying to say? You do something, you can't be proud, they talk, say you do them. They can't tell them, say, be like, say, una no ask me. Wait till they won't ask you. Something where just they there. God, I beg. Let's see what he actually said, because he replied. He said, over the past few days, my name and reputation built over years as co-founder and technical leader at Spacetac have been called into question because of information circulating online. In response, the board of directors of Spacetac placed me on suspension and initiated what was described as an independent investigation. Once that process began, I chose not to make any public statements. I did this to avoid interfering with the investigation and because I expected a fair, thorough, and unbiased review of the allegations being discussed online. The next page, because we are talking, see, the fact that he actually came out to even write this is what is making me, I'm asking myself, really? Oh God. So he said, created a vacuum that allowed assumptions and misrepresentations to spread without challenge. So those who know me personally or professionally understand that the posts being circulated do not reflect my conduct or the way I have lived my life. I have always, to the best of my ability, conducted myself in a manner that respects everyone's dignity and safety. So on Saturday, 22 November 2025, I was informed that my employment had been terminated. This decision was taken before the supposed investigation was concluded and without any meeting, hearing, or opportunity for me to respond to the issues raised in clear contravention of the terms of the suspension and Spacetac's own internal policies. See, the evidence. See, evidence there. Except you go bring evidence, say no be waiting you write or no be waiting you do. You get what I'm trying to say? All these things are just saying a lot of things. Because why wouldn't they? See, come to think of, even as I'm even talking safe, I just remember, I just view all those tweets about cats and the rest of them. Because why? All right, a lot of people don't come out to talk about this. Let's take some comments, because it's a lot. Let's take some comments. A lot of people have actually come out to say things concerning this. And somebody said, if it happened as he has said it, then that's their first big mistake. For waiting you don't already see. You get what I'm trying to say? You won't come ask the person. Don't you feel that the person himself will come to defend himself? Maybe he will just find one lie just to cover everything where they don't already talk. Because yes, trust me. Yes, it will happen. So this person is saying internal disciplinary procedures must be followed. That's why they are there as a guide in such situations. So more so, he's entitled to a fair hearing, even if they had already predetermined to terminate his appointment. Now they've given him an opening to sue as well. So John Mali said, fire him over post made years back without any concrete evidence. If recently he has been involved in any sexual crimes, then it's fine. But firing him over post he made almost 10 years ago is unjust. Una no person inside rich house. If they talk, say people will know him personally. You feel know him personally for outside. You know him personally for inside house. Oh God. All right. Another person said, People think weird things, and I'm certain he's outgrown those thoughts. If not with the kind of money he has now, he would have been involved in something like this. But not one person stepped out to say Ezra assaulted me. Sometimes we Nigerians just they get mad over unnecessary things. You don't forget saying that the mind now they do the physical things where they do. Seriously, if you don't already get that kind of thing for mind, waiting make you feel say you no go fit do am. Oh Jesus. See, make una just this my comment section people. You people should be calming down. Because, well, I'm just saying that things might happen. You just don't need to come into conclusion and say, he did not do this. Me, I'm not saying, but then it's possible. There's every possibility say, yes, in do. Do you get what I'm trying to say? For somebody to tweet those kind of things. Those tweets are scary, for crying out loud. They are scary. Let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. Yes, let's take more and more comments. And yes, somebody said, play me, I believe by Ashake. My sister, we need to play you that I believe is smart. Of course. So on one hand said, this post being circulated don't reflect your conduct. Let me ask him, is this man trying to gaslight us? Because what is going on? Do you get it? Bro, posted those things yourself. Yes, you posted those things yourself and you're telling me that those posts being circulated don't reflect your conduct. As how? I don't understand. So just Ellie said, it's bad that everything you built just comes crashing down. But you brought it upon yourself. I hope you use this as a time of reflection and repentance. God still loves him, and that's true. All right. Bukola said, at least your cat is home to console you. The same cat. That cat don't yet is. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are actually talking about this. And yes, Charlie Wardrobe said, co-founder don't collect sack letter. It's well. So Shoes by Democrat said, justice for Olongo. Hey, God. All right, Lovely Makeover said, you sleep with cat or not? God forbid. It's a question. They asked you. Hey, Jesus. And those tweets are actually scary. Because when I saw those tweets, I'm like, what? This person now woman being the right this kind of thing. Because why? All right, Mimi Nessa said, but his co-founder. All right, Kenechukwu said, nowhere here says he didn't tweet that shit. That's scary. It's scary. It's actually scary. Let's take more comments. We have a lot of people talking about this. We have lots and lots of comments. And yes, another person said, this one sweet me. All right. At Rema. Mio as how? All right. Anita Chi said, then they fire co-founder. You know. You people should enlighten me. You self, you for comport yourself. Baba don't comport himself. This is to say that a lot of things has to be put in check. You, when one come out to talk plenty things, you have to be careful of what you say. The power of the mind lies in what? The tongue. What you say. The things where you talk. You have to be very careful of what you say, what you do at every moment, at every time, because you don't know everybody. If you don't talk one thing like this, they will carry you. I'm telling you. Oh, Jesus. All right, let's take more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And yes, somebody said, not reading all that, but from what I see, it's good for him. As well. Let's take more and more comments. A lot of people are talking about this. And somebody said, some people are shocked that co-founders can be fired. Yes, that's true. From the very complaints they helped create. Even Steve Jobs was fired from Apple at one point. A company is a separate entity. And once it reaches a certain level, you no longer have the sole authority to do whatever you want. And Brain Okoni said, I'm not his fan, but you can't deny he's a fantastic engineer. Still, the board should have waited for the investigation to run its full course. He helped build the company, so giving him the chance to respond to the allegations would have been the professional thing to do. It's not about supporting him. Those tweets are evil, I'm telling you, because all these ones where they talk now. It's about following proper process and allowing a fair hearing. Another person said, co-founder and don't collect sack letter. It's actually true. See, he tweeted those things. Those tweets are actually evil because a lot, even talking about him sleeping with, someone sleeping with his landlord's daughter. Because what is all those things? Scary tweets. You understand? And they are saying they should give him time to have explained himself. They should give him time to explain himself, but that doesn't mean that the thing wey him write no be him write am because it was just there. Do you get what I'm trying to say? And him saying people that know him personally can attest to that he's not like that. He lives in a good conduct, and the rest of them kilo day. You don't know. You don't need to just judge like that. But then, you know no person reach in house. You feel no one for outside, but you don't know I'm inside in house. That's what I have to say for this guy. All right, this is where we draw the curtain. Trust me, it was a lot. And yes, if you're going viral and you're going global, please tell your story with heart. And don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle at VOP TV Live and subscribe to all our channels. And yes, I'm still your girl, Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi. This has been Spotlight, where voices meet purpose. So, bye for now.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing at all, please discuss.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Voice of the people. You can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokobo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka. I'm an about the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on VOP TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Well, hello and welcome to the African News on Voice of the People Television. I am David Edwin. Before we begin the news, we would urge you to kindly visit our website, www.vop.ng, for fresh and trending news stories. We begin this African News from the story where renowned scholar, Professor Patrick Lumumba, has called for greater respect and proper funding for African universities as a foundation for the continent's development. He made the appeal while delivering a lecture at the University of Ilorin's 50th anniversary celebration. Lumumba said Nigeria's human resource capacity continues to shine globally, with top engineers, doctors, and academics contributing across Europe, America, and Africa. He stressed that Africa's growth depends on empowering its scholars and universities. The Pan-Africanist referenced past commitments like the Lagos Plan of Action and the Abuja Declaration, which he said show the continent's history of abandoned promises. He warned that the gap between aspiration and action continues to slow Africa's progress. Lumumba urged Uni-Ilorin to implement policies that benefits its community, Nigeria, and the continent. He criticized the undervaluing of academics and lamented Nigeria's dependence on food imports despite ongoing cultural debates like the popular jollof rivalry. Moving on, West Africa's regional bloc, ECOWAS, suspended Guinea-Bissau's membership after an army general was sworn in as president. The decision was made during a virtual session of ECOWAS Mediation and Security Council chaired by Sierra Leone's President Julius Maada Bio. Leaders from Cape Verde, Ghana, Liberia, Nigeria, Senegal, and Benin joined the meeting, condemning the army's takeover as an illegal subversion of the democratic process. The coup occurred as Guinea-Bissau was counting votes in the high-stakes presidential election. The African Union has also condemned the coup and is expected to suspend Guinea-Bissau shortly. Regional leaders expressed concerns over the repeated pattern of military interventions in West Africa. West Africa has experienced at least 6 coups since 2020, shaking political stability across the region. ECOWAS and the AU continue to call for a return to democratic governance in affected countries. Guinea-Bissau has plunged further into political turmoil after a disputed presidential election was quickly followed by a military coup. Opposition leaders questioned the legitimacy of the takeover, highlighting actions by ousted President Umaru Sissoco Embalo. Analysts say the coup, orchestrated by high-ranking officials just 3 days after the elections, is the fourth since independence from Portugal in 1974. Attempts to link the takeover to foreign actors have been largely dismissed due to the country's weak institutions. Following the coup, the military appointed General Hota Inta as junta leader and announced a one-year transition period. The opposition claims Embalo staged the coup to avoid conceding defeat in a tightly contested race. The whereabouts of Embalo remained unknown, where both he and his rivals have declared victory, increasing the uncertainty. Guinea-Bissau, one of the world's poorest countries, continues to struggle with repeated coups and fragile democratic institutions. Meanwhile, Guinea-Bissau's deposed president, Umaru Sissoko Embalo, has arrived safely in Senegal following his release by the military that toppled his government this week. The transfer was secured after negotiations by the West African bloc ECOWAS amid rising tensions in Guinea-Bissau. Senegal's foreign minister confirmed that Embalo landed on a chartered military flight late Thursday. Meanwhile, the military in Guinea-Bissau has sworn in General Hota Ntam as transitional leader for a one-year period. Wednesday's coup occurred just before authorities were set to announce provisional results for the presidential and parliamentary elections. The military has suspended the electoral process, blocked results, and imposed a nighttime curfew to prevent unrest. The military claims it acted to thwart a plot by unnamed politicians linked to a prominent drug baron. Sierra Leone's Foreign Minister, Timothy Musa Kaba, said the priority was ensuring Embalo's safe evacuation, coordinated by ECOWAS Chair, President Julius Maada Bio. And in Sudan, almost 500 patients, relatives, and others were linked at Al-Fashar's last functioning hospital during a takeover by Sudan's paramilitary rapid support forces, that's the RSF. The World Health Organization reported the attack as part of an increasingly brutal pattern targeting healthcare in conflict zones worldwide. Witnesses described fighters shelling the Sudan hospital, killing civilians and patients, while medics treated the wounded in makeshift emergency rooms. Health workers were forced to jump over bodies and operate under drone surveillance, with supplies like gauze and trunk bullets running out. Satellite imagery revealed mass killings and burnt bodies at the hospital, violating Islamic burial customs. Doctors and aid groups said the RSF systematically dismantled Al-Fashar's healthcare system to drive civilians away and seize control of the city. Violence against healthcare has surged worldwide, with over 12,900 incidents recorded since 2021, peaking at 3,991 in 2024. In North Darfur alone, RSF was responsible for 71% of attacks, killing at least 40 health workers and forcing most hospitals to close. And from Sudan, we move straight to Kenya, where Kenya's Wildlife Service has rejected claims that the new Ritz-Carlton Luxury Lodge is blocking wild beast migration between the Masai Mara and Tanzania's Serengeti. The hotel opened despite an ongoing lawsuit filed by a Kenyan activist in August. KWS said monitoring data showed the property does not interfere with any migration corridors, noting that wild beasts use the entire 68-kilometer Kenya-Tanzania border within the reserve. Marriott International confirmed the local developer obtained all approvals and conducted an environmental impact assessment showing the site is not a wildlife crossing. The lodge has reignited debate over tourism benefits and land access in East Africa. Critics argue luxury resorts often provide limited opportunities to local communities deepening inequality and keeping tourists on site. In Tanzania, similar disputes over Maasai lands for hunting lodges have led to clashes with police. Researchers warn that high-end tourism projects can exclude locals from the economic gains of wildlife tourism, fueling social tensions. And from Kenya, we'll move straight to Egypt, where Egypt's GDP grew by 5.3% in the first quarter of the 2025-2026 fiscal year, up from 3.5% in the same period last year. The growth was supported by government's economic and structural reforms, this according to the Planning Ministry statement. Planning Minister Rania Al-Mashat said the country is targeting around 5% growth for the full fiscal year ending June 2026, up from an earlier target of 4.5%. The ministry highlighted that reforms are accelerating economic recovery after previous slowdowns. Egypt has faced challenges from a sharp currency devaluation, rising inflation, and the economic impact of the war in Gaza. Despite these difficulties, government reforms aim to stabilize the economy and boost investor confidence. An $8 billion IMF-supported economy program has helped accelerated reforms, while $24 billion in investment from the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund supports projects including the major Mediterranean land deal. These measures are central to Egypt's strategy to sustain long-term growth. And from Egypt to Mauritania, where the African Development Bank, AFDB, and European Investment Bank, EIB, have signed a $275 million financing package to modernize Mauritania's main railway corridor. AFDB will contribute $150 million, while EIB will provide $125 million, according to the lender's statement. The railway risk iron ore mines in Zorate, northeastern Mauritania, to the Atlantic port of Nouadhibou. The agreement was guaranteed by the European Union and signed during the African Investment Forum in Rabat. The funding will allow Mauritania's national industrial and mining company, that's the SNIM, to rehabilitate existing tracks and build 42 kilometers of new railway to future mining sites at El Aljoué and Atomai. The project also includes the purchase of locomotives, wagons, and maintenance equipment. SNIM, the country's largest employer, will benefit from improved logistics and operational efficiency. The railway upgrade is expected to enhance Mauritania's mining export capacity and support economic growth. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People Television. We'll go straight to the analysis segment of the news. And joining us now to make sense of these stories and more is Dr. Peter Anosike. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in finance economy, and he's also an economist by profession and a major writer right here in Nigeria. Doctor, a very good afternoon to you.
Thank you for having me.
Well, let's jump right into it. And again, this is an interesting conversation for me because it has to do with some economies across Africa. Interestingly, as we speak, Mauritania is getting a major boost. I call it a major boost from the African Development Bank and, of course, the European Investment Bank to the tune of about $275 million, particularly in financing packages to modernize what Mauritania clearly has said will be a major main railway corridor for the nation. First, I want to ask you, what's your position with this kind of financing deal, particularly on the part of AFDB, who again, the president of the AFDB is from that particular country?
This could be about the first loan he is given after he took over that from Akinwumi Adesina.
Right.
And as the saying goes, charity begins at home. So
they should feel his impact.
So he wants to understand, for the people to know, yes, but this is our time, understand, to me. And as I keep on saying, there's nothing wrong with borrowing, as long as you are borrowing to invest, borrowing for development, understand? But why this always go wrong is that the people that lend this money that don't go for oversight functions, understand? They don't go to make sure that what the money is borrowed for is what is being used. Understand? Because one, whenever countries are going to borrow money, they always write beautiful things on paper. We want to do this, we want to do this, we want to empower, we want to provide employment, we want to provide infrastructure, but at the end of the day, it will be siphoned into a different thing. So for me, if the loan agencies that will also be supervisors of the loans,
right?
I feel that it will go a long way in making sure that the purpose is achieved.
And then there's a level of credibility when it comes to how the monies are being dispersed.
That's once they are there, boot on ground to ensure that what the money was borrowed for is what it is being used.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay.
So we have seen people in Nigeria who borrowed money that to marry more wives.
Well,
and you can see there's no way that loan could be paid back.
That again is a major conversation here. But I want to find out from you, Doctor, who really profits from the EU guaranteed railway? Because this again is clearly coming from the European banks. Clearly in this, who really profits from this EU guaranteed railway?
And the banks are also being controlled by government.
Exactly. So
these people are not Father Christmas. They are not Mother Teresa. Understand?
Okay.
I'm sure this is they are building rails to their mine sites, and I know that these European countries must have interest in those sites.
Sites, yes.
Understand? And they say who paid the piper dictates or the tune. Understand? Maybe they want to start exploiting those natural resources.
Oh, okay. You think it's about exploiting the natural resources on this matter?
And that's the only, because they are not there for that Christmas.
Now, Doctor, interestingly as it stands, the National Industrial and Mining Company, that's the SNIM, are about the largest employers in Mauritania. So from these kind of figures, $275 million, what percentage clearly touches the household's income outside the mine rail port chain?
Well, the most important thing in this is that there should be an equity between the mining company and the people.
Okay.
There should be an equity. That is the only way all the people will benefit from what is happening there. Because when these are being mined, agriculture is affected.
Right.
They cannot farm there. They cannot fish there anymore. So there should be an equity. There should be a percentage that the people will be benefiting for what they are losing as a result of those mines.
Yeah, because this is a concern on the part of Mauritanians who have said at this point, this might just look like another enclave upgrade with, of course, security patrols all over the place, and the people who are supposed to benefit from this particular 42 kilometers extension are not benefiting from it.
That's why I talk about equity between the mining company and the people.
So, talking about this equity, Doctor, we know how Africa can be when it comes to leadership, and of course, these kind of loans that are being granted to countries of this nature. Can the people trust their government to making sure that there is total and very fair equity on the part of the people to gain more in this 42 kilometers extension that we're talking about right now?
If those in government are really representing other people, they will make sure that their people are well taken care of. That if they are true representative of their people, they will make sure that their people will not lose in this development.
Well,
because it ought to be a win-win situation.
Exactly, and that again is something that a lot of persons would really want to talk about here. Doctor, there is no time span for these particular projects. Does that show any transparency, so to say, within these kind of projects? And of course, the time frame to execution and even to returning back these laws?
Well, the truth is, you can never achieve what you cannot measure. Understand?
So this looks like a measurable project?
Once there's no time limit, it means that it means that it may not be achieved even in the next 30, 40, 50 years. Because what time does is that it helps you to kind of know what you are doing.
Right.
That we're expecting in the next 3 years, this project will be here. In the next 5 years, it will be here. It will be completed in 10 years. So when there's no time bound, understand, then it means that there will not even be any seriousness.
Okay.
They can even just say great there and abandon it.
Doctor, let's assume that this project will see the light of the day. 42 kilometers railway, of course, making the Mauritanian railway corridor a bit deep and, of course, better. What do you think would be the economical footprint of these kind of projects in Mauritania?
It's going to revolutionize everything in the country. It's going to revolutionize both agriculture, transportation, and every other thing, because anywhere road passes, development follows. Anywhere in the world that road passes, the land there appreciates, because there's now access to the road. Farmers can now transport their products to other towns and to other cities. Fishermen can also do that. So it puts money in people's pockets.
More like an export capacity improvement in all of the Mauritanian states.
The bottom line is it puts money into the pocket of the people.
Well, again, I really would want to continue on this particular story, but I want to get to this other one that seems to be getting my attention. And I'm talking about the story coming from Egypt, clearly on the fact that there is a growth in the economy at about 5.3 in their GDP. Doctor, this is coming at the brink of the first quarter of 2025-2026 season, fiscal year, I beg your pardon, from a 3.5% in the same period last year, and we're talking about 5.3% this year already.
Well, why it's possible is because there have been stability in Egypt for some time now.
Stability in what sense, Doctor?
Stability in the life of the people. Understand? The kind of bad stories and violence and so on we used to hear about Egypt is not there anymore. So there's stability, and when there's stability, it drives development and growth. Understand? Another thing is that Egypt has succeeded in achieving a steady power supply. And whenever there's steady power supply, small-scale businesses will begin to develop. And anywhere in the world, a small-scale business is always the bone of any country's economy. And once small-scale businesses are developing, people are getting richer, the country are also getting richer.
Now, there is a major question, Doctor, that Africans are trying to find out here. If the growth rate is 5.3%, why are the real wages and SMEs access to credit still squeezed? Who is capturing the rebound, basically, and who is being left behind? Because there are complaints from the SMEs as well of not being able to access, credit facilities, even in the States.
There's no given space, whether a city, a town, a state, or a country, that everybody will be happy. That's why Jerry Bentham, a German philosopher, talked about the happiness of the greater number of people in any given space.
Right.
The happiness of the greater number of people, because there's no way everybody will be happy. So people must complain. Even in Switzerland, where people are getting almost everything free, people are being persecuted for not going to the bank to collect grants. That's the money given to them by the state.
Yeah.
People are still complaining. So the issue is that Egypt is moving forward economic-wise. Understand?
Okay.
So as of today, Egypt is among the fastest growing economies in Africa.
Well,
Egypt, Morocco, Algeria, and Tunisia.
Well, some would say that the very clear usage of the $8 billion IMF-supported economic program has helped accelerate that economy. Do you share that sentiment as well?
Because one, they have developed steady power supply.
Now, you talk about power supply so very intense.
What
impact does that have?
Once there's a steady power supply, business will begin to grow. The poorest person that has a freezer can begin to sell pure water. Understand me?
Okay.
Or the barber can begin to do something. The welder can begin to do something. So what drives the economy is energy, affordable energy. Once you can get it steady, the economy will begin to move
There's
forward.
also the conversation, Doctor, about the fact that Egypt has not had that consistent wave of attacks by either bandits or terrorists.
That's what I'm saying.
In terms of security, they've been stable. Is that also a factor?
Anywhere there's insecurity, there can never be development. So Egypt has been stable for some years now, and that's why you are witnessing these developments.
Now, let's talk about the part that is really quite interesting. Some have said exchange rate flexibility, of course, is a killer of parallel market. What's your position about this?
Well, it is really, but governments also use subsidy to cushion the effect of all this.
Okay. So the subsidy is in play here, not just what we see in the peripheral.
Sure.
Okay. Now, again, the governments have said, well, let me use Nigeria as a case study. The subsidy on petroleum, that there was no budget for it when the presidency made that declaration in 2023. Is there a possibility that the government of Nigeria may not be looking in that direction of cushioning effects of subsidies gone? Thus, the reason why the economy is dwindling like it is presently.
The issue is our own subsidy is going to the wrong pockets. Understand? Because it is the oil marketers that was abusing what is meant for the people.
Okay.
Subsidy is one of the surest ways that government helps the people. Understand? What is subsidy? An instance, a product is selling for 200 naira. Government feels, no, this is too much for my people. Pay 100 naira, let us pay 100. So that 100 is subsidy.
Right.
Understand?
Right.
But in Nigeria, this money is going into the oil marketers. Understand? Those who are supposed to benefit from it are not really benefiting. Understand me?
Okay.
So it is only a few that is benefiting from the subsidy in Nigeria.
So, as it stands, if these few are truly benefiting, just like you said, from the oil subsidy in Nigeria, that again is not a reflection of what the government said, that they've met their quota. Should that also come into play? Because that is on the part of the people.
The idea of meeting your quota while you are still borrowing does not make sense. So for me, it's mere propaganda.
Okay, I was really going to ask you, I hope Africans juxtapose when one government meets its quota, and then of course the people are being not only taxed, also not having the purchasing power. How does that marry up in the path of economy?
That's propaganda, not progress. Understand? Because when a government meets its target, its quota, it should rub off on the people in the way of lesser taxes, lesser rates, and so on and so forth.
Okay, okay.
And that's what it should be.
All right then. Well, Doctor, one question that comes to mind when I saw this story about Egypt and the increase in their GDP clearly is what I'm going to ask you now. $8 billion IMF-supported fund, $24 billion investment from the UAE Sovereign Wealth Fund. How much have the Egyptian government done to be worthy of this level of credit facility that maybe other African countries, and of course Nigeria as a case study, has not done enough?
I say they have developed a steady power supply. Once you have steady power supply and a stable economy, that is no violence, no instability, no insurgents, your country is moving forward. And you'll be able to pay those they loan, even with the taxes that people are paying. That's, understand? Because once you are doing business, it is going on well, you will not mind paying taxes.
Right.
Understand me?
Okay.
You will not mind paying taxes. Where people worry is that their business is not doing well and government is taxing them. This is why they evade tax. And in a country like Nigeria, it's only the poor that are paying taxes. It is only the poor that are paying taxes. The rich, once you are connected, you don't pay tax in Nigeria.
Now, Doctor, let's take a bit move, because I'm actually staying on the economic part of this conversation because you're an economist. And as it stands, there is the part of currency and FX liberalization that the administration, the Egyptian administration, previously moved to greater exchange rates, flexibility, and of course, lifted FX restrictions to attract portfolios and FDI inflows. Do you think this also had a major impact in this growth? Because these are things that should be emulated if they are factors that made Egypt gain this 5.3% increase in their GDP.
One, it's not always about issuing statements. Bringing out white papers is about implementation. Understand?
Okay.
Practicing what you are preaching. Understand? Every country can come out with bold statements, but implementation becomes the issue. So for me, I feel that the only reason why Egypt can get up to 5% understand, in growth is that they are implementing what they are saying.
Okay.
Do you understand me?
Okay.
Because they are not just making a political statement. They are not just trying that to sound good in front of World Bank and IMF. So it means that they are implementing what they are saying.
Oh, well, let's move out of this particular conversation and maybe because of our time, move to the very last one that I want to really want you to chime in on. Embalo Sissoko, the president of Guinea-Bissau, is presently in Senegal. He was granted that movement from the military who feels at this point you need to just stay safe. But some quarters have said, in fact, opposition have said that this is a move by the president to disrupt the results that were supposed to be announced yesterday.
To hand over power.
To hand over power. What's your position with this, Doctor?
Well, remember that I told you that since post-COVID,
right,
no incumbent has gotten the next
back into office
or next manipulated
election
results. Understand? So it's not just in Africa; it's everywhere. Understand? So and that I was following the campaign. Understand?
Okay.
And I know that there's no way that Mbando will win because the people are not happy with the state of poverty in their country. And what needs to change is anger.
Right.
Understand me?
Right.
The more angry people are, the more they want a change.
Okay.
So Guinea-Bissau, even Conakry,
right,
has gone far higher in development than Guinea-Bissau. So they have been complaining that they need a change, and the main opposition leader was even promising that he's going to improve Mbano.
Right.
Understand me? So maybe what he now did is to go through this thing, and for him to travel to Senegal with a military jet.
Right.
Because what the minister is supposed to do is not to let him go, but to keep him in detention.
I mean, that struck a very strong chord. But as it stands, Doctor, do you also share the sentiment that this looks like a very planned move by the president, Umaru Sissoco Embalo, and of course the military, who before now he's had so much beautiful relationship with?
So for me, I feel that it is him that invited the military to intervene. If you check what happened there in Niger,
yeah,
the president was overthrown and put under house arrest. This shows you that the military are not happy with him. But this one was that military came in and now used their own jet and ferry him to another country. Just step aside for now. Understand? So, but for me, I feel that whatever, they should call the result of the election. Let us know what really happened.
But Doctor, that seemed like to be to the very unfortunate thing that might not just happen, because the military have blocked the provisional results, suspended the electoral process, and imposed a nighttime curfew all across the state.
Mind you, the result, the election has already been concluded.
Yes, and it was supposed to have been announced yesterday.
Yesterday. So it was just like Humphrey Nwosu and Abionda. So the result was already ready. I'm sure that they will have that result somewhere, and one day it will be announced.
Oh, well, because of our time, really, this is where we have to draw anchor on the analysis segment of the African news. I would have loved to hear him say more, particularly on this situation in Guinea-Bissau. But as the story progresses, we definitely will be giving you more insights on those stories on African news every other weekday. I want to say a big thank you to Dr. Peter Anosike for being here. Dr. Peter is an erudite scholar in economy, finance, and of course, government affairs. And he's also a major writer right here in Nigeria and a professional economist. Doctor, thank you so very much for being here.
Thank you for having me.
We'll take a very short break right now. Where we return, the rest of the African news will be up next. Please do stay with us. Thank you so much. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Now to more stories. Human Rights Watch has raised concerns that irregularities, political interference, and security pressures could undermine the credibility of key elections in the Central African Republic. The December 28th election will include presidential, parliamentary, and municipal elections for the first time in decades. Former Prime Ministers Anicet Georges Dolungwele and Henry Maria Dondra were initially barred but later allowed to run, raising questions about genuine opposition participation. Administrative shortcomings and insecurity could further restrict voter access, particularly in rural areas outside the capital, Bangui. Peace accords with armed groups have improved stability but lack genuine disarmament, leaving communities at risk if agreement fails. Opposition parties have threatened to boycott the elections, which may pave the way for a legislature dominated by the ruling United Hearts Party. The planned reduction of UN peacekeeping forces could weaken civilian protection and election monitoring outside Bangui. Human Rights Watch urges the government to remove barriers to opposition participation, release detainees held without charge, and ensure equal access to media and campaigning. Moving on, African Export-Import Bank, that's the Afrexim Bank, has joined Nigeria, Africa, and the global community to mourn the passing of Mr. Olusegun Awolowo on the 20th of November 2025 after a protracted illness. He was a visionary champion of intra-Africa trade and a respected leader across multiple trade institutions. Mr. Awolowo served as president of the ECOWAS Trade Promotion Organization, Intra-Africa Trade Fair, that's the IATF, ambassador and secretary of Nigeria's National Action Committee on AFTA. He was also the long-serving executive director of the Nigerian Export Promotion Council, shaping policies that deepen Nigeria's export competitiveness. His leadership was instrumental in integrating Nigeria into the African Continental Free Trade Area and promoting the IAFTF as a major platform for trade and investment. Mr. Awolowo's ability to mobilize stakeholders across sectors reflected his exceptional vision and dedication. His passing is a significant loss to Nigeria and the African continent, leaving behind a legacy of economic integration and trade development. Afrexim Bank extends condolences to his family, the Nigerian government, and the people, celebrating the life of a remarkable African leader. You're still watching the African News right here on Voice of the People television. We'll go on a very short break right now. When we return, more stories in business and sports will be up next. Please stay with us. Glad to have you back. It is still the African News right here on Voice of the People television. Now to some business stories. The Democratic Republic of Congo and the African Development Bank, that's the AFDB, have approved a plan to boost the performance of the bank's project portfolio in the country. The country's portfolio performance review was conducted from 17 to 20th of November in Kinshasa. The plan focuses on stronger ownership of projects by sector ministries, support for ongoing operations, and coordinated investment programming. It also introduces digitalized reporting, capacity building, performance assessment, and incentives to accelerate project implementation. During the 3-day review, the government and the AFDB teams examined each operation, assessed progress, identified challenges, and proposed corrective measures. DRC Deputy Finance Minister Yamba Kazadi Gracia stressed the moral duty to turn funding into tangible results for schools, roads, and health centers. AFDB Deputy Director General for Central Africa, Mohammed Sharif, praised the dialogue and reaffirmed the bank's support for national priorities. The bank's active portfolio in the DRC, totaling over $1.6 billion, spans through agriculture, transport, energy, water, governance, human capital, and the digital sectors. And to wrap up the African news, let's go straight talking some sports. The African Cup of Nations trophy was unveiled in London on Thursday as it kicked off its Morocco 2025 Diaspora Tour. The tour will travel from London to Paris and Tokyo ahead of next month's tournament. Former Kenyan midfielder Victor Wanyama, present at the event, highlighted the challenges teams face in qualifying for AFCON. He noted that African football is highly competitive and demands great physical and technical effort. AFCON 2025 returns this December, with Morocco hosting matches in Casablanca, Marrakesh, Rabat, and Agadir from December the 21st to January the 18th. The tournament promises to showcase African talent, spirit, and unity across the continent. Star players expected to shine include Senegal's Sadio Mane, Morocco's Ashraf Hakimi, Egypt's Mohamed Salah, Nigerian young talents such as Victor Osimhen, and Ghana's Mohamed Kudus are eager to make their mark. We're still talking African sports. Algeria's side, JS Kabylie, and Tanzanian young Africans have finalized preparations ahead of their CAF Champions League Group B clash on Friday. JS Kabylie aims to bounce back after a 4-1 defeat to Egyptian giants Al Ahly in their opening match. Young Africans come into the game confident after a 1-0 victory over Morocco's Rabat earlier in the campaign. The Tanzanian side hope to continue their strong start and maintain momentum in the group. Other fixtures on Friday includes Rivers United of Nigeria against Berkane of Morocco, FAR Rabat versus Al Ahly, and FC Algiers facing Mamelodi Sundowns. Saturday and Sunday will see more matches featuring Petro Atletico, Esperance of Tunis, Par Dynamos, Pyramids, St. Elio Lupopo, Al Hilal Omdurman, Stade Malien, and Simba. The CAF Champions League continues to showcase Africa's top club competing at high intensity. Fans across the continent eagerly await thrilling encounters and standout performances. And with that particular sports story, we've come to the end of African News right here on Voice of the People Television. Do also subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are at Voice of the People TV, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Thank you so very much for being a part of this broadcast. I am David Edwin. Do have a good afternoon.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Ibi Dokobo. Please Keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikenna Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP will always have you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Patrick Diabwa, aka Ibani Chuka, Amayanabo the Eagle King, and you are watching VOP TV. Stay with us.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice. VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Another compelling edition of Health Check, the program where we break down the health issues shaping our lives, one honest conversation at a time, right here on Voice of the People Television. I'm Praise Peters, and as always, I'm delighted to guide you on this journey into clarity, awareness, and healthier living. But remember that you can watch us live on SLTV channel 264 and stay connected on all social media platforms at VOP TV Live for health tips, updates, and conversations that matter. Now, before we dive in, here's a little something to make you smile. Have you ever told yourself that I'll just eat this small piece of cake or chin-chin or peanuts, and before you know it, everything is gone? Well, your blood sugar noticed that, and that's why we're here to talk about diabetes today. So, today we are shining a spotlight on a condition that touches millions of households, yet remains heavily misunderstood. Diabetes. So, to help us separate fear from facts, myth from medical truth, we're joined by two exceptional experts. Dr. Rebecca Mockley, a medical doctor and health expert who helps professionals balance health and career through food-based solutions, and Dr. Charles Adeogun, a wellness physician and public health advocate, committed to raising awareness and promoting preventive health strategies in communities. Doctors, thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Dr. Charles, for joining us.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Mockley, Rebecca, for joining us. It's good to have you here on the show. Thank you so much. So before we get deep into the conversation today, I'd love to start on a personal note. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, what is one simple health habit you practice every day that you want everyone watching to begin immediately?
It's simply put, I'll say, drink water.
Water.
Yeah.
Very important. I've heard that a lot of times.
First thing
water.
in the morning. Yes. Drink
First thing in the morning.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. Why?
And
How
make
does
sure
that help?
throughout the day you've had like 8 cups. Or if you have a big bottle, have like 2. That big bottle should be like 1 liter, 1.5. Have like 2 to 3 of it every day.
So every day we should consume at least 3 liters of water.
2.5 to 3 liters of water.
Okay, our medical expert has spoken. I'm sure we've gotten that. All right, how about you, Dr. Adeogun?
Well, for me, I would advise the listeners to have more fruits in your diet. Incorporate more fruits and veggies in your diet. You can't go wrong. Apart from the vitamins, you have the fiber that helps with your digestion. And at least constipation will be out of your way. and you will know.
Okay. What are some of us that don't like eating the fruits, but we just like fruit juice?
Well, the truth is there are different fruits. You know, there are a variety of fruits. So you can always have your preference in one of those
All
fruits.
right.
Yeah.
All right.
You would always
let's
like
go.
one more than the other.
Okay. I'll try. We will try. All right, let's go deep into the conversation now. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would like to start with you. So what exactly is diabetes and how does it affect the body? Because, some people do say, oh, my sugar is high and all of that. What does that really mean? Just break it down for us.
Okay, so diabetes basically means you have a high level of glucose in the blood. Simply put, layman's language. Now, medically speaking, we have values to back this up. I won't go into that detail here, but we have two parameters. We have the random blood glucose level and we have the fasting blood glucose level. Now, for the random blood glucose level, we expect that anybody, even if you've taken a meal, your blood glucose shouldn't go beyond 150. And then for the fasting blood glucose, it shouldn't go beyond 50, okay? So, but once your values go beyond these values, we now proceed to do some other tests and now diagnose this particular person as having a high blood glucose level or having diabetes. Simply put, yes.
All right. Okay, let's go to Dr. Charles. So, Dr. Charles, are there different types of diabetes? And how can the average person understand the difference between type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes?
Okay, thank you. So diabetes can be classified into type 1, type 2, and gestational diabetes. So type 1 is essentially the insulin-dependent diabetes in which the problem is actually insulin deficiency. So in type 1 diabetes, it's also referred to as juvenile onset diabetes. So most people that are born with either their pancreas not producing insulin at all, complete deficiency, or they have insufficient amounts of insulin produced, they all fall under type 1 diabetes. While type 2 diabetes, insulin deficiency is not the problem. It is how the body responds to insulin that is the problem. And type 2 is usually associated with obesity. So type 2 is referred to as the non-insulin dependent type of diabetes. And, though insulin is present, the receptors are not responding appropriately to insulin. So you still have elevated sugar in the blood and it's not getting to the cells where they are normally utilized. The third type of diabetes is referred to as gestational diabetes. As the name implies, it's associated with pregnancy. So in this kind of diabetes, you find a woman who, prior to her pregnancy, her blood sugar had been normal. There was no problem whatsoever. But in the course of pregnancy, she now finds out that her sugar is actually going up and the levels remain elevated. And in such situations, it poses a lot of potential risk to both the mother and the child, because the child can be born with some congenital problems, meaning some malformations in the child, and then the child can also be bigger than usual, what we call fetal macrosomia. The weight of the child is 4 kilograms and above because of the high circulating blood glucose. So certainly you find out that in gestational diabetes, it's very important that antenatal care, is emphasized, because you can imagine, how would you know your sugar is high if you were not going for antenatal? Exactly. It is during antenatal that, at your periodic visits, you have your blood work, you have your urine checks, and all those things. So that's why we always emphasize that every pregnant woman should always go for proper antenatal check and keep up with your appointments, so that if there's anything, it's going to be picked up early. And then, of course, your dietary and lifestyle changes that you require, they are instituted and the right management is put in place. You cannot manage these things on your own. And because of the potential risk it has on the unborn child, it may also influence the type of delivery the woman is going to have. So it's very essential that antenatal is made mandatory for every pregnant woman. So it's not by choice, it is actually essential for every pregnant woman. Compulsory, that's the word.
All right, you mentioned something about obesity. Is it possible for a slim person to have diabetes?
Yes, because diabetes, just like most chronic illnesses, there's a huge genetic aspect to it whereby it runs in families. So whether you're actually on the big side or not, if you have a strong genetic predisposition, you can actually, do have diabetes. So it's though it's very common amongst obese people because of the large fat and the large surface areas, large body surface area. They also have insulin insensitivity. So because their bodies are not so sensitive to insulin, and because of their sedentary lifestyle, in some cases, lack of exercise, and maybe the kind of diet that they normally indulge in, you find out that they are at increased risk of diabetes. But that is not to say people who are also slim cannot have diabetes. And it's also important for us to mention that weight loss can also be a presentation or a presenting symptom of diabetes.
Weight loss?
Yes, weight loss.
Wow.
You find out that the person is losing weight because the glucose is not getting to the cells where they're supposed to be utilized, and it's like starvation in the midst of plenty. You have so much circulating glucose in the blood, but the cells are actually not getting it because insulin that should be at the interface is either deficient or not responding properly.
All right, getting interesting. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca Markley. Doctor, how much of a role does family history play in this? Is it genetic and all of that?
Okay, family history plays a huge role. It plays a huge role. The fact that one or two of your parents have had diabetes plays a major role, and I would explain why. Now, of course, we all know that genes are hereditary and they are passed on. And many times it's not just genes that are passed on, but also if you are in a particular family that has a particular illness and are used to certain habits, there's a tendency, yes, you have those genes, but also you will pick up those same habits, okay? And of course, if you indulge in the same habits, you already are predisposed to it, you end up with the same illness. So it does play a major role, and that's how it plays a major role. Yes.
All right. So since we're still talking about, genetics and all of that, let's still touch, symptoms and diagnoses of diabetes. So Dr. Rebecca, what early warning signs should people pay attention to? I mean, at what point should someone say, okay, this is not normal anymore, I'm getting too tired, I should get checked and all of that? So at what point should we start paying attention to early warning signs?
Okay, so if one notices that they have frequent urination, especially at night. You are getting
frequent urination at night.
Especially at night. 5 times, 6 times, 7 times, 8 times. That's a warning signal. Yes. If they notice all of a sudden they are losing a lot of weight, and there's nothing wrong, there's nothing else that they've picked that is wrong with them, that's a warning signal. If they notice that they are thirsty, that's a warning signal. Then, for some people, when it has really, really gone far, you may start noticing that, oh, your urine is foamy, But the early signs are usually thirst, frequent urination, weight loss. Also, if you notice that you're always breaking out in boils, you're always having infections, and you're always repeatedly using antibiotics and they don't seem to be going away, it's a sign that you should check your sugar level. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Ma. So let's bring it back to the studio. Dr. Charles, Dr. Rebecca mentioned, weight loss, tiredness, frequent, urination and all of that. Well, some of these symptoms, especially weight loss, can be misinterpreted as stress, if you would agree with me. Once someone is already losing weight, they're like, oh, you're stressing yourself too much, you should rest and all of that. So how can we differentiate between stress and, diabetics symptoms?
Okay. Basically, another important thing to notice is that you may have what we call unintentional weight loss because the person can't understand why they're losing weight. But diabetes also presents with increased appetite. You may be having more hunger pangs. You're always calling for more food.
Isn't this in contrast to...
No, it is not, because like the doctor has said, the triad actually, you have increased thirst, you have increased urination, and increased appetite. So you can imagine somebody who is eating and within a short interval is asking for more food and more food, but actually losing weight. You see, when you have all this, you just think straight. You need to get your sugar levels checked. And it's important for us to also mention that these are symptoms. So there's a difference between symptoms and complications. You know, some other people, because of their poor health-seeking habits, they don't go for wellness checks, they don't go for routine checks. So they don't even know that this has been happening to them over a period of time. And things are getting more complicated by, just like the doctor said, they're now having foamy urine that implies that it's beginning to have some renal complications affecting their kidneys. Some people may also now experience, you know, some kind of numbness, tingling in their limbs, pin and needle sensations, blurry vision. This is telling you that this is not just starting now. Complications are already setting in. Some men can have erectile dysfunction. You can have wounds that will not heal on time, you know, that may even lead to amputation of the limbs in some instances. And then you may also have people ultimately also develop some cardiac complications and even increased risk of stroke. So you can see that for a lot of people, before they know sometimes, they don't even pick it up at that point where they are urinating frequently. It's when something more serious, like there's a wound that would not heal. That's when they will now say, oh, maybe they should go and get their sugars checked. And that is even if they are properly guided by a health professional. So the essence of saying all this is sometimes you don't just wait for just the symptoms.
Early detection.
Exactly. By the time you see you're urinating more than usual, which was not before the norm for you, and you also see that you're becoming more thirstier all the time, you need to make sure that you get your sugars levels checked. And then when you also notice that you're beginning to feel needle sensations or gloves and stocking sensation, you just feel some weird things in your limbs, you know, that is not usual for you, you should always get it checked. And it is not every time a person loses weight that you attribute it to stress. Sometimes it could be diabetes, sometimes it could even be cancer, sometimes it could be hyperthyroidism. There are a lot of conditions that can just make you have unintentional weight loss, unexplainable weight loss. So weight loss without a tangible cause is a red flag that must be thoroughly investigated. So that is how to distinguish it between it and normal stress. If it was just stress, you know that once you take a break, you go on a vacation, you know, and you remove the stressor, you know, everything seems to normalize, but that is not going to be the case if it's diabetes.
All right. So what tests can be used to diagnose this diabetes?
Okay, I think the doctor had mentioned them. You know, you have your fasting blood sugar. That is you checking your blood sugar levels after a period of fasting, usually about 8 to 10 hours of fasting. And then you also have your random blood sugar, which is, and it's important for us to note here that you have a normal reference range of values for each of these tests. So if you're doing a fasting test, there's a normal reference range it's expected to be within. So if you do a random blood sugar, there's also a reference range of value it's supposed to be within for it to be considered normal. Then for people who are confirmed diabetics, you know, when they come for follow-up checks, we now have what we call the glycated hemoglobin, and that helps us to do, to assess or evaluate their control of their blood sugar over a period of time, you know, to know if from their last appointment up till now, how has their sugar been controlled. It helps you know people that are compliant with treatment. It helps you know people who are following their meal plan. And it helps you to know people who are doing well on the current therapy. And it helps to inform the doctor whether he needs to adjust their treatment or adjust the doses of the drugs they're on.
All right. So, Dr. Rebecca Mockley, I'd like to come to you. You are a nutritionist to a very large extent. So I'd love to take this to the diet angle. So how does diet, stress, sleep, all of this, you know, lack of exercises contributes to diabetes, and what lifestyle changes can actually improve the condition?
Okay, so diet plays a major role. Like I've said first in the definition that diabetes basically has to do with a high glucose level in the blood. And of course, one of the first ways we get glucose into the system is from what we eat and the process of digestion, okay? The other way that glucose floods the system is when the body is in what we call a fight or flight mode. In other words, you need to attend to a particular matter, you need to be awake for a bit longer. So your body activates a hormone called cortisol. Cortisol make sure that your body system is flooded with glucose. The main purpose is that it's trying to help you have enough energy to complete the task at hand. Okay. Now, the fight or flight mode is usually what we experience when we say we are stressed. It means basically that we have to attend to a particular task, and maybe we have a short time or we have little resources, so we are a bit more tense, and usually at that time we need more energy, and that's why cortisol comes in. Now, if you are constantly in that particular situation, that means every time your system has a rush of glucose coming through it, if persistently you are eating meals that have a very high glycemic index. When we say it has a high glycemic index, what we mean is that it has a tendency, when it breaks down, to flood your system with a lot of glucose. Okay, or in simple terms, what we're trying to say is that the basic components of that meal breaks down very easily into glucose, which glucose, as we all know, is sugar. So these are the two ways that stress and diet affects. Then, of course, when you don't sleep, you need to be, and you're trying to be awake, you're trying to be alert. Your brain also needs energy. So it kicks in different mechanisms in your body to make sure that the sugar level is high. So you can imagine you constantly being in all these states for very long periods of time. After some time, of course, the first time it happens, your body's mechanism kicks into place. Insulin tries to do its work, which is basically to transport glucose to the cell and all that. But after some time, in science, many times we say either it becomes insulin production reduces, or it becomes overwhelmed. In other words, the sugar load is too much for it to carry. So I hope in simple terms, everyone has been able to understand how these four things go hand in hand to raise sugar levels and ultimately lead to diabetes.
All right, so sugary drinks. What about sugary drinks, alcohol, late night eating?
They're all part of the whole sequely. They're all part of the whole drama. Yes.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much, Ma. Okay, Dr. Charles, let's make this more relatable to the audience. So, what everyday habits put people at risk on a normal day, and they don't even realize it? What everyday habits do people just don't, pay attention to, but it is actually putting them at risk to having this particular health condition?
Okay. There are some everyday habits that increases your risk or predisposes you to diabetes. One of which is the sedentary lifestyle. So if you're always seated for a long period of time, or you're somebody that you're an executive and you have people run errands for you.
Remote workers.
Exactly, and remote workers. So everybody is doing the work, running up and down to get your objectives, met, but you are declining in your health quality, so to say. So basically, a sedentary lifestyle is a problem. Then for a lot of people who binge on alcohol, it's also a problem, because alcohol has been strongly linked to pancreatitis, which is inflammation of the pancreas where insulin is produced. So you can imagine chronic inflammation of the pancreas will make you, have a decline in pancreatic function. Then, of course, binging on junk foods.
Junks. Oh my God. I feel like this is very relatable.
Or you are eating everything that you crave for, forgetting the nutritional nourishment it brings to you, or the potential detrimental effects it can have on your health. So the fact that you suddenly remember certain snacks, I don't want to mention names here, which we all know, that, okay, you just have a sudden craving for it, and then it's almost on impulse that you just make an order, and then you eat and eat and eat, and you can't even control yourself that, okay, this is how much of it you want to eat. And then you keep ordering and ordering back to back just because it feels good, just because it tastes nice, and then you forget about your health. So you can see diet plays a role, you can see lifestyle plays a role. And then for a lot of people who, for one reason or the other, exercise is not just their thing. They'll just tell you, exercise is not for me. I don't see why I need exercise. I'm already active and all that. Exercise has shown to significantly improve the quality of lives of diabetics and also to reduce the risk for people who have other risk factors in place, like genetics. So for instance, you come from a family that diabetes is very prominent in their lineage, and you try as much as possible to avoid a sedentary lifestyle, you have a consistent exercise routine, you watch your diet closely, you drink alcohol responsibly, you're likely not going to come down with diabetes. So these are just a few of one of the most important everyday things that people do that they are not actually aware increases their chances of diabetes. And of course, people that are obese, you better find a way to manage your weight, because your body weight, has a strong link to diabetes, hypertension, and other cardiovascular events.
All right, it has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now we're going to take a short break, and when we return, we'll dive into treatment options, myths, and how to prevent complications. Please stay with us. All right, it's been a wonderful conversation here. We've been talking about diabetes, and I've been with Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun. They've been able to establish the causes, the symptoms, the complications, and all of that. So right now we're talking about the treatment. So let's go to Dr. Rebecca first. So Dr. Rebecca, what treatment options are available for diabetes, medications, insulin, and all of that? Can you just brush through it once again?
Okay. So first and foremost, because this is my tough, the first thing is always to approach it from nutrition. First and foremost, person has to adjust their nutrition depending on the level, because it depends on how long, how bad the symptoms present, and if there are any complications. Then also there are medications that control diabetes, okay? And then in some cases, especially where it's obvious that the pancreas is not producing insulin at all, we augment with insulin injections. So those are basically the 3 lines of treatment, yes.
All right. So Dr. Charles, you talked about early detection when you were, talking about the causes and all of that. So how crucial is early treatment in preventing long-term damages?
Very important, because, we try to differentiate between the symptoms and complications. So complications are what result from persistently uncontrolled diabetes. So the problem is not diabetes in itself. The problem is actually leaving it uncontrolled, because there are a lot of people living with diabetes well controlled, and they have minimal complications, and they have a good quality of life. So it's very important that early diagnosis helps you to institute treatment early, to put in place all the dietary and lifestyle modification, and then ultimately the goal is minimize complications. So what are these complications? We've mentioned blurry vision or even blindness. It's important that we mention that diabetes can make people go blind, can make people lose their vision because of the retinopathy. It can cause renal failure. These are the end stage consequences of persistently, uncontrolled diabetes. So for people that are uncontrolled, they'll have wounds that will not heal, leading to amputation. You can have people having what we call numbness and tingling sensation, the neuropathies. You can have men presenting with erectile dysfunction. You can have increased risk of stroke. You can have increased risk of cardiomyopathy. And then you can ultimately have, of course, death, because people can go into a diabetic coma. So that's something that results when you have hyperglycemia, that is elevated blood sugar over a long period of time, and nothing was done about it, either because the person didn't present early enough, or the person was not compliant with treatment, or the person was, in the case of Nigerians, looking for other alternative treatments that are not effective. And the person has been on these things, and ultimately complications result. So ultimately, the advice to everybody is early detection. Do something about it once the diagnosis has been established. Go for regular health checks and be on your drugs as much as you can. And the doctor has already talked about the treatment modalities available.
All right, so I would like to go to Dr. Rebecca for this particular question because you are a nutritionist. So, you know, we talk about something we popularly call agbo in our dialect. Okay, so agbo jadi is very, very, you know, very safe according to what people, you know, usually describe it as. So how do you think this can work with medications? Is it better than modern diabetes medications and all of that?
Okay, so thankfully we're in a world where people are, knowledge is increasing every day and people are doing their research. So, but when it comes to things like diabetes, it's very, very important that whoever you are getting these things from is knowledgeable. Now, let me tell you some dangers about the herbal medications. First and foremost, they are not properly regulated. A few people are coming out to regulate them properly now. Then many people don't know, which some people in my space are trying to raise awareness about this. Some of these preparations are made, they are kept for a long time, mold gets into them, and it's now the offshoot of what was produced that is molding and spoiling is what people are taking, and it can lead to it can damage their kidneys seriously. So it's very, very important that you don't just take anything. Unfortunately, we live in Nigeria especially. People don't pay attention to quality. Other parts of the world where they've started taking time to study the herbs, they are doing a lot of quality checks on them. But in this environment, there are very, very few people that pay attention to quality. So I wouldn't advise anybody that already has sugar problems, is already having complications, to just go to anybody. Make sure you go to somebody that is trained, that really understands what they are doing, because you may end up, you are trying to treat the sugar and avoid drugs, but you may not end up with a kidney complication, which we don't want that to happen. And not just the kidney a complication in your kidneys, there are other organs that will be affected, you know. So it's not just wise just to buy anything off the street. How long has that thing been prepared?
Exactly.
Is this actually the herbs or the mold that you are drinking, you know? So all those things matter. All those things matter. And unfortunately too, in our society, people don't really value their health. So some of the people that have actually been trained and understand how these things are supposed to be prepared and used, they are not even willing to go to them, you know. So those are some of the challenges with it. So my first advocacy is that go to the hospital, make sure that you are properly checked, and if this is the route you want to take, go to a certified professional.
Yeah, so modern diabetic medication is still the best.
It's still important. It's still important.
All right.
It saves a lot of
Dr.
money.
Adeg, we talked about junk foods and all of that. Please, we know that some of these junk foods are quite, you know, heavy in fat and all of that. So can you recommend some snack that we would safely swap with all of the ones we've been taking to reduce this sugar intake and, you know, reduce the risk of diabetics?
Okay. So even though my focus is on food and medicine, I would say I am not a dietitian. But from my experience, one of the things that help to calm hunger pangs and also keep your sugar down is having something that is rich in protein. Okay. And we have things like our nuts. Now, I'm not saying take a whole bottle of granuts. No, please don't do that. Or you can have like a handful of cashews. You can have chicken. You can have your meat. Then fruits that are low in sugar, things like watermelon, you can have that. Vegetables like cucumbers, you can have that. So those are things you can snack on. But we all know by the time you eat cucumbers and watermelons, they are basically water-rich fruits. You feel hungry. So pair it with a nice protein. It will help.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay, let's come back to the studio. Dr. Charles, so I want us to talk about some myths, right? There are some things that people just misinterpret diabetics to be. So some of them are that only sugar causes diabetics. I don't know if that's true. Some of them say herbal mixtures can cure it. Some of them say diabetes is a spiritual attack. Some of them say only overweight people get diabetic. Some of them say once you start medications, it will not leave completely. It can only leave, just... So can you just clarify some of these myths?
Okay, thank you. So myths, these myths and misconceptions, they come from people not having a thorough understanding of the condition. But basically, it's good for us to emphasize here that diabetes is a chronic metabolic state or condition that cannot be cured. It can only be managed. So it's a lifelong treatment. This is very good for people to make peace with at the beginning so that you won't have problems with compliance to treatment. So when your doctor is always asking you to be on your medications or asking you for regular wellness checks, you would not be saying, for how long am I going to be treating this? You will be clear from the beginning because you fully understand that this is a condition that you would have to manage long term. So that is something people should settle in their minds. That's number one. Then number two, most of the foods you eat, carbohydrate foods, are broken down to sugar by the process of digestion. So every food you eat, your body has a series of processes of breaking them down, extracting the nutrients from them before elimination in your body. So your body absorbs the nutrients ultimately. So most carbohydrate foods are broken down to sugars. So when you are referring to sugar, we're not only referring to that white refined sugar that comes in cube form or granulated form. Exactly. So people should understand that it is not only that kind of sugar. So if you're eating a lot of your pounded yam, your white rice, your white bread, and all that, and doing all the pastries, yes, you're going to have your sugar spikes, especially if you're already non-diabetic or you are pre-diabetic.
And taking a lot of soda.
Yeah, or take a lot of sodas, yes. So basically, you know that you are going to actually have a sugar spike. So it's important we know that. And then, of course, most illnesses, if not all, in fact, I would say every illness has an explanation. That is why there is a study called pathology, where you study diseases, because there is a basis for most diseases. So there are some diseases that may not be fully understood, but there is always an explanation for them. So for you to think it's spiritual, completely count that out, because that is just our own African mind trying to explain what seems poorly understood or is mystical to them.
Exactly.
Just because they don't have answers to it or they don't have a thorough knowledge of it, they now assume it has to have a spiritual origin. The truth of the matter is diabetes is explainable. It's a metabolic condition. Either you're not producing enough insulin, or your body is not responding to insulin, or it's gestational. So it has to be one of these factors. And if you do a thorough family history taking, you'll find out that it is somewhere, already in that family line. Then it's also necessary for us to know that, please, like the doctor said, you have treatment options available. These are time-tested and trusted methods of managing diabetes. So we use the word managing, referring to diabetes, hypertension, and some other illnesses, because they don't really go away. So when you say treatment, if you use the word treatment, some people may misinterpret it to mean that, okay, you take the course of treatment for a certain duration of time and then it goes away. This is not the case in diabetes. So you know that it is a constant treatment that entails you taking your medications, modifying your lifestyle, changing your diet to make sure that you maintain, optimal glucose levels. So I hope that answers the question.
Yes, definitely. Well, earlier you spoke about a type of gestational diabetes that has to do with pregnancies, right? So is it possible that women with gestational diabetes can have healthy pregnancies all through?
Yes, that's the essence of you going for, your antenatal checks and being, monitored by an obstetrician. That's the specialist in charge of pregnancy and pregnancy-related conditions. So once you're already going for your regular checks, your sugar levels will be checked, your HbA1cs will be checked, your urinalysis will be done, we'll check the number of pluses of glucose you have in your urine, because all these are indicators of how well you're doing and how well your sugar is controlled. For a lot of women who have gestational diabetes, yes, they do carry their pregnancy well, and they give birth to babies, you know, that are healthy. But the important thing is that everything must be done under strict scrutiny and monitoring, because that surveillance is very, very key to minimize your risk of complications. Because you can imagine a woman who has been pregnant and maybe she's had previous children and probably didn't have the issue at that time. And she assumes that this pregnancy too, she will go elsewhere to somebody who is not an expert to manage her, or she's just self-medicating or managing herself, which is very dangerous. You can imagine her having gestational diabetes. First and foremost, she would not even know because she hasn't checked. You would only know what you have investigated. And then secondly, all the right treatments or managements will not be put in place because she is not even aware of what condition she has. So she will suddenly give birth to a child probably with congenital anomalies, a child who is bigger than usual. And if she hasn't done a scan, because it's amazing how people trivialize their health and don't prioritize their health. Exactly. You'll just find out that at the point of birth, she's having difficulty giving birth.
And you will not be able to place.
And because the child is too big, you know, because of the diabetes, the child is macrosomic, very, very huge baby. And the child may also have complications. We have birth injuries. You can find out because maybe some inexperienced midwives or some traditional, or I don't know, some people who are not specialists, the people taking the delivery, they can actually fracture the clavicle of the child. The child can have Erb's palsy. You can actually injure the child and give the child some deformities, which would have been preventable if she had been in a hospital setting, because they would have foreseen all these things and would have put things in place at least to curb the complications from arising. So it's very essential that you're coming to the hospital is not just to keep the hospital business running or for doctors to collect your money.
Yes.
It is for your own safety and the safety of your unborn child.
All right, all right. So, Dr. Rebecca, I would just love to ask you this question before we move. How important is family support in managing all right? So, Dr. Charles, I'd love to ask you, how important is family support in managing diabetics? You know, people with diabetics also have families and they might be going through a whole lot. So what's your advice to these people? How do they manage the situation with their family members?
Just like any other illness, illness requires you doing the right things in terms of presenting early to a medical professional, you know, sticking to your treatment regimen that has been recommended for you. And also, we all need good support. We need a support system. Yes. You know, people that would support us emotionally, people that would support us when we are discouraged, people that would, you know, cheer us on, even when we don't feel like doing the things we're supposed to do. Because these are the people that will serve as reminders for us. So family support is key. For instance, somebody who is managing diabetes, occasionally, being a human, the cravings come, you want to eat what you're not supposed to eat. Somebody comes and gently reminds you, you're not supposed to eat that. Remember what the doctor said.
Yes,
this is not for you.
To have our backs.
Exactly. And then somebody tells you, the doctor asks you to always exercise. You've not exercised in the last 2 days. I think you are missing out on something important. Let me go on a walk with you, just to encourage you, just to give you that drive and that motivation. Somebody reminds you, have you taken your medication today? And somebody reminds you, your hospital appointment is on Friday. I hope that is in plan. You need all this.
Yes.
It is when you have this support that you can actually do well, and it sends a message to the patient themselves that they are wanted. Exactly, they are wanted, they are loved. They don't want to lose them.
Yeah, it's
and
not everybody, a death sentence.
Yes, and they matter to the people around them, and the people around them really want them around for longer. And you don't know, you cannot quantify what positive effect it will have on the well-being of that patient.
Yeah.
You know, so it's important that family members, you know, rally around people living with diabetes and give them all the support.
All right, thank you very much. So in 30 seconds, just tell us one advice for people that are ignoring these symptoms and should really, really pay attention to their health, just to, you know, bring that awareness to them.
Well, for people that have the symptoms already and they're not paying attention to it, or they're ignoring the symptoms or wishing away the symptoms, they are treading on dangerous grounds, because what is going to happen certainly is you're going to just find out that there's kidney failure, you lose your vision, you know, you may have erectile dysfunction, you have wounds that won't heal, you are playing with complications that are too detrimental for you to ignore. Because at the end of the day, when these things happen, you will go back to the hospital you have always been avoiding, and you'll go back to the doctors you've been running away from. And then, mind you, to manage complications, mind you, I use the word manage. So manage the complications is way, way, way more expensive than you managing it at the diabetic stage before those complications arise. So it's better you choose how you want to spend your money, and you better choose it wisely. So better make the choice to handle something when it is still very minor and when things are not complex yet, than for you to be running around looking for dialysis or transplants when the kidneys have already gone bad. So please don't ignore your symptoms. Your symptoms are red flags that your body is sending to you. Do something about it.
Okay, please don't ignore your symptoms. We've heard that from the medical experts on the show today. So a very, very big thank you to Dr. Rebecca Markley and Dr. Charles Adiogun for sharing such clear, practical insights with us today. Thank you very much, Dr.
Thanks for having me.
All right, diabetes may be a lifelong condition, but remember, with the right information, early detection, and intentional lifestyle habits, life can remain full, vibrant, and deeply rewarding. So everyone watching, your health is not a burden. It is an investment. Your body speaks, and please don't wait for it to shout before you listen. If you notice any unusual thirst, fatigue, weight changes, or anything that doesn't feel normal, please seek medical help early. There is strength, not shame, in taking control of your health. I'm Praise Peters, and this has been Health Check. Until next time, please stay informed, stay intentional, and above all, stay alive.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we'll bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
Welcome to Kitty's Corner. Every weekend is a new journey. Join Auntie Oni as she embarks on thrilling adventures. Each episode takes the young explorers to a different fantastical world filled with exciting challenges, making new friends and learning valuable life lessons. The show begins with lots of excitement in a cozy storytelling mood. Fairies teach the importance of kindness, honesty, bravery, teamwork, or curiosity. Kitty's Corner is a delightful blend of fun, education, and imagination with catchy songs, interactive games, and heartwarming stories. Join Auntie Oni every Saturday, 10 a.m. to 10:30 a.m. on Voice of the People Television. Kitty's Corner, perfect destination for curious minds.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello, peeps. My name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi, everyone. I'm Paul Utami.
Hi, everyone. My name is Stacey Benjamin, and this is
Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV.
I won't want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Lovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging. Picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Jaja of Okpobo, whose full name was Jubo Jubora, was a prominent Nigerian ruler in the late 19th century. He was born in the early 1820s in the Okpobo region, which is located in present-day Rivers State, Nigeria. King Jaja started as a trader and quickly rose to prominence due to his entrepreneurial skills. He established a successful trade network that extended across the Niger Delta region, dealing in palm oil, palm kernels, and other valuable goods. His business acumen and leadership qualities earned him the respect and admiration of his people. In 1870, King Jaja founded the Okpobo city-state as a trading hub and became its ruler. He established Okpobo as a powerful economic and political entity, attracting traders from various parts of Africa and Europe. However, his growing influence and control over trade routes soon became a concern for the British colonial authorities. Tensions escalated between King Jaja and the British, leading to his arrest and subsequent exile to the West Indies in 1888. Despite being removed from his homeland, King Jaja's legacy as a visionary leader and influential figure in Nigerian history remains. His resistance against colonial domination and his contributions to trade and commerce continue to be celebrated.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
All right, a countdown to the weekend of football action as club football takes a center stage. And of course, it's also a countdown for the AFCON 2025 as we wait on the full list of players that will be trying for slots to be a part of the AFCON 2025 in Morocco. My name is Jerry Apeliohai, saying welcome to the locker room on Voice of the People television, as it promises to be exciting with the house full, packed with talking about the guys, the usual suspects we like to call them. And of course, Ikechukwu and Afiz makes a return after a long hiatus. And of course, Mario will be joining us virtually as we look at the fixtures for this weekend, because there's a big one this Sunday. The Blues up against the Gunners, Chelsea up against Arsenal. Of course, the say charity begins at home. Ikechukwu, Afiz, it's great to have you guys with me on the locker room.
Good evening, Jerry. Good evening, Afiz. It's good to be here and to talk football. A lot happened during the week, and this is the beginning of the weekend. So we hope to actually see the results continue the same way we actually saw it during the week. Teams that actually won should continue winning. The ones that lost should continue losing. Thank you, man.
You couldn't just hold it at peace. Yeah, I'd say that there are two things that Ikechukwu will have to mix up. He has to mix comedy and politics together. So I think that's another talent. Yeah, that's another talent he needs to discover right now.
Absolutely. Good evening, Ikechukwu. Good evening, Jerry. It's good to be back on the show. And like Ikechukwu said, it's been a wonderful week of football. We saw the Champions League, we saw the Europa League. I mean, we saw Nottingham Forest, getting back to winning ways. Maybe Sean Dyche is actually, doing something massive with the club after that 3-0 win at Anfield in the Premier League. He also won 3-0 again yesterday. So, good one. Crystal Palace, unfortunately, could not replicate that. They lost. But then it's a chance for the weekend, for teams that lost to actually, maybe teams that lost that shouldn't lose, but they lost. It's time for them to get their acts right. While for some, a lot of people are waiting for them to continue on that trajectory. But then, it's shaping up to be a fantastic weekend, by the way, and we are all here for it. Good evening, everyone.
All right, of course, it's good to see you. He's laughing like a trench account. And of course, Maiwa, it's great to have you join us. So much to look forward to this weekend.
It's always amazing to be here. The iconic cap is back for Jerry. Probably maybe he's trying to cover the defeat of Liverpool. It's another weekend. We are looking forward to Liverpool being bashed again. But in any case, it's always amazing to be a whole lot happening in football. Referee list released. Nigeria not there again. Eswatini on the list. But in any case, TGIF edition. And I hope, after today, maybe Liverpool will be able to do something about their losing streak.
I hate to bounce your bum, but it's another loss this weekend. And of course, because that team doesn't look ready. But anyway, for a team that is losing to an Everton 1-man down at Old Trafford, I think you have more to worry about, because your fan who's still here to cut his hair is still struggling with maybe his grandchildren might see him with that hairstyle. I don't know.
Imagine a Liverpool fan, saying it at the beginning of the season that he's not going to cut his hair.
At least at the beginning of the season, they did 5.
We should be looking at that.
They did 5
right
games now. At least they did 4 or 5 games. Yeah.
On the bounce.
Yeah.
That they won.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah,
Did
They won their first 4 games.
Yeah.
I mean,
that would have been easy.
It's just funny how they went from sign of champions to a crisis immediately. And
that's football.
But there's a lot to talk about the slots and the Liverpool side. For me, I think when you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. I mean,
is it about planning?
No, do you know what I think Liverpool's biggest problem is?
Yeah.
You know what I think Liverpool's biggest problem is?
Yeah.
Szoboszlai.
In what way?
Okay, so
I think he's one of their most improved players.
That's why
he's one of the better players
because he's so good that Slot thinks he can actually play very well on the right back position.
and he spent money on the right back.
Yes, let's even admit that.
And they have any injuries in the right back position.
I think
Bradley and Frimpong.
I think he should have given Joe Gomez that chance to play.
But he won't stay fit.
No,
that's the problem.
No.
He will not stay fit. Joe Gomez will not stay fit. That's the problem.
If you look at Gomez, he has resigned to fate that he wants to be a bench warmer.
But Jerry,
he's not in a hurry to make any impression.
Jerry, go back
the board, they know that he won't stay fit, so it's time for him to be replaced.
The thing is that he's okay.
Jerry, go back to Liverpool games.
He has opportunity
go back to
be
Liverpool
fit.
games. Go back to Liverpool games. You realize that anytime Slot plays Szoboszlai, McAllister, and Gravenberch in that midfield, it's different. They might struggle to win games when he plays Szoboszlai on right back.
Yes.
But it's always different.
Of course.
And that's the problem.
And it was even towards the end of last season, Szoboszlai was performing.
If you watched that game against Arsenal.
Yeah.
Right. I think it was after that game he actually played Szoboszlai again on right back position.
He played him in that game. He played him in right back where he came up against Martinelli, and he did well against Martinelli. He advanced a little bit to the forward, to the middle, and he got that free kick.
After that game, he played Szoboszlai in the heart of the midfield. Liverpool won that.
I think it was against Atletico.
Then, if you saw the game against Madrid again, Szoboszlai played in the midfield.
Yeah.
Right. And then against Man City, Slot panicked. He took him back to right back. And when you move, it's just like taking your because he's the most advanced Liverpool players in the midfield.
Yeah.
When you just like Man City playing Kevin De Bruyne in the right back, because he
I think Szoboszlai's performance for me, I think it has made the Florian Wirtz signing a very, very bad decision. On Slot's side.
See, the thing is
I think he has.
The thing is that the issues with Liverpool, there are so many.
Jerry, see that
it's not only one issue.
Yeah. You don't change your
winning formula,
your winning team, and of course the brain your brain box.
Yeah,
your brain box in midfield. You don't move.
Let me tell you.
If you have been moving a player like Gravenberch, who is a natural defensive-minded player, to play right back and then come back to the midfield, it would have been different. It's a lot different. When you move your most advanced player in midfield back to right back, it affects the chemistry. You might struggle to win some games.
I think
it also affects the balance of the team.
The thing is that let's not dwell on Liverpool's issues because the issues are so much.
Yeah.
Because the depth the squad had last season has been destroyed. Because even selling Kelleher, for me, I believe, was also a mistake. The likes of
Elliott too.
The likes of
I don't
Kwanzaa.
think.
And why is Curtis
Jones
Jones
has not been doing bad? I don't think Davli has gone bad.
No, if you want to analyze the signings one after the other.
How do you explain Van Dijk doing volleyball on the pitch?
No, I saw your post. I saw your post.
But that's not Davli's fault.
No, I'm just saying the defense too. They are not helping him.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
I saw his post where he was thinking that maybe the players were not playing for him.
How do you do volleyball? Explain that to me. And if you could see, there was a player who gave her an assist when Van Dijk was chasing the guy. you could see that Van Dijk slowed down.
He always does.
No,
he always does.
This one was evident. He didn't even position himself. He was beside him. He slowed down and left the guy to go up front. And just let him.
Van Dijk's strength has always been game reading.
If you see Konate,
he's not the best player.
Exactly. He's not the 1v1.
No, Jerry.
Konate. Okay, let's explain Konate.
We all know that
Konate
he has been on a steady decline since last season.
Wait, calm down now. He removed his leg from trapping the ball.
Okay.
And when the ball left, he was just busy escorting the player.
Okay, if you want to...
Jones didn't even make an attempt. Everybody was just waiting for the goal to come.
Jerry, let's go into
And if you take a look at Soboslai's goal, it was as if there was no choice. He let him just score the goal.
Jerry, let's go.
The right back had to go to that. See, that's what I'm saying.
Anyway, let's deal
to fix that problem.
Exactly. I was saying let's go to the show proper because there's a lot we are still going to talk about.
Let's deal with the Super Eagles. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell and hit that subscribe button so you don't get to miss any of the episodes of The Locker Room on Voice of the People Television. And of course, let's start off with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. And of course, let's talk about the list, which we're still here to see the full list of players that will be coming in from the Premier League stage before the final list of players that will be going to the AFCON will be unveiled. Anyway, the coach of the senior national team, Eric Chell, picked a host of young players according to reports in the Premier League list for the upcoming tournament in Morocco. And Chell has already submitted his list to the NFF, but he's expected to trim it down from the 55 to a sizable number before the commencement of campaign for the tournament next month. I don't know, 55, that's a whole lot of confusion to put yourself ahead of the, talking about pruning down the list. Is that not too much, 55?
Well, I think that the NFF has, given a nod for Eric Chell to actually start the review process with the AFCON. I think that's a really reasonable excuse for him to actually go for 55 players. I mean, you already have players who actually persecuted the qualifiers tickets already, and all you need to do is just to bring in a few players to actually blood in and then take out the ones you feel that are actually not good enough, and now you should be good to go. But if you're actually looking at 55, then obviously you're looking at a total overhaul and then a rebuild process, which of course I'm not against. I want to also believe a lot of Nigerians are also not against, considering that by the time the next World Cup comes calling, a good number of players will be in their 30s, and we need young players to actually be the mainstay of Super Eagles before that time. So I think that's the only reasonable reason. If there's another reason, then definitely there's a bigger problem than what I actually think. And of course, the fact that when it comes to lists like this, it's always a game of power play and politics. People who has say will definitely want to,
because I don't understand the delay.
Influence their list.
Other teams are already.
I mean, every other teams are coming up with their own list, and we have barely about 3 weeks away from the championship, and then we are still having this. So again, power play, politics, my slots. I mean, I don't want to measure slot, but yeah.
For me, I just see that two things. Ikechukwu has already mentioned one of it. I mean, looking at the delay. I mean, when you look at the last post. Not the last post really. Okay, the last post concerning selection of players in the Super Eagles on X. I mean, they just posted an empty squad. They posted the positions, waiting for the names on the preliminary list. You want to release 55 players. I don't think there should be much delay in releasing 55 players. Then you are going to trim down. And speaking about the players that negotiated the World Cup qualifiers. I mean, after the World Cup qualifiers, you can also agree with me that there are some players that you feel like we don't want to see again when it comes to the national team. And unfortunately too, arguably Nigeria's best centre back right now, Benjamin Fredericks, is injured and is going to miss the tournament. That's in fact that's totally disappointing. I mean, he is one person that gives Nigerians this joy whenever they see him play, and unfortunately he's not going to make that tournament. Maybe it's another opportunity for Eric Chell again, to exploit and say, okay, fine, this is maybe the first time, my first major tournament with the Super Eagles. Maybe I'll have that time to explore and bring new players. I can see many more Benjamin Fredericks, just the way he brought him from the Unity Cup and all of that. I can also do many more, the likes of Akinson Miro, the likes of, I think, David Simon and Yeraso and all of that. So, but my thing is long enough already. 23 days to the championship. In fact, it's time to be seeing the finalists, not even the preliminary now. We should be seeing preliminary from like 30 to 35 days or even 40 days before the tournament, not 23 days, where before you know it now, it will roll in and the tournament will kickstart and we still don't know who and who is coming, to come and negotiate the tournaments. I'm seeing some funny names, and I'm sure Jerry is going to bring out those names very soon. I'm seeing some funny names, and I don't want to believe that those are the players that I want to call up, for the AFCON. But yes, let's see what is going to happen between now and maybe next week.
All right, Maiwa, the coach has showed faith in a lot of young players, although not many are expected to make the final cut for the tournament. And the chieftain of the Nigerian Football Federation praised the coach for taking such a bold step, which is crucial to rebuilding the team. I've heard a lot of interesting names, but we did make the final cut. But do you think there's any time for this kind of jamboree, knowing the fact that we did not qualify for the World Cup, and now we need to start planning for the future, but making too many invitation to a team that just needs less than 2 weeks to prepare for less than 2 weeks.
3 weeks.
No, that's 3 weeks, yeah.
Yeah, because on the 21st of December, they will be persecuting the AFCON. So, Maiwa, do you think there's any need for all of this? Is there time for all of this jamboree?
Well, definitely there is no time. And I don't think the NFF want to subscribe to the fact that they want to use this opportunity, this competition, to build a team. Remember, they didn't. The plan of the NFF, if nobody, the plan of the NFF-led board is to remain in power. And to be able to do that, they need to ensure that we have a team that can probably win the Nations Cup. And bringing in new faces and trying to rebuild a team in this kind of Nations Cup will not cut it. Yes, we have 55 names listed. This might be names we might be looking for the future for, but for this particular Nations Cup, I think it's going to be majority of probably 90% of those that played in the World Cup qualifiers, and probably maybe one or two, new faces. But bulk of the players would definitely be, the old guys. I don't think the NFF trying to pacify Nigeria, trying to, give Nigeria some sort of relief, would want to risk it for us to build a team, to start building a team, the process of building a team in this particular Nations Cup. So it's going to be same of same. It's just a matter of, having 55 names, but majority of them will not make the cut. We are going to see majority of those we know before, and probably one or two persons that we don't know. And the rebuilding process starts probably maybe after the Nations Cup, provided the NFF throws their weight behind. Because as it is now, what the NFF is after is to find a way to make Nigerians happy and to probably paint themselves good and retain power in the glass house.
All right, still talking about the Super Eagles, as anticipation builds for the 2025 African Cup of Nations scheduled to kick off in December. Debates around potential surprise selections are intensifying, particularly within the Super Eagles camp. And the Nigerian Football Federation recently revealed that the Premier League squad list will be released soon, and sparking talking about discussions among fans and analysts. We already know that Benjamin Frederick is expected to miss the tournament due to injury. There are doubts about Victor Osimhen. If he makes the squad list, he might not be playing the first few games. And that is if the Super Eagles get to see the knockout stages. That is not to say that I'm being pessimistic or I don't have... I'm not being... let me just say pessimistic, because if you look at it, these Super Eagles, they can pull up surprises anytime, any day. But we hear about talks about players like Paul Onachu, once viewed as a situational option in Nigerian's attack. Of course, you all know my feelings about Paul Onachu. And of course, Ahmed Musa is also in the conversation. I don't know, maybe to do his testimonial or motivate the team once more like he did at the last AFCON. Of course, there's also the talk about Ola, which according to information is still yet to train fully with the team. His team in the Premier League, Nottingham Forest.
He's back, actually. He's back in training.
He's back training, but he's training individually. He has not joined the full team training.
It's just about managing him.
Yeah.
Because I think looking at the team, they have a certain Nico Williams who has been doing well on his side, Nicolo Savona as well. I know he wants to keep his place, but I don't think his place at Nottingham Forest is on that threat. So maybe they will just give him that, management, that man management that, okay, just, get yourself ready for your national team. I think Orlando is going to make it.
All right, and of course, there's also the talk about Terry Murphy, who's still yet to prove himself He's been given countless opportunities, but he's still not been able to take the opportunities with both hands. And Nathan Taylor looks like he's always injured, in and out. He's never available when you need him. He's just like the Darwin Nunes of the Super Eagles. What do you make of those names popping up eventually as somehow making the cut for the AFCON?
I think Nathan Taylor would be a very good addition to the Super Eagles. I mean, he's a player who can actually replay even in the right back position. You know, if eventually Olaino is not fit for that tournament, I think it's one player who can really rely on. And I must also say that Oshae Samuel is not as bad as a lot of persons, look at him. It's just the problem of whoever it is that is playing in the heart of the defense when a player like Oshae Samuel who gets easily carried away going forward. If you have someone like Frederick playing, in the heart of defense, his lapses will be very, very well covered because Frederick is a very good ball reader and is very calm on the ball, so he understands how to actually, help players like that, cover up his space. But then the player I really have issues with. I don't have issues with Paul Onuachu. I think he's doing so well. Maybe he deserves another chance. 9 goals.
He hardly proves himself.
Yeah,
with the national
of course.
team.
I mean, it depends. Maybe this might just be it for him, right?
Yeah.
9 goals in the Turkish league so far this season.
He's always doing numbers, Ikechukwu. But when it comes to that, that maybe tournament time or the crucial time for the Super Eagles, you hardly see a Paul Onuachu. Is it the team? Is it they don't deliver balls into the box?
Well, that's one, right? But the truth again, right? Paul Onuachu has not been trusted as our mainstay going to any major tournament. So, crucifying him or saying whatever it is about him, I don't think it's fair. I mean, all his club sides, that's exactly from Belgium now to Turkey that is doing very well.
Yeah.
He's trusted, and one thing about players is if the team trusts you and it's definitely going to build your confidence, particularly attackers. You see them banging goals. I don't think it's terrible at scoring goals, even though we want to say, okay, he has not really given up, giving his heart out for the Super Eagles. The truth is, as a player, as a striker, Victor Osimhen, how many chances have the Super Eagles really created for him? We've also seen him squander a lot of chances.
Yeah. But so maybe that's why I will now ask you: is it that you have to adjust to the system of the manager or the coach now?
No. So
because it seems like Victor Osimhen can adjust to any system. No. Or is it that system of Jose Peseiro in AFCON 2023 has not changed?
Okay.
Because if you look at the qualifiers,
look at Victor Osimhen. How many goals did he score in AFCON?
He scored 1 goal.
Just 1 goal.
But you could see his pressing. You could see his pressing. I know his primary job is scoring goals.
Jerry, all strikers cannot be pressers.
If that performance,
all strikers cannot be pressers.
So is it about understanding Chelsea's
system? Okay. Let's look at this. Let's look at this. I remember the last, was it the 2018 World Cup that France won?
Yes,
2018.
Yeah.
I will remember the role of Olivier Giroud at that.
Yeah. And he didn't have a shot on target. He didn't even have a shot on target.
Yeah, but his assist rate was really impressive. Yeah. But look at Paul Onuachu, the same height, the same like-for-like kind of quality with Olivier Giroud, but not so as fast as. So
that was what I was about to ask you.
What is his impact in the team when he's not scoring?
That was I was about to ask you. Okay, is he a good striker off the ball? Can he bring?
No, he's a good striker.
He's off the ball. He's not a good striker.
Jerry, no, he is actually. Off the ball, good.
I think it's more like a poacher, like always.
No, the problem with Onuachu is the fact that you mentioned Olivier Giroud. Yeah. Look at Olivier Giroud for France. Look at Olivier Giroud for Arsenal. Look at Olivier Giroud for Lille before he joined Arsenal. Yeah. Right? You look at the number of goals he scored before he joined, and while at Arsenal and then for France. Yeah. You realize that the stronger the team he played under, the number of goals he actually scored.
Because he got more chances. He's under the same manager still, but the system changed and he got more goals in 2022.
So the truth is, the players playing behind Paul Onuachu, and of course, you know how difficult it is for synergy to be built in national team. Yeah. The players playing behind Paul Onuachu for Super Eagles, we don't have creative midfielders. Let's be very frank with ourselves. And not all players can actually be present.
When you're faced with such situations, that means you have to go for a striker that will.
No, the coach will create a situation.
With what? Is he going to look for a Mikel
No. He did it in the qualifiers.
No. You're even going too far, Jerry. You remember 2008 Olympics? The Siasia side that went to that tournament, we had no creative midfielder.
Thank God
it was Senna Keita. That's what I'm saying. It's about the coach. It's about the coach looking at the quality of players who play to their strength.
Well, at least at that time we had a Mikel Obi.
There was no Mikel. 2008 Olympics.
2008?
There was no Mikel.
No. At least Mikel was available, but he didn't go.
No, I'm talking about the team. It was Senna Keita and Ajilore.
These two guys. Promise.
No, as a promise played up front.
Ajilore was a decent midfielder.
Ajilore was not creative.
No, they're not creative. But discussing creativity, these guys are not creative.
It's not the creative
This is what I'm saying. So
it's not part of the
we
creative
already
role.
know
Coaches-
that Super Eagles don't have the creative midfielder.
See,
Yeah, we already
Jerry,
know.
we are saying even if you don't have, you can build a system that will service the attacker.
Exactly.
Irrespective
No,
of
it
them
is
not
the
being
question.
I
creative.
think we don't have the time to be doing that because we want Paul Onacho to play. We will not be doing all the experiment. Come on, this is not the time.
Look at what
This is not
Chelsea
the time to be
Jerry,
doing
look
that.
at what
Eric
Chelsea
did
did
something with the
qualifiers.
Super Eagles, even in the Nations Cup. Osimhen was our main poacher, but somehow,
That was special.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So, Pasero understood that Ekong is the weakest when it comes to chasing attackers. He had to play 3-man backline.
Yeah, with Bassi.
Yes, and that's exactly when Ekong's strength came out.
Yeah.
And then the Super Eagles got a lot of goals, and that's how we were able to make it to the finals.
All right, Mario, we also hear about Victor Boniface. You already know my feelings towards these names, but I think if we're really serious about the AFCON, names like Ahmed Musa, Victor Boniface, and Paul Onacho should not be in the front burner.
Then take one inside those three.
I won't take any. I better not go with any of them. Marwa. All right, Mario, are you with us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I mean, Ahmed Musa definitely it will be taking a whole lot of space away from somebody that will be much more. And Ahmed Musa has played very well for Nigeria. Probably as part of the crew, brings his experience, but not as a player. So definitely Ahmed Musa is out of it. However, Osimhen is injured. Aroko Dare has not been scoring the way we were expecting to be scoring. Yes, I think he has been able to score a goal, while Paul Onacho has not been able to do that. Victor Boniface has not been able to score a goal. However, if we are looking at somebody that is probably a like for a Victor Osimhen, probably will be looking at a Paul Onacho. I think Ikechukwu is on the point there. The coach has to adjust his playing style for Onacho to be much more effective. However, we all know that Onacho has a deficiency that when he's not getting the goals, he doesn't come back to affect the play the way we see Osimhen do, and that's the shortfall. That is where the coach needs to step in and probably readjust to be able to serve an Onacho who cannot press back and do the link-up play that we see Osimhen do regularly when he's not getting the goals. So if Eric can adjust it and probably adjust our midfield a bit to accommodate the playing style of an Onacho, I think Onacho will be much more will be a decent striker to have because at the moment Osimhen is not available, and the other strikers that we depend on, they've not been firing or not, even though they've scored some goals, they've not been firing the way we expect them to be firing, and we can't go to a tournament strikerless. So I'll probably pick an Onacho over a Victor Boniface, and the reason is very simple. Victor Boniface is with Werder Bremen now, if I'm not mistaken, has not been able to do anything fantastic with his club at the moment, and he has even been struggling with playing time. So I'd rather pick a Paul Onacho that is playing regularly, that has the movement of the likes of Osimhen, as my top 9. So I'll probably drop Victor Boniface.
All right. Okay. My one, of course, let's go to the big story as far as the Super Eagles update is concerned. It interests Nigerians to know that Super Eagles captain William Chus Ekong has announced his retirement from international football following Nigeria's failure to qualify for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. And the decision came shortly after the team's defeat to DR Congo in the final round of the CAF World Cup playoffs. And according to information, Ekong informed his teammates of his decision in the dressing room after the match, and the defender noted that he would still travel to Morocco, where Nigeria will participate in the 2025 African Cup of Nations, but only in a supportive capacity. He wished the squad success in the tournament he had long hoped to lead them into. And of course, it's pretty sad for Chus Ekong. At the twilight of his career with the Super Eagles, he would have loved to captain the Super Eagles at the World Cup, but it looks like it's never going to happen. And now, going to the AFCON in supportive capacity in a time when Benjamin Frederick is out injured, do you think that is a wise decision? Do you think the NFF should maybe talk to him? He should still give it one more shot at the AFCON, because his services, whether you like it or not, his experience will be needed in that back line that's already short of experienced defenders going to the AFCON?
Yeah, well, for me, I think there's a lot of what I call it storyline or a lot of things I think Troost-Ekong must have considered. I mean, we can all agree here that he has been the fall guy for any Nigerian loss or draw. Even during the World Cup qualifier, we blamed him for Zimbabwe, we blamed him for South Africa. NFF came out to blame him. So for me, I think Troost-Ekong must have thought of a lot of things because I'm sure he's if he's not number one, he's one of the biggest names on the list. When I mentioned earlier that there are some names that Nigerians don't want to see when it comes to, the national team again and prepare for the AFCON. So I think he must have thought all of that in his head and he just wants to give maybe the last years of his career to his club football right there in Saudi Arabia. So for me, I think I won't blame Troost-Ekong. Yes, and now that Benjamin Ferris is missing, maybe he can, can come in. But do you think he really wants to come in to come and fill the space? I think for him, I think it's more comfortable to just be in the dressing room. Of course, he's going to be there with them to just give them that supportive role. He's still the leader on and off the pitch. So for me, I think good decision by Troost-Ekong if that is what he wants. Maybe this is a chance for other centre backs like Semi Ajayi to step up and make himself a mainstay. He's 30 as well. Very soon we'll be seeing the same news from him too, that he wants to retire because he's also getting, I think he's 31 or 32 at this point, Semi Ajayi. Maybe this is another chance for a fresh defender, just like we saw Benjamin Ferris come out of the blue. Maybe this is a chance for another defender. Chidozie Awaziem is also in the running. He has been fantastic for Nantes so far. So I think maybe it's a chance for them it's a breath of fresh air maybe, into the Super Eagles. So I think good one for Troost-Ekong. He has done his bit. I remember when he came, was in 2016, I think he went to Olympics in 2016. Yeah. And from there, he formed a fantastic partnership with Leon Balogun that time. And he's been there. Basically, he's been a mainstay. But with all those things that have been happening over the past 6 months, I think it's just time for the man to just lead off the pitch this time.
Okay, Chido, and of course, will you be excited going into the AFCON without experienced defenders? For me, I don't trust Chidozie Awaziem a bit to stay in that back line. And of course, if Calvin Bass, if anything happens to him, we'll be going to the Nations Cup with a very suspicious back line.
So apart from what Ekong will be doing on the pitch, a lot of games can actually, in fact, a lot of games are won before you step into the pitch, and this is where the likes of Ekong will definitely be, crucial. And I mean, a lot of us actually didn't see this as a surprise that he's going to actually not make it to the Nations Cup, following his protest lead. We know the antecedent of the glass house, and when you actually lead protests like that, definitely something is going to come.
You might not make it.
It's a case of you know what, will you rather resign or you get fired? And that's exactly what happened with Ekong from where I stand, right? And yeah, he's done his bit. I think it's time for him to actually go. As a player, he's also not really been fantastic in the last couple of months. So that's more like, a lot of Nigerians will not really look at it that, well, I think we're really not going to miss it. But people who really understand, what really happens behind, football, what really happens in the locker room. They really know that players like this are definitely, the leaders and the ones who actually charge the boys to actually do, but they are leaders of the team. And of course, for you to win a championship, you need at least 2-3 leaders in your squad. And Troost-Ekong is just one of those. In fact, the major leader outside Ahmed Musa. So if he definitely will not be part of it, then they might just sneak in Ahmed Musa because of his leadership quality. He might not be playing, but we actually need someone like, these persons who have actually been there before, who have actually seen the height of football. I mean, to actually help those young guys to manage their game time, of course, help them understand what certain moments of, tournaments looks like. But then, again, going to the championship without Ekong is going to be very, very bad. And you already pointed something about Calvin Bass. We can even start the tournament and the first game he might just get a knock. And then that's going to be a very big problem because it's now the only player we can really rely on. Lionel is not fully fit. I mean, I would look at...
Samir is still not yet fit.
Yes, not yet fit. So if we look at the players actually played the AFCON, the last AFCON, look at the backline, it means that virtually everybody will not be available if anything happens to Calvin Bass. It's going to be a huge, huge blow going to the championship with a different set of players outside the ones who actually play the conference series. I think the NFF should find a way to actually bring him in, which from where I stand, I know that's going to be almost impossible because there's already bad blood between the NFF and Icon, who was fingered as the leader of the protest, and that, you know, the NFF really don't like to be dragged into anything that has to do with money and all of that. So it's actually a very big problem.
Okay. I wanted to ask you, maybe on the flip side, I wanted to ask you, can't it look like something good, you know, if we just change everything? It can be the sign of a new era. It might be there in the dressing room with them, but it can be the sign of a new era. So a lot of things.
I understand what you're saying, but it would have been better immediately after the DR Congo game he resigned, which means he had the he had it in him.
His teammates that he was going to resign, that he was not retired, that he was not going to be an active player, but a supportive.
Jerry.
But there always be a time you have to move on from a particular person.
What I'm saying is, you don't make this sort of call very close to a major tournament. After that championship, a lot of Nigerians still believe he will be part of this party. Jerry, you understand? So if he had said, okay, we just got knocked out, and immediately would have looked at, okay, who are we actually looking at? Right? It's painful, but you know, but then that's the case. So for him to take this long, it means that he really was very hesitant about it.
Maybe if there was something, you know how our NFF can be, maybe there was something inside and you might have known that, hey, you're not going to be called up. No, we're not supposed to be talking about things like that, but it is possible with the NFF.
But the truth is, Jerry, let's be very honest with ourselves. Outside to second, do we even have top quality defenders?
Exactly. It's not even about him being experienced.
If you take a look at Ekong, he was the most valuable player at the last AFCON. With that being said,
Stepping
of course, he scored good goals,
3 goals,
which were very, very important to the Super Eagles. How much are we going to miss Ekong's impact on the pitch?
The Yorubas will say, Ajekela no Mokule. Very simple. We all knew, and we said it here when we were talking about the issue, that Tusekong will never play for Nigeria again.
Simple.
And this is setting a bad precedent. Anybody that speaks, the same thing they did to Victor Moses,
Leon Balogun,
anybody that speaks out against the national, against the NFF, against their
Leon Balogun,
Leon Balogun, the same thing.
Desire Paranozi, who can go on.
You know, the list is long. They did the same thing to the 2002 guys.
Yes.
A lot of them did not make it back to national team. And the list goes on. It's a bad precedent and it's a bad culture we are creating in the national team. However, definitely, you know, Tusekong is getting near. If he was dropped on the basis of his performance, we will understand. Why is it that it was after he was fingered as the person that led the protest, which was in his right to do it? How can you open for 6 years and you expect them to complain? It was after then, that was suddenly when, you know, he's no longer playing for the national team.
Even before that, he's been the fall guy now. For the last qualifiers that we played, was it the South African one when the NFF just had to come out to say something and they put him under the bus? So it means that there has been this tension between Tusekong and the NFF, I guess, even up until that time that he led the protest, or according to them, he led.
Definitely. I mean, so definitely we are going to miss him, and you know, it's going to create a whole lot of vacuum for us. You know, but it all beckons on a chair right now to be able to find a suitable replacement. Definitely, we know a Calvin Bassey will be a current feature in our central defense. Probably maybe a Shemi Ajayi. We get to see Shemi Ajayi play regularly. Then other guys will get to come up and support the defense line. But definitely, we are going to miss a Tusekong. Since he said he's going to be part of the team, you know, giving them, you know, sharing experience and, you know, trying to influence the team from the side. Probably maybe that might serve so well for the new faces we'll see in our defense line. However, the way Tusekong is being let out of the national team is a disgrace, and this should not continue. NFF cannot be misbehaving and people call them out and they will go back and retaliate against them. It doesn't make any sense.
All right, let's go back to the Europa League action that went down last night. And of course, Doniel Malen scored twice as Aston Villa beat Young Boys 2-1 in the Europa League tie, marred by crowd trouble on Thursday night. While Roma brought in an end to Michelin's perfect record in the league phase, Malen nodded host Villa in front from a Yuri Tielemans cross, but was struck on the head while celebrating by an object thrown from the section of housing the away supporters. And of course, the Young Boy fans were really, really troublesome all the way. But Aston Villa won that game by 2-1. And Fenerbahce and Ferencváros played out a 1-1 draw. Celtic beating Feyenoord by 3-1 away. And Lille were 4-0 victorious over GNK Dynamo. Ludogorets 3, Celta Vigo 2. And of course, those were the much interesting result. And of course, if you look at the table, Olympique Lyon is doing well, and Tolisso has been firing on all cylinders with 4 goals to show so far in as much as 5 matches played. And of course, Midtjylland, on the run-up to this one, they were on form, on a very interesting form, but they lost 2-1 away to Roma, which is quite understandable because going to play in the Stadio Olimpico, playing against Roma is quite a difficult one to get the results in that tough. But it is what it is. The Europa League is shaping up, and of course, the big boys are being counted. And of course, it looks like Midtjylland might be the surprise team in this league phase of the Europa League.
You can say that. I mean, they won 4 of the first 4. So I think Midtjylland, but then there's something a defeat can do to you. You know, when you are recording wins and then one loss can just, shape up your entire season.
Like
But
Liverpool.
I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go there. I didn't want to go.
One loss started it, and then
it might happen to Arsenal.
He started losing.
It might happen to Arsenal, maybe. Hopefully not, but come Sunday, that's going to be a big game. But looking at the results generally, I think good one for Lyon. They won 16 away from home. I also mentioned just at the start of the show about Nottingham Forest. For me personally, I was glad to see Arnold Kalimuendo getting on the score sheet for them. I think they have good striking options aside from Chris Wood, with Igor Jesus also doing well. Then it wasn't a good return for Pablo Rosario, who plays for... No, it was a good return for him because Porto played Nice, and Pablo Rosario has played for Nice, then he transferred to Porto this summer, and Porto won 3-0. So I think interesting result from the Europa League. We all know that Europa League will deliver goals and action. Olivier Giroud also for Lille as well. They won 4-0, and just like we are seeing right now, Lyon are leading after Midtjylland lost. So I think Midtjylland might have enough to come back. They also have good players. There's this certain Valdemar Biskov who has been fantastic. Aston Villa, of course, they should be there. They should be there, as a Premier League side. And looking at the Europa League teams, I mean, Aston Villa should be up there, looking at their quality of players. Freiburg as well, they were dealt with 6-2 by Bayern Munich at the weekend, but then they are back in there. And Real Betis and Antony are also, performing. So I think it's a good one. I think the Europa League is going to be a fantastic watch this season. Looking at the teams that are there, they're not so bad. I know it's tier 2 of European football, but European club football. But then, I mean, it's still going to serve us a lot.
Even tier 2, tier 3, you don't see Man United there. It is what it is.
Yeah, exactly. There's a certain team that has not played in Europe at all.
Like, tier 4. They play
they play 2 competitions in one weekend. They play their Premier League game and their Champions League game in the weekend.
Never tier 4, tier 5 for Man United. But it is what it is. But let's talk about the Premier League, where the Premier League champions have suffered 6 defeats in their past 7 league games, with few signs that Arne Slot is getting a grip on the situation. And in stark contrast, buoyant leaders Arsenal take on second place Chelsea, showing clear signs that they are finally equipped to end their 2-decade title drought. The last time that Arsenal really had a bright chance of winning the title at this time of the year was far back in 2004 under Arsene Wenger. But it looks like November is now looking like the jinx of November has finally been broken by Arsenal. It looks like they are good enough to beat Chelsea this weekend on the back of their form so far so good and the squad depth they currently possess.
Maybe they were close to 2022-2023 when they bottled that league title.
Everybody was expecting it to.
No, I mean, it was like clubs were falling apart for them. But there's one thing you never do in the Premier League: do not whatever you do not let Pep Guardiola and Manchester City catch you sleeping. And it happened unfortunately to Arsenal. But the difference then and between that time and now, I think we can see it so far that at that time, Saliba picked up an injury and everything looked to be the end of Arsenal. But now, you won't believe it that in certain games this season, Arsenal had Martin Odegaard out, Arsenal had William Saliba out, Gabriel Magalhaes is currently out as well. Right now, they are looking like they're not even feeling the pressure. They can go on. When the November fixtures came out, I mean, we saw maybe the first 3 games were like easy games, except the Sunderland one, which they eventually went on to draw. We saw the last 3 games, which includes Chelsea's own right now, the last game for November for Arsenal. we saw Bayern Munich and Tottenham Hotspur, not only derby can be very, very tough. Tottenham can be a potential banana skin. And the Arsenal team, even without their main men, they still negotiated these results. So for me, I think that squad depth, maybe come May, it might speak of a whole lot of importance for the Gunners. I think hopefully so, for some reasons. I think I would want Arsenal to win the league. But then, I won't blame Arsenal fans that are cautious because of what happened in 2022-23.
Talking about squad depth, I think Arsenal is also lucky in the transfer window because if you take a look at Kai Havertz's injury, it was timely and they were able to get Eberechi in, which has, of course, made a lot of difference for them in terms of the goals this season.
You know, before they signed Eberechi, I said that Eberechi is going to be, a marquee signing for them for two reasons. He's very good playing wide. He's also a very good number 10 if he comes into that particular role for Odegaard. And that has been Arsenal's biggest problem in the 3 seasons that they actually suffered, loss to Pep Guardiola's Premier League champion. One of the problems they always had is when Odegaard is out, there's nobody that is going to actually step in for him.
Yes,
what's his name? Martinelli. Once he's not on form, there's no one that is going to step in for him. And now what Arsenal's Mikel Arteta's side has shown over the years is that they've grown as a player. They are more mature now. If you notice, even when Saka is actually not playing, there's this presence of maturity and calmness that comes with him. They are not too in a hurry to actually produce results again. Even if they cannot get a goal, they will ensure that they don't get to concede. Yeah. And one of the hallmark of winning a championship is that you don't concede goals. Even if you don't score many, ensure that you don't concede goals. And if Arsenal at this point of the season just conceded, I think about 7 goals now they've conceded so far. Yeah. It says a lot about the quality of the team. I don't know. I was actually looking at this Arsenal side to perhaps replicate, the Jose Mourinho 2004-2005 Premier League season, 15 goals. But I don't think that's going to happen because I see them consider more than 15. But they've done a decent job so far at this stage of the season.
All right. Okay. There's also the big story coming out of the Blues camp. Cole Palmer will be available for this one. Maresca has revealed, and I think Arsenal will need to be worried about the Cole Palmer.
Well, Arsenal needs to be worried. Chelsea can turn up to become the spoilers. You know how they turn up against big club. They did it against Barcelona, and that will serve as a morale booster for them. They were able to dispatch Barcelona without a sweat, and they can probably do it against Arsenal again. However, for the Arsenal side, they've been really consistent. Conceding less goals, and set piece is one of their major strengths. They did it in the Champions League. Scoring via set piece, and it's been really serving them. However, the problem has always been if you spend 240 days on top of the log, what is the probability that you will not do it again? That is where my fear is. Can they survive the tsunami of February, March? Because that is usually when the dip in form happens. Can they survive
consistency.
With the way they are going at the moment? Yes, but when that time comes, will they survive? As for me, I'm still skeptical. Probably I will believe it last day of the season and they are leading by 6 points. Probably I'll believe. But for now, I still think they are pretending until that time.
Maiwa, last month, I can remember on the show, you said it was November. Now it's February, March. Stay in one place.
I've been saying it because
no. You said it was November.
It's an accumulation of months that Arsenal.
The truth is.
No, but it starts from November.
Arsenal not starts from. Arsenal usually have good seasons, good time, in during the ember month. But November and then February, March. If you look at Arsenal's season so far, you know that they usually have good October, December, January. But of course, from February, March, they usually have this very difficult. But for Cole Palmer, who actually, his announcement has just been announced that he's going to be part of this game. I would say that. I don't think he should actually just feature in this game. It will upset the chemistry of the team. I think he should be introduced very much later and not just to start that game. So I think that's what they should actually do. But no Palmer, no problem.
I wish Liverpool all the best and not the best because they get to take on West Ham away. And of course, Manchester United, Crystal Palace, beware. Anything can happen. This is where we'll wrap it up. It's great having you.
To be here, and I hope West Ham do the job again, so that Jerry can finally wear the Man U jersey he promised to wear.
Yeah, he promised to wear this thing since.
It's not going to be again. It's not going to happen again this season. As far as this Liverpool team is concerned, I can't even put a cent on them. That's just the truth. Of course, thanks Afis, thanks Ikechukwu for being awesome on the show.
Good to be back here.
A big thanks to the guys behind the scene, talking about the likes of Adura and of course Paul, and not leaving out Ikechukwu for being awesome, as well as Manfred. My name is Jerry Apelo. I say thanks for being a part of the locker room. Up next is Political Lens with Chukwumakoro. Stay tuned.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Apelo. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your #1 celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarite is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Shaka, who was born in 1787, died September 22nd, 1828. Zulu chief, founder of Southern Africa's Zulu Empire. He is credited with creating a fighting force that devastated the entire region. His life is the subject of numerous colorful and exaggerated stories, many of which are debated by historians. Shaka was the son of Senzangakona, chieftain of the Zulu, and Nandi, an orphaned princess of the neighboring Langeni clan. Because of his parents belonged to the same clan, their marriage violated Zulu custom, and the stigma of this extended to the child. The couple separated when Shaka was 6, and Nandi took her son back to the Lengani, where he passed a fatherless boyhood among a people who despised his mother. In 1802, Langeni drove Nandi out, and she finally found shelter with the Desheni, a subclan of the powerful Mtetwa. When Shaka was 23, Dingiswayo, the Mtetwa paramount chieftain, called up Shaka's Letsani age group for military service. For the next 6 years, he served with brilliance as a warrior of the Mtetwa Empire. Senzangakona died in 1816, and Dingiswayo released Shaka from service and sent him to take over the Zulu, which at this time probably numbered fewer than 1,500, occupying an area on the White Mfolozi River. They were among the smallest of the more than 800 Eastern Nguni Bantu clans, but from the day of Shaka's arrival, they commenced their march to greatness. Shaka ruled with an iron hand from the outset, melting out instant death for the slightest opposition. His first act was to reorganize the army. Like all the clans, the Zulu were armed with oxide shields and spindly throwing spears. Battles were little more than brief and relatively bloodless clashes in which the outnumbered side prudently gave way before extensive casualties occurred. Shaka first armed his men with long-bladed, short-hafted stabbing assegais, which forced them to fight at close quarters. He then instituted the regimental system based on age groups quartered at separate crowds and distinguished by uniform markings on shields and by various combinations of headdress and ornaments. He developed standard tactics which the Zulu used in every battle. The available regiments, known collectively as the Impi, were divided into 4 groups. The strongest, termed the chest, closed with the enemy to pin him down, while 2 horns raced out to encircle and attack the foe from behind. A reserve, known as the loins, were seated nearby with its back to the battle so as not to become unduly excited, and could be sent to reinforce any part of the ring if the enemy threatened to break out. The battle was supervised by indunas, or officers, who used hand signals to direct the regiment. An MP consistently covered 50 miles a day, living off grain and cattle requisitioned from the crowds it passed, and accompanied by boys who carried the warriors' sleeping mats and cooking pots. In 1827, Nandi died, and with his mother's death, Shaka became openly psychotic. About 7,000 Zulus were killed in the initial paroxysm of his grief, and for a year no crops were planted, nor could milk, the basis of the Zulu diet staple, be used. All women found pregnant were slain with their husbands, as were thousands of milch cows, so that even the calves might know what it was to lose a mother. Early in 1828, Shaka sent the Impi south in a raid that carried the warriors clear to the borders of the Cape Colony. They had no sooner returned expecting the usual season's rest. Then he sent them off to raid far in the north. It was too much for his associates and two of his half-brothers, Dingane and Mlangana, together with an Induna named Mbopa, murdered him in September of that year.
One, two, three, four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5. Manage. 6. Encourage your neighbor. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Imagine a place where fitness meets passion. A place that's more than just a workout area. A community that ignites motivation and fuels your dreams. With the right tools and guidance, fitness becomes a personalized journey. From cardio to strength training and group classes, every aspect is designed to help you unlock your full potential. The power of fitness lies in its ability to transform. It's about creating a supportive environment where individuals can push their limits, challenge themselves, and reach new heights. Fitness is a journey, not a destination, and having the right support makes all the difference. In a community that uplifts and empowers, fitness becomes more than just a workout. It's about sweating, socializing, and supporting one another in the pursuit of health and wellness, celebrating every victory along the way. Whether you're a seasoned athlete or just starting out, finding the right space can make all the difference. A place that feels your passion for fitness and helps you achieve your goals can be a game changer.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 3, 4, 5. Manage. 6. Encourage your neighbor. 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's go. 9. Let's go. 10. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Crossing the legs. Don't like to touch the ground, please. Counting of 10. Sit up, please. 2. Don't settle for less. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Hi, my name is Natasha. I'm a fashion designer.
Right. Hi, Natasha. Nice to meet you. Okay, so when did you start this journey?
I started about less than 3 months ago. Let's say 2 months plus.
Wow. So what was your goal? What inspired you to join, and what do you look forward to, achieving from this?
Well, I won't lie, to be honest, it was just to be healthy. But when I started, I decided I actually want to look better than I do, like physically. So it's a little combination of both health and fitness, generally, looking good.
Wow. All right. That's amazing. Okay, so how's the journey been so far? How's the progress been?
Well, the journey has been tough. I won't even lie to you, but but the progress has been good. At least seeing results is encouraging. I actually feel good. I look better and I feel better. So yeah.
Wow. So what sacrifices did you have to make to be able to do this?
Time. It's not been easy fitting it into my time schedule and everything, but I've been making it work because I'm seeing results, so it's encouraging me to do that.
Okay, like what kind of results?
Like I said, I feel good. I feel better than I did before. Like I am more energized. I'm more energetic, basically. I feel good. I feel lighter, and I also look better. So yeah.
Okay, did you have to change your diet to be able to do this or what?
Of course, it's a combination of both. You can't just do exercises alone and expect changes. You also, thanks to my instructor, Osas, it makes me understand that it's not just about what I do here. It even helps with like diet plans and to infuse into my diet so that I can actually eat healthy while I'm doing the workouts. So the results can be evident.
Okay, so if I may ask, what's your favorite workout and what's that one workout that you're usually scared of? Like, I don't want to do this one, but I just have to. And what's your favorite one?
Anything that has to do with legs scares me.
Okay.
Because you're shaking like after it, right? You can barely walk, but it's all good for the strength of your body, but it's scary. Then my favorite is glutes. That's my favorite. Anything that has to do with making my glutes look better, squats and all that. Yeah.
All right, that's amazing. So, what's your advice to people that are yet to start and are scared of starting?
Just start. Honestly, I can't even say anything to encourage you, but just start first. Start, and it will be difficult at first, but with time it gets easier. You actually start enjoying it eventually.
Hi, please tell us your name and what you do.
My name is Ashake. I'm a fashion designer.
Oh, wow, Ashake. Do you sing?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
No,
okay. All right. How long have you been on this journey?
Well, actually, I'm new here. This is like my 3rd week here at this gym.
Okay, so how did you manage to stay consistent, for the 3 weeks? Because I want to believe that the first time you'd have some kind of challenges getting used to it. So you still want to do it. How do you keep up with that?
Okay, so I initially joined the gym because I wanted to stay fit and be healthy. I noticed that I run out of breath easily. I'm always tired, always fatigued, and generally I wasn't really feeling healthy. Even though I didn't have any ailments, I knew that I had to get my body moving. So I joined the gym, and yes, like you said, the very first week was it was crazy. I had a lot of body pains. I was as good as useless actually. But because of my goal, which is to stay healthy and turn up a bit, I pushed it. I actually just had to motivate myself, basically.
So how has the progress been so far?
Yeah, it's been good. I've been seeing changes. I sleep better, much better. My breathing is better. I don't just run out of breath unnecessarily, and I feel generally healthy. And yeah, basically.
Wow. So is there like a scary part of the exercises, and what's your favorite one?
Well, yes, sometimes the exercises can be a bit scary because number one, you're thinking, when I get home, I'm going to feel the pain. Number two, if you're not careful, if you're not properly geared up, if you're not wearing the right shoes or wearing the right equipment, having the right equipment, you might get injured. And if you're not being supervised by a gym trainer, you might actually get injured. So, yeah, that's where my gym trainer comes in, Osaz. He's been very helpful on this journey. He actually pushes me beyond what I think I can do. And he motivates me when you're doing your program, like you have a set of exercises to do, maybe out of like 5 exercises in a program, you do the first 2 and you're like, I'm not doing it again. He will just hold you down and say, no, you can do it. You believe in yourself, and he motivates you. So I'm very grateful for him being here in this gym. He really, really helps, he inspires, and he pushes you.
So do you plan to do this long term?
Oh yes, I plan on making it a lifestyle, staying fit. For now, it's a bit intensive, but when I start seeing very visible results, I might reduce my, the number of days I come to the gym to maybe like 3 times a day. But for now, I'm doing every day in a week. Yeah.
Okay, so did you have to like adjust your diet for this?
Oh well, yes. Even though I'm still having some issues.
Alright, so what's that one meal that you can't really live, but you just have to live because of this?
Well, rice. Okay. Rice, carbs. I'm a rice person. And I'm not gonna leave rice. No. I'll probably just switch to, maybe basmati rice or low calorie kind of rice and all of that. And one other thing that has always been an issue for me is eating late. I eat late a lot because of the kind of work I do. Sometimes I get back really late and I'm so tired and I have to eat because I'm hungry. So yeah, I've been trying to work on eating late. So I try to prep my meals and, get my meals ready before dinner time, before like 7 p.m. so that I can eat on time. So yeah, eating late and carbs at the 2.
All right, so what's your advice to people that are scared of starting the gym because of pains and all of that, consistency and all that?
Well, I'll just say, look at yourself from now in the next 20, 30 years. How do you want to be? Do you want to be old and frail and then your children are running about trying to take care of you? Or do you want to be healthy? You don't want to be a liability to your family. So it's actually about your health first. Before you even talk about looking good, you need to, make sure that your body is feeling good, your body is moving well, your organs are fine, and exercises will help you stay fit, to help you be healthy. So you just need to prioritize yourself and say, okay, it might not be easy, but you need to push yourself. And it doesn't necessarily need to be too intensive. Not everybody that comes to the gym wants to lose weight. Some people just want to keep fit. Some people just want to stay healthy. Like me, I want to stay healthy. I don't necessarily want to lose too much weight. Yes, I want to be toned here and there, but I don't want to drop 3 sizes. No, that's not my goal. My number one goal is to be healthy and tone up. Yeah, so motivate yourself by looking at yourself in the future and saying, how am I going to be in my 60s, in my 70s? Am I going to be healthy enough? Am I going to be strong enough? So
hello.
Hi.
What's your name and what do you do?
My name is Abatoyi.
Sorry?
Abatoyi.
I'm
So my name
sorry.
is Solomon.
Okay, so is the Akbatoyi a nickname or something?
Abatoyi is a nickname, yeah.
Oh, okay. What does it mean?
Goose pimple.
Why were you giving that name?
When you tell me a surprising thing like that, I will say Abatoyi. Goose pimple, because I can't understand.
All right, so when did you start this journey?
Going to 2 years now.
Whoa, so you've been consistent for 2 years?
For 2 years, yeah.
Wow, so how's the journey been?
Very amazing. As I cannot have BP now. My fat is gone. No lower BP, no high BP. So everything is gone.
Oh, wow, all right, so what motivated you to start this journey?
Because I want to keep fit.
Just because you want to keep fit?
A good life.
Wow, all right, so how's the consistency been? Have you had any challenges so far, and how did you deal with it?
Okay, no challenge so far. We have been good. And, I can encourage everyone out there to always come exercise. It actually pays. When you want to live a good life or have a good health, you must come with the gym. Yeah.
So aside from the blood pressure, have you seen any results so far aside the BP?
There are so many results. As you can see, didn't you like my physique?
Yeah,
I can see you want to talk like me. So those are part of the advantage.
Oh, all right. So I'd like to ask, did you have to skip diets, or what sacrifices did you make for this?
Actually, I don't make any sacrifice. I just walk out straight. I eat everything. Yeah, I eat everything.
So food, no kind of food affects you?
All those diets is a scam. Eat and walk out. Yeah, I'm serious. Eat and walk out. Just monitor what you, as in, at a normal, don't abuse any food. That's just it, yeah.
All right. Okay, so what's your advice for people that are starting or that are scared of starting this journey?
No, they should just try now. It's not easy in the beginning. But as time goes on, you get used to it.
Was there ever a time it was very hard for you that you almost gave up?
Of course, now, the first 6 months is like a hell. Why is that my brother? The guy, see the call I see you need that time. Not easy.
So even when you wanted to give up, you stayed put. Why?
Yes, now steady, don't give up. By the end of the day, you will like it.
Hello, and good morning. Can we meet you?
My name is BC.
Okay, what do you do?
I'm an event planner, and I own a shoe line called Iwa. It's customized shoes for male and female.
Wow, that's amazing.
Made in Nigeria. Yep.
Okay, so when did you start this journey?
I started in April, like a week before my birthday. So yeah, so it's been like maybe 4 months now, right? Yeah. So.
Wow. So what motivated you to start?
Yeah, I used to be a model, and I used to be very skinny. So after I had my baby, I just noticed that I just started getting big and everything. So I was looking for that body back, that my modeling body. I really wanted to have like flat tummy, get my figure 8, like Nigerians would say. I wanted to get it back. So I decided to come, and not just for the body, just to keep fit as well, to look healthy, my mental health and all.
Wow, so does it mean that doing your workouts helps your mental health?
Yeah, because it makes you like go away from thinking of negative things. When you work out, you just like start thinking of positive things about yourself, and it just keeps you going. Like it makes you plan. Like I try to design loads of things, different kind of shoes, slippers, and sandals. So after my workout, I just I have this idea. Like for me, I don't know. For me, ideas just keep popping up. So that's fine.
Wow. So how's the journey been so far? Has it been stressful? Yes.
It's been stressful. I'm sure you saw me today. Like I think I'm a lazy person, but when I started this journey, I started motivating myself with the help of OSAS. So it pushes me, and every other person, they'll tell you can do it. So sometimes I try to do like 5 sit-ups, but now I see myself doing like 20, so
that's progress.
It's been fine, progress, yeah.
Wow, so did you have to adjust your diet for this?
Diet? Let me not lie. Yeah, okay, I cut some things off, but I started eating loads of protein, and fruits. But I still eat heavy meals. And I'll come back to the gym. I'll say, okay, I'll work it out. I'll burn it off.
All right, so what's that one meal that you are not meant to take when you're doing your workouts, but you just can't help it? You just want to still take it?
I love chicken a lot, guinea fowl, And I love my eba. I love eba and okra soup. So I just try to tell myself that okra is like vegetables as well. So it's fine for me. So I can't stop eating eba. I can't. But it has to be like, don't eat eba not every day. You just once in a while, but I eat it almost every day. So that's fine.
All right. So, what's your favorite workout, and that one workout that you don't want to do but you just have to do it as well?
Sit up. Because it helps the tummy, and then this one also just introduced to us, like it just throws the ball at us, so you have to like push yourself, so it helps for the lower abdomen, it helps your tummy for you to get your flat tummy, and that's my actual aim, to get my flat tummy back. I think I'm working out, I'm getting there.
I can see.
So sit up for me is very difficult, but I still have to just push myself to do it, so it's fine.
Is that your favorite one or your worst one?
I have to make it my favorite, though it's difficult because I need to achieve what it does for the body. Yeah.
Okay, so what's your advice to people that are scared of starting the gym because of pain, consistency, and all of that?
My advice to them, just try, just take a step. Like, a baby just take a first step, and from there you start working. So just take a step, try. You see what you can do the first week. For me, first week was very difficult. But when I came like second week, all my body was, my joints, my bones, they were all hurting. But I started pushing myself. I came like second week and everything just became perfect. So for me, just to tell them that, they have to push themselves, try. They'll think they can't do something. Never say never. They can do it.
All right. So lastly, I'd like to know, what sacrifices did you make to be able to continue this, like the consistency?
Sacrifices. Like I skip my breakfast in the morning. That's one of the sacrifices I make. Then I have to like push meetings, from like 12 o'clock. Like I don't have to be there in the morning since I'm the owner of my business. So normally I go there like 9 o'clock, but now I have to make sure I work out first. Like I'll leave here by 10 now and then I'll start preparing to go back to work. So it's a lot, But my breakfast, I think people say it's not good to skip your breakfast, but I think I do. I take loads of water, coming to the gym, and I work out, and after then we'll go on with the meal.
Wow, you're doing a good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. Peace out.
What's your name?
My name is Osas Obama Blessing.
And what's your position here?
Fitness trainer.
Wow, okay. How's the journey been so far?
Journey has been like many years ago, long time ago. We started this has been a lifestyle, something we love doing, something that makes us happy, something that we keep on pushing for life.
Wow. What motivated you to start this?
It has to do with humanity. If you say you love yourself, you have to take care of yourself. You're not just taking care. You have to start with yourself first. You understand? You take care of yourself. Nobody's going to live forever, but at the same time, you just have to take care of yourself. It's very, very important.
Sure. So, what's your fitness philosophy? What drives you? How do you see fitness, as a part of life?
I see fitness as a lifetime something that we don't stop doing. We continue to do it forever, like St. Jesus Tarries.
Wow. So back then we interviewed some of your members, and they kept passing good comments about you.
Wow.
How do you manage to keep a good relationship with them?
Relationship has to do with humanity. You're selfless. You don't even think about yourself. You think about others before yourself. So you don't even know when you even do that. Then you can't even say, okay, I can vouch for myself. I know this person likes me or not, or this person understands what it means to impact you or impact them.
Wow. What's the most rewarding parts of this job, of this field? What's the most rewarding part?
The most rewarding part is not funds, money, or anything. The rewarding part is, as I said earlier, like humanity is the first thing. Like you bringing out yourself to do something for human is the most rewarding part, because when you do it, no matter anywhere they go, they remember, oh, this person actually made me to realize who I am, to realize what I'm supposed to do to my life or to my health. That's the most rewarding part. Not here now. Some of them might go any other place. We don't know where they will go to tomorrow. But just remember that, okay, there's still somebody that actually not just to train us. This thing is not just about training. It's about letting them know about what they are doing and what it does to them.
What it
Yes.
does to them.
Yes, very important.
Wow. All right. So, can you tell us what's that one thing, right, that stands out for you the most when they tell you about the results they are already getting from all of the workouts they are doing? What makes you excited?
Yeah,
What gives that sense of fulfillment?
I'm excited because of the discipline. Yes, that's the excitement all about it. Because when you are disciplined, it makes you run. You don't understand. It makes you overcome things. So it shows even though when I'm not there, they can still drive. So that's what makes me. That's that one thing that makes me happy when it comes to tell me that this is how I'm feeling with us.
Wow. All right. So some of them come with different aims. Some to keep fit, some to get the body, some to So how do you tailor the exercises to fit each one of them's needs?
Okay. Generally, it's all about your health. Talk about your health. Your health has to do with long time something. It's not even just to be fit, to make your body to be sexy or to work on your structure and all that. The most important thing is the interior. Your body is, if you are not okay inside of you, like you can't do a lot. Even some domestic work at home, you can't be okay. So the first thing, even they are coming, I have to just give them this good orientation, like, oh, you want to drop weight? The first thing you need to say with your mouth is to be fit. I just want to be fit. Yeah, that's the first thing. Yeah, that's the first thing. It's not about I just want to drop fat. I just want to be fit. So when you are fit, it's easier for you to drop weight. You have more strength. You don't get tired. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So these exercises and workout everything, sometimes it can get painful, especially when they're just starting.
Yeah.
It will get very stressful. So how do you keep them motivated?
Or you keep them motivated because of their mindset. You change the mindset of what they are
So
going
you
to
keep
do.
talking to them.
Yeah, you talk to them. You let them know that they should not give up because everybody have different. Some people are weak. Some people are strong. So you look at them mentally like, okay, this person is weak on this side, this person is strong on this side. So you have to push. You have to let them know, okay, I'm going to assist you on this side. You know everybody. I know, okay, for example, when you were just doing your own with me, you know what that means. You're trying, I'm just trying to tell you one or two, playing with you. But with the play and everything, you try and do one or two. Yeah, so in your way, this is the way you play, this is your field. I use your field to train you.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, does this job or this workout, fitness and all of that, does it have anything to do with mental health? Or it's just strictly body, physical?
Seriously, no. When you train, let me repeat, when you train, mentally, you are focused.
Really?
Like when you train, when you work out, mentally you are focused. There's some things normally that happen at home, family problems, different type of thing, work and everything. When you train, you ease your stress.
Wow.
Yeah.
So it's not just physical.
It's not just physical, it has to do with mental stuff.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay, can you even recall maybe any one of your students that has actually had a major transformative journey?
Okay, I had one student in Canada. She's in Canada now. Like, her name is Ndasi Ndomo. She trained with me a long time ago. Like, she lost weight. Like, she lost drastically. Like, she lost weight. So, you know what I mean? She was losing weight and she was still fit at the same time. You know what I mean? Like, she can comment on me anywhere. If you put her on corner, she can talk. Yeah.
Wow. All right. So, what common mistakes do beginners make? Like when they come in, you what's the common mistake?
Okay, the common mistake individuals, a beginner make. One, I think, for example, you don't know, you have never trained before. Because that's why I asked some of those my clients, like, have you ever trained? Have you trained anywhere before? Have you done anything? You say no, I don't have any idea of what you're doing. But the problem is that I used to have, like, should I say, the issue I used to have with them is, for example, maybe some people are doing some routine. Maybe they already have strength, or they're trying to work on their hips. They have not done it before. You just feel like you fell in love with it, you want to do it. You can wound yourself by doing that. Everything you start in life is gradually. You understand? You start gradually. I wish you have been doing things with me since, like, you have been working out with me. I will not just leave you like that. I just want to play with you some, at least you just feel it a little. Until I left you.
Wow, so Do you advise them taking painkillers and all of these things to help them?
The pain heat is, you will heal yourself. The pain is going to heal by itself.
Oh.
You understand? You don't take painkiller. It's your body just trying to tell you that your body is, you are changing the routine. You have changed the routine. Your body is telling you that something has changed. So you have to be aware of what your body is into. So you don't need to take anything. As time goes on, before you know, you are okay.
Wow, that's quite tough. If you ask me.
Yeah.
All right. So one more thing. Do you give them strict diet rules?
Yeah, there are food tips for not just vegan food tips. Vegan. Most of the top athletes in the world, like Cristiano Ronaldo, is a vegan. So he's one of my role models.
Wow.
Yes. Yeah, we're talking about structure with vegan diet. So food that gives you strength after workouts, food that makes you stand out.
Are there strict rules?
Not like strict rules. Like you just have to take it because of your health, because this is what the body needs. The first food the body needs. You know, after you finish working out, there's some food you need to eat first. Yeah. For example, you just finish working out, I say you want to eat eba. It doesn't make sense. You don't understand? It doesn't make sense. You want to eat fufu? It doesn't make sense. Like this top outlet I call like it doesn't eat fufu. Sorry. They are from vegan food like almonds, like chia seed, you know, like vegetables, you know, and more food.
So you
like
don't
that.
recommend heavy meals?
It's not about heavy meals. You can eat rice. You can take white rice with vegetables. You understand? You take goat meat. You take chicken. You understand? But you taking cow meat, some like meat, some kind of food, some fish. Fish is good. Fish is good. Fish gives you a lot of strength. So.
Okay, so there are some people. Okay, I don't want to say I'm speaking for myself,
Okay.
but there are some people that are quite scared to start the fitness journey. They are quite scared of the pain they would go through, the whole sacrifices they have to make.
Okay.
And all that.
Okay.
What do you have to say to people
Let
like
me break
that?
it. Let me break it down. The whole training aspect we are doing here, it's not just about training and all that. It's not training. We are working on our health. Let's not use the word training. So you need to change your mindset of you just training, coming to training. So people think people are coming to suffer themselves and want to do something. And I will say something, sorry to break out from what you say. When you just come to the gym, you don't just go to the weightlifting side, you say you want one. But some people are always scared. Some people want to deadlift or they want to do something, they want to carry heavy weight more than their body weight. You can break their body, you can break their back, and which is very bad. Any workout you want to recommend for anybody, use your body weight to work out. It helps a lot so that you can be fit. You can't wound yourself when you're using your body weight to work out. So the mindset of those people is to change their mindset, like to let them know that what you are doing is for your health. You're not working out to get pain. Some people are lazy, like may have routines of workout now. You can even sit down and be working out. You can lie down and be working out. Yes, you just let those people know that there's still hope for them. Very important.
Is there ever a point it will get to that it won't be painful?
It will get to a point that you know, okay, this is what I feel when I sleep. This is what I feel when I wake up. I don't feel tired. Nobody will tell you that. Well, you have to take a bold step about your future and your life. It's very important. Yeah.
We've seen that fitness is not just a routine, it's a lifestyle, it's a mindset, and it's a journey of transformation. Everyone here has reminded us that good health is not a destination, it is a decision we make daily. And so we say thank you for joining us on this inspiring tour of strength and discipline. So until next time, stay committed, stay strong, and stay consistent. I'm Praise Peters from Voice of the People TV.
9.
The health of the nation. And we're going one step further. I'm sure you've applied the last things that we said, right? Which is on how to get victory if you get the X from the QA, right? Remember, I must say this again, this nation that I'm speaking of is that you have put your all in the person of Christ. whereby the Lord God has now become your defense. This nation without walls, right? But you are surrounded with the innumerable company of angels, whereby you have the unrepentant commitment of the God of the universe on your inside. Hear me closely. It means that you have the fullness of the benefits and blessings of the finished work of Christ running and actively working for you, because in Him, Jesus, is life, and this life is the light of the world. And once you have received this light, you now become the light of the world, the city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. And as we've always said, I'm not talking about a passive life. I'm talking about a very active life, showing the fullness of this nation, this national status, this holy nation to a lost, sighing, crying, dying world. Hear me. So you know this now. This question now comes: what about my health? Because at the rate and at the state, at the function at which we are running at life, the question would always come. You might not say it, but I'm asking it right now of you. The question that is lodged on the deepest recesses of your heart: what about death? What about death, sir? What about death in this life? Hear me closely. Sickness is death begun. Aging is death begun. But in this life that we have received, in this nation that we now carry on our inside, Christ Jesus, He who through death defeated He who had the power of death. Hear me closely. I'm talking about rugged health. I'm talking about this rugged health no matter the face of diseases, challenges, flus, sicknesses that might want to come, because scriptures assures us that He was wounded for our transgressions, He was bruised for our iniquities, and the chastisement of our peace was upon Him, and by His stripes we are healed. It's not just a figment of your imagination, it's a proclamation of your reality that surely He has borne our griefs, our sicknesses, our diseases, and carried our sorrows, our pains, yet we did esteem Him stricken, smitten of God, forsaken, because there at the cross, every single stripe of disease, ache, aging that you can think of, that the world wants to give you an explanation to. I have nothing wrong with the medical field, but I'm telling you right now, the reality that you have in this nation that have brought you into this national status, that by His stripes you are the healed of the Lord. So irrespective of whatever it is that the doctor's report has been, no matter how dire it is, I speak to you on the foundation and the basis of the finished work of Christ. I say that sickness, that disease, that report is born to ashes in your life right now. In the name of Jesus, I speak forth health to your bones. But hear me, a good report makes the bones fat. And listen, the shrinking of bones is what the doctors call osteoporosis, right? But listen, we've gotten the diagnosis from scriptures that write that the good report. And what is this good report? Who has believed this report that I'm bringing to you? That at the scourging post, at every single stripe that fell on His back, as sure as those stripes fell on the back of Jesus, that is how sure that your sickness fell on Him, and by His stripes you are healed. See, now listen, you must have this reality on your inside. You must see this picture to experience the possibility of it. Back again, we are going to the culture of the nation. Remember, the amount of thought and study you give to this is the amount of power and virtue you will experience of it. See, if you are able to get your eyes on the sacrifice of Christ, if you are able to see that as sure as those stripes fell on Him was actually your sickness, your disease, no matter whatever name that it can be named, that it fell on Jesus, as sure as judgment has fallen on one, that same judgment cannot fall on you. Listen, sickness is not a matter of just your what natural tendencies or your body aging. Sickness came in as a result of the curse, and Christ has redeemed us from the curse, being made a curse for us on the tree, because curse is any man that hangs on the tree, that we might receive the blessing of Abraham. Cost cancelled is blessing started, and good health is a blessing of this nation. So you must stand your ground on this. You must stand your ground on the reality of this truth that I'm bringing to you, because not only did the finished work declare the fullness of your healing and your health, you were then sealed with the person of the Holy Ghost in your inside, the same Holy Ghost that raised up Christ from the dead. Listen, 8:11 of the book of Romans puts it this way: the same spirit that raised up Christ from the dead dwells in you. And if that same spirit dwells in you, is able to quicken your mortal bodies, so your cells are always quickened. Kalide, Zatana, Liketina, Paka, Zwakita. You must stand on business when it comes to your health. It's your covenant right. We don't gloss it over. We don't accept whatever the doctor's report is, irrespective of whoever it is or whatever level of qualification that is given to you. Hear me closely. You must stand on business that by his stripes, as sure as he on the cross took the fullness of that sickness, took the fullness of it at the cross, that is how sure that by his stripes I'm healed. At the zenith point of this, which is death, he, Christ, defeated death. Hear me closely. You must stand on business on this. And listen, I put this to you. Listen, no one died in the presence of Jesus. Hear me closely. When the widow of Nain with her dead son was making that deadly procession, and the only son back then, the first begotten of the Father, Jesus' life was coming through, death and life met, and you saw that the dead son was brought back to life. In the very presence of Jesus, nothing dies in his presence, and that was before he went to the cross for you and I. Hear me closely. So even if it is you right now listening that you haven't even accepted this life I'm talking about, no matter whatever the doctor's report is that has been slammed on your table, I reverse it right now in the name of Jesus. I come in the fullness of the authority of this life, of this nation, with the backing of the mighty angelic host, and I pray and I speak over you. Liketina satanakata. I pull you out of that sickness right now in the name of Jesus. Hear me. If you are a carrier of this life, this same right and privilege is also of yours to pull men out of sickness, no matter whatever their status is, because all that Jesus healed in the Bible were not saved, did not have the fullness of this life, had not come into the fullness of this national status that we have come into, did not carry Zoe, but they experienced the effects of Zoe, which is the healing, life-giving power of this national status, this life that we are now, a royal priesthood, a chosen generation, a peculiar people, a holy nation, one called out of darkness to give glory to the light. This life that we have received, hear me, so even those around you can experience the effect of the blessings of health that is exuding from you. But now I'm speaking to you right now that put your trust in this. The health of this nation is dependent on the Holy Ghost that you carry on your inside. Hear me. Once you walk in the fullness of this, right, man will see you as that city set on a hill that cannot be hid, right? And your good works will keep on glorifying the Father, because you have anchored your all, your health, on the person of Jesus and his finished work at the cross. You must live this way and make men hungry to hold your skirts and say, take me to your Jesus that's giving you such robust health, no matter the flu, no matter the influenza, no matter whatever it is that is coming your way in terms of sickness, no matter if it is man-made or what, it came from the earth or from wherever the source is. I come in the name that is above every name, the name of Jesus. Hear me. You don't need to, right now, you don't need to believe in my Jesus to receive the fullness of the effects of this. Just the same way, you don't need to believe in the fire, that when you're around it, for the smell of the fire to come on you. I invoke the effects of this life on your inside, and I say, whatever it is, be it a cancer, be it dementia, be it cerebral palsy, be it spinal cord injury, be it scoliosis, whatever the doctor has named it, in the name of Jesus, I say you are healed right now. I uproot it in the name of Jesus. And you that has this life, lay hold on the fullness of the Holy Ghost on your inside and walk ruggedly in this health. This is how we are able to do much for the kingdom, because our bodies are aligned, because our bodies are constantly infused with this life from our spirit to our soul and to our bodies. And we will check out when we want to. At the age of 120, our eyesight not dim and our natural force not abated. If Moses, a man under the law, could enjoy this, how much more you and I, living in the fullness of this life that we have received because of the sacrifice of Christ. Don't give up. Stay true on it. Stay true on it. I speak for the blessings of health upon you and yours in the name of Jesus. Amen. Grace.
Hello everyone, my name is Ladimola Mason Philip, and I'm the founder and creative director of Craftmania Hub. Craftmania Hub is located at number 2 Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyikola Shopping Plaza, Jakonde Gate, Isolo. My flair for fashion and creativity has always been right from inception, where those days I used to help my mom, tie her scarf, make her accessories and all that. So I was way into fashion a long time ago. So when I was in my undergraduate days, I was into bead making. I would buy beads and create something out of it. After graduation, I went further to acquire more skills in bead making and millinery. And from there, my support from my family and friends has helped me to a lot, and I've been able to improve the business and grow the business to a scalable one. Everything in Craftmania Hub is made by me from the scratch. Although it's quite challenging, but with God's help, and most of the time I seek inspiration from God. Anytime I'm lost in thought or in what to create, I ask God to just give me direction, and He always comes through for me. Many things inspire me to create. For instance, I might be going on the street, I might see something, I might wow, I can create something out of this, I might even see a flower, like a plant, I might just create a flower design from it and make a fascinator or a rose from it. So my environment and the things I see, and also, life in general inspires me. Every other business, financial constraint as one major factor from the onset. But over time, I've been able to get support from family and friends and through personal savings. And because I've been able to build trust with customers, I've been able to gain clients from there. And as such, I've been able to grow the business. And also cost of production, and also how to get quality materials too has been a major challenge too. But all this challenge has helped me one way or the other, because I've gained insight, I've gained experience, and they have helped me to improve in strengths and my weaknesses too. And also, the gains are enormous. The gain as a bead maker, as a milliner, as a costume stylist and crafter has been enormous. Personally, I love to see people wear my brand, because it gives me great joy to see people wearing my brand for their maybe church services, for their wedding, their career day and all that. It gives me great joy. I've been able to like empower people. I've empowered people a lot, you know, like gain financial independence and be able to like help mankind has been my major gain in this business. And of course, the business is a scalable one, so there are also financial gains, of course. And also the joy of being able to like wear my own, you know, handmade crafts is the most important aspect for me. The government has been helping because I know SMEs program and all that, funds, grants have been in place. I've tried to apply for them one time or the other, but I'm yet to be considered. But I will not relent. I will keep trying until. So I think if the funds is being increased, I think it will help more people to like get access to it. My name is Mason Ladimola Philip, and the business is at number 2, Kayode Adebanji Street, behind Oyekola Shopping Plaza, Jakode Gate, Solo. I'm on Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, and on Twitter. And my handles are @Craftsmania_Hub_Rentals.
Hi, my name is Peace Etta, Creative Director for 1inch Couture and Director for 1inch Fashion Academy. We are in Shomolu, Mainland, 15 Badulaye Road, Kalejaye Bus Stop, Shomolu. Okay, I'll say I got into fashion in I think 2014, around August. And what prompted it? I would say first, I don't like sewing clothes because I've had bad experiences with tailors. And I've always envisaged that fashion can be a bit different from what I'm used to, you know. And because of that, I now decided, I said, okay, maybe I would like to make my own outfit and see the outcome and be able to tell the difference between the sewing I see for most of the ready to wear. You know how those bend down sellers where would they pick, you know? So when you turn it open, you see the finishing, the neatness. So I didn't get to see that often then in those times. And I thought to myself, I would like to do something around that, like that is not possible to make outfit look that clean, that neat. So what now made me go into it more, like it became more prompting that I should get into it. I'm in the choir. And so, you know, choir and uniforms, they can call like 50 uniforms in 2 months. And I didn't have the money to buy uniforms. And most times people just give me uniforms. They'll just borrow me one shirt here, one top here. And it was becoming too embarrassing. And I told myself, I said, I beg, I don't get money to buy clothes. Neither do I want to keep borrowing. So I decided that I would just venture into this fashion and make clothes for myself. And before I knew it, I'm making clothes for others. I don't sound very cliche, but anyways, when I look around, I think for me, my inspiration comes from everything around me. You know, what has been created before. You know, fashion, from what I understand, fashion just it's like a cycle. We just repeat the same thing, but every time we repeat it, we add maybe our own touch to it, something different to bring it to the now, to every dispensation we find ourselves. So for me, is whatever I've seen, copycats. I do a lot of copycats, and in it, I can then create something different. So I would say it's about everything I see around me, every outfit I've ever seen, anything I see that looks like clothes. I get my inspiration from there. One Inch Couture, like the name implies, is a couture fashion house. So we make outfits, any kind of outfit, both male and female. So far it is clothing. And I have a mindset, whatever that has to do with clothing, I have the ability to recreate or to create something that fits or that makes sense to a person or that fits to a particular person. So we do a lot of made to fit. We take your measurements and we create whatever ideas you have or whatever ideas we have that you love. So we just recreate it to give you the exact design you have in mind. And also for the academy, I mean, we teach people how to create patterns. You know, pattern drafting is something that I'm very passionate about because I realize it's the core in fashion. If you know how to create patterns, it helps you remain creative before you bring to life that particular design on outfit. It helps you to experiment. It helps you to explore. So we teach a lot of pattern drafting in One Inch Academy. Okay, so for this particular question, do I say I go use pidgin talk because now they pay me, I want to talk. Okay, so SMEs in Nigeria especially, as we have a whole lot of challenges that we encounter, especially when it comes to our government policies. Right now, I'm even glad that today there's light, we get light. But on a very good day, we can be all out 3 weeks no lights, and I'll be running on generators. And you know how challenging it can be for a fashion house not to be able to have constant light. It's not a good thing. You keep spending money. And another thing again is artisan. And that's why I think I said earlier that I'm very particular about pattern drafting. Getting the right artisan is also very challenging because a lot of them do their trainings or had their trainings from the what we call in quote roadside tailors. And I don't mean to be insultive or anything, but they learn from the road. And when they come to work for you, it's the same understanding of whatever they learn, they bring into you. And you have to just keep monitoring. And it's very challenging anyways, not having the right artisan, then also not having power supply, then also fabrics, knowing the right vendors. Like today they create a particular fabric you like, by the time you get back to the market, maybe in 2-3 months time, the quality is not the same. So there's no quality control when it comes to fabric in Nigeria. As far as I am concerned, today I get something here and I get it different in another store. So you keep searching, you keep looking for, so there's no quality control when it comes to fabric. There are so many, but I think I'll just copy it. First, I would say that at least I'm still in the choir. I get clothes now. I can wear any kind of outfit that whatever they call anything, I'll wear clothes. Okay, jokes apart. But then there are gains in fashion business. If you know your onions well, you can be able to, you know, thrive in this business. There are different ways to make money in fashion. Fashion is not just only, you know, making of outfits. Sometimes even the fabrics, the remnant of fabrics we have, fabrics that we're supposed to dispose, instead of disposing, we need to create other things, that fashion accessories. Anyways, if you're a pattern drafter or an illustrator, you make money in fashion. So there are plenty ways to make money in fashion. If only they can just give us 24 hours power supply, it will be so beautiful. So name again is Peace Etta, creative director for One Inch Couture and the director for One Inch Fashion Academy. Our social media handle is 1inch_couture. That's for Instagram. And for Facebook, 1 Inch on Facebook. On TikTok, 1 Inch Couture. On Thread, 1inch_couture.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Well, hello and welcome to News Hour on Voice of the People TV. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines. Tinubu sets up committee to roll out new tax laws.
Appeal Court dismisses Nnamdi Kanu's case against DSS and AGF.
Appeal Court reserves judgment in Akpabio Akpotudua's case.
Uniport student gets death penalty for killing girlfriend.
Troops kill dozens of terrorists, arrest 57 and rescue 45 victims.
An army promotes 28 major and 77 brigadier generals.
On the foreign, St. Trump stops third world immigration after guard murder.
Business news, NUPRC opens 50 oil and gas blocks to investors.
In sports, Galatasaray confirms the cement for Fenerbahce clash.
Well, in the world of entertainment, Two-Face says his first son, Nino, is not interested in following his footsteps. Now the news in detail. President Bola Tinubu has approved the formation of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee Nigeria's new tax laws ahead of a fiscal overhaul starting January 1, 2026. The committee will be chaired by tax expert Joseph Tebe with Finance Minister Wale Edun, providing oversight, and Okoli serving as secretary. Members include Ismail Ahmed and Rukaya El-Rufai. President Tinubu says the committee is central to his administration's economic renewal strategy.
In another development, the Court of Appeal in Abuja struck out the appeal filed by a pop leader, Nnamdi Kanu, ruling that it lacked merit and had become academic following his November 20 conviction for terrorism by a federal high court. A three-member panel held that Kanu's complaint about violations of his fundamental rights during detention in DSS custody were no longer applicable since he has now been sentenced to life imprisonment and remanded in prison. Delivering the lead judgment, Justice Bolokuromo Moses Ugo noted that with Kanu currently held in Sokoto prison as confirmed by his lawyer, the court could no longer order his transfer to Kuje prison, which he had sought while in DSS detention. Justice Ugo added that Kanu had previously indicated preference for prison custody, and having now been convicted and moved there, his request could no longer be granted.
Still on a legal note, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has reserved judgment in the appeals filed by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan and Senate President Godswill Akpabio. Akpoti-Uduaghan is challenging a lower court ruling on her suspension, while Akpabio is contesting the court's decision that invalidated her 6-month suspension. A 3-member panel reserved judgment after hearing arguments from both sides. The lower court had ruled that the suspension was unconstitutional, excessive, and violated the senator's constituents' right to representation.
Still on court matters, a Rivers State High Court in Port Harcourt has sentenced Damien Okoligwe, 400-level petrochemical engineering student at the University of Port Harcourt, to death by hanging for the murder of his girlfriend, Justina Otuene, a 300-level biochemistry student. Okoligwe was found guilty of killing Justina in October 2023 at his residence. Delivering judgment, Justice Chinwe Nwosu said prosecution proved the case beyond reasonable doubt, confirming that Okoligwe's actions directly caused Justina's death. Okoligwe was arrested in 2023 after neighbors raised the alarm over his attempt to dispose of Justina's body, reportedly for money ritual purposes. Police first opened his door following complaints about a foul odor and discovered a bag containing Justina's dismembered body. Prosecuting counsel Charles Obediah Mbamba raised the court saying justice has not only been done but seen and felt to be done. Justina's elder brother Osata Wajo Twene described the judgment as well-deserved and comforting for the family. The defense lawyer declined to comment.
Moving on, Nigerian troops have killed dozens of terrorists, arrested 57 suspects, and rescued 45 kidnapped victims nationwide in 1 week. Major General Michael Onoja, Director of Defense Media Operations, said the troops also recovered arms, vehicles, and ammunition while dismantling criminal networks. In the northeast, Operation Hadinkai killed several terrorists, arrested 11 collaborators, and rescued 8 commuters. Under Operation Fasanyama, troops killed bandits, arrested 15 suspects, and rescued 13 victims across 6 states. Weapons, vehicles, and 4 million naira were also seized. In the North Central, troops killed extremists, arrested 11 suspects, including terrorist Umar Idi, and rescued 19 victims. Delta Safe troops in the South foiled all theft worth over 173 million naira and destroyed 11 illegal refineries. In the Southeast, Operation Udoka rescued 5 victims, arrested 7 criminals, and destroyed terrorist hideouts in Enugu. Major General Onoja praised the troops' professionalism and urged continued public support and intelligence sharing.
We now move on to Edo State, where the government has intensified its crackdown on illicit drugs, arresting 7 suspects, including a breastfeeding mother, in coordinated raids across Uromi, Obiaja, and Auchi. The operations, triggered by fresh intelligence, disrupted major drug hotspots, with authorities vowing increased surveillance as the crackdown continues. Correspondent Rhoda Johnny reports.
The Edo State government has arrested 7 suspects, including a breastfeeding mother, during coordinated anti-drug raids in Uromi, Obiaja, and Auchi. The suspects were paraded in Benin City after task force operatives moved into identified drug hubs based on credible intelligence. The Commissioner for Public Safety and Security, Honorable Festus Ebia, said the operation led to the recovery of several illicit substances and disrupted ongoing drug distribution in the affected communities. He also noted that the suspects are being profiled and will be handed over for the prosecution.
Our young men and women are getting themselves in harm's way and equally putting a lot of our citizens, especially the youths, in harm's way. But we found out that they don't do these things with their naked eyes. They are under the influence of various kinds of drugs. I cannot really begin to name their names. I hear Kulos, I'm hearing Loud, I'm hearing Balloon, I'm hearing there was one that looks like a spray. They call it gas. And all sorts. So we went to Eastern Southeast, we went to Eastern Northeast, we went to Esako West, and we brought these people here, and this is why we have arrested them. We will certainly take them to the appropriate authorities to profile them, and if need be, charge them to court, as the case may be.
As the state continues actions aimed at limiting the circulation of hard drugs, Chairman of the State Task Force, Michael Anyeto, stated that the raids will be sustained with more surveillance plans for drug-prone areas.
It was easy for us to achieve because the Commissioner for Public Safety and Security was fully involved. I advised them the moment they hear this on air, those involved should quit because wherever you are, we surely get to you. There is no hiding place for them. In as much you are in Edo State here and you operate this, we must get to you.
I don't know that the state governor was
into this drug business that is not good for the state. And
I say Malikush. Malikush.
What is Mali?
Loud. Only loud. Only loud.
They just catch me say because I'm selling nylon. That's why they catch me. That is my statement.
In Benin, Rhoda Johnny, Vop TV News.
Rhoda, thank you. Well, in the southwestern part of the country, security stakeholders from Oyo, Ogun, Lagos, and Osun states have in the meantime assured residents and travelers of safety on highways and border areas during and after the Yuletide. The assurance came after the 5th annual security stakeholders meeting at Person University on the Lagos-Ibadan Expressway, Ogun State. The meeting brought together security chiefs from the 4 states, including special advisors on security from Oyo, Lagos, and Osun states. Oyo and Ogun state security advisors Fatai Woshini and Olushola Subero announced the expansion of the committee to include Lagos and Osun. They said the meeting reviewed last year's security measures, harmonized activities, and re-strategized to strengthen protection for residents and visitors during the festive season.
Elsewhere, former Anambra Governor and Labour Minister Chris Ngige has recounted an attack on his convoy by unidentified gunmen. The attack, which occurred while his aides were returning from an errand, left a woman dead and his police orderly shot in the leg with his rifle and uniform stolen. Ngige spoke to newsmen during a visit from Labour Party 2023 presidential candidate Peter Obi, who came to commiserate with him at his Alo home in Idemili South local government area. Ngige said the aides had been ambushed while returning from errands, including taking a vehicle for maintenance.
And away from that report, the Nigerian Senate is urging the federal government to review firearm laws to allow responsible citizens own guns as insecurity worsens in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states. Citizens are reacting with growing frustration, calling for stronger security measures and faster government action to tackle the surge in kidnappings and attacks. Vop TV's Matthew Gunswada reports.
The Nigerian Senate has called on the federal government to review the country's firearm laws to allow responsible citizens to legally own guns, citing the escalating insecurity across Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states. The call followed a motion titled Urgent Need to Address Escalating Insecurity in Kwara, Kebbi, and Niger states, sponsored by Deputy Senate Leader Senator Lola Ashiru. The motion highlighted recent attack on schools, worship centers, and rural communities, including the November 18 attack on Christ Apostolic Church in Kwara State, where 2 worshippers were killed and 38 others abducted. While commending President Bola Tinubu for cancelling foreign trips to personally coordinate security responses, senators stressed that Nigeria's firearm laws should be updated to reflect current security challenges, similar to over 175 countries, where responsible citizens are permitted to legally own guns. As Voice of the People TV, we are on the street to get citizens' opinion on this proposal and to understand how Nigerians feel about rising insecurity and the potential legislation of firearms for self-defense.
In this country that we have, the security aspect in this country is not well tightened, and I believe with individual, there are things that we can actually do to stop the issue of insecurities.
Whenever we see any suspect or any strange movement, we need to report the issue to the security officers. And again, people can no longer go anywhere they like free. The farmer cannot work in the farm, and they are carrying children from the school. Government, they need to do something.
They've known all these things before. It's now the right time for him to declare anything. They are just deceiving us. It's not proper. They are killing us up and down. Even now, they've now come to Kwara. Even all these Okada people where they ride Okada, they are terrorists, not bandits. They are just using that one to cover their eyes, so that if anything happens, they will just rise against the Yorubas. Even the whole Nigeria, Hausa self don't have mouth again. So it's better they do something reasonable at reasonable time.
I think it's a welcome development if we go for state policing. I think that should help us in terms of security. Let every governor be in charge of their states. Then if something happens, a governor cannot give authority to the commissioner of police. They want to first of all get instruction from their IG. So I think let's get a state policing. That will definitely help us.
As insecurity continues to rise across different parts of Nigeria, the Senate call for the review of the firearm law has sparked debate between public safety and citizens' right to self-defense. For now, communities are on edge, and all eyes are on the federal government to see how to respond in the coming days and weeks to come. Matthew Obuswada, reporting for Voice of the People Television.
Thank you very much, Matthew, for that. Still in the news, the Nigerian Army Council has promoted 28 Brigadier Generals to Major General and 77 Colonels to Brigadier General. Lieutenant Colonel Apollonia Nele announced the promotions in a statement. Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Y.D. Shaibu, congratulated the officers and urged them to demonstrate exemplary leadership, inspire their troops, and develop innovative solutions to Nigeria's security challenges. He also emphasized that their loyalty to the Constitution and commitment to defending the nation's territorial integrity must remain absolute.
Well, joining us virtually to analyze news hour is Chijoke Oji. Chijoke is a public affairs analyst. Chijoke, always a pleasure to have you join us.
Thank you. Good evening. Thank you for having me.
Yes, welcome aboard. So for starters, President Bola Tinubu has approved the formation of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee to oversee Nigeria's new tax laws ahead of a fiscal overhaul starting January 1, 2026. So let me pick your brains a little bit, right? So it's going to be a total overhaul of Nigeria's tax laws. Which of them would you want to see overhauled? Number one.
Every aspect of the taxing to date has been extremely very faulty. And it's also going to be a very tasking one to see them wriggle out of it, because the thing is that we have continued to see the marauding, merry-go-round taxes, including the continued, would I say, fifth-wood taxation on even the salaries we earn, because you pay the pay as you earn from the point of where the employer pays the employee. You pay additional. In fact, everything that an individual expenses on, you pay taxes directly or indirectly. And in most cases, the worst part is the direct taxations. One would have expected that if the government is genuine to address this, let's even start with Lagos State. Wait till today is still, like a no-go area when the transportation system, because of the persistent taxes from now recognized called Agbero, that makes us as always brought about hikes in the cost of transport fares. And one would argue things to say, if you come to the center, the multiple taxations that happens at the federal, at the state, the road taxes, for instance, let's even look at or weighing the most common taxes, like when you bring in products and services into the country. At the point of entry, you pay taxation. Before it even leaves the wharf, you pay taxation. You pass from one point to the other, just like what those who bring in food stuff, even within the states, pay taxations at every state. But when you get into each of the states, you have other local government tax brackets. You have another level of taxations. You get to the unions, you have another level of taxations. You get to the, these are endless and mindless, continued, exacerbations that have continued to make goods and services extremely unaffordable at the end of it all. And the most agonizing aspect of it all is that there's even non-remittances of all of these taxes collected in most cases to the federal or to the state or even to the local government. Take a look at the common scenarios within most local governments where private individuals are contracted to collect the taxes on behalf of the government. In most cases, we now have a formula. They say the government gets one in every 1/5 collected by this individual. So that means an individual collects 15 naira. Just 10 naira goes to the government, while 14 naira goes to the private individuals. And in most local government, it has been operating for this for such a long time without any form of accountability or even any form of transparency behind it. And all of these things has continued to bring about, lack of fruition in any of the services or goods, because these tax burdens have always, discouraged businesses from triumphing, or in any way, because of this overtaxation, kills businesses. Now, the government has set up a committee. But before they set up the committee, you have enacted a tax law that the current administration intends to implement from next year. So one would have expected all the necessary taxes, including the value-added tax services, and be able to appropriately place them on the right hierarchy of what Nigerians ought to be paying, without us having these continued double taxations that have continued to cripple services. Now, in some cases, some governments or previous governments have come to say, if you did not declare a profit at the federal in excess of 25 million, you're not entitled to paying taxes. But what about other forms of taxes already being paid by these individuals? In most cases, you have taxes like urban and rural taxes. All of these it's not as if you don't have these implementations in other countries. But what is the difference is the level of transparency to paying of these taxes and the administration of the taxes. The one thing is to pay, another is to see the taxes actually being utilized for the goods and services. We believe that if the government, for instance, that has continued to project currently with the messages flying around of the IGR rising in excess of over 4 trillion. Now, just a few days ago, NNPC came out and said it has paid in over 4 trillion or more than that in just 1 quarter alone, or in about a year. If the government alone has in excess of over 8 to 10 trillion as an IGR generated, then why is the government still in the excessive and abusive borrowings? Because it does not translate to the demands and supply. If you said you are getting enough generated IGR, why then go to borrow when it costs us so much to fund the repayment and management of these loans, which is not bringing Nigerians the needed succor, especially at this dear time where everything in Nigeria is losing the grip of management and administration, and especially in the areas of infrastructure, where the government is not showing concerns to even protect these infrastructures when we have spent so much money on them.
Okay, if I hear you clearly, you're saying this tax is like, taxing Nigerians more that are already being taxed, right?
It's part of it, but the thing is that if indeed the government is set to actually make progresses on it, why set or forge ahead on an implementation you intend to do from January 1st, and then only to come back and set up a committee now to begin to review the things? It simply meant that you've always done this same mistake of acting first before setting up the needed criteria to determining and evaluating, the needed and the essential services that should, be taxed. For instance, look at the current situation with regards to our electricity consumptions that has constantly been, rising on each basis. And then, of course, each on it now, we continue to have heavy burdens of taxes on it. And each time projection is done, it is done with the intention that the services will improve. Has the services improved? The answer is no. If these have not been working, why do we continuously aim or think that these things can, achieve the whatever set goals that this administration or previous administration has set, to achieve? One thing Nigerians need to realize is that it is not just about taxing the general populace. It's about ensuring that there's adequacy, and in cases when these revenues are generated through taxes, that there is the complete transparency in the usage of these taxes.
Yeah.
Is it the same taxes that we're generating that is now being abused by these individuals in political powers that continue to amass and wastefully showcase to Nigerians, what is doing with the acquisition of, mindless and boggling properties and cars and all kinds of abuse, loiters and movements around. I was just watching a few days ago of a minister who loaded how many Nigerians from Nigeria to say he's going to Sierra Leone to promote what? And we ask ourselves, these are the same wastages of the common resources, the taxes, the same taxes we are looking at how to generate. Some ministries are busy wasting it without any form of recourse or recount or even accountability to the nation.
Yeah,
there must be just for the expenditure before it takes place.
I want us to land on this, but there's something germane that you said, right? That Nigeria does not have a monopoly on taxing its citizens. It's done in other climes, but there is transparency. That's what I hear you say. I think that's pivotal. Yeah, but in another development, right? The Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out the appeal filed by IPOB leader Nnamdi Kanu, ruling that it lacked merit and had become academic following his conviction for terrorism by a federal high court. Now, Chijoke, this particular case that was struck out by the appeal court was the one Nnamdi filed against the DSS DG, the Director General of the DSS, and the Attorney General of the Federation, is bordering on human rights violation. This does not mean there's not going to be an appeal on his conviction for serving a life sentence. Is that it? I don't know if you understand this.
Yes. Even though I'm not a lawyer, but I think we can all comment on this now that at least for now, it's said that the trial has ended. And in this case, the request that was initially raised to the court to address was on the issue of his in the area of detention, where he has for several years, clamored to be transferred to the correctional facilities because he felt that within the DSS facility where he's been held, his fundamental human right was completely being denied, or in most cases waived. He wasn't having access to the legal teams, which would be different under the correctional facilities. And then he wasn't also having access to his families, which would have also been different under the correctional facilities. So I see and also understand that what the court has said is also within the same jurisdiction. That if an individual had been convicted, before the said response can come from the court as to the determination, as to his quest, it can be said that the conviction stands above because already now he's been convicted. Assuming it is still the trial is still pending or still being attended by the current court, then would have said, this could have paved the way. But a lot of people have seen this as to be more political than following the due processes, because ordinary one will ask, why does it take so much to hear an appeal, that has dragged on for such a long time, especially when he bothered on his fundamental human rights. We must understand that as a nation that seeks to bring in foreign investors in any capacity, we must look at the fact of all, the rule of law must be supreme. In every society where there is a question as to the violation of the fundamental human rights of the individual, it definitely infringes and also does not give or paint that nation in a limelight for an environment open for business. And that is why Nigerians must rise above all boards to see this beyond the sentiments of region or tribalistic or in any form, and understand that the projection before represent all of us as a Nigerian, irrespective of whether you're in diaspora or you're currently in Nigeria. What matters to us is that we must always at the same time request for and ensure that the rule of law must stand supreme and that every one of us must all be equal before the law. These are some of the fundamental principles that every nation ensures to address before it can begin to look at being recognized amongst the League of Nations, especially in the rule of law, which is very, very fundamental. So we understand that based on what the court has said, yes, the ruling as regards his conviction supersedes that earlier request to be moved into the correctional facility, where in any way now is actually, but under a different circumstance, he has been convicted this time around.
Okay, let's still on legal matters. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has reserved judgment in the appeals filed by Senator Natasha Akpoti-Uduaghan and Senate President Goodluck Jonathan. Of course, Akpoti-Uduaghan is challenging a lower court ruling on her suspension, while Akpabio is contesting the court's decision that invalidated her 6-month suspension. What do you make of this back and forth?
It's just abuse of legal process and a complete waste of time to Nigerians. The fact that even the current Senate President continues to drag this, who is right and who is wrong, without us even hearing the main matter of accusations. We have not heard an outright refutal or a counter sue in any situations where it is definitely onerous that whoever alleges must prove. The individual in the person of Natasha had alleged a very serious offense that Nigerians at all corners of the earth should be demanding for a proper open investigation and hearing to this. In fact, as a matter of fact, being the position that the Senate President occupies, one would have expected him to have been reacting on those accusations, because this is a complete tarnisher of an individual's image, if he has any. And let us not forget that image is everything. So if we talk about in the person of Akpabio today, we're talking about his image. So if indeed they are leaving the primary matter to determine that has already completely been, passed at this stage, because it's obvious that when the court will rule, I don't want to preempt the court, but the court now will be determined on a rightful matter that has been set aside because she has resumed preliminary and representing her people at the upper chamber of the House. So will the court now be saying that she will be due for apology, or the main matter that is completely before the people of Nigeria as regards the issue of sexual assault, and all sorts of allegations that were put out there that were extremely very dirty. Let us not forget that this is the image of the same nation that seems to be seeking not just interventions, but investments from other well-to-do nations. If we don't keep our house in order, do not be surprised on the kind of perceptions that other nations weigh into us as regards even having to do any form of affiliation or partnership with us, not even talking about bringing in their own money or investments into the country. We're looking at that. If the persons who are charged at the highest reputable office as regards the office of the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, which is a very serious allegation that was put before, and made an open submission with regards to the whatever had happened in between all of them. Nigerians will be more concerned to hearing the truth behind all that are taking place, not on regarding the issue of her suspension, which I feel at the moment should have been completely concluded by now or set aside because she has resumed plenary. And that should have been the most important thing as regards whether her suspension is still not being lifted, or now that she has been allowed to resume back her legislative duties. Will the court now be determining for a compensation, which I haven't seen, but we'll wait and see how this all plays out. Now that the court has actually set out a date for judgment, we hope and would hear a fair hearing that all will be pleasing. Otherwise, they still have a chances to appeal at the further court. So it's just been a drama that's been very unnecessary, especially at this time in our dear nation that is grappling and battling with all kinds of insurgencies and all kinds of terrorism, taking place, and people being terrorized and lives being lost, left, right, and center, without us showing any form of, being in charge. I mean, the present administration showing, to be in charge and copying all of these things. It's only, it's much desire to hear what the court would finally say in the end. Let's watch and see what that outcome will be. But I feel Nigerians have spent so much time on this Uduaghan and Akpabio matter. Nigerians want better representations and better law makings, so that the laws that are being made will reflect in tandem to what we really need as a nation to move forward. That's what we're expecting.
I think also Nigerians want closure on these things. So we keep our fingers crossed to see how this pans out. But okay, let me take you quickly to the Niger Delta now, where a River State High Court in Port Harcourt has sentenced Damian Okoligwe, a 400-level petrochemical engineering student at the University of Port Harcourt, to death. This is ominous, right? To death by hanging for the murder of his girlfriend, Justina Otuene, a 300-level biochemistry student. Look, this is like double jeopardy. Now, Justina is dead. Her murderer, convicted murderer, is going to die by hanging, like the court has just said. And these are two bright minds, scientists, potential scientists that are just going to go like that. What do you make of this case, Chijoke?
Well, very unfortunate. In fact, when the news broke out, I think it's about a year now, it's even good that this conviction was, rounded up with regards to the court processes. And I think the court wouldn't even need to drag this case for too long because of the evidences that were provided then. This was actually a very unfortunate incident that we do hope should have been serving as deterrent to our Nigerian youth of today, especially the motive that was said to be behind it. You see, it's unfortunate that the Nigerian politicians who are meant to be role models, reflecting what it is to work hard to achieve and rise in the society, have rather become what we now call Yahoo boys and women, whose only display is abuse of political office and unexplainable sources of wealth that is put out there on display without any commensurate show of what kind of taxes they pay to the Nigerian entity. It's one of the things that has lured these young individuals to believing that taking the life of another could actually translate into multiplying their own wealth, because all they want to do is to become rich overnight. That was said to be the motive then. I don't know what indeed. I haven't studied the judgment to know what was in the course of cross-examining the perpetrator, to know what was his motive in killing or taking the life of this young innocent lady. It's very unfortunate too that our society is witnessing this level of killings, especially with the knowledge that each bright mind is exposed in terms of being within the four walls of the educational environment, which should be able to think differently and see life differently. If it was an individual we refer to as core illiterates, who have no or little knowledge of what it is to understanding, with regards to real life experiences, one would say, yes, they are acting out of ignorance. But in a situation where people who are within the four walls of education are perpetrating this kind of mindless acts, one would begin to wonder what our dear nation has become today. Yeah. This was something that we never ever imagined to degenerate to this level. It's very unfortunate and heartbreaking that these two young souls, although the perpetrator has just been convicted,
very unfortunate indeed.
Power, just like the current administration pardoned, we had a lady who actually committed also a grievous murder by killing her husband with knives, multiple stabs, was pardoned by a sitting president. Who knows whether the governor of the state will pardon him one day, or a sitting president will come in as part of the Christmas bonuses, pardon him. But it's very unfortunate. As a nation, we're having this. We shouldn't be having this killing, especially how we are brought up in that part of the world where we value human lives.
It's a very unfortunate one indeed. Thank you very much, Chijoke, for being a part of this discussion. Thank you for being a part of the News Hour. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
Okay, moving on. Elsewhere, youth in Anambra State under the Anambra State Town Union Council Youth Wing have commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for improvement in the conduct of the November 8th governorship election and other polls in the state. They expressed their appreciation in Oka during a visit to the resident electoral commissioner, Queen Elizabeth Ago. Correspondent Sochima Promise reports.
3 weeks after the Anambra State governorship elections, Anambra State Town Union Council, led by Comrade Ken Okoli, have joined the growing ranks of groups and individuals applauding the peaceful conduct of the polls. According to Comrade Okoli, credible polls excite the youths as it bolsters their belief in the system and the future of younger generations of Nigeria. He particularly praised the maturity and positive disposition of the resident electoral commissioner towards free and fair polls.
Then even the last one, the Cuba election, under their very watch, went successful. In fact, the election that is adjudged today, the most fairest, transparent, credible election in this country, conducted even under a new leadership in the country, in INEC, witnessing such election. It's not only a thing of joy to us, but it's also something that we use to tell story about elections being conducted the way it should be.
While appreciating the youth group for recognizing her efforts and that of the commission, AGU reiterated her zero tolerance for electoral fraud. The resident electoral commissioner expressed happiness that no glitch occurred as over 97% of the results were uploaded on the IREF real time. She attributed the success to the immediate past and present leadership of the commission.
We had 97.8% upload, no glitch, because INEC was determined to make it right, and we got it right. No single person takes the glory, but the first person that takes the glory is the Almighty God. INEC Anambra, we began to fast from January. We began to pray from January. We began to ask God to give us the grace to get it right, to make us make Nigerians proud, to make us make Anambra people proud. And this is not for me, it's dedicated to the Almighty God and our chairman.
Highlight of the visit was the presentation of play to the rec by the Anambra State Town Union Council leadership. Sochima Promise, Voice of the People Television.
Oh, she's the one there.
Sochima, thank you so much. While on the foreign scene, President Donald Trump has condemned the shooting of 2 West Virginia National Guard members in Washington, D.C. as an act of terror. Specialist Sarah Beckstrom was killed, while Staff Sergeant Andrew Wolf remains in critical condition. The suspect, Afghan national Ramunullah Lakawam, entered the U.S. in 2021 under Operation Allies Welcome and is now in custody. Trump has responded with a series of immigration measures, including a vow to permanently pause migration from all third world countries, saying he will make America totally safe again.
We now move on to business. The Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission says 50 oil and gas blocks will be offered to investors during the 2025 petroleum licensing round. The Commission announced that the bid round will begin on December 1, following approval from President Bola Tinubu. In line with the Petroleum Industry Act 2021, NUPRC will hold a pre-bid conference in Lagos on December 17, with roadshows scheduled in Dubai, Singapore, Beijing, and Houston in January 2026. The agency said the licensing round aims to boost upstream development, attract investment, and expand Nigeria's hydrocarbon reserves.
Well, in sports news, Galatasaray president Dursun Özbek says striker Victor Osimhen is suspected to be fit for Monday's Istanbul derby against Fenerbahce. Osimhen has been sidelined since Nigeria's 2026 World Cup player final against the Democratic Republic of Congo, missing Galatasaray's last 2 games. Uzbek confirmed the striker will be included in the squad for the derby.
Up next is entertainment news.
Welcome to the entertainment news. Legendary Nigerian musician Innocent Idibia, popularly known as Two-Face, has revealed that his son, Nino, is not interested in following in his footsteps as a musician. Despite being a talented saxophone player, Nino hopes to become a medical doctor, his father said. The African Queen Krona made the revelation while bringing Nino on stage at an event in Abuja, celebrating his 25 years in the music industry. Nino is also a model and a social media influencer. Moving on, wizard-turned musician Young John has unveiled his highly anticipated sophomore album, Blue Disco, a 21-track project. On Instagram, he described the album as a deeply personal of collaborators, including Nigerian heavyweight Wizkid, Rema, Ashake, Olamide, and DJ Tunes, as well as international acts like Jamaican singer Shensie, French rapper Franglais, and South Africa's Focalistic. Finally, in entertainment, the Force Criminal Investigation Department in Lagos has arrested a syndicate involved in movie piracy and other cybercrimes targeting Nigeria's creative industry. FCID spokesperson Aminat Meyegun said the arrest follows a petition from Film One Entertainment after its film Owambe Tips was illegally uploaded to TikTok on August 23rd. The prime suspect charged viewers 1,000 naira for the pirated film, edited scenes for TikTok, and distributed copies on WhatsApp. He admitted selling to more than 50 people and pirating other films, including Farmer's Bride, Thin Line, and Alakada. Bad Bougie. Investigators found pirated movie files and receipts list on 2 seized iPhones and after its film Owambe Thieves was illegally uploaded to TikTok on August 23rd. The prime suspect charged viewers 1,000 naira for the pirated film, edited scenes for TikTok, and distributed copies on WhatsApp. He admitted selling to more than 50 people and pirating other films, including Farmer's Bride, Thin Line, and Alakada, Bad and Bougie. Investigators found pirated movie files and recipe lists on 2 seized iPhones, confirming widespread distribution via WhatsApp and Telegram. And that's it for entertainment. I am Precious Agumano.
Precious, thank you. And that wraps it up for us in News Hour. But before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that President Tinubu has set up a committee to roll out new tax laws.
Also, Appeal Court dismisses Nnamdi Kanu's case against DSS and AGF.
Appeal Court also reserves a judgment in Akpabio Akpotiuduanga's case.
Uniport student gets death penalty for killing girlfriend.
Troops killed dozens of terrorists and arrest 57 and rescue 45 victims.
Army promotes 28 major, 77 brigadier generals.
On a foreign scene, Trump stops third world immigration after guard murder.
In business, NUPRC opens 50 oil and gas blocks to investors.
Well, in sports news, Galatasaray confirms Osimhen for Fenerbahce clash.
And in the world of entertainment, Two-Face says his first son, Nino, is not interested in following his footsteps.
Do well to subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email at news@vop.ng. I am Vivian Oguche.
And I am Nenna Ndomdioto. Thank you for watching.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
2564 is coming up on Burning 9, right? 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop Tv. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count. Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
The 2564 is coming up on Bunny 9 right. The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
From the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television. Vop TV. Youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space. Exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
Hello there. Good morning and good morning and good morning again. Welcome on board. Of course, it's another edition of the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. And I welcome you to this wonderful episode. And of course, I'm so excited because we're wrapping up, the year. And we've actually gotten to almost the tail end of the year where after now, it will just be celebration mood activated. And, just like I said yesterday, I love December a lot and I love the celebration period. And I believe you also do that. Okay, so welcome on board and let's take this ride together. My name remains Saviour Udo.
And I am Nena Ndomdioto. Top on our radar this morning.
Of course, I will be looking into the insecurity situation of the country, security under scrutiny, mandates claim, negotiations despite federal government's stance.
IPOB crisis continues, security and human rights tensions rise over IPOB sentencing. These are the major topics of discussion for today. However, we also have other interesting trending stories. But before we proceed, we urge you to kindly click on the subscription button and subscribe to our YouTube channel and Voice of the People television. On other social media platforms, we are at Vop Tv Live. Also, visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. As Voice of the People television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we encourage you to call and share your thoughts and reactions via WhatsApp on 0904 473 2605 because here you have more than a voice.
Of course, here you have more than a voice, of course. So if you know you have more than a voice, so why don't you stick around with us instead of you moving around and roving around in this country? It's quite a very serious one here this morning because what we're starting with as regards to my first conversation is a particular conversation that we've been having issues with ever since the announcement actually, came on board or it was made open to the public. I'm talking about the tax situation. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has approved the establishment of the National Tax Policy Implementation Committee, NTPIC, to ensure effective execution of its administration's tax reforms. Chaired by Joseph Taigbe, Director General of the Nigerian-China Strategic Partnership, and overseen by Finance Minister Wale Edun. The committee comprises experts from tax administration, law, finance, and private sector, and civil society. Its mandate includes broad consultation across public and private sector, interagency coordination, and a nationwide awareness campaign to guarantee seamless implementation of the new tax law. The NTPIC aims to strengthen revenue mobilization, minimize leakages, and enhance accountability while protecting interests of investors and citizens. Tinubu stressed that the committee will drive a fair, transparency, and technology-driven tax system to support economic growth, while Tegbe and Edun affirm that their readiness to work with all stakeholders to align fiscal policy, build public trust, and deliver sustainable national development. Of course, what else would they say and what more can they say? When we talk about this tax situation here, you would agree with me that it's been a thing of concern as a citizen in this country because we want to first have a better source of livelihood, and we want to first make good ends meet, all right, and not about us still struggling, with our economy, and yet the government is actually, introducing different tax reforms. I'm not saying taxation is wrong, no, but in a thriving economy like that of Nigeria, and we know where the shoe itches us, and we know what we're going through in this nation. Yet, all we can talk about, you've not even settled the security situation in the country. The power sector is there, We have inflation everywhere. And yet, all they are telling us to get ready for in 2026 is about tax. How did we get here? It should be a government that understands the people. It should be a government that knows the pain of the people. Of course, the president actually talked about this, that he created this particular, committee for a proper and a seamless, implementation, and for the new tax laws to be corrected and to be, done properly, and of course, to strengthen revenue collection and reduce tax evasion. But if you're actually saying all of this and mentioning that these are for the people, and you're doing all of this to secure the people and to make sure that taxpayers are treated fairly and transparently, and of course to educate the public about new tax laws, why did we even introduce this new tax law in the first place? For all of the tax we've been paying, what has been done with it? Because if you say we've been paying tax, let's leave the new now. Before we use the word new, that means there was old, or there has been old, right? So before the new one, what did the government do with the old one?
The reason is to buy new cars.
No, I need to understand.
That's the truth.
Because if you are introducing a new, that means you've done so much with the old, and now you feel, oh, it's time for us to hop, to improve, to review this particular thing and to do something even better compared to what we were using this to do before. But we've not seen what you've done with the old. You take the old, yet you're still borrowing. We don't even have any track records of anything good that you've done with it. No good roads. Our health sector is bad. We don't have a steady power supply. They told us that food prices have been crashed. And I asked, where? As at the time they mentioned that a bag of rice, has dropped to, is it 50,000? They mentioned, is it 50 or whatever?
50 something.
Yes, and that was last month. I still bought mine 72,000 naira. Yes.
It probably is just in their own cut.
So I am surprised that we are still playing around all of this particular conversation. Now, people are trying to struggle to feed their family, take care of themselves. Nigeria is a very strong. We are strong people, right? Where we don't really let it show. We don't really let it show that we're really suffering. That's why Fela said we're suffering and smiling, right? So, but in as much as we're trying to actually push, keep focusing on life and just keep pushing, encouraging ourselves. Yet, one good thing that the presidency or the government is telling us to get ready for is more tax in 2026. Instead, for it to actually tell us, oh, we assure you that dollar would become this, we didn't see anything like that. Instead, for you to tell us that whosoever that is in charge of that particular market, you are regulating the price of this food, that food, that food in 2026. Instead, for us to hear that since we now have our refinery, in as much as it is still a private-owned refinery, right?
I was going to ask for a refinery.
No, because I don't really know what we really have. I'm telling you, I don't really know what we really have. Sincerely, have you taken your time to look at every government-owned station, every government-owned property in this country?
It's nothing to write home about.
I'm telling you.
And it's very painful that, like you said, that is not what Nigerians need at the moment. Nigerians are really struggling. Many Nigerians are finding it difficult to even eat 3 square meals.
And you are telling us in 2026.
And then you are already saying 2026, people should get ready for more taxes to be put on them. The same person or the same Nigerians that are struggling, same Nigerians that you've not been able to provide basic amenities for them, and you want to task them more. I really don't think that this is what we need at the moment. I was actually thinking that probably before January, the president will have a rethink about these, especially because of the security issues we're facing at the moment. So, but I'm surprised now that
he's forgotten how they promised us that as soon as Dangote refinery is ready, that the fuel price will crash. Now, you are not even promising us in 2026 that, oh, this is going to be the amount. It was 100 and something. So many people protested, went to Ojota, went everywhere. But now, nobody ever thought about it in this life, in that this, that will get to a point where we're buying fuel for 1,900 and something. And we're talking about new tax law. And guess what? They're telling us that it is to support new economic growth. by making tax rules clearer, increase accountability, transparency, protect interests of investors and citizens. No, you're not the citizens, but that of the investors. We have to call a spade a spade. So I should be thinking now, inside the small money I'm seeing, outside the office, because I think you should understand some of these things. Aside from your salary that you're paying, that you'll be taxed on, for whatsoever
you buy. That's a lot, actually. That's a lot.
No, sincerely, I still want someone. I still want someone to let this whole thing make sense.
And I think this is where our NLC should come in, Nigeria Labour Congress. But I don't know what they are doing.
Nina,
because it looks like they are in the pockets of our leaders. So, but really,
Nina,
what are they doing?
I would appreciate if you call a spade a spade. There's nothing like it looks like. Yes, if it doesn't look like, then let the NLC act. Let the TUC
because really,
act.
This is the time for them to act and come out and really, protest this. Nigerians can't be taxed. Nigerians are already at their maximum. It's
we are going through a lot.
We are people who don't talk. We turn everything into jokes. Nigerians are very, very, resilient people. But I feel like there could be a level to our resilience. And I think NLC, TUC, or the appropriate organizations should actually come out to protest this.
My problem now, Nina, they come out to protest.
But nothing will be done.
And nothing will be done. Next thing you hear, the Senate, intervened. They spoke with us. They said they would discuss with the federal government and they will get back to us. And next thing, we are going for what do they call that? Their meeting again, a closed door meeting. Nina, any meeting in this country that they say we are going for a closed door meeting, I don't appreciate that word.
Because you just know that things have gone under.
What are you closing the door about? Yes, what are you closing the door about? If it's about the people, make it public. Not after your closed door meeting, what you have agreed, you now grant a media party or a press conference to start saying, okay, these were some of the things that we discussed. If truly those were the things you were going to discuss, you should have allowed the media come into that particular conference center. Let them come and be there. Don't tell me that we're in a closed door meeting and you come out. That's the reason why, even to ASU, 1 minute, including the resident doctors. 1 minute they are inside, they call a strike, they start industrial action. Next minute they are in a closed door meeting.
And then next minute they are
calling off the strike.
And then after some months down the line, they go back
Do you
on
understand?
strike again. So why did you call off the strike?
So why did you call off the strike? Or maybe there is an exchange of something we don't know to just tame you. I don't even know if they are on retainership. Sincerely, there are so many things that we don't know about this country. But it's still our country. I love this nation, and this nation must work.
Yes, it must.
I'm a patriotic citizen. I do not intend to leave this country anytime soon.
Same here.
So I love this country, and this country must work. So, Mr. President, sir, the House of Senate, the judiciary, please let everybody look into this particular thing, and let the committee. I believe the civil society is also part of that particular committee. Let them also look into this particular one. You are talking about a new tax law. What about the old one? What do we do with the money? Sincerely, sometimes it's always very painful when it looks like the people were meant to take care of you, the people were meant to lead you and have your best interest at heart, are making you look as if you are earning what I don't know. Maybe the presidency are thinking that we're actually earning up to like 10 million, weekly, not monthly, because
in this Nigeria, how?
But on a more serious note, NINAC might be seeing up to like 5 to 6 million monthly.
I hope so. I hope so, and I pray so. Okay, Edo State Governor Monday Okpebholo has declared that he's willing to resign if President Bola Tinubu fails to win the state in the 2027 presidential election. He argued that the All Progressive Congress APC now dominates Edo's political landscape, facing no real opposition, and credited Tinubu's influence for the administration's growing popularity. Okpebholo emphasized that residents are ready to reward the president with their vote, that any failure would be his personal responsibility. The governor also highlighted his grassroots political approach built on mentorship and community engagement, contrasting it with what he described as the unpopularity of his predecessor, Godwin Obaseki. Okpeyolo asserted that his early actions in office have strengthened the APC's hold on Edo, and he confidently predicted that the state would deliver a comfortable victory for Tinubu in 2027. You know, it's very painful to hear a governor talk about this in 2025 when there are security situations in your state. Let's not even talk about security situations in Nigeria. We have kidnapping situations in Edo State. We have persons who have been kidnapped, who have not been gotten, who have not been released, who there's no hope about their whereabouts, there's no hope about them being found. And the Edo State governor is coming out to talk about 2027 and how the president would win. He's so sure of himself.
You know why I love this guy? Yes, of course, before his office. Yes, so he's a fellow man. You know why I love him so much? I love him because, to me, I see him as a comedian, as a colleague, you know. I see him as a comedian because there is nothing that, any headline that has to do with Edo State or the governor of Edo State is laughable, you know. This was the same man that he found it so difficult to call numbers. Don't forget that, you know. We have track records a lot, you know, so we keep them. And this is the same governor that we saw his certificate, his WAEC results. We saw it. And not only that, how can a sitting governor request for a media parley? And the broadcast journalist went to interview him. And for everything that was asked, all the questions about what he has done so far ever since he came into office for the people of Edo State. Instead, he could not even talk about his own personal achievements, his administration, about 1/3. Instead, 95% of everything he discussed, or 97 to 98% of everything he discussed, was about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. All he was talking about was 2027. All he was talking about was APC. All he was talking about was the reforms of APC and that of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. What have you done for the people of Edo State? Just like you cited, Edo State is going through a lot right now. And in case you do not know, Nina, till now, the Benin bypass is still bad.
Yes.
Benin itself, that is the city, has so many bad roads. In short, it was Benin that I saw potholes that are actually like ditch, almost pit. You know, because if you drive an Islander into it and it swallowed all my tires, so you should know what that means. It was in Benin. Until date, we still have so many bad roads in Benin. Are we going to talk about Agbo, Delta State to Benin? Till now, nothing has been done. And the governor is talking about how he would resign if they lose, if the president lose 2027. The security situation is there in Benin. Can we really trust Benin forest anymore?
Exactly.
Are they totally in control? The Benin we used to know, the vigilantes, they were in charge back then. And there is this particular bow or something that they put into every Sienna that does their local transport, just to know their people and anybody that is an outsider. Yes.
Wow.
They even ticket everybody. Yes. This is the Benin we used to know. That's the Edo State we used to know. So if they see a strange vehicle, a strange pickup, whatsoever, they know that you don't ply this road all the time. Because if you have to ply this road, you are either going to Delta States, you understand, or you are moving to Bayelsa. Do you get what I'm saying? But a governor just came in. Of course, the party brought him in. And next thing you are talking about, he used how many hours interview to just talk about. Well, I don't blame him, because all the southern governors, they actually did a security meeting. The Northern Governors Forum did theirs, and they went in because the security situation of this country is more important to them. But our Southern Governors Forum did theirs. Instead, they sued Ashwebi. They were wearing matching outfits for a security meeting. A crucial time as this.
They may turn it into a,
What else can we say? No, but it's really, really painful, because when you expect so much from a group of people, especially people that you were thinking that they were your leaders, okay, but if when they're acting like this, what else? But it's okay. This is the Nigeria that we all wanted, and this is the government officials that we voted in, because no matter what, they will tell you that the people of Edo State voted. So if they voted, let them enjoy it. That's all I can say about it. That's all I can say. All right, we'll be going straight to newspaper headline right now, and I believe you should stay put for that particular one. But let's go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we're taking the newspaper review. Don't go to my station, please. All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People TV. A quick one. Let's actually start with First Daily here. All right. The Hopper Bar says Google pledges $3 billion to accelerate Nigeria's AI revolution. And of course, the main headline here: President Tinubu set up a new power committee to fast-track tax reform. Right after that particular story, panel to drive aggressive revenue expansion. Federal government targets simpler, fairer tax system. And of course, still in the same paper, police disown via memo on withdrawal of security for Atiku and others. And of course, beneath that particular one says police arrest 26 for fake currency adulterated diesel in Lagos. And of course, another one, Tinubu Soludo seal new security regional power pact at Aso Rock. Okay, appeal court dismisses Kanu's rights violation suit against DSS AGF. Federal government unveils bold plan to stop raw exports, mandate 30% local processing. And we also have a Uniport student sentenced to death for murder of girlfriend. And the last one there says Nigerian security needs practical solution, says Oshibajo.
Okay, we have the Daily Trust, the Weekend Trust for the Daily Trust paper. The main banner headline there, or the banner headline there, is Police for Hire. It actually occupies a large portion of that paper. Police for Hire. And then beneath it, there's a rider, your safety for a fee on the card there. Then we have meat, vegetables, our foods, our poison. That can be found on page 11. And of course, one of the headlines there also is gunmen killed 3 immigration officers at Kebbi border. And that's all we have for Weekend Trust.
Now let's go to Saturday Independence. Is government fueling security? That's the main one there. Is government fueling insecurity? That's a very good question. But of course, the upper bar says deposed Guinea president should be charged for treason, reps member. Okay, and 96 hours of sound, sea, and sand. Afro Segla unveils plan for Africa's biggest New Year party. Okay, of course, we have beneath that particular one, Cardoso unveils and Nigerians economic rebirth blueprints, and the writers to that particular one says nations has moved from crisis to confidence. Okay. we would actually know all of that soon. NEC reports 86% billing efficiency boost for Disco. And right after that particular one says September revenue collection hits 196.26 billion naira. Rewan project market cap to hit 262 trillion naira in 2026. Oyedele assures tax relief for 98% Nigerians. All we need is proper implementation and not just assurance. All right.
Okay, we have the Guardian weekend. The banner headline here is saying, as Yuletide beckons, motorists, commuters agonize over deplorable interstate roads. And then we have one of the headlines there above the masthead is Nest Oil versus FBN. Coco's dual representation raises conflicting interest issues. Also, we have one of the headlines there. Nigerians spend 21.8 trillion naira on petrol in 12 months. Also, we have enough of app service to state police. Enough of lip service, right, beg your pardon, to state police. Also, another headline we have here is WHO unites, urge renewed, UNAIDS rather, urge renewed commitment to end HIV in Africa.
All right, that's all we have for the newspaper headlines. Of course, we'll be going straight to the first conversation here now. Security under scrutiny, bandits claims negotiation despite federal government's stance. But of course, I would want you to stay put. Would come back or to actually dissect this particular conversation after this a short break. You don't go nowhere. Stay tuned, please.
Guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV, live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV, channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Boss on Voice of the People television. Recent developments around the rescue of adopted girls in Kebbi and Niger states have sparked fresh controversy as Senate spokesperson Yemi Adaramodu insists the federal government did not pay ransom to rescue their freedom. He said the National Assembly believes a security agency relied on a mix of force, persuasion, and strategic operations. Details, he actually argues that it cannot be publicly disclosed. Of course, an ad hoc committee has now been set up to investigate the abduction, especially reports that soldiers stationed at the Kebbi school abandoned their post shortly before the attack. However, newly surfaced video contradicts the government's narrative. In the footage, the abductors are seen questioning the girls and openly claiming that the government negotiated with them because force failed. The bandits also boasted about allowing the girls to go based on peace deals, directly challenging federal government's claims that no ransom or negotiation took place. The video emerged shortly after officials publicly celebrated the safe release of all students. Meanwhile, the Nigerian police forces reports that officers attached to VIPs were urgently ordered to return to base following President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's directive to withdraw 11,000 police personnel from the private protection duties. The police labeled a widely circulated internal memo as fake, adding to additional conversation. Former lawmaker Shehu Sani stressed that the insecurity in the north is largely driven by local actors, not foreign groups, urging northern leaders to confront the crisis from within. And of course, if you were following the story and watching the screen, you would agree with me that we just saw Shehu Sani there. So let's just allow our viewers to hear what Senator Shehu Sani said as regards to his submission about the insecurity.
The terrorists killing people in northeastern part of Nigeria are not from Congo. They are not from Malawi. They are not from Namibia. They are not from Egypt. They are northerners and they are Muslims. The bandits in the northwestern part of Nigeria, they are not from Senegal. They are not from Mali. They are not from Morocco. They are not from Guinea or Guinea-Bissau. They are Fulanis from the northwestern part of Nigeria. So it is for us to solve the problem. It is not for anybody to solve the problem. They are not speaking Chinese, they are speaking Fulani language. They are not speaking Spanish, they are speaking Hausa language. They are not speaking Mandarin, they are speaking Kanuri languages. When will the North sit down and address the whole of these bandits and terrorists are not more than 5,000?
The old bandits are no more than 5,000. But it's taking us forever to actually clean up these guys from our bushes, okay, and from this country. It's quite a sad one there. Joining us in the studio, and of course, it's always a delight to have Dr. Peter Anosike, a philosopher, development economist, and a best-selling author. Is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Good morning, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
It's always a pleasure. Doctor, you heard what Senator Shemsani said.
It's true. There's an adage in Igbo that a thief does not steal where he does not know. Because you need to escape. And for you to escape, you need to know the route.
That's a very serious one there. Doctor just gave us a very, clear, epic explanation of what Senator Shehu said. And of course, joining us virtually, we have Barrister Eze Luchie, attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. Hello, Barrister. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me on.
Barrister, I actually missed you in the studio today. I was thinking you were going to get here, but of course, it's okay. Barrister?
Yes.
We have so much to discuss today on the show, and I believe you've been following the program, right?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and of course, joining us from Benin studio, we have Frank Ehiosun, author public affairs analyst. Good morning, Mr. Frank.
Good morning from Benin.
How is Benin today?
Yeah, the weather is cool. We are very hopeful that it will be better than yesterday.
Your governor said you people don't have any problem, and you have just one party in Benin, and in 2027, all of you, including you, would come out to vote for the president again. And should, in case the president loses Benin, or Edo State, to be precise, that it would resign.
Yeah, he's speaking by faith. He has the right to limitless optimism.
But are you in support of that particular conversation that APC would actually, take over Edo State?
I didn't get that.
Are you in support of that particular one that APC would actually win Edo State?
I'm inclined to the fundamentals of democracy. So it is injurious to the concept for a single party to be in charge of anywhere the world over, as far as democracy is the government in practice. So there must be opposition, there must be dissenting views, you must have people from several camps. So that I'm in support is an issue not even in the anticipation, because it's at variance with the essence of the system of government we practice. Even if we practice it in quotes, I could say elusively. But of course, we are still hopeful that someday we'll be in the promised land.
Okay, so
I say that he has the right to his sense of faith and optimism.
All right, so here we are, a security under scrutiny, bandit claims and negotiation despite federal government's stance. Okay, the federal government said it didn't negotiate. Okay, in as much as Ambayo Ononuga was, was in an interview, and he said that they quickly went, after the bandits, and they were able to have a talk with them and get the people back. But you heard the bandits. You've seen some of the videos making rounds on social media, how they actually boasted and said that ransom were paid, negotiation, and the federal government tried in a very forceful way. It didn't work out. Now they are actually calm and negotiating out with them. And of course, over the week, the Deputy Speaker of House of Reps, also Ben Kalu, also proposed a particular bill saying that any lawmaker that is found negotiating with bandits, should be prosecuted. What can you say about all of this particular? What are your thoughts on all of this issue? What do you think about this particular submission? The bandits' rights? Is the federal government not telling us the truth? What's going on?
You see, it was Patrick Henry that said so long a time ago that there's no way I can predict the future but by events of the past. So it's unfortunate that government has a reputation that doesn't speak too well for it. And that is why today it is difficult to differentiate between when the truth is told and where lies are put forth for the convenience of just giving out information to the general public. I personally believe the assertions by the bandits. Why did I say so? About 3 years ago, just an instance in view, a military plane or jet was shot down. Why in the news we could hear from our security institution as in talking about searching for the aircraft, as in they are not able to locate it. Within hours, we saw bandits doing live video coverage, highlighting the aircraft on the floor, blown to pieces. In fact, they used their phone to showcase the number. Fortunately, the military already had highlighted the number, just like you have vehicle number. The aircraft has its identity, its number, so-called. So why the Nigerian media at that time was saying that they were looking for, they don't have details yet as to what happened. They are still searching for location and whatnot. The Nigerians and the world at large, via social media, did live coverage, and they showed that it was blown to shreds. So why the Nigerian government was telling people that the people were free, the girls were free, the bandits came out. They didn't come out to speak. You see where the difference lies? They have not just pictorial, but video evidence, real-time discourse. And this evidence that these people put forth can be verified. Fortunately, technology has digital marks. So people have requisite expertise by which they can verify it and know that, oh, wow, this thing actually was real. So it puts paid to government lies on some note. It's unfortunate. You see, this issue of insecurity is something that government, I have affirmed the often time, attends to with kid gloves. And the way they attend to it, I just hope, as it is presently the Achilles heel, it doesn't also result in the collapse of the Fourth Republic. I hope that doesn't happen. But with the way we are going, okay, we heard about the U.S. security reports a few months ago concerning the extent to which these terrorists and bandits, so-called, have infiltrated the West African sub-region and beyond. And a few days ago, the ECOWAS chairman's viewpoint that aligned with it quite. So it confirms the fact that the danger is a lot more complex than we view it. Not just we, but our government for real. Treating it still with kid gloves.
Okay.
And this issue you mentioned of negotiating with a terrorist.
Yeah.
They can make all the laws and say that people should be killed. See, in the face of danger, men will resort to whatever means to survive. All these things have come to the fore because government has failed in her primary responsibility. Government has failed in her essence. Are we forgetting so soon? It's just barely 6 years ago. A state governor, not just a state governor, a governor of the state where the president was from, as at that time, Buhari was from Katsina State, he was the serving president. His own state governor opted to negotiate with bandits. That was in 2019. Less than 2 years after going to negotiate, where we had pictures of bandits holding guns like folks who had the paraphernalia of state to do whatever they want. Barely 2 years after, the same state governor, Aminu Bello Masari, on national TV, I watched it on channels and some other stations, he addressed his own people, telling them that they should buy arms to defend themselves, that they cannot just sit down and watch bandits come to kill them. They should buy arms so that when bandits come at them, they can kill the bandits too. All these things happen in this country. So the person talking about making laws, lawmakers should not negotiate with terrorists. Lawmakers don't have laws to play. They negotiate at their levels because they want their people to survive. The security infrastructure in the country has failed because governance has failed in her essence.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for that particular wonderful submission. Let's come to the studio. Doctor, just like what Mr. Frank mentioned here, you know, I saw, of course, also in the news that the House of Senate, yes, you know, they tried passing a particular bill, and of course, some senators are pushing for it now that some responsible citizen should be allowed to have a gun to protect themselves. I'd like to know first if you are in support of that particular one. And of course, we were aware about what Masari did back then in Katsina, and nobody actually questioned Masari as regards to whatsoever that he did in the state, including Matawale of Zamfara as well. But, and of course, Doctor, I'd like to ask you simultaneously, what are the implications of government's denial of paying ransom, given the video evidence suggesting otherwise?
I want to start with what government said and what the terrorists said. One of the biggest skills in modern world is critical thinking. So, if we subject what the government said and what the bandits said, excuse me, into critical thinking, or what Ezenuche would say, cross-examination, the bandits are telling the truth.
Wow.
Understand me? The bandits are telling the truth because Bayo exposed himself by saying that DSS just put a call to them and they released the...
I don't even think Bayo was even prepared for any of those... sorry, Doctor. I don't think Bayo was ready for any of those questions. He never saw it coming.
So that they just put a call and DSS... DSS put a call and, excuse me, and the bandits released those people.
Okay. Let's come to Barrister Ezeluche. Barrister.
Yes, good day. I'm here.
Yes.
Thank you.
You know, all of this back and forth, and you can hear what Shehu Sani said about the fact that these people are northerners, these people are not outsiders. And some days ago, a senator also said, we know these people, we know where they are. I was watching a Rise TV the other day, and they were interviewing the chairman of Arewa Consultative Forum. And one of the journalists was asking him, do you people know who these people are? He was not able to even say anything. He was trying to dodge the question. And so what exactly is the issue? If these people know who these people are, why are they not coming out to really do the needful?
Yeah, thank you very much. You see, the reality of this is Nigeria is a contraption. We're not serious about ourselves in this country. Why do I say this? The current governor of Bauchi State, Bola Ahmed, had said on record that Nigeria is a home for every Fulani from all over the world, all over West Africa, that they are free to reside in Nigeria. So when they say they know these characters who are doing these killings, to some extent they know them, because they are Fulanis. I mean, the video, the pictorial evidence is there that these are the characters who are killing Nigerians across the country. And then what are they willing to do about it? Nothing. I mean, they just like allow it to continue because to them life is valueless. We saw a female Fulani senator on the floor of the Nigerian Senate say that just like we respect lives of human beings, the Fula also respect the lives of their cows. And she was trying to equate this thing to the cow. So we are unfortunate in the system that am I still on? Am I still on?
Please, can you go ahead?
Yes, she says that the lives of cows are equal to lives of human beings. And we unfortunately for us in this current state, we do not have a government. We have characters who I can even call bandits at the helm of affairs. And I'm using those words specifically because when you rig elections to get into power, and you do all sorts with guns and rigging, you actually a bandit. That is why a character like Bayo Nanuga can come out and say that they did not pay ransom. I don't think he realizes that if you did not pay ransom, that means the government is complicit and collaborating with these criminals to release these girls. And maybe the only reason why they got them released was because there was international clamor. If you did not pay ransom, if you did not, you just negotiated and they release these girls for you, release the students, that means this government is complicit in these things. They think Nigerians are stupid. And that is because we do not call them what they are. This is not a government. This is a clueless bunch who stole and robbed their way into power. Like Mr. Tinubu will always say, you snatch and you run with it. And that is what they've done. Unfortunately for them, They have run and snatched it, and then they have met with what they are clueless about. You have terrorists all over. Yesterday, there was a report of schools on the run in Akwa Ibom State, in Oron. The Kogi State Polytechnic is overrun also. And these characters are just there talking a whole lot of rubbish. Look, why we have to think about this is that I don't know about you guys on the studio, but I don't have any other country except Nigeria. So we have to, if we are discussing Cameroon or Togo, yes, we can relax and talk good English. But we are talking about the only country we have. And we are very annoyed and pained that some elements who are sitting there in Abuja, who stole their way into governance, are destroying this country. They are allowing our people to be killed. Can you imagine the deputy speaker saying that there will be a law against the legislative discussion with terrorists? What does he know? Does he understand the laws in Nigeria? Does he realize that it's even a crime to even be negotiating with terrorists in the first place? And for him to even suggest that there will be a law on that means he's bereft of reality. Shame on him. And then tomorrow, in fact, I just saw the list of characters that the presidency listed as those to negotiate, to discuss with America over these issues. You look at the list, it's the same people who are facilitating and enabling terrorism. The IG of police is there, chief of defense staff is there. What are they going to do there in America when they are in control and command of the forces here? It's so painful because we are here today. You are thinking that Lagos is safe. My dear, if they can hit Oron in Akwa Ibom, they can hit at the heartbeat of the country in Kogi. Who told you Lagos is safe any day? Even when you look around, look at the Agege, look at the Butemeta area, you see that Lagos can be hit at any time. And these characters will only come out and release a useless message that Mr. President feels the pains of Nigerians and he will make sure that the soldiers do whatever. And we know they're not going to do anything. We know they're not going to do anything. I mean, the people that I feel should even be aware of what's going on is the 7 justices of the Supreme Court, led by Inyang Okoro, who allowed these bandits to take over the reins of Nigerian government. Because if they had done what they should have done, we wouldn't be in this mess. If INEC, led by Mahmoud Yakubu, had done what should have done, we wouldn't be in this mess. And we're here talking. We're talking because we've not been hit personally. But my dear, the Nigerian situation now is such that at any day, any time, any of us can be a victim of these characters. And the earlier we act, the better. And that's why I'm happy that people like Obasanjo are now picking up, saying that any Nigerian, we should even invite friends from anywhere in the world to help Nigeria. Because we are sitting on a keg of gunpowder. And the fuse has been lit. Let us not think that this is still a mirage. Let us not think that these things are still far off. They are around us, they have surrounded us, they are by the riverside, they are by the bushes, and they choose when to hit. And unfortunately, the security agencies are incapable. As of now, they are bereft of ideas. Because why? Look at the IG of police, the chief of defense staff, and traveling to America to go and discuss with Americans when the issue is here.
Okay.
Why can't they act? It's so painful.
Okay. Thank you so much, Barrister. Thank you so much, Barrister, for that wonderful submission. I love the fact that you said that you don't know about us, but it's not about us being here speaking good English. Doctor, we can't help it. We're just doing our job, okay, Doctor? Barrister, thank you so much. Let's go to Benin Studios now. Let's go to Benin Studios. Hello, Mr. Frank, are you there? Mr. Frank, can you hear me? Please, you just unmute your mic over there. Mr. Frank, are you there? Can you hear me?
I can hear you very well, very, very well.
Oh, okay. So, let's talk about security failure and, of course, accountability. You'd agree with me that just like you heard it in the news, the governor of Kebbi State actually came out and he said he's been asking a question that is yet to get a reply. That why did the Nigerian army leave their post, pull out before that particular abduction was that abduction took place, you know, on that fateful day? Till now, we've not gotten answers. And of course, I would like to ask you, what measures should be taken to prevent soldiers from abandoning their posts in the future, okay, as reported as regards to that of Kebi's adoption? And who do you think we should hold accountable should in case something like this happens?
I'll start from the point. The box stopped on a table. Our sovereignty wasn't temporarily assigned to the soldiers. Our sovereignty as a collective was temporarily given to the president, who runs the government of the day, to manage for 4 years. Okay, I think he has about 2 years left of it. Should he win the next election, the same mandate could continue. That is where the bug lies. This issue of soldiers leaving their duty post is not the first time, it's not the second time, it's not the third time, it's not the fourth time. That is why I totally align with the viewpoints of the great barrister just now, emphasizing the fact that Nigeria is not a serious state. In fact, I've said it in several places, and possibly the opting time, that when viewed from the concept of nationhood, Nigeria fits into the mold of a comedy in the Committee of States. In fact, to say it's a comedy is to make it look as serious as something that is insignificant. It's much less than that. Have we forgotten the fact that in 2009, when Mohamed Yusuf and his team went about their first onslaught against the state, so-called, and the Nigerian Army caught Mohamed Yusuf, the Commissioner of Religious Affairs under Alimadu Sheriff, and the other guy, 3 of them, they were held in custody by the police in the government house in Maiduguri in Borno State, and they were killed in cold blood. Is it not the same Nigerian government that looked at the issue with political lens and looked the other way? Not until Boko Haram blew out of proportion 2 years after, began to strike in several places. That was when Jonathan, now sluggishly, ordered the arrest of the officers that were involved in quotes, killing in cold blood of those guys, Mohamed Yusuf and the other 2 guys. Till today, you are a journalist. What have you heard about that case? Is the Nigerian state is the foremost bandit, Nigerian government. On this platform, align totally with the viewpoint of Austin, which Francis Fukuyama alluded to in this piece, Origins of Political Order. You know, Austin made a cynical theoretical construct where he affirmed that what we call government are actually stationary bandits. And Nigerian government today, not just today, in this Fourth Republic, seem to fit into that mode. They are not different from the bandits we are complaining about. They are even the main bandits. It's just that they are stationary. Stationary because of geographical location and the parts of the law or the constitution that seem to hold them to some extent. If not, how do you explain the fact that, in fact, just to divert a little, please, I heard the barrister made mention of General Olusegun Obasanjo, giving him credit for complaints concerning the insecurity that we are going through. I'm speaking right here on national TV that the bulk of the blame of insecurity in Nigeria rests on Obasanjo's table. He laid the foundation. It was his desperation to rig election, by all means, that inspired Alimadu Sheriff to sign a contract with Boko Haram to guarantee that his victory can be secured. If elections were given the pride of place in terms of prioritizing universal adult suffrage of every Nigerian citizen, if rigging were not the option that PDP resorted to emasculate others who could have emerged as victorious in elections, Alimadu Sheriff would not have empowered Boko Haram, that not became the foremost terrorist group till tomorrow Nigeria has not recovered from. So Obasanjo should not speak without referencing the blame that is upon him. Secondly, it was the same Obasanjo under his administration that looked the other way when Nigeria, that is a secular state by the clear provisions of the constitution, was violated by some states in the north. They opted to institutionalize Sharia, to make Sharia a law in a part of the country that undermines the fact that Nigeria is a secular state. What did Obasanjo do about it? He looked at it with political lens. Until tomorrow, the fact that that practice was enshrined in laws in certain states is a major factor, a major source of the insecurity that is consuming not just Nigeria today, but possibly the whole of West Africa. So that's why I said that government in Nigeria is a comedy of sorts. My joy presently is that reality has dawned upon us. Because in the history of the evolution of mankind, nature ensures that there's a balance. All this while, since 1999 to date, government in Nigeria has been ceremonial, aloof, driving in SUVs, making money and amassing wealth to their advantage without due consent to the primary essence of government. But nature does not allow a vacuum. That is why these things have been compounding, and we are at a point today where whether government likes it or not, the fundamentals of nature will rear its head, and the people will express themselves. Even if I don't excuse the people, because in Nigeria, majority of Nigerians, unfortunately, are indolent. Indolent in the sense that they appear to be neutral in matters of politics. They say it doesn't concern me. Not knowing that the person who is neutral in a political setting is worse than the person supporting bad politics. Because a neutral person gives bad government a black check.
Okay, the person who is neutral is worse than the person who is supporting bad politics. Well, Nigerians should take note of that. Bad policies. Thank you very much for your submission there. Before we move to the next topic, and Dr. Peter, let's talk about this withdrawal of police orderlies or police officers from VIPs. The police has come out to say that the list that was being brandished, according to them, is fake. What do you make of this?
Which one is the original?
For me, from Yerima, we have learned something. The officer that confronted the Nyesom Wike, he said that he was there on order. So military are also being withdrawn by order. The question is who issued the order? We don't need that to go far. Understand? Military obey and command the last command. And when the last command say move, they must move. That's why Fenda called them zombies. So who issued that order? The governor should know the answer to the question he is asking, but he doesn't want it to come from his mouth. Understand? This is a simple thing. Who sent them? The person that sent them there must have withdrawn them. Period.
But of course, they are even saying that they didn't withdraw Wike's...
No, I mean in the issue of KB.
Okay, in the issue of
I wasn't even talking about... Okay, I wasn't even talking about the people, the soldiers. Okay, you actually thought I was asking about the soldiers who left the school before the bandits attacked the school. Sorry. Okay, that's actually not what I was talking about. I was talking about... Sorry. Talking about the police withdrawing as in police officers from the VIPs. There's a list that came out now, and we saw people like Atiku Abubakar. We saw the former the former first lady, Wike, and all of that. And then Benjamin Hundeyin is coming out to say the police is not aware of that list. That list is fake.
Well, the issue, our constitution stipulates those who are qualified to have ordinance. And when I suspected that list was when I saw the name of Kekere Edu. The CGN is qualified under the constitution to have police escorts. Judges are qualified. Vice presidents are qualified, understand me? But I saw Namadi Sambo, the vice president to Jonathan, then Atiku Abubakar. I didn't see Yemi and Oshibajo. So that's where I begin to suspect. So I don't really think that the list is authentic. Because if Atiku's ordinance should be withdrawn, Oshibajo list should also be should also be included. Sure.
Okay, let's come to Barrister Eze Luche before we move on. Barrister, what do you have to say?
Please, there is no constitutional provision for anybody to have ordinance. There is none, absolutely none. It's at the prerogative of the police to decide when you apply, they give you. So, there is no such constitutional provision as the guest in the studio was trying to allude to. But what Nigerians should be worried about is this. We're not an island. The other countries in the world. Where in the world does the Senate president or the senators or members of the House have police officers. These guys are paying enough money. They can hire private security guards if they want. So certainly, we need for all the policemen and security men we have in this country to protect Nigerians in their communities. It is very wrong and improper that you go to a police station and you call for an emergency and they tell you they don't have anybody to send to you because all the officers and men they have been deployed to guard people who are already overpaid in the first instance. So that the IG is commissioner is unfortunate. Yes, maybe the sitting governors, the sitting president, not by constitutional provisions, maybe by the reason of their office, they need extra 1 or 2 security guards. Okay, yes, but not any victim and Harry. And when it's referred to some Nigerians, when the IG is, the most important Nigerians is the ordinary Nigerian. This categorization of some Nigerians as VIPs is extremely undemocratic and wrong.
Okay.
And let me just make a final comment on the issue of withdrawal of policemen, of soldiers from Kenya. We have realized that the Nigerian military is a very disciplined force. That is why a lieutenant in the Navy could use 15 soldiers to stand his ground against the minister. So the reality is that it was the commanding officer. That question of who removed the soldiers is improper. The commanding officer, like Mr. Notsky said, who sent them there, withdrew them. It is the military. It's the same thing as who revealed the position of Brigadier General Uba to the terrorists. The fact is that the military has been seriously infiltrated by terrorists. That is why also, in most instances, before the terrorist attack, the military checkpoints and roadblocks disappear from the various localities where the terrorists will attack because the military has been infiltrated. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Barrister. Sincerely, we're pressed for time, and that's why we can actually take, much submission as regards to the first topic. But just like you mentioned, which I was to buttress, I told my colleague that I needed to say something, but you've actually said it all. In other climes, aside from the president and the vice president, even if you are a senator, you are a speaker, you are a reps member, a commissioner, whatsoever you are, you're meant to reach out to the private security details and not taken out of our police. And of course, when you are classifying some people to be VIPs, and who are the non-VIPs, who are the ordinary? We only voted them, or they are appointed to serve the people. So calling some people VIPs, and of course some senators have been crying in the red chambers saying that their life is now at risk. If they were really doing something where they have done what is better for their people, I don't think they should be scared. Until we have a public office holder or any politician in Nigeria that can walk freely without fears, then they should know that they've not done anything for this particular nation. But away from that particular, we'll be looking into IPOB crisis, of course, as actually continues. Security and human rights tension rise over IPOB sentencing. Of course, I wouldn't like you to go anywhere. You stay put. Of course, we'd like to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the second conversation. Stay tuned, please.
Glad to have you back. You're still watching the Morning Buzz on Voice of the People television. The Court of Appeal in Abuja struck out Nnamdi Kanu's appeal, challenging alleged violations of his fundamental rights during DSS detention. The panel said the appeal became academic after his conviction, life sentence, and transfer to a Sokoto correctional facility, which he reportedly preferred over DSS custody. Kanu, leader of IPOB, was convicted on 7 counts of terrorism. He received life imprisonment on 5 counts, 20 years on one and 5 years on another. The court ruled he offered no credible defense, described him as an international terrorist, and upheld that extraordinary rendition from Kenya
did not invalidate his trial. He has been moved under strict supervision with no access to phones and items like a smuggled transmitter forfeited to the government. The case highlights Nigeria's tough stance on separatist agitations and the tension between national security and human rights connections. Still with us in the studio to analyze these stories, we have in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, and best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Also joining us virtually, we have Barrister Eze Luche. He's an attorney at law and, of course, public and political affairs analyst. Also, we have in our Benin studio, Frank Ehiosho, author, public affairs analyst. And let me come first to you, Barrister, because I know that you're an attorney at law. Just help us break down this. The court is saying that this has become an academic, that's the case that Kano put up about his his human rights violations by the DSS, and now the court is now saying, because he has now been of course, the court has given a judgment over his case, that former case is now academic. Can you just run us through this? Let us understand how this has become academic.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, every day our judiciary, by its own pronouncements, digs the grave for itself, sinks lower. Why do I say this? I'll give an example with the Supreme Court judgment over the issue of River State declaration of state of emergency. Deliberately, the court refused to give a judgment until after the 6 months of the state of emergency has passed, and then it now says it's academic. That's exactly what is going on with this Nnamdi Kanu's case. But what the Court of Appeal fails to realize is this: if perhaps they had given a timely judgment, perhaps Nnamdi Kanu would have been able to prepare a better defense for himself. Perhaps there wouldn't have been a 6-day given to the Nnamdi Kanu defense team. So many perhaps, which means that this judgment, if it had been given timely enough, maybe there wouldn't have been a conviction. That is what the judges of the Supreme Court of the Court of Appeal did not realize in making that pronouncement. And they now rely on the fact of an academic issue. Was it academic when it was filed? Seeing the urgency of that matter, why was it allowed to abate, to waste away until now it becomes academic? But is it still academic? Can't a pronouncement be made so that in future, those who are in the same positions will become better advised, will know what the position of the law is? That's why I say every day, passing day, by its own announcement, those who sit on the bench in Nigerian judiciary tend to dig the grave of the justice sector deeper and deeper, realize the damage and shy away from it. Because ultimately, when people begin to lose faith in the judiciary, in the justice sector, then we only have cause to resort to arms, and that becomes a state of anarchy. And I hope we don't descend that low, although we're almost at that level. So yes, for now it's an academic issue, but at the time it was filed, it was a germane concern, and the court should have expedited its processes and given judgment, knowing that if it delays, delay is denial of justice. If it delays, things may happen that will make it academic. And that is why some of us have, from the very onset, believed that the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case was a persecution and not a prosecution, was not a justice issue, but a political issue. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let's move on to our Benin studio. Are you still with us, Mr. Frank?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, let me borrow the words of Barrister Eze Luche, that he feels, according to him, that Nnamdi Kanu's is not a persecution, is not a prosecution, but a persecution. Can you speak to that, especially when you look at the fact that he was sent to Sokoto? Why on earth should he be sent there? You know, away from Kuje prisons, we have Kuje prisons, we have other prisons in the southeast, we have other prisons in the south-south. How come he was sent all the way to Sokoto and not,
you know, anywhere close to where he would even be able to appeal. Of course, get to court easily to make his appeal, which he's supposed to do.
Quite concur with what the great barrister said, and you reiterated just now, that it is more of persecution and less of prosecution. It is persecution rather than prosecution. I concur with that statement. And it's unfortunate that we are at this point. You see, Nnamdi Kanu, to me, I've listened to him a few times in the past from the outset when he started his campaigns, and without, I don't like him. It's not even about liking him. I tend to feel for him. Sometimes then I used to imagine that this guy may need some bit of counsel from experts in psychotherapy or related fields. That is the truth. So I'm ashamed as in Nigeria. The Nigerian government degenerated to the point where they now made Nnamdi Kanu a celebrity. And they prime him to the status he has attained today. Nigerian government made Nnamdi the problem he isn't. And that is a very clear case. That the guy speaks on his radio programs and does whatever he does and know what not. The appropriate response of government should be to govern by example. Prime security and the welfare of the people. Prioritize transparency. When the people believe in you, those in the Southeast see in government policies that reflect that which pertains to their best of interest. They will not listen to somebody who speaks things that are almost insane from some part of the planet. But Nigeria, I still maintain, unfortunately, because of lazy thinking, and it happened under Buhari's government. They went to arrest or kidnap the guy from Kenya, brought him to Nigeria. That was bad enough. The guy was released on bail. Rather than allow even if the guy had jumped bail, he didn't jump bail. If I were in the government shoes and I discovered the guy wanted to jump bail, it would be better the guy jump bail to his discredit. But you use soldiers to go and attack and shoot people just to get somebody that, in my opinion, is not even a threat to any great extent. It is Nigerian government that created the problem around Nnamdi Kanu. And what is to blame? It is lazy thinking. Nigerians will be amazed. Anyway, I wouldn't say they will be amazed because it's in the public domain. So what people we call leaders, the process by which they take decisions, you'll be wondering whether our kids in primary school do not have better thinking faculties. It will appear as if critical thinking has been thrown to the refuse can of history because they are basics. I'm so pained till today. And now you're talking about the guy being posted to Sokoto. I'm not sure of the discretion by which the judge that passed that judgment opted for that. But you may probably blame it on the concept of persecution and not prosecution, which appear to be the trajectory that government has taken from the outset. Creating an issue where there is no issue is a show of shame. I'm rounding up with this point that Nnamdi Kanu ordinarily would have been somebody that seeks attention from experts to make him feel good or from note where he has challenges. But Nigerian government, specifically from Buhari's time, unfortunately being carried on by this administration, is creating a mountain out of a molehill that is so insignificant. That is the crisis of lazy thinking. And when government opts to look for who to blame rather than tackle the real issues.
We saw how he was convicted. Do you really think that the court's decision to uphold Kanu's conviction and sentence is a setback for human rights?
No, the appeal for his case has nothing to do with case of abuse of human rights. The case of abuse of human rights was already in the appeal court.
I'm talking about the conviction. That's the conviction of his, as in like his conviction that was given. No,
it is a judicial injustice. It is a judicial injustice, and for me, since the beginning of Buhari's administration, I started before I used to respect judges. Before I used to respect judges the way I respect professors. But today, to me, There's no difference between the Agboro on Lagos Road than the judges in Nigeria, from the bottom of my heart. Because when I was growing up, you don't see judges except in the courts. You don't see them at wedding ceremonies. You don't see them at house warmings.
You don't also see them singing on your mandate.
So for me, there's no difference between Nigerian judges and the touts on Lagos roads.
But we still have good ones, though.
And we need to be having the names of these judges, just like the judges that gave this judgment. We need to be documenting all their names. There need to be a horn of shame for the Nigerian judges. So we need to be compiling these names. It is very, very important. Our younger generation should know the names of these people. Understand? It is important. Now, you deliberately delay the case for the conviction that will happen. You now say that it is academic. Understand? And that it shouldn't go unnoticed. Their names ought to be documented. Nigerians should know who is doing what in Nigeria. PDP has banned, has said that Omotosho should not handle their case anymore. I've been shouting about Omotosho more than 2 years.
They only raised the case. We don't know if it will be upheld yet.
I say, but I've been shouting about Omotosho because from what I always used to watch the pattern of judgments of these people, and you know where they belong to. As I'm sitting down here, any case that goes to any judge, I will tell you the outcome. Understand? And you can see most of the time, it is not even them that read these judgments. Imagine that day that Omotosho was reading Nnamdi Kanu's judgment. My grandmother will read better. Because he wasn't that what somebody wrote for him.
Not like what he wrote himself.
Understand me? So my grandma, he was having a sight issue. So for me, as like Dr. Ezenuche said, even though lawyers are also part of it, because they go to court to defend the indefensible. Understand me? So Nnamdi Kanu was persecuted and not prosecuted. And the truth is, it is Nigerian government that made a monster out of Nnamdi Kanu. Understand? If they had ignored him, he would have just fizzled out.
Do you think he would have actually fizzled out?
He would have fizzled out. One of the ways that you treat a noisemaker is silence. So they made Nnamdi Kanu to be far bigger than what he is. That Buhari used Nnamdi Kanu to show his wickedness on the Igbo people. Understand? And that is fighting back, and will continue that to fight back.
Okay, let me go to Barrister Ezeluche. Hello, Barrister, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Barrister, I understand that today you've been quite direct, and not only that, you've been coming at everybody hot. So, Barrister, let me ask you this very simple question. Do we have a Igbo problem in Nigeria?
Do we have a what?
Do we have Igbo problem in Nigeria?
Okay. Well, let me clarify something. I don't agree with what your guest in the studio was saying about all judges. No.
I expected it to say so. So that's why I said it's becoming hot. So go ahead.
In Nigeria. And the people who are involved in this execution of the judiciary is less than 200, less than even 100. And that's why cases that the government wants to deal in a certain way goes to those particular judges. So it's not, we have men of integrity and dignity in the judiciary. Most of them, I would say over 99% of them. So it's just a very few. Now, with regards to having an Igbo problem, Nigeria does not have an Igbo problem. And I think it's very clear. When a thief calls you a bad name, you don't give a damn. So those who are actually pointing the bad finger at the Igbo race are those who are politically inclined, or who are doing that for particular non-altruistic purposes. The Igbos, their characteristics is very well known. The Igbo man will come to your community. Maybe he will even strive to become the best, build the best house, have the best environment in your community. And that is what actually makes communities prosper and progress. And that's why they say that where you don't have an Igbo man, don't stay there, because there's not much progress going to happen there. So Nigeria does not have an Igbo problem, but those who are in politics, those who are trying to make some, who are trying to benefit from backstabbing the Igbos, are the ones who make all this noise. I don't think in any neighborhood where you are, in any street, even in Lagos and wherever in the world, you want to have to associate with Igbos to prosper, to make progress, because they are a dynamic, proactive, and positive people. So we do not have an Igbo problem. Rather, the problem Nigeria has is that, having known the characteristics of the Igbo man, when anybody now tries to tie down that race, you end up tying down the entire country. Why do I say this? For a very long while, Nigeria has used this issue of quota system, for instance, in the area of education, to try to tie down the Igbos and say they can't prosper, they can't move ahead. What has been the consequences? The consequence has been that you now have miscreants coming out even as professors. You now have quota professors. You have quota this, quota that, because the values have been desecrated, have been rubbished in a bid to tie down the Igbos. So if you don't allow the good to prosper, to flourish, the society pays in a very
Okay, so I think we're having a network glitch there. Let me go to Benin, the ancient city, to be precise. I don't know. Okay, I was told that the network is actually, fluctuating there. All right, so doctor, if I may ask you as well, still on that particular conversation, do we have an Igbo problem in Nigeria? But I know you were willing to take that particular on at a free will. But of course, I'd like to talk about this separatist agitation. What impact do you think the court's decision will, have on separatist agitation in Nigeria, and of course, particularly in the southeast region? And of course, I want you to take that simultaneously. Do you think the government approach to this particular situation, handling the separatist agitation, is quite effective enough, addressing these underlying issues?
Well, but the truth is that what happened is injustice on the Igbo race, not just on Nnamdi Kanu. Because what Nnamdi Kanu was accused of doing is self-determination, which is recognized, understand? And it came out of frustration. Nnamdi Kanu just did not want to become a star or to get popular with this agitation. It is what led to the civil war is still happening as we speak. Understand me? We have not moved from 1967. So what led to the civil war is still happening in the country. And by 1970, when Gowon declared his rehabilitation, reconstruction, and reconciliation, it was just political. Nothing much was done about it. So the Nigerian race, the Nigerian state, refused to see an Igbo man as a partner. Rather, they begin to see Igbo man as a threat. Understand me? Igbos are not asking for any preferential treatment in Nigeria. What Igbos have been asking for is an egalitarian society, never let live. But some people are not happy with this. In 1977, when Obasanjo went to Onitsha, he saw a lot of story buildings Obasanjo made a statement that nobody will believe that just 7 years ago that this town was completely desolate and in ruins. Understand? So it was surprising to him how Onitsha was quickly built within 7 years after the end of the war. So that mindset of jealousy, envy has continued up to date. Understand? And the Igbos have just one issue. If you don't want to accept us, if you don't want to recognize us, then allow us to go. Which is and they are not comfortable with this. Understand? They say somebody that is rejected should not reject himself. So that's the problem that the Igbos are having with the Nigerian state. Igbos are developers anywhere. I was born in the north.
So let's talk about the separatist agitation. Yes. Do you think the Nigerian government has actually, handled it properly, the approach to handling this agitation? Do you think they addressed this particular?
They have not. They have not, and they will not. Understand? They have not, and they will not. But it will continue to hurt them, because Nigeria may actually be the first fourth world. I don't understand me. We now have just a third world countries. Nigeria may be the first country to enter into the fourth world if things continue the way it is at this point in the country.
Okay. Hello, Barrister. I was told that you're back. Barrister, are you there? Barrister Zeluchi, are you there? Okay, so I think the network is really, playing pranks with us here, but hopefully we'll scale through on this particular one. My colleague is looking a bit worried here as regards to this conversation of a doctor.
I don't understand. Why are you putting me on the spot?
What's wrong there?
How would I be looking worried?
What's wrong with the conversation?
I don't understand.
Doctor, it's quite, the conversation is quite a very sensitive one. And there is no how you want to, you can't remain on the fence. If you tilt to this side, some will call you a separatist, okay? And if you tilt to this side, they will say you are with the government and you don't even, you're not caring about what the people are.
I think I have a question.
Neutrality favors the oppressor, not the oppressed.
But I think I have a question for you, Dr.
Neutral
Peter.
in any issue.
Is it wrong to be neutral in
any issue?
Wow.
No, it's wrong to be neutral.
It's wrong to be neutral.
I'm in support of that statement. It's wrong to be neutral. Yes. So because I feel if you don't say something when they're talking about me or when there's a case and I want you to say something, your silence is support. It's as simple as that.
Okay, so if I decide to be neutral about
you are supporting one side.
You should say something.
Neutrality is benefiting one part.
Nena, you have to talk. If you don't talk, your silence will be taken that you are supporting one person. It's as simple as that.
So neutrality anyway is wrong.
Okay.
So then henceforth, if I say you should talk, you have to talk. Barrister Zeluchi, are you back now? Or can we have Frank from Benin Station? Frank, are you there?
I've been here all the while.
No, I was told that the network has, has been fluctuating. So I thought rapture also took place in those states and leaving Lagos out of it. I wouldn't have actually agreed on that one because you can't just leave and leave me here.
It was a link that timed out, and I think there was some miscommunication.
Oh, okay. Thank God you are here. So I would like to ask you also, which I'll be doing simultaneously as regards to your stance based on what the government has actually done and the way the government went about these underlying issues with the separatist, agitation. So what do you think they would have done better or they should have done better, as regards to this Nnamdi Kanu? And of course, I would like you to get it clear Do you think that with this move of the government with Nnamdi Kanu, it will send, a warning to any other person who is to, pop up from that particular region?
First of all, I iterated my points earlier concerning the trajectory of government as far as this issue of Nnamdi Kanu is concerned, from Buhari's days till date. And I said fundamentally that it was evidence of lazy thinking by those, unfortunately, who advised the administration or who were in charge of the process, insisting that they turned a molehill to a mountain, wasting Nigerian resource, both financial and intellectual and otherwise, for an issue that would have been tackled on a better note with primacy placed on justice and due process. Now, on the issue of this serving as a lesson to others, it is another. I don't want to resort to the philosopher's definition of stupidity. I don't want to resort to that. But it's falls within that purview. Good lesson. Every step government has taken for the past 6 years or more, especially on this Nnamdi Kanu's case, is a case of creating a problem where there was little or none. And this judgment today, or as it was passed some days back, has made matters worse. That is the truth. Go and check the data. Before Nnamdi Kanu was arrested or kidnapped from Kenya and brought to Nigeria and prosecuted so-called, was the Southeast not safer? All the while they put him in custody, they refused to grant him bail. Did it not make matters worse in the Southeast? I'm telling you free of charge that there is somebody that has interest in sustenance of insecurity in the Southeast, and government is towing the line of that individual or group of individuals because their judgment falls beneath the layer of common sense. What is the fundamental of nationhood? It is justice. That sense of social justice. All government needs to do is to prioritize justice in every sphere. Every step taken that reflects justice reduces the value of people who preach the gospel of separatists, of being separatists or promoting separatism. And that government doing that and priming lawful order. Government is swimming in the pool of the lazy man.
Thank you.
And looking for a scapegoat.
Thank you very much for your submission there, Mr. Frank. I can see how passionate you're talking about this. It's been interesting, talking about all of this. Well, we'll go on a short break now. When we return, we have trends for you. Just stay with us.
All right, welcome back to the program. It is still Morning Buzz on Voice of the People TV. Former Attorney General Abubakar Malami has confirmed that he will honor an invitation from the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, describing the decision as a demonstration of accountability and transparency in public service. Malami made the announcement via his social media handle, emphasizing his commitment to keeping Nigerians informed as development unfold, while reaffirming his dedication to openness in matters of the public trust. The EFCC invitation follows a series of events, including an attack on Malami's convoy in Benin Kebbi on September 1, and his subsequent petition to security agencies over an alleged plot to destabilize the state. Earlier this year, Malami resigned from the APC and joined the African Democratic Congress, the ADC, declaring his intention to contest the 2027 governorship election in Kebbi State, citing personal reflection and concern for national welfare. This is quite a very wonderful one coming from a former Attorney General of the Federation. I don't know if Barrister Zeluche is there, so he can actually speak for his, if he can speak for his colleague. Hello, Barrister.
Yeah, hello, good day. Are you still hearing me?
Loud and clear. Welcome on board, Barrister.
Okay.
So, Barrister, what can you say about your person, the former Attorney General? Malami has actually been, will I call it, he has been in web of different situations from the Buhari era, you know, and he didn't even stop there. He still decided, you know, to say that he wants to contest, you know, as a governor in the coming election. What do you think about all of this particular situation surrounding Malami? And one thing I have noticed, just like what Showore said, that for someone who EFCC has invited to come out and say this, or, you know, give a press release or write something on the social media, that means maybe there's an undertone or there's a proper discussion and they're just doing all of this for smoke screens just to invite him for the world to say that, oh, we invited and he answered and all of that. Maybe the agreement has been made. Maybe they've even tell him this and that and, you know, all of that. But I'd like you to give your comments as regards to this one.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. But just one comment on the last issue we discussed, the issue of what the implication of Nnamdi Kanu's case would be for the Igbo race. In a country where you still have people like Gani Adams, who was the founder of OPC, which agenda was to separate from Nigeria. Or you also have people like Kabiru, several of these terrorists in the north, who the government even discusses and deals with. And you now, when you have that in Nigeria going on, and you think that the incarceration of one person will stop Igbo's self-actualization and self-determination agenda, it's not possible. Even if you jail 1,000 or 10,000 Igbos, the quest for self-determination is an internationally recognized movement which will continue, irrespective of whether how many people you jail. With regards to this character, the former Attorney General, who you say is my colleague, you see, we have to be very careful in calling some of these characters colleagues. The reason is this. Somebody like the former Attorney General, he made his billions as Attorney General when he sells Nigeria and international agreements. You collect several agreements that these characters get involved with, and then he even gets his own firm, his chambers, to benefit, to profit from agreements where Nigeria loses out in billions. And then he, after being Attorney General, he wants to become governor, he wants to become president. That is the rot Nigeria has descended to. And it's sad that it's only when he now indicates that he wants to join the ADC, he wants to contest for the governorship, that the EFCC, which from its very onset has been a political tool to which hunt the opposition, now gets up and realizes, oh, he made some funny transactions in the past that we now have to go against him. So, I mean, Nigerians have to understand the calamity we have under this tag called Nigeria.
No, but Barrister, don't forget that Adams Oshomole already told us everything we need to know. He said if you join the APC, your sins are forgiven. So, and if you leave the APC, we would open your case. So, and EFCC also came out to say that whatsoever prosecution or whatsoever invitation or whatsoever that they are doing is not politically motivated. But of course, we know what's going on in the country.
Beautiful. I mean, that is the fact. So when we hear that EFCC has invited somebody, you just know that he has left the ruling party and gone to the opposition. That is why I have severally, in writing and in public forums, advocated that the EFCC should be scrapped. They should be scrapped and returned back to the police force because they have become a disgrace to policing. They have become a disgrace to investigation. Is it just now that they realize that this former Attorney General hand was deep into graft? Not only him, and I'm sure even the current Attorney General, because when you look at the kind of agreements they get into, they're supposed to be senior advocates of Nigeria, but they get into agreements that will deplete Nigeria. Okay. And of course, they only do that because they're going to get financial benefits. But why is the EFCC only coming against him? Because he has declared interest in the opposition political party.
That's a very big. That's a very big question. That of course we'll get to know answers to as events unfold. Let's go back to our Benin studio. Mr. Frank, you're still with us, right?
Sure, I'm here.
Do you agree that the EFCC has become a political tool in the hands of our leaders?
Of course, I concur in total with what the great barrister affirmed. In fact, to say I concur is quite an understatement. Like I put the blame where it belonged earlier. You can Google, download the FCC Act as it was set up in 2003 under Olusegun Obasanjo. Even the number of times it has been reviewed. And you see that Obasanjo set up EFCC not to fight corruption as much as to. That's right. It's unfortunate, but that is what we have in Nigeria. That's why I said the bulk of the challenge we have in this Fourth Republic, over 80% of the blame goes to him because he laid the foundation. Rather than lay a foundation for the sustenance of nationhood, he was concerned about the sustenance of his administration and himself in power. That is the tragedy of Nigeria today that we're experiencing. There was a time this issue came up in discourse, and I made reference to South Africa. Now they have an agency that is not too different from the EFCC. They call the lady, the person, the public protector. It was the lady then that was in charge, a young lady, that made Jacob Zuma to lose his seat. Can that happen in Nigeria? Can EFCC go after anybody in power in investigation?
Thank you.
EFCC is simply tied to the apron string of whoever is the president of the country.
Wow. Thank you.
And I don't blame the Attorney General for giving that statement he gave. Because like him or hate him, he has a very stranglehold, a stranglehold on the EFCC because there are so many people in that EFCC who were people he gave employment to when he was there as Attorney General because they attached to his office. So I will not be surprised if the lead investigator on the case is one of the boys he gave employment in the agency.
Okay, because of our time, sorry, I'll have to cut your submission there. So sorry for that. Let's quickly move to the studio. Miss Dr. Peter, in just one sentence, if possible. Malami is coming out to say that his commitment to transparency and accountability, does he hold water?
Well, he had not been convicted of any crime, but we should know that that he was attacked and that KB is under state of insecurity is not EFCC problem. Understand? Attacking him should be DSS issue. So he was invited. That shows that the ruling party is jittery. I want to intimidate him. That is the only reason why they should invite him. Understand? Because whatever, if it's in the issue of security, EFCC does not handle security.
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Anosike, for that particular wonderful submission. And thank you for joining the program today. Yes, of course, we had Dr. Peter Anosike, who is a philosopher, development economist, best-selling author, and is also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Join us today. And of course, virtually we had Dr. Ezeluche Esquire, attorney at law and public political affairs analyst. And of course, from our Benin studio, Frank Ehioson, author, public affairs analyst. This is how far we can actually go on the show this morning. Yes, this is the end of today's edition of The Morning Boss. And of course, we would want you to...
True, and the month, he said for the month as well.
And for the month as well, yes. We can't wait to, cross over to December because it's actually a celebration period. But from my end here, don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will do last. Whatsoever you're facing will soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. Of course, my name remains a savior, Udo. To enjoy the rest of your weekend.
Before I close it up, I heard the barrister wants to say something. Barrister, what do you have to say?
I said I'm not a doctor. He had called me doctor.
Yes, so sorry. I was trying to correct him, but he didn't.
Barrister,
he didn't hear that.
Barrister, I said you had a colleague somewhere called Malami. You said you don't want to call him your colleague. Barrister, then let me just use the word your counterpart. I think that's fine.
Okay, thank you very much, everyone. My name is Nina Ndomdioto, and of course, do enjoy the rest of your day and stay tuned to Vop TV because we have a lot in store for you.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop Tv. Entertainment like never before. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector, from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I, from social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more, tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
2564 is coming up on 29, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation scope. The sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Join Moses, Chukuma, and Fina on Voice of the People TM. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
My name is Esther. They call me the Oga of them are the general overseer of them all. Every man, every woman has got a voice where integrity is the volume. So this is Voice of the People's TV. Voice of the People's TV. So this is the people's voice. And the people's voice is the voice of God. That's the voice populi in Latin. The people's voice is the voice of God. So keep watching Voice of the People. In fact, my name is Voice of the People. Keep watching MC Adobe. Hi
guys, my name is Kagan. I am Nigeria's biggest tech content creator, and I just wanted to give a quick shout out to Voice of the People TV. Keep watching, enjoy, and you're welcome.
My name is MC Alamano. They call me Enjoyment Landlord. It's Vop TV. Keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch it down. Even if you want to touch it down, increase the volume. If you don't increase the volume, I told me.
My name is Collins Agawabe, popularly known as No Mide, but last, more than No Mide, or more. Not be all so the cook right at the fry plantain. We keep on watching Vop TV. The voice of the people, the voice of Edo. If you want to get the authentic news for Edo, the way it be, that's why they show and all the content come on at Vop TV.
Welcome, guys. The show is Hashtags right here on Vop TV. My name is Vivian Uguche, and this is where we're going to tell you all things trending and all things topical. So, I'm not flying solo, I can tell you that. But before my co-anchor introduces himself, if this is your first time here, accept a very warm welcome from us. On that note, meet Ikechukwu. Hello, sir.
Good evening, Vivian. Good evening, sir. Yes, I mean, it's another exciting episode on Hashtag Ikechukwu Ago. Before I forget.
Shortly after former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also officially registered in his Adamawa hometown. So this is what's got people talking online today, right? El-Rufai name dropping. Whose name is he dropping? Peter Obi. So he started his comments by saying that himself and Peter Obi had taken permission from the ADC to allow them remain in their respective parties until the by-elections were done and dusted. So he said now that they've finished that, he has actually become a member of the ADC, and the next person is going to be Peter Obi. That's what's got people talking right now. So I have a post that's going to lead us up to the video, audio of Nasir El-Rufai that you're going to be listening in a short while. So let's do it. It is hashtag from LP to ADC. Right? Chuk says, Mr. Peter Obi and I pleaded with the ADC coalition to allow us conclude the pending by-elections before officially joining the ADC. Now that the elections are over, we have no reason to remain in the SDP or Labour Party. The same way we removed PDP in 2015 is how we will remove this in 7, end of quote. And that is El-Rufai as he officially joins the ADC. Take a listen.
Mr. Peter Obi and I requested the indulgence of the coalition to allow us to remain in our respective parties until the conclusion of these by-elections and out-of-season elections. I'm happy to announce that as at last week, all these elections have been concluded, and for that reason, we have no reason any longer to remain in the SDP or the Labour Party. By the grace of God, along with other partners, we are going to repeat what we did in 2015 when we got rid of the incompetent, thieving, stealing, and corrupt PDP administration. The current government in Kaduna State is led by people that have no name, no address, no surname to protect, and therefore they think the purpose of being in government.
Nasir El-Rufai there, like I said earlier on, former FCT minister and former governor of Kaduna State, who came down hard on his successor, Ubasani. You heard him saying the government in Kaduna State does not have an address and does not have a name and all of that. But hey, that's not what we're focusing on. Focusing on him name-dropping Peter Obi.
I mean, it's expected. A lot of persons actually expected Peter Obi to have announced even before December. But of course...
before December? We are still, this is not yet December.
I mean, well, maybe he has to do it before December. But with the way it's going, maybe it's anyhow. But let me even say...
But it looks like it's coming.
Before the end of 2025.
Yeah.
I think that's what a lot of persons are expecting to actually hear from Peter Obi, officially dropping the LP for the ADC. The storm is beginning to gather. Atiku Abubakar officially, I think a couple of weeks ago, officially,
Not a couple of weeks. I think it's just about a week ago.
Was it on Monday?
Yes, I think it's just some days ago.
So Atiku Abubakar officially, and now, we're looking at El-Rufai, now Peter Obi, the big boys coming. And trust me, by mid next year, you get to start seeing, politicians, even senators cross-carpeting, when they start noticing, okay, this is most likely where the mood is going to swing, come 2027, maybe the APC might no longer stand a chance at that time. You start seeing them, trade. Even the ones who have defected as governors will now start, okay, you know what, I'm not going to defect, but I'm going to give you this, I'm going to give you that.
So horse trading was called.
Exactly, it's going to happen. So if Peter Obi joins now, of course, a lot of persons will also follow him. I think as Atiku joined, his loyalists will definitely follow. El-Rufai also is loyalists will follow. So it's going to be an interesting 2027.
You know the thing about El-Rufai? He's a man that really thinks before he speaks.
Yeah.
For him to start that statement the way he started it, He was very intentional. He was just speaking to Peter Obi's base to say, you guys chill, PO is coming and all of that. But let's see how netizens are reacting or responding to this particular statement that El-Rufai just pushed out on social media. We go back to X now. So May says the 2027 game is officially on. El-Rufai's official jump to the ADC, citing the need to repeat the 2015 opposition merger, confirms two things. The goal is a unified front, El-Rufai, Obi, Atiku talks. And two, the ADC is the chosen vehicle. The opposition is consolidating. Now, can they hold it together? $1 million question.
Right.
Let's dissect this statement a little bit, right, Ikechukwu? May says that the same thing that happened in 2015 is what's going to happen in 2027. You don't know what happened in 2015,
Absolutely,
right?
the merger.
El-Rufai was one of the
key players.
yeah,
Grassroots
major player
yeah.
that ensured that a major party came up and unseated the incumbent.
Again, that very big question the May asked, I don't know if it's a he or a she. That
May sounds female.
Well,
yeah,
it could be. That, can they actually hold it together? I think from where I stand, I think I want to believe that they've actually resolved, what could be the issue. If the Obi has agreed to actually join and Atiku has, taking a ticket to become official member of the party, it means that they've agreed that, let's just take it to the primaries, whoever wins, we're going to back you. Because Peter Obi actually came out with just 4 years, and if that would have been agreed upon, I don't see a reason why they will have to still, do all of this. But let's wait. It still boils down to the fact that pick the ticket, then we can now agree that you can just go 4 years. There might not be primaries, but it's a lot. But for me, agreeing to actually be part of the party, if Peter Obi eventually announced as, El-Rufai said, then trust me, it's going to be an interesting time to do.
Yeah, because all the hints El-Rufai is dropping here is that Peter Obi is going to announce soon. Now, this is what I call crossing the Rubicon. Once Peter Obi announces and he officially joins the ADC, that's it, right? It's over. Now, I'm thinking, is he going to do a repeat of what he did when it didn't work between himself and Atiku? Yes, but you remember? Is he, if he loses or if he contests the primary and he loses, is he still going to leave and go to the ZLP like you've been predicting? Because you keep talking about the ZLP being, his trump card.
So the chances are there. But I want to believe that, with the way it stands now,
doesn't look like that's going to happen.
It doesn't look like that, because if Peter Obi is actually going into this particular merger with the way it is now, I want to believe that they've all agreed, let's throw it to the... But the biggest question is not about who is going to get the card now.
What's
the biggest question is Peter Obi fan base going to actually support anybody outside Peter Obi? That's where the issue is right now.
Because remember what Aisha Yusufu has been saying, it must be Peter Obi or nobody, though she's been quiet.
Yes, because a lot of persons, right, apart from, the Aisha Yusufu that are quite influential in the Peter Obi's cabinet, I want to use that word, but... kitchen cabinet.
Okay.
I mean, people who are very much
like jumping the gun, right?
Very much in the obedient movement. That's what I meant.
Okay,
So, but apart from the likes of El-Rufai, the average Nigerian, the ordinary Nigerians, I think there's this distrust between this political elites that's always been there and them. If they see an article holding the ticket, you're gonna be like. But at this point, I think Nigerians just want to see the APC gone. And that's where maybe a lot of people will be like, okay, if it's going to be that, if Peter Obi is there, let's see what is going to happen. But I want to believe, at the end of the day, Peter Obi is most likely going to be part of the ticket.
But you might be surprised that some netizens, their sentiments are not just what you just said.
Okay.
So let's go back to X now as we continue to take a look at the responses to hashtag from LP to ADC. Shall we? Let's do it. Thank you. King Wing says El-Rufai joining ADC and aligning with Peter Obi is the clearest sign yet that 2027 will not be business as usual. If the same coalition that stopped PDP in 2015 is coming back to remove APC in 2027, then the ruling party should be very worried. Nigerians are tired and the political realignment has officially begun, which is exactly what you said. Agu says, him calling Peter Obi's name is low-key a public challenge for Peter Obi to take the big step and discharge Labour Party and join ADC. And Tara says the problem isn't parties anymore. It's the same politicians recycling themselves. So Tara is not, she's indifferent.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you were in the US, that's the kind of person you call an indifferent voter.
Yeah.
No? But I saw you nodding your head.
Yeah, I mean, that's most like the position a lot of Nigerians will be having now until they see who is going to actually hold the ADC card, where a lot of person are actually expecting, I'm talking about the obedience camp now, expecting that it's P2B or no one else. So, but I think the best bet here, from where I stand, is that P2B is most likely going to be on that particular ticket, either as a president or as a vice president. And I don't know if the obedience will definitely still see Obi as the vice president as a good, ticket or a good option for them to still jump on compared to, the APC. But it's going to be a long time.
The key phrase in all you just said is most likely, because there's a possibility that it might just not happen. But hey, we are keeping our fingers crossed.
It's going to be difficult not to have P2B on that ticket.
Well, let's see how it plays out, right? We move on now to the next hashtag, which is hashtag Nigerians. So a member of the National Assembly, the Green Chamber, I'm talking about the House of Representatives, is blowing hot. Like, they say people will blow hot and cold. In this case, he's just blowing hot. He's saying, he was telling his colleagues in the National Assembly, do not think you are safe. That he said, people should not even fear the bandits or the kidnappers or Boko Haram. Fear Nigerians, because soon, and he said, it's almost time that Nigerians are going to take their own destiny in their hands, because it is apparent the people are not happy with their leaders anymore. So who said it? Curiosity killed the cat. That's why I said, hey, but nobody's dying right now. Let's go to X now so you find out who's saying this particular thing. And we have an audio, a video really, to go with it, shall we? Hashtag Nigerians. Thank you. Ozum Ozo says, do not hope, Mr. Speaker, that any member of a National Assembly is safe to move, not by bandit, not by Boko Haram, by the people that elected you and I. Time will come, if action is not taken, that Nigerians will take their destinies in their own hands. Who said it? Honorable Yusuf Adamu Gadge. Very vocal as usual. Take a listen.
This is unacceptable. Mr. Speaker, we must stand up and find a way of bringing this issue of insecurity to order. Otherwise, you and I is not safe. No matter how Nigerians respect us, we are moving to a level that Nigerians will fight us the way they fight criminals and the way they fight Boko Haram. Until the right thing is done by us here, until we speak for the Nigerian people, until we draw line, until we tell government what we are supposed to tell government, and until government respond by action, not by media statement or press the speaker, that any member of a National Assembly is safe to move, not by bandit, not by Boko Haram, by the people that elected you and I. Time will come, if action is not taken, that Nigerians will take their destinies in their own.
Yeah, I mean, with him doing his hand like this, is just his expression, everything matches his words and all of that. I think this should also be hashtag Nigerians will take their destiny in their hands. But some netizens are saying which Nigerians, the Nigerian youths that are not even, Jim and all. But hey, it's a mixed grill, right, on X, as Nigerians are responding to this particular hashtag and the outburst by Honorable Gagdi. So let's take a look, at how netizens are reacting. So, Okpia says, if Nigerians weren't docile, that time was yesterday. This isn't me endorsing violence or barbarism, but genuinely, Nigerian politicians deserve the era of stoning them in public places with iced water and sachet water for non-performance. So he's saying it's water, he's advocating for them to be stoned with water, nothing else. Nelly to the max says, the same Nigerians that tolerate everything. And then he says, nah, you're all safe to carry on. More. So Uncle Uchechukwu says, Nigerian youths don't move like that, sadly. Francisco Brainiac says, we are almost there already. Babs of Lagos says, Unagu Hieram. Bola Bills Brand says, now day just the break. So it's for and against. Some are thinking, no, Nigerians are not going to do nothing. But some are saying, Now they just the break that Nigerians are coming. What's your take though?
Well, it's for me, it's actually a mix of both. You know, I've once said that Nigerians don't have the fight in us.
Yeah.
We never struggled for independence. So that's kind of always put us back. We are very slow to react to things that are really hurting us. But again, right, I also know that there's a level you push a man to when the man gets to that particular point where it seems like there's no going back. The person has to come out. Truly, I was even having this conversation with someone earlier today that with the way these terrorists are going about abducting and killing people, kidnapping people, ransacking communities, time will come, Nigerians will go into the bush and look for them themselves. I'm not even talking about the legislators I'm talking about those people, Nigerians will go after them themselves. And then if, the security operative comes in and say, hey, you don't have to do this, don't have to carry it's going to definitely be Nigerians against the security operatives, because at that point, Nigerians would have lost it. And definitely, if things is not actually checked, it's definitely going to get to that point, because people want their own safety, and if the state cannot guarantee it, the people will go all out to actually do it. And if the state comes in, then of course they will have to see the state as an enemy. I just hope it doesn't get to that. But with the way these things keep piling up, it's a lot. People, their loved ones, their sisters, their mothers, their fathers. I mean, children are turning orphans. These things are actually quite a lot for people to actually take in.
It looks like the representatives themselves are speaking up now. Just yesterday, we saw Senator Seriaki Dixon, former governor of Bayelsa State, who's also a senator right now, a sitting senator. He was telling his colleagues, and then he came to X to tell Nigerians that this is what he told his colleagues in the during plenary in the Red Chamber, that stop the commendation, start telling President Tinubu the truth. That was what he was saying. What truth? About insecurity, that it's not safe and Nigerians need things to turn around. Yeah, so it looks like the lawmakers themselves are speaking up. And we just saw another House of Reps member speak up today. Yeah. So let's see how this one continues to unfold. We'll keep it posted as usual. The next hashtag is hashtag Jonathan, but there's something in bracket, the whole story, right? Hashtag Jonathan, the whole story. So just yesterday, in fact, yesterday evening, former President Jonathan touched down in Abuja after he was trapped in Guinea-Bissau for some hours. A coup happened in Guinea-Bissau after a hotly contested election. Former President Jonathan, Goodluck Jonathan, was there to observe, right? So himself and the delegation that he was part of were trapped, but thank God they are back home now. But there's a story unfolding, right? According to Trending Explained, they said Côte d'Ivoire was the one that evacuated Jonathan from Guinea-Bissau and not Nigeria. Why? Because they said Nigeria was a bit too slow. But there are reactions to that. Some people are saying, Jonathan said something. Oh, of course, Jonathan said something. We are going to be playing that audio for you in a short while. But first, let me take you to X so you see what Trending Explained is saying, and then we'll see how netizens are responding to that hashtag. Shall we? Yeah, thank you. Trending Explained says, according to sources, the Nigerian government was lackadaisical, slow, and without diplomatic coordination in the extraction of trapped ex-president Goodluck Jonathan from Guinea-Bissau. So Ivory Coast government immediately pulled contacts and moved him out with its presidential jet, as seen in the images. So there are actually images to verify that. And then Trending Explained goes on to say the soldiers escorting the ex-president were not Guinean soldiers, but ECOMOG soldiers facilitated by the Ivorian government. As the Nigerian government left the crucial extraction of his former president to mere presidential aides, and by the time Nigeria successfully coordinated themselves, the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire already concluded the extraction. In essence, the Nigerian government weren't really involved in extracting its former president trapped abroad in a military coup. Now, Trending Explained did well to tell us that a source told the news. So, how are netizens reacting? Let's see. So, Lord Foster says, the whole incident just exposes the tragic irony of Nigeria's leadership. Everyone claims a giant of Africa, yet another country had to show us how to rescue our own former president. This government behaves like a landlord whose house is on fire but is still looking for the gate key. Ivory Coast didn't wait for committees, spokesman, or WhatsApp approvals. They acted. Meanwhile, Abuja was probably drafting a memo, forwarding it for vetting, and forming a delegation. By the time the machine finally whizzed to life, the job was already done by its outsiders. By outsiders, I beg your pardon. If Nigeria cannot honor or protect someone who once sat at Aso Rock, imagine what's the place on average citizens. Security, diplomacy, prestige, all outsourced. Governance here has become performance art. Loud announcements, zero competence. This is the kind of global embarrassment that doesn't need enemies. The government sabotages itself effortlessly. There's another one. Let's take a look at it. So AO Captain says, if ECOMOG soldiers were the ones escorting Jonathan, then it wasn't an Ivorian solo mission. It was regional coordination. You know, ECOMOG actually...
Yeah, it's actually an ECOWAS thing.
An ECOWAS thing. It was regional coordination, AO says, which means ECOWAS was already involved and member states were working together. That alone contradicts the claim that Nigeria did nothing, because ECOWAS moves only when multiple governments activate the process. You can spin it as slow or noisy, but the idea that Ivory Coast acted alone while Nigeria was sleeping isn't supported by the basic facts of how ECOWAS deployments work. The next one. So Dr. Vincent says, this reporting is not fair. Nigerian officials were not lackadaisical. They were probably still considering whether to use at Fly Air Peace or at Ibom Airlines, the aircraft to evacuate our former president before the Ivorians jumped the gun. Who cares about diplomacy and national image? And Chibi just says, if they could treat a former president like this, imagine what they'll do with you if you got stranded in a foreign country. Oh, I forgot, they were waiting for the owner of Air Peace to coordinate the extraction for them as usual. And then he ends by saying what's a disgrace. We have visuals of former President Goodluck Jonathan touching down in Abuja yesterday. Can we have that? Now, Chudi talks about what will happen to foreigners or Nigerians stranded in a foreign country. We've had cases of, can we have the visual of former President Goodluck Jonathan touching down in Abuja? The visual of former President Goodluck Jonathan. All right, looks like we can't get it. So there have been Nigerians who were trapped in Libya and other countries who were evacuated.
Yeah.
Right? And we've had Nigerians evacuated.
In Libya, we've had in Sudan when the issue happened, and it was Air Peace that actually, even in South Africa when the xenophobia incident was actually, I think the last time it happened was around 2019 or thereabout. And Air Peace also came to the rescue for Nigerians. So yes, I mean, it has always happened like that. But the case of this Jonathan's case, I think as much as I understand how slow this Nigerian government can be, but then I also want to look at the place of ECOWAS in all of this. I mean, ECOWAS is a regional thing. And sometimes you don't even have to wait for you to actually get this sort of the ECOWAS will not have to wait for the country in question to actually act.
In this case, Nigeria.
I mean, Jonathan is not just the Nigerian former president; he's actually an African president. He's well respected. So
he's an international figure.
Yeah, so he can't be in a place like that, and then Africa will not actually rise up for him. Yeah. So I kind of understand that part, right? Even if Nigerian government wants to actually act as quick as they want to, if ECOWAS jumps in, Nigerian government will have to take back foot and then be part of it. But the ECOWAS will definitely do it, and that's what will happen. For me, whether the APC government actually acted right or not, the most important thing is the former president is safe, and that's where I want to leave it.
And then we have him, right? There's an audio of him talking, and he was saying thank you to his president, and he actually called President Bola Tinubu's name, and then President Ouattara of Cote d'Ivoire, he talked about it. We have that audio. Let's take a look at it. Let's take a listen.
And I sincerely appreciate Nigerians, and I want them to hear directly from my mouth to appreciate their concern. And secondly, to thank my president, President Tinubu, and the Ivorian president, President Ouattara. Both presidents were to send aircraft to lift us, but somehow, Cote d'Ivoire is closer to Guinea-Bissau, and there's always some relationship between Francophone countries and the Lusophones among the Francophones. They were able to penetrate their system to get landing permit first before Nigeria could do that. So the Ivorian aircraft was already on their way to pick us. So when we learned about the Nigerian aircraft about leaving, we asked them not to bother. That is why if you see the picture that was brought by an Ivorian aircraft. So we thank the two presidents, President Ouattara, President Tinubu, and indeed thank Nigerians, young and old, for that. And specifically, what happened in Guinea-Bissau, I wouldn't call it a coup. It was not a coup.
That's a cliffhanger there. You know, if you watch seasonal films like Game of Thrones and all of that, Prison Break and all, and something just happens and they leave you hanging, it's called a cliffhanger. That's what former President Goodluck Jonathan just said. It wasn't a coup. I mean, this is a well-televised thing, but if you continue to listen to that interview, there's a part where he said that it was the person who said he won the election that went on air to start, broadcasting that it was a coup when the generals hadn't even announced the coup. But this one we are going to pursue, right? But I saw your eyes pop up like this.
But we saw the soldiers actually making statements.
Yeah.
We saw the people who actually did the coup, saying,
that they are going to be in office for like a year.
I mean, they've taken over for further notice, rather. And I mean, they're going to actually ensure that, in fact, they actually imposed a curfew. They did impose a curfew that the day the incident happened, they imposed a curfew. And then, they talk about how coup statement goes, that all foreign companies, you're safe, all foreign people working within the country, you're safe, and blah, 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 blah. So I don't know what he actually, he lived it, he lived the experience, so he saw it first. So I don't know where he's actually coming from.
We'll find out.
It's the same president that's still in
That's why we're journalists, right? We're going to investigate this particular one and find out why former President Goodluck Jonathan is saying that it wasn't a coup, that what happened in Guinea-Bissau wasn't a coup. What does it mean? We'll keep you posted. Next hashtag now is hashtag Saludo. So Governor Saludo visited President Tinubu and he called him his friend, and it was just a very warm post that he put up. Netizens sort of picked bones with some of the things he said. So I don't know, sermonize. Let me take you to X so you see the post that Governor Saludo put up himself, and then we'll take a look at the reactions. So Chukwumachal Saludo says, yesterday I paid a courtesy visit to my dear friend and brother of over 22 years, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, at the State House, Abuja. Mr. President received me with his usual warmth, a big smile, and open arms. He again personally congratulated me on the resounding mandate given to me by the good people of Anambra State in the just concluded governorship election. A victory he described as a testament to the trust and confidence in the Anambra have in our shared vision for a livable and prosperous homeland. I remain deeply grateful to Mr. President for his measured congratulatory message on that historic day and for his continued goodwill and support for Anambra State. We are one Nigeria, and together with God on our side, we will build the Anambra and the Nigeria of our dreams. The concluding part of that will show us pictures of him in Aso Rock with the president, all smiles. Let's take a look at the next one. And that's it. May Anambra continue to win with the pictures of him, in the villa. These are very colorful pictures there, if I must say so. So how are netizens responding? Let's take a look. So, Adkaz OG says, so you didn't mention Mazi Nnamdi Kanu's release to him? Guys, this is an appetizer. The next hashtag is appeal court, and it's all about Nnamdi Kanu. So Solomon Izu says, country, they go through a lot, una they smile. What's funny? Ifena says, just imagine it was Peter Obi who had said this. Some people would have held press interviews to deliberate on the comment as how he disrespected Jagaban. I don't know. I don't understand where this person is coming from. But I think what he's saying is that Charles Saludo is always pointing accusing fingers at Peter Obi and all. Maybe that's what he means.
No, I mean, the fact that he used my friend.
And brother.
Yes.
Oh.
Instead of
Mr. President.
you know.
That's laughable. Yeah, but it's allowed, right?
Very allowed.
They're friends.
I mean,
but this is what Mood is saying. Prior to 2023 presidential election, there is no tweet, or there was no tweet of you being a brother or friend to Bola Ahmed Tinubu. You can be original. Why did you say
Politics is about interest. And I mean, he won the governorship election, and that's what's most important to him at this point. So he went on to actually congratulate the president, whether the president did it actively or passively. I mean, he ensured that there was a smooth election process in Anambra State. And for him, it's a big win for him. And that's why he went to congratulate his friend. So let's await how much, because he said Anambra is for the president. So now it is time to actually return the favor to his friend come 2027. So that's exactly what he's saying. And I don't know why the other guy is seeing it as a problem using the word friend. Of course, I understand also how the respect culture is a big thing here, in this part of the world. So I can understand why he actually is picking bones with the fact that he used that word. For me, there's nothing there.
That's a safe place to land on that particular one. Like I said earlier on, the next hashtag is hashtag appeal court. So the appeal court today, not too long ago, dismissed Nnamdi Kanu's suit, rights violation suit against the DSSDG and the AGF. The Punch has it, as well as another publication with an expanded version. So let me take you to X so you see how the hashtag is panning out. Hashtag appeal court. Let's do it. Punch newspaper says appeal court dismisses Nnamdi Kanu's rights violation suit against DSSDG and AGF. That will be the Director General of the DSS and the Attorney General of the Federation. The next post, Nigerian Story says, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out the appeal by the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, who has been convicted of terrorism on the grounds that it lacked merit and had become academic. He's actually in Sokoto now, and he is serving a lifetime sentence.
Yeah.
So netizens are reacting. Let's take a look. Somto says, the Court of Appeal in Abuja has struck out Nnamdi Kanu's rights violation appeal, ruling that it lacked merit and had become academic, principally because the factual relief Kanu sought could no longer be granted after his conviction and remand. Put simply, the appeal asked the court to order that Kanu be produced or transferred to a particular facility, Kuje. At the hearing, the appellant's counsel confirmed Kanu was then being held in Sokoto prison. So the court found it could no longer make the relocation order sought. The core issue was therefore rendered academic. The panel, led by Justice Moses Ugo, also held the appeal had no arguable merit in law, given the changed circumstances. Once the main relief becomes incapable of being granted, the appeal becomes hypothetical and is properly struck out rather than litigated to the end. This procedural outcome does not resolve the underlying complaints about alleged rights violations. It simply means the Court of Appeal declined to decide them on the present record because the specific remedy sought was moot after conviction and remand. Those substantive complaints may need to be pursued in other forms or before other competent fora if any live issue remains. Somto just broke the whole thing down for us. More reactions, let's take a look at them. So Splendor says, Chai, justice don't land like thunder. Kanu think say him go use human rights play Ludo with Nigeria. And then he says, Court of Appeal don't tell him, Oga Packwell, this matter don't die since. There's another one, let's take a look at it. So Okocha CFC says, appeal court threw out Kanu's rights enforcement suit as academic post-conviction. The court deliberately avoided ruling on the merits, including the already established illegality of his 2021 abduction from Kenya, still binding, still unremedied. But this also does not sound like a ruling on an appeal on his conviction this November. So we wait. Now, take a look at that, the second to the last paragraph. That this does not sound like a ruling on an appeal on his conviction this November. But what impression are you getting, really?
So basically, it's saying that Nnamdi Kanu's rights, Nnamdi Kanu claimed that his rights was violated, right, is no longer,
Now, I'm not saying explain what the appeal court has as, the ruling.
Yeah.
I'm saying
I think.
Why do you think the pendulum is going to swing the way it looks?
Okay, so I think it's in order, right? What the court actually did.
Yeah.
It's natural or what they did, because at this point the case is dead.
Do you think eventually?
No, I understand. I understand. I get your question. Right. But now
the case is dead.
Yes, the case, because now he's a convict. Before now he wasn't
a convict.
Yeah, so
that's why it's called an academic.
Yeah, so for now, until something happens, they can revisit. But for now, that case is actually dead until his status as a person changes from being a criminal.
That is why the last respondent was saying that this is not an appeal on overturning his conviction.
No, the conviction is actually totally different, right?
I just wanted us to point that out.
Absolutely, totally different. So for the appeal, his appeal for, I think it's still hard about. Has about 83 days, because it's 90 days from the day he was convicted. So he still has a lot of time to actually appeal. And then if he wins that appeal...
lawyers said they are going to appeal.
Oh, definitely they will. They will want to. It is normal. So if he wins the appeal, he can now go back to visit this particular case that has been rendered academic. That's exactly
absolutely. All right, on that note, we wrap up that particular hashtag. Last but not least, is this story we've been following, Burna Boy. It looks like, I don't know, things are really, really ending for the so-called African giant. Is that what he calls himself? So the Americans are canceling him. In a short while, he might be called a cancelled artist in America. Let me take you to X now so you see this post and you see how netizens are reacting to that particular one. Hashtag Burna Boy. So Chats Africa says Justin at Burna Boy has cancelled all his North American tour dates due to low ticket sales. Reactions. So I Occupy Nigeria. You remember I Occupy Nigeria? Yeah, the very versatile I Occupy Nigeria says, make we talk truth way dey front of everybody. No be say people no buy Burna ticket. People buy. Now people cancel their own tickets. And why them go cancel? This na the United States, no be Nigeria, where celebrity fit talk anything and nothing will happen. For America, a person fit dey work 2 or 3 jobs just to survive. Them go pay premium money for front row seats because na their small enjoyment. Person come concert, make exhaustion hold them, maybe exhaustion hold them, maybe stress, maybe personal tragedy. We all know say the woman lose her baby daddy. Even if Burna no know at that moment, common sense still there. You as visitor, as non-citizens, as non-citizen, as foreign act, you stand for stage, they chastise the same audience where they give you their hard-earned money. Why the people no go cancel you? Let's call him by his name, or let's call him by his name. There's a concluding part to that one now. Let's take a look. And then it says, no be our tour way them cancel. Now Burna Boy them cancel. And this one's supposed to be wake-up call for Nigerian artists. America no be Nigeria. You know if it talk anyhow. You know if it embarrass fans. You know if it act like people owe you worship. Audience for US get fickle attention and zero tolerance for disrespect. If you try them go move on without looking back. Simple. Gosh. This is almost it, but there are more reactions. So many, but I think I just picked a couple. Let's take a look at the next one. So Olarinwaju says, this could have been the perfect time to show solidarity as a Nigerian, but Burna himself has shown nothing but contempt and disrespect towards Nigerians. So it looks like Alhaji Burna, man, things are not looking up for him.
He once did it here in Nigeria, right?
Yeah, he did.
So he got away with it. So he felt...
Which is what I Occupy Nigeria
Yeah, so he felt, come on, I'm Burna, I can do it anywhere, and nothing's going to happen. Just imagine what would have happened if you had done it in the US and then nothing happened. Like, Burna, man, this guy's got guts, this guy, they cannot do without him. People start, coming up with stories like, I mean, he's so talented, no matter how, terrible you are as a person, if you're talented, your talent will always make room for you.
But that's not it.
This is the US, where respect and rule of law reigns supreme. Nobody cares. And that is that they've seen good artists in their life and they'll continue to see it. Right? They have a society that produces, churn out good artists any day, anytime. In fact, you're moving there because you want to make more money than what you're making back home. That's exactly why you're moving there. And this is not just going to be an American thing. Trust me. his
it's going to
concert
spread like
across the
wildfire,
world, across the world. Well, maybe in Africa he'll be a little tolerated.
I'm not sure. If you see what Africans are saying about him, Nigerians gone. Did you see what that Nigerian said?
Yes, I saw it. But when you look at other countries within the Latin America, within Europe, you get to see that now everybody is waiting for him.
They are waiting for him.
That's why I said.
And they are being vicious. Do you know what they are doing now? The Americans. They will. Some of them will go to the concerts. Then you see them talking. They'll totally ignore Bonner. Some will be sleeping. Some will be chatting. They just want to end him.
Absolutely.
You know, and in some cases they don't even buy the tickets, and the halls are empty.
You know, when the likes of Eminem started speaking, we know there's a problem. If I love have been talking about litigation again, that you cannot sue Bonner because he's not an American citizen, but you can actually sue the company that actually brought him.
Oh.
Right. Those people that actually arrange the store, they're Americans, you can sue them and they're going to pay.
You know what this means? Sponsors are going to be
exactly nobody wants to do business with him.
That's what they'll do.
Anyway, and that is going to be a very big problem for him. See, I don't pity him because I would have expected immediately it happened, he would have actually jumped on it and used the opportunity to actually.
There was a lackadaisical apology at some point.
He felt. They are not
buying.
I'm a Grammy Award winner. Well, and of course, the man who actually helped him get the Grammy, person of Didi, that he congratulated immediately got the, Didi, we did it. He made that tweet. Didi, we did it when he actually got. I mean, Didi is nowhere now. If they were,
Didi is in jail.
Yes, if Didi were,
it's not a laughing matter. I'm not laughing that Didi is in jail, but hey,
he would have actually stepped in. He's got a very big followership. He's also one of the big boys in the industry. Would have helped him. Maybe not, if not really entirely helped.
Do you even think he pulls that kind of sway right now? I'm talking about Didi.
Didi would definitely. He might not do it directly, but he's got people, he's got contacts.
Yeah, but I'm saying, does he have that kind of influence in America of today right now, following
his incident,
his battle and all? I'm not sure. But hey, we're going to... Contacts. Maybe. Contacts. As this matter unfolds, we'll keep you posted. Let's see how this happens for Burna Boy. Nigerians are also saying, no love lost here. But then there are some diehard fans that will stand by him. On that note, we'll wrap it up. Big thanks to everyone who contributed to making the show a success from Monday till date. Appreciate it. Maximum respect. And for today, thanks so much to the incredible people in the MCR, PCR, social media. Thank you. And to you guys for watching, thank you for hanging out always with us. If you'd like to keep a date with Ikechukwu and I, same time, same station at the start of next week. Until then, enjoy yourself. I am Vivian Oguche. Bye for now.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on Barney 9, right?
The 2564 Atlantic Tower. What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
Are you
ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV. Now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We bring in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
Basketball, media, even road safety. The deaf community in Nigeria has proven that disability does not mean inability. But in an exclusive interview, a deaf rights advocate told us many still face barriers every day, from classroom to workplaces. She recalled the painful memory of her deaf uncle, who died in a road accident. That loss, she said, fueled her campaign for inclusive road safety, and now change is happening. She says awareness is growing, but much more must be done. Her vision is sign language to become part of schools, workplaces, and public services, ensuring that no one is left behind.
Sign language is recognized as human right because, like George Gray would say, that inclusion is not a privilege of few, but human right. It means that when something becomes a human right, it's no longer a privilege to give that to that person, but more of a necessity, as it were. So you can imagine for our work in Speaking Fingers, for instance, I've had opportunities to have met young deaf people who had never been to school. We currently have one we are trying to integrate at 10. We have one that has been integrated now into the school and educational system at 10. Yetunde, she got into school at 10. Today she has a language. She has a language that she uses to communicate. She can speak because she has a sign language to communicate. She's integrated. She currently plays for Milo. So, but backdate when we met her, Yetunde will just be there looking at you. She actually has a physical disability alongside her speech and hearing impairment. So you find out that sign language, she can be included. When it is made human rights as a right and not just a privilege, she's also able to access services because the world recognizes it as a language. I speak English today. I wasn't speaking English before. So I wasn't good. My fluency in English was bad. But today I could communicate and people can hear me. Likewise, I can also hear people. So sign language has become a human right because it's not a privilege, but it is a necessity. It is work in progress. Today, we're having this conversation because sign language has been recognized as a language far back 2018. Does it mean that the deaf community existed at 2018? No. It just means that the world has awakened to it because media professionals like you are giving platforms for us to they have this conversation, this dialogue, and by so doing, we are also changing the dialogue. So how aware, really, I don't have instances to say this is it, but I kid you not, we are not where we used to be, even though we are not where we want to be in terms of creating that awareness. By integrating sign language into such training, he or she can be empowered. Their voice can be heard, they can be valued, they can be appreciated, and they can have a seat on the table because I have an awareness. Government have policies. And one of the conversations we had today during the commemoration proper in terms of the celebration we had, as a result, someone said, the new competition is collaboration. So if you are not collaborating, if we don't see it from the perspective of multi-sectoral approach and just leaving it to government, government will always turn out, they sit in meetings, they sit in symposium, they sit in consortium and all those big names and come up with policies. Implementation is still far. So what's happening is that we are the government. It takes a village. So you are that village. I am that village. So government is us. And then for government, in terms of positioning, should please, we advocate for the implementation of policies, enforcement of those implementation, providing access for sign language to be given at all forums, for schools to be accessible, is to, like somebody said today, and we all agree, to make sign language a language that can be learned. It was actually the GM of Lasoda that left to her that sign language should be a must in every curriculum, and we quite agree. So as we make awareness available to all, accessible to all, because this interview, without captioning or subtitling it or providing a sign language interpreter, a young deaf person, which is our population, will not be able to hear it in a way that he or she is passionate enough to drive that conversation in his own sphere of influence. I kid you not, today, I serve in an all-deaf church as part of my commitment to this work. I serve in an all-deaf church, choir, usher, pastor, everybody, songs, everything is done in sign language, ensuring that sign language is signed everywhere. Deaf people are free to use their language. You and I learn how to sign and communicate with them and ensure that videos, things are accessible, communication is provided in an accessible manner. Truly just leave no one behind. So that's what this year is talking about. Seeing it from the perspective of, we are not doing them a favor. We are providing access. We are providing rights. We are ensuring that, look, you deserve this thing and you have to get it at whatever form. Even though we don't also want to build an entitled mentality, doing it from the place of empathy, understanding that we are all a work in progress, part-time, part-time, part-time. World Federation for the Deaf and the UN came up and said, let's discuss sign language as a right, as a full right.
For her, inclusion is not a privilege, but a right, and she believes society must give the deaf community a seat at the table. I'm Onyeka Ogolo, reporting for Vop TV.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city. The loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lodge.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Hey guys, what's up? How you all doing? They call me Ovisha Nelson One, your number one celebrity host, and you are watching Voice of the People Television, VOP. Stay tuned.
Uyi Osarate is my name. I am a friend of the microphone, Voice of the People TV. That name is unique, and the brand is very sweet. I like the packaging, picture qualities, camera qualities, and then of course, the quality of human beings that I see sometimes on your channel. I talk and get paid, and I look forward to being in your studios.
Oh yes, you are on to Voice of the People TV. Live here in Benin City, the cradle of black civilization. What are you waiting for? Tune in, bro.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpeon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please the sport.
And it's Hakim Ziyech who puts the
Voice of the People, you can hear me now. My name is Patrick Doyle, and I wish that you continue to echo the voices of the people. Big up VOP TV.
My name is Suibifa Dokubo. Please keep watching VOP TV.
Hi, my name is Kwekumali Ikena Onyekwena, and I am with the Voice of the People TV. Now, if you're looking for the veritable channel for information, politics, robust discussions, you don't need to go far. VOP has you. VOP
All right, another edition, another time on Weekend Sports Roundup. Thanks for joining us again. All right, you know the program. This is Weekend Sports Roundup, where we bring you all the stories making the rounds in the country, in Africa, and of course, across the world. As we like to do it, we like to stay with our own country first, look at all the issues making the round in the world of sports in Nigeria before we step outside. So, like we always do, we try to leave some of those sporting stories that you can get around the corner with the regular people around. We try to look at those meaty sports stories that are relevant, very serious ones, and dig into them. Today, of course, recently, in case you're not aware, the International Boxing Association was thrown out by the International Olympic Committee way back in 2019. And recently, another body, World Boxing, was formed, and a boxer just won elections just this week to become the president of World Boxing. We'll be looking at that. Of course, Portugal on Thursday, just 2 days ago, becoming the under-17 champion. You know, Nigerian sports writers don't like to tell you about the under-17 because Nigeria was not there. So there are so many competitions where Nigeria is not there, and the sports writers in Nigeria like to bring you very little stories from those places because they are embarrassed. I don't know how they're going to do when the World Cup comes around, whether Nigerian sports writers will be telling us what is going on at the World Cup when Nigeria is not there. So many issues. Now, the big one, the National Council on Sports, not the National Sports Commission, the National Council on Sports, met yesterday in Calabar. And they came up with a communique. The National Council on Sports is actually the highest policy-making body of sports in Nigeria. They make policy, the policy direction for sports, what we need to do to get better, the things that need to happen. They brought out a communique after that meeting yesterday in Calabar. We shall be going through that communique with a fine-tooth comb to see, is there something here that gives us hope that something important, something relevant will take place in Nigerian sports in the near future? We'll be finding out about that on this show today as we take this short break before we come back to delve into the main issues. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. You're welcome back. My name is Ernest Osogwe. I'm expecting my colleague, Tolulope Oguntimehin. He's a sports journalist with a sister television station, that is Independent Television, Abuja here. He made me to understand he'll be having he has a television show this morning already. It's like he rounded it off very late, so I'm sure he's on his way getting here. As soon as he gets here, we'll take the discussion from wherever he gets in. But for now, let's go over to where Gennady Golovkin became the first president of World Boxing. Gennady Golovkin, you know, one of the top boxers, middleweight boxers from Kazakhstan. First, let's take him when he was given his very interesting acceptance speech after winning that election as the president of World Boxing.
I want every boxer to grow in a fair and a safe sport. When we are united, world boxing will move forward like one family. We will show by action, not words. What world boxing is a federation that the Olympic family can trust. We will be independent but respect Olympic values, working for integrity, equality, and athletes project.
All right, I hope you can go through with his English. He's from Kazakhstan. Gennady Golovkin, in case you don't know him, he's one of the top middleweight boxers up till now. He has not told us yet that he